Chapter 1. The early summer of 1991. In the early morning, an elderly man with crescent-shaped spectacles slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, is it already that time? It seems I must step out of my comfort zone," he mused. He stroked his long beard thoughtfully and then rose from his broad armchair, preparing to leave his office. At that moment, however, he suddenly gazed skyward towards the eastern horizon. "What is this?" Just then, an owl flew in through the window, delivering a newspaper. The old man, initially intent on going out, paused to consider and opened the window to accept the paper. After casually flipping through the pages, he quickly found a report that piqued his interest. How fascinating. Ancient. Magic? A mere 25 years old. One intriguing young man, the old man chuckled. It seems a visit to this wondrous land is in order. Half a month later, in a CAF located in a bustling city of Huagua, a spirited young man with short hair entered, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings before swiftly locating his target. "Apologies for keeping you waiting." The young man approached the elderly figure, his face a picture of sincerity. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Professor. I am Chinyu." "Ah, no worries. I have just arrived as well." "Truly, as the rumor suggests, you are a humble and polite young man." The elderly man, smiling warmly, gestured for Chinyu to take a seat. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is a pleasure to meet you." After exchanging pleasantries, Chinyu promptly got to the point. "I hear you have a keen interest in ancient magic." "Indeed, I am quite fascinated by it. I am equally intrigued by you. I wonder if there might be an opportunity to witness it firsthand. Media reports often feel lacking in substance." "Not to worry. I shall arrange it for you. I can show you around our magical city of Huagua." Chinyu immediately summoned a waiter to settle the bill. Brimming with excitement, he and Dumbledore engaged in conversation as they left the CAF, for this man was currently the most powerful white wizard in the world. Half a month later, in a certain location in England. "Is this Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? What a magnificent castle!" Chinyu exclaimed as he disembarked from the express train, 2 suitcases in tow, his gaze fixed upon the grand edifice. "I apologize for any inconvenience. This trip to Huagua has allowed me to witness a marvel. It has indeed been worthwhile." "Oh, I suppose I should begin addressing you as Professor Chin," Dumbledore replied. Soon, they arrived before the castle, where 3 individuals awaited their arrival. "Welcome back, Headmaster Dumbledore. And who might this be?" A tall, slender lady with glasses inquired first. "This is Professor Chinyu. He will be joining us as a teacher this year," Dumbledore introduced the young man beside him. "This is Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House, as well as the instructor for Transfiguration." "Pleasure to meet you," Chinyu said politely, extending his hand to shake with Professor McGonagall. His gaze then shifted to the second individual, requiring him to look up. Dumbledore continued with the introductions. "This is Mr. Hagrid, Keeper of Keys and Grounds, as well as the Care of Magical Creatures instructor, a towering figure standing at 3.5 meters tall. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, hello. Delighted to make your acquaintance. Feel free to ask me anything," Hagrid beamed, grasping Chinyu's outstretched hand with a grip akin to iron. Chinyu felt as if his hand were caught in a vice. "This is Professor Snape, head of Slytherin House and Potions Master. Should you require assistance, pleased to meet you. I hope you possess genuine skills," Snape interjected, raising an eyebrow, cutting Dumbledore off mid-sentence. "Thank you for your guidance," Chinyu replied, unfazed by the socially awkward exchange, politely acknowledging Snape. As he observed Chinyu conversing animatedly with the 3 professors, Dumbledore stood quietly to the side, his gaze towards Chinyu imbued with an ineffable quality, leaving one to ponder the impressions this journey had imparted upon him. At the moment a meteor streaked across the sky, a child in England opened his eyes. Silence. So it is. Thus. How intriguing. After dressing, the boy studied his reflection in the mirror. Though youthful, an undeniable air of authority emanated from him, reminiscent of a true gentleman of noble lineage. The boy entered the living room, where his parents awaited. "Father, mother. Come, sit, my child," the father said, momentarily taken aback by the sight of his son before speaking. Food was consumed in silence, and conversation was scarce. Once the meal concluded, the boy set down his knife and fork with decorum and spoke. "Father, I would like to visit your study to read. Will you not be accompanying us to the Ministry of Magic today?" The father inquired, furrowing his brow. "It is well for him to read more after all. There is nothing pressing," the mother interjected. The father contemplated this, sensing something peculiar about his son today, even feeling a heaviness during breakfast. "Well, the Liner family has invited you to their gathering. Will you not attend?" The father asked, looking at the boy. "Father, I am perfectly well. There is no need for your probing. I simply feel as though, upon receiving my acceptance letter, I have become somewhat of an adult." The boy smiled, revealing his father's ruse. "Ah ha ha, very well then. After all, there is always time to visit the ministry. Go on and read." The father chuckled awkwardly, ruffling his son's hair. With that, the family enjoyed a leisurely moment in the living room before the parents departed for their errands. Once his parents were gone, the boy entered his father's study, where an abundance of books awaited his perusal. Time seemed to fly as he immersed himself in his studies. The boy focused intently on a book before him, jotting down notes intermittently. "Thank you," he said with a snap, closing the book and leaving the study. But whom was he thanking? As time passed, the days approached the start of the new school year. In Diagon Alley, London, England, Chinyu carried a small suitcase in his left hand, while a collection of snacks floated above his right hand, savoring the exotic flavors as he strolled through the bustling alley. At that moment, he heard someone calling his name. "Professor, Professor Chinyu." Turning towards the source of the voice, he spotted Hagrid. "Hello, Hagrid," Chinyu said, hardly needing to search for him, given his imposing presence. He squeezed through the crowd to reach Hagrid. "What a surprise to encounter you here." "Ha ha," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Harry Potter." "Hee hee." Hagrid grinned widely, though his bushy beard obscured much of his expression. "Harry, too," observed the professor, named Chinyu before him. "This is Professor Chinyu, Harry." "Hello, Professor." Harry noted that the professor did not seem to fixate on his scar upon hearing his name. "Greetings, young Harry. I am from Huahua. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I teach ancient magic studies," Chinyu said, tousling Harry's unruly hair with a smile. "Ancient magic studies? Ah, that is an elective course you'll have in your third year. It is truly remarkable and quite fascinating." Hagrid recalled Chinyu's demonstration of ancient magic with a serious expression. "Ah, by the way, could you take young Harry to select his wand? I need to step away for a moment, but I shall return shortly," Hagrid suddenly announced, glancing at the pair engrossed in conversation. "But I have no idea how to choose a wand here," Chinyu said to Harry. "Neither do I," Harry replied, looking back at Chinyu. They both turned their attention toward Hagrid. "Ollivander, Ollivander. There you go. Professor, just take Harry to that shop. Ollivander is one of the 3 great wand makers in Europe, and he will help Harry find one suited for him." Hagrid pointed to a nearby store. "Very well. You attend to your matters. I will look after Harry," Chinyu said, patting Harry on the shoulder. The process of selecting wands proved uneventful, save for the moment when Chinyu also wished to purchase a wand, almost causing a commotion in Ollivander's shop. Once both were satisfied with their selections, Hagrid waved to Harry from the window, holding a cage containing a beautiful snowy owl. "This is a gift for you, Harry. I had hoped you would choose it yourself, but that would spoil the surprise. Owls are wonderful companions. They could deliver messages and packages for you. I hope you like it, and remember to give it a name." "Thank you, Hagrid. I absolutely love it." Harry beamed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at the owl in the cage. With the arrival of a wand and an owl, Harry felt that he could truly consider himself, little wizard, right? After parting ways with Chinyu, Harry's gaze remained fixated on the other. This left Hagrid quite perplexed. Harry, what are you looking at? Professor Chinyu?" Hagrid's nature compelled him to ask directly. "Hagrid, look at the professor," Harry replied. "Quick, look. It's that thing, yellowish and oval, like a dome." Suddenly, Harry tugged at Hagrid's sleeve, prompting Hagrid to lift his gaze. As Chinyu navigated through the crowd, a faint yellow barrier enveloped him upon contact with passers-by, firmly securing him within. No one could jostle Chinyu aside. I remember the professor mentioned it when he demonstrated it. It's called a magical shield. or perhaps a mana shield. He said it was a form of ancient magic, Hagrid recalled, having retained the notion of ancient magic's remarkable prowess. The name lingered in his mind like a fascinating performance. Intriguing. Impressive. It seemed rather practical, too. Harry mentally affixed 3 labels to ancient magic. Time flies swiftly during joyous moments, and by evening, Harry and Hagrid returned to the leaky cauldron. There's still some time left, let's have something to eat. Hagrid offered him a portion of food. Hagrid then handed Harry his train ticket, while expressing some concern. Harry, are you feeling all right? He had noticed something amiss with Harry, who seemed lost in thought. I'm fine, Hagrid. Today has been the happiest day of my life, thank you. Also, I absolutely adore your gift, Hedwig. Harry playfully teased the snowy owl in its cage before beaming a radiant smile at Hagrid. Hedwig? What a lovely name, Hagrid remarked, gazing at the smiling boy beside him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, tears began to well up as he recalled the frail little boy had seen while rescuing Harry from his dire circumstances. Hagrid, it feels like everyone has such high expectations of me today. Why are they so certain that I will achieve something? I also asked Professor Cheney for his thoughts, and he shared an ancient saying from his homeland. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their mind and body, exhaust their strength, starve their physical form, and disrupt their endeavors, so they may cultivate perseverance and augment their abilities. Harry pondered over his conversation with Cheney, striving to recall that profound saying which resonated deeply with him. What does that mean? Hagrid asked, utterly baffled by Harry's words. However, the professor also mentioned something else, though I can't quite remember it. It was something along the lines of encouraging me to make more friends at school. I think that's the gist of it. He implied that doing so would alleviate any confusion or uncertainty. Harry was unconcerned whether Hagrid understood. After reflecting on these thoughts, a sudden inspiration surged within Harry. Hagrid, thank you once again. I am immensely looking forward to my school life. I can hardly wait to board the train. Harry felt a surge of clarity and excitement, his imagination igniting with various fantasies. For in the heart of a child, imagination marks the dawn of joy. Is that so? That's truly wonderful. Your happiness is my greatest joy, Hagrid replied, dismissing the meaning of the ancient saying. As long as he could see Harry's joy, it filled him with happiness. Such is the nature of a straightforward man. Before boarding the train, Hagrid reiterated some instructions to Harry, while Harry's thoughts had already soared far away to Hogwarts. Traveling back on the same train, but having boarded early, Cheney was now resting with his hat pulled down over his face. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar surge of spiritual energy. How interesting, I never anticipated this method would actually work. The corner of his mouth curled slightly beneath the hat. It seems I shall need to recruit a few more students to experiment with once the term begins. See you on September 1st, Harry Potter. In the final days before school commenced, Harry endured an unpleasant time with his aunt and uncle's family. Yet he found solace in his own happiness. Despite their discontent, the Dursleys took Harry to the train station. Platform 9 3/4? This must be a scam. I can't wait to see you return in disgrace. They hurled a spiteful curse before speeding away from the station, leaving Harry to ponder that they likely viewed this place as teeming with magically brainwashed fools, perhaps fearing infection. As always, he received assistance from the Weasley family upon entering the platform, with no mishaps occurring despite Dobby's absence. Though the crowd was dense, Harry found it easy to locate a vacant seat, as most people merely froze upon seeing him, murmuring, "Harry Potter, Harry Potter." Shortly after settling into an empty compartment, a spirited redhead peeked in, his head adorned with a mane of vibrant red hair and a few freckles dotting his face. "Is his seat taken? Everywhere else is full," he inquired, gesturing towards the empty space beside Harry. Harry shook his head, inviting the other party inside. Before long, he reacquainted himself with the family who had assisted him at the platform. The youngest brother, Ron Weasley, along with his twin siblings, George and Fred, who were currently in their 3rd year, and Percy, a 5th-year student, as well as the esteemed Gringotts treasure hunter Bill and the dragon tamer Charlie, who had already graduated. Through Ron's introductions, Harry swiftly grasped the prevailing trends among the youth of the magical realm, or so it seemed. He could distinctly sense Ron's boisterous demeanor, infused with surprise and trepidation. How splendid. Now, let us address the frequently asked queries. I have not encountered your frog before. This statement was uttered by Harry for the second time. Directed this time at a girl donned in a new Hogwarts robe, possessing a petite face, fluffy hair, a slightly raised chin, and eyes brimming with excitement and a hint of pride, mingled with a trace of anxiety. Observing the young girl before him, Harry squinted slightly, sensing her emotions, excitement, unease, perhaps both. Initially, he had struggled to comprehend why, ultimately attributing it to the minor experiment he had conducted with Professor Chinyu in Diagon Alley. Oh, are you casting a spell? Let us broaden our horizons. The girl, displaying a bold familiarity, took a seat. As anticipated, Ron faltered, inadvertently providing the girl an opportunity to express herself. I am Hermione Granger, by the way. May I inquire your names? Ron's mouth remained agape, perpetually forming an O. Meanwhile, Harry perceived the girl's thoughts. Was she anxious? Perhaps she feared being overlooked or rejected. After all, Ron was considerably more comprehensible than the girl. I am Ron Weasley, he mumbled, lacking confidence. Harry Potter. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Harry replied. With a flurry of excitement, Miss Granger lifted her head and departed. For while Harry was indeed a celebrity, she was not a resident of the magical world, thus treating the encounter as merely a fleeting moment. Ron felt that Hermione was overly proud and often looked down upon him. However, Harry, through his mental probing, gleaned some understanding of the underlying reasons. At their age, it was natural for girls to be less inclined towards close camaraderie. The journey ahead was delightful, as the lengthy travel time provided ample entertainment for the two 11-year-old boys who had just met. After a long ride, the train finally arrived at their destination before dusk. A new semester was about to commence. First-year students, come this way. Harry, over here, how are you? Exclaimed Hagrid. Upon seeing Hagrid again, Harry beamed with joy. Wow. Ron slowly lifted his head to gaze at the giant before him, expressing admiration. Once everyone had gathered, Hagrid led the first-year students to the edge of the Black Lake. How does that song go? Row, row, row your boat. A hymn. Is everyone on board? All right. Let us go. Hagrid guided a fleet of small boats gliding across the lake's mirror-like surface. As they drew nearer to the magnificent castle, the hearts of the newly admitted young wizards brimmed with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, Harry suddenly sensed a peculiar mental energy that felt distinct from the rest. It was as tranquil as the lake water had been, yet as he continued to delve deeper, he realized this mental essence seemed unfathomable. He turned his head to scan the surroundings, hoping to gain a clearer perception. However, all efforts were in vain, as even the previously tranquil mental energy vanished. Perhaps it was the professors providing unseen protection, Harry mused. His searching gaze went unnoticed by others, as nearly everyone else was engaged in similar actions. Regaining his focus, Harry looked once more at the castle, the place that would be his home for the foreseeable future. Hagrid escorted the first-year students to the entrance of the Great Hall, where they were met by Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. First-year students, McGonagall announced. After Hagrid counted the heads, he smiled broadly at her. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here, she replied with a nod, then turned her attention to the anxious first-years. Follow me. Professor McGonagall led them to a small room adjacent to the Great Hall. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to begin. But before you take your seats in the hall, you must first determine which house you will join. The sorting ceremony is a significant event, as your house will become your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with fellow house members, reside in the house dormitory, and spend leisure time in the house common room. The four houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own illustrious history and has nurtured remarkable wizards. Your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to it. In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will commence in front of the entire school. I suggest you take this time to compose yourselves and present your best selves. With that, Professor McGonagall departed, presumably to verify the arrangements in the Great Hall. At that moment, a young boy approached, accompanied by two tall and robust companions. He was clad in a well-fitted school uniform, impeccably neat and spotless, with golden hair and a smile gracing his face. Harry observed the oncoming figure without making any move, yet Ron beside him appeared somewhat uneasy, having noticed the trio as well. The three individuals gazed at the duo of Harry and Ron, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Good day, Mr. Weasley. The golden-haired boy greeted Ron first, his demeanor exuding elegance. Oh, hello, Malfoy, Ron replied, aware of the strained relations between the Weasley and Malfoy families. While they were not outright enemies, there was certainly mutual disdain. Ron braced himself for mockery, yet was taken aback by the unexpected civility. "Mr. Weasley, I would appreciate it if you could include the honorific Mr. next time. Allow me to introduce myself, Draco Malfoy. This is Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle. It is a pleasure to meet you, the illustrious Harry Potter." Malfoy, with a smile, made a pointed remark towards Ron before turning to introduce himself to Harry. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy, and to your companions, Crabbe, Goyle." However, Crabbe and Goyle did not wait for Harry to finish his introduction, interjecting with their own names. "Sir," Harry added reluctantly, feeling compelled to acknowledge them. Malfoy extended his hand with a smile, yet Harry remained wary, sensing an absence of any discernible aura from the esteemed Mr. Malfoy before him. As Harry Potter clasped his hands together, a sudden and intense pain erupted from the scar on his forehead, compelling him to utter a soft exclamation. "What is this? What is happening?" Harry pressed his hand against his forehead and raised his gaze once more towards Malfoy. It seemed that Mr. Potter was feeling rather unwell. Should he require assistance, he could always seek me out. After all, in the realm of magic, certain peculiarities can only be elucidated by certain wizarding families. Malfoy chuckled. Returning to his original position alongside Crabbe and Goyle, where numerous young wizards looked up to him in admiration. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron inquired with concern. Malfoy's remarks unsettled him, yet since the latter had not directed any insults their way, Ron found himself unable to retaliate. "I'm fine, really. It's just a scar." "It occasionally aches," Harry fibbed, not wishing to cause worry among his newly acquainted friends. "Everything is ready over there. Come along now. Form a single line and follow me." At that moment, Professor McGonagall, having ensured the arrangements in the Great Hall were satisfactory, returned and guided the little ones inside. Marvelous. Unbelievable. Dreamlike. Such was Harry's impression. It was incredibly cool. The older students from each year, the 4 houses, banners, goblets, jack-o'-lanterns, floating candle flames, a starry sky imbued with magic, and 4 grand house tables, all contributed to an atmosphere that exuded both grandeur and a sense of authority. Truly resplendent, with flickering sparks. After surveying the surroundings, Harry's first glance fell upon Professor Dumbledore, followed closely by his second gaze directed at Professor Cheney, whose mental prowess seemed particularly remarkable. As Harry turned his attention to Hagrid and the other professors, he remained unaware that Professor Dumbledore had glanced at Cheney, pondering thoughtfully. At that moment, Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, signaling for them to pay attention to her. At this moment, Harry quickly averted his gaze, after noticing everyone looking at her. Professor McGonagall placed a tattered and worn wizard's hat onto the stool. The hat was patched, exceedingly old, and quite filthy. And Petunia would never allow such an object in her home, Harry thought. The Sorting Hat, what extraordinary events might unfold? Harry mused whether the hat might suddenly spring to life, releasing a flurry of doves, or perhaps sprouting flowers and transforming into banners. Or could it perform a grand illusion? How else could a mere hat sort students? Unexpectedly, the shabby hat began to speak, bursting into song. The creases of the hat formed a mouth from which the voice emanated. "For I am a thinking magical hat." As the song concluded, applause erupted, whether from genuine appreciation or simply relief that the ordeal was over. Harry cynically pondered the reason for the applause. After all, the melody came from a hat, not a renowned vocalist. Before anyone could dwell on this, Professor McGonagall commenced the sorting ceremony. Hannah Abbott. The hat had barely finished announcing her name before applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table on the right. With Hannah sorting, the hat gradually assigned the young witches and wizards to the 4 houses, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, each named after the 4 great founders of Hogwarts. Slytherin, known for its pureblood supremacy and dedication to the study of various forms of magic and dark arts, predominantly admitted wizards from pureblood families but also welcomed those of significant talent. The head of the house was Severus Snape, a middle-aged, greasy-haired bachelor resembling a bat. As a master of potions, he was undoubtedly affluent, perhaps accounting for his excessively oily hair. Yet, it was undeniable that Slytherin had consistently been an elite house, winning the House Cup for many years. Gryffindor was renowned for its bravery, embodying the spirit of great adventurers who spent their lives either in battle or on their way to engage in one. As such, the house was filled with passionate, loyal, and courageous young wizards, often finding themselves in trouble. The head of Gryffindor was Professor Minerva McGonagall, who, if not for her role as the diligent overseer of the entire school, might not have given Slytherin much thought, let alone the House Cup. Ravenclaw, in essence, was a sanctuary for the academically inclined, a haven for the brightest minds and the breeding ground for Hogwarts' most skilled debaters, often lost on outsiders unfamiliar with their specialized terminologies. This house favored intelligent, quick-witted, and creatively minded young witches and wizards. The head was Phileas Flitwick, a charms professor and former dueling champion, whose stature likely contributed to his success in avoiding attacks, perhaps a factor worth considering. Hufflepuff, embodying a more laid-back, nature-loving ethos, preferred a harmonious existence, content with a simple life. However, their peaceful disposition did not imply ineptitude. Rather, much of their cleverness was dedicated to enjoying life as pleasures. The house was led by Pomona Sprout, a herbology professor and expert gardener with a unique connection to dragon dung, serving as one of Snape's suppliers. Known for her amiable nature, she maintained a relaxed atmosphere within the house, leading to a generally carefree environment. Despite this, Chinyu found a fondness for Hufflepuff, appreciating its affinity for nature, which might facilitate the success of ancient magical experiments, certainly not because of the home-cooked meals available there. While the narrative unfolded, Hermione Granger had already been sorted into Gryffindor. Harry cast a glance at her, somewhat surprised. He had expected her to be placed in Ravenclaw, given her extensive knowledge shared during their train journey. At that moment, another individual of great concern to Harry stepped forward. Draco Malfoy. To Harry's astonishment, the sorting had called out Slytherin before even touching Malfoy's head. How could it be so swift? Harry internally scoffed. However, the hat possessed its own burdens. Its ability to discern thoughts far surpassed Harry's mental fortitude. Malfoy's mental energy was so pronounced that the hat hardly needed to deliberate. Despite some lingering doubt, the presence of Headmaster Dumbledore rendered the hat's choices irrelevant. Harry Potter. The call jolted Harry from his thoughts. He approached the hat slowly, heart racing, hands trembling. The young man thought to himself that such a display of nervousness was unbecoming. Perhaps the expertise of Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the infirmary, could remedy such a condition, though she did have rather large, ahem. Professor McGonagall, unable to endure the hat's incessant chatter, interjected. All right, let us see. Quite impressive, indeed. Very talented. What do you say, young man? Slytherin? Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Harry whispered fervently, having been influenced by Ron's relentless persuasion. More importantly, Voldemort, the Dark Wizard, was a Slytherin alumnus. And the dangerous Malfoy was also associated with that house. Are you certain? Very well, then, Hufflepuff. Your natural affability is remarkable. Not many first-year Hufflepuffs possess such charm. You might achieve great things there, particularly in horticulture. The sorting hat sensed Harry's congenial nature, which was unparalleled among the new students. Please, Harry pleaded, though the hat seemed oblivious to his desperation. Fine, it is settled. Gryffindor. The sorting hat suddenly ceased its hushed conversation with Harry, instead proclaiming the house name in a resounding voice. Gryffindor erupted in cheers, all its members rising to welcome the arrival of their new hero, or so they believed. Even the composed Percy clenched his fists, declaring, Porter is ours. There is no king. Harry let out a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a broad smile as he hastily placed the sorting hat aside and dashed towards the Gryffindor table. Along the way, he shook hands with nearly every Gryffindor student. Finally, he settled down opposite Hermione. The sorting ceremony continued, and Ron Weasley, feeling anxious, donned the sorting hat. Glancing nervously at his three brothers conversing animatedly with Harry. Your brother is being sorted. Lend him some support. A voice piped up. Another Weasley. Should we place you in? Never mind. It seems there's only Gryffindor. The hat sensed around, but found no suitable alternative, and thus assigned him to Gryffindor. Splendid. The Weasley family calmly expressed their congratulations. For if one of them were sorted elsewhere, it would likely be attributed to their parents' shortcomings. Ron, patting his chest in relief, joined Harry at the table. That had even considered putting me somewhere else. I wonder why it ultimately gave up. Ron felt a shiver of apprehension. It probably realized you possess no other merits, making you unsuitable for any other house, Hermione remarked bluntly, causing Ron's jaw to drop in disbelief. Yet Harry paid no heed to their banter, giving Ron a hearty pat on the back to lift his spirits. But Hermione, that hat didn't even ask me if I wished to join Ravenclaw. Am I not considered a scholar? He mused, recalling Professor Chinyu's teachings on mental projection, which he had grasped with relative ease. Lost in thought, the sorting had fulfilled its duty. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore rose and expressed gratitude to Professor McGonagall, then cleared his throat to draw the attention of all students in the hall. Finally, we may commence our feast. The Weasley twins eagerly rubbed their stomachs, ready to indulge. Harry inquired, Isn't the headmaster supposed to give a speech? Fear not, he always begins with a rather dreary joke before dinner, one of the twins, either George or Fred, reassured him, draping an arm around Harry's shoulder. However, an hour passed. In this new academic year, let us all strive together, faculty and students alike, to achieve new heights, Dumbledore concluded, having recited an extensive script he had prepared, inspired by a visit to a magical school in China, where he admired the principal's commanding presence. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted, almost as if they wished to applaud his face. Fool. Crybaby. Rubbish. After delivering a rather nonsensical joke, an abundance of food suddenly appeared on the tables, piled high like small mountains. The feast consisted of roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb shanks, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, and ketchup. Oddly enough, there were also peppermint candies, Peking duck, crab soup dumplings, steamed pork, braised potatoes, and seafood congee. Delighted, Chinyu savored these unorthodox hometown dishes, enjoying them far more than the butter and cheese-flavored local fare. Bon appetit. His pleasant dining experience was abruptly interrupted by the sight of nearly headless Nick. After Ron's offhand remarks, the ghost of Hogwarts, Sir Nicholas, successfully dampened the appetites of several first-year students. This ghost, a permanent resident of Hogwarts, was typically the spirit of a wizard who had met their end there, in bizarre and grotesque forms. A poltergeist, easily banished with a few rituals. However, European customs granted the deceased certain rights, including the right to haunt. Thus, they remained, taking up no space. Among them was the infamous Peeves, a notorious mischief-maker said to have been around since the castle's inception, with records of him coercing a former headmaster into signing a humiliating agreement. Chinyu found this intriguing spirit particularly interesting, especially since he had made quite a nuisance of himself prior to the arrival of the new students. Returning to the topic, Harry and Ron ravenously devoured the feast before them, while their classmates began to engage in initial introductions. One student, Seamus, shared that his mother was a witch and his father a muggle, revealing the truth only after secretly bringing him home, nearly giving him a fright. And Neville is that dazed young man who incessantly asks common questions. Have you seen my toad? Remarkable, my friend, a pure-blood wizard of noble lineage. Yet it seems he has somewhat deviated in his growth during this generation. On the other side, two academically gifted students who were meant to join Ravenclaw had embarked upon a new discussion. No more lectures. Let me finish this meal. No. Let me sleep through the night, and I shall strive harder tomorrow, Ron said through moist eyes as he continued to eat. Oh, Ron, spare me the theatrics. Given 10 days, you would still fall short of Miss Granger's current efforts, Percy retorted without hesitation. As the animated conversation unfolded, Harry, having satisfied his hunger, resumed his unfinished endeavor, observing the professors. There was Hagrid, indulging heartily, Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore engaged in conversation, Professor Quirrell conducting experiments with a ghost, and the timid Professor Kettleburn, wrapped in a ludicrously oversized scarf, whom Harry had encountered in Diagon Alley. Suddenly, Harry was jolted by a sharp pain from his scar. Before him stood a figure with greasy, dark hair, a prominent hooked nose, and sallow skin, whose expression suggested that everyone owed him 10,000 galleons, and he would never forgive them. At that moment, Harry's pained groans caught the attention of his companions nearby. Are you all right? Ron asked, noticing Harry clutching his scar, believing he was having another episode, as Harry had previously mentioned. It's nothing, just an old ailment. Harry managed to smile reassuringly at his concerned Gryffindor friends. Who is the professor sitting next to Quirrell? Harry inquired again, lifting his gaze. Fortunately, his scar was no longer acting up. He took the opportunity to ask Percy, who replied, Oh, that's Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House, Severus Snape. He teaches potions, and despite appearing to have a friendly chat with Professor Quirrell, he has long been eyeing the position of defense against the dark arts professor. He is quite the expert. Percy paused, realizing he was speaking ill of a professor, and quietly closed his mouth. You've said enough. Ron, Hermione, and Harry exchanged glances at him, causing Percy to feel somewhat embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something more, Professor Dumbledore stood up. With his rising, the food and remnants before everyone vanished, leaving the table pristine, having dined sufficiently. As the saying goes, you cannot let anyone go unsatisfied. The first-year students have arrived, so let us discuss some customary matters. Dumbledore paused before continuing. I must remind everyone that the forest area on the school grounds is strictly off-limits to students. Some of you older students should take heed of this. He glanced at the Weasley twins, George and Fred. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. Mr. Filch, standing by a door, nodded in gratitude to the headmaster, his cat echoing the gesture with a slight bob of its head. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will be held in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I advise everyone to avoid the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor if you do not wish to encounter any unfortunate and painful fates. What lies there? Is there danger within the castle? Harry squinted and asked Percy. That can't be. There must be a reason for it being off limits. Perhaps the head boy will announce the reason soon, Percy replied, puffing out his chest, the head boy badge gleaming. All right. While resting after a meal isn't particularly beneficial for the body, we are wizards after all. Let us sing the school song, using any tune we fancy. After delivering his dry humor, Dumbledore began to sing the school song. To Chinyu's ears, it resembled a performance where one group waits for the other to finish. It was quite chaotic. He wished for someone skilled in playing the Swona to quell the cacophony. Once the song concluded, the students expressed their relief, and the head boys led their respective houses back to the dormitory. On the way back, Harry experienced the peculiar phenomenon known as the ghost wall. The ordeal ended only when Percy used a revealing spell to expose the mischievous Peeves, who had been causing trouble from the sidelines. By this time, the first years were nearly too tired to keep their eyes open. Ha! Come catch me, Peeves taunted, continuing to manipulate the stairs to hinder their progress. Get lost, Peeves, or I'll tell the blood, Percy threatened loudly, protecting the first-year students from Peeves' antics. Just then, Peeves exploded in midair literally. He burst apart but quickly reformed. Glancing up to see standing on the stairs not far away someone he most certainly did not wish to encounter in his lifetime. Most of the first years were utterly exhausted. Yet Harry and Hermione remained alert. However, Harry quickly noticed Chinyu, as he had not concealed his emanating magical presence. Hermione was still glancing around. Over there was Professor Chinyu. Harry subtly reminded Ron, and of course, Hermione could hear him. The newly appointed professor of ancient magic waved his wand, and a colorful halo appeared beneath the ghost of Peeves, scanning him from bottom to top and enveloping him. It was only after Peeves exploded once more that the three heard Chinyu's words, Revelio. After being revived, Peeves cast a deep glance at Chinyu before turning to flee. Chinyu merely smiled and did not pursue him, suggesting they quickly return to their dormitory as they were too tired to walk. At that moment, Percy also reacted, thanking the professor. After expressing his gratitude, he continued to organize the new students back to the tower dormitory. Harry, did you just see that? The professor just waved his hand, said Revelio, and then Peeves exploded. It was incredible. Ron chatted excitedly with Harry about what they had just witnessed, mimicking the professor's mannerisms and voice. Both were truly exhilarated until they entered the dormitory, seemingly forgetting something. There was a password required, but they dismissed it, too weary to care, and headed straight to bed. Ultimately, Ron, Harry, Seamus, and Neville formed a dormitory group. Harry felt quite pleased looking at his three roommates. Good night, Macabacca. Good night, Wizzity. Good night, Little Dot. The Hogwarts staircase boasted a total of 142 steps. Some were wide and grand, while others were narrow and shaky. Some led to different locations every Friday, and some would suddenly disappear halfway up, requiring one to remember where to jump. Additionally, there were numerous doors that would not open unless one politely asked or precisely poked the right spot. Some doors were merely solid walls masquerading as doors. Remembering the locations of various things was no simple task, as everything seemed to be in constant motion. The portraits frequently visited one another, and I could swear even the suits of armor could walk. Is this your excuse for being late? Professor McGonagall observed the two boys before her, who were trying to defend themselves. Hermione, who was taking notes nearby, rolled her eyes when Harry used their introduction to Hogwarts as an excuse for their tardiness. Gentlemen, please take your seats promptly. Do I need to summon Professor Flitwick to float you over? McGonagall raised an eyebrow, prompting the two to quickly sit beside Hermione. 10 points from Gryffindor. McGonagall, unrelenting in her point deductions, treated it as a routine matter. Harry, looking innocent, pulled out his books, only to notice Hermione glaring at the two of them with utmost seriousness. Before Harry could speak, Hermione shot them a particularly exaggerated eye roll. This isn't our fault, Harry whispered to Hermione. It was my brilliant idea to tell you two such a marvelous excuse. Hermione replied without lifting her gaze. We truly took a wrong turn. And then Mr. Filch insisted we were trying to enter that corridor on the 4th floor, claiming that Madame Pants saw us. Harry said, looking quite troubled. Ron chimed in, explaining that Madame Pants was his cat, incredulously adding, can you believe it? Just as he finished, Hermione shot him a disapproving look. Explaining is merely a cover-up. And a cover-up is a fact. Were you two wrong? Hermione continued to write notes. Wrong, they admitted in unison. The automatic board designed by an unknown individual on the podium had already begun erasing the previous notes, a piece of chalk starting to write new content. Observing this, the two conceded their defeat. Where did we go wrong? Hermione, having completely covered her notes with a pile of books, continued to inquire. You said what was wrong. And that's where it is. Another exaggerated eye roll followed, and Hermione moved the excess books aside, lending her notes to the two. Harry began to quietly copy Hermione's notes, while Ron copied Harry's. After all, this was material they would need for the next Transfiguration lesson. Campus life was even more joyful and interesting than I had anticipated. Excluding certain classes, every Wednesday night, we stargazed, learning the names and trajectories of constellations. Next time, I should ask Professor Chinyu if stargazing in his country is similar. Additionally, we had to tend the garden 3 times a week under the careful guidance of the esteemed Sprout, with no danger involved. The content we were currently learning could be considered biology, and it was quite acceptable, aside from the strong odor of dragon dung. History of Magic was the most thrilling and perilous course, with a high degree of danger. A ghost with over 500 years of experience recited spells. Each class felt as if it were drawing the students' souls, inducing a state of drowsiness. Perfect, class dismissed. The most popular class, for now, was Charms. I must say, Hermione truly excelled. She was the first to master such complex spells. However, the most attention was on Seamus. Did he only know how to cast the exploding charm? For some reason, it seemed that in recent Transfiguration classes, he had incurred the wrath of the cat organization. The first incident involved Madame Pants, and the second time he was caught red-handed by another cat. Currently, his house was at the bottom of the score rankings, and even the head of his house showed no mercy. Here comes the defense against the dark arts class. Ugh, was Professor Quirrell wearing a scarf? Or was that the 1,000-year-old wrappings of a mummy? It even smelled of garlic. It was said to be a defense against vampires. Perhaps I should recommend my uncle's inferior perfume to the professor, as I could still tolerate that scent, although I may not possess extraordinary talent. I thoroughly enjoyed my school life filled with laughter and camaraderie. It was truly splendid. After documenting all of this, Harry closed his notebook and prepared for bed. Clearing his mind, he focused, gathered, and guided his thoughts. Silently sensing the surrounding energy, Harry discovered that everyone had already drifted into slumber. Good night. Soon. A month into the new term. Ron, do you have time the day after tomorrow? Harry received a letter from an owl on the morning of September 30th, excitedly. He woke the still sleeping Ron. Oh, heavens, how late did I stay up doing homework? You know, Ron grumbled, his head still firmly pressed against the pillow. Look. Professor Chinyu invited me to his National Day Gala. Harry exclaimed, holding the letter towards Ron. Professor? National Day Gala? Ron questioned, confused as he dressed. It's a custom of the professors. They're hosting a small dinner for students who have opted for their subjects. I've received an invitation too. I thought we could sneak in and ask the professor some questions about ancient magic. Harry pulled Ron out of the boys' dormitory and into the common room. That sounds great. When is it? Let me see. The day after tomorrow afternoon? It has been approved by Professor Dumbledore. Can you take me along? Ron was also quite interested in ancient magic, but sadly, only third years and above could enroll. I'll write back to the professor right now to ask. Harry was thrilled that Ron could accompany him. Ron was aware that Fred and George had chosen, as they had always expressed their enthusiasm. At that moment, Harry's Hedwig flew over, tapping on the window, urging her owner to open it. Upon seeing this, Harry quickly let her in and noticed that the letter was from Hagrid. He asked Ron to help him open it while he prepared some of Hedwig's favorite mouse treats. Hagrid mentioned that if Harry was free after classes, he should visit for tea, as he had baked some delicious rock cakes and requested a reply. After reading the letter, Ron conveyed its essence to Harry. Once Harry fed Hedwig the mouse treats, he glanced at the letter, then wrote, "All right, I would be delighted to come. See you this afternoon." And sent Hedwig off with it. "You two are just in time. Come along with me. This afternoon, we have potions class with Slytherin. Don't be late." At that moment, Hermione descended from the girls' dormitory, clutching several books, appearing quite petite before Harry and Ron. "I don't think Professor Snape likes me," Harry remarked, recalling the potions professor's demeanor. Addressing Ron and Hermione. "Come on, mate, he dislikes all of Gryffindor." "It wouldn't matter who was in his class," Ron shrugged. "If you two can master the basics, and your experiments and notes are flawless, he won't have anything to hold against you, will he?" Hermione raised an eyebrow and lifted her chin slightly, directing her words at the other two. Indeed, they echoed, feeling the inevitable discomfort. The trio then made their way to potions class in a formation resembling a letter F. In his office, Snape stared blankly at a photograph until a knock echoed through the door. "Professor, it is time for class," Malfoy reminded from outside. With a smirk, Snape carefully placed the photograph back in the drawer, securing it with a protective charm before sweeping out of his office in his flowing black robe. "Let us meet the illustrious Harry Potter," Snape said, locking eyes with Malfoy, enunciating each word. The class in the basement of a certain academy commenced unexpectedly, as the renowned headmaster Professor Snape burst through the classroom door, startling several Gryffindors who were still whispering amongst themselves. 5 points from Gryffindor. "Have you not learned the etiquette of attending class in the past month?" Snape sneered, observing a trembling Neville. Come, while it appears we have sufficient numbers. Who knows what new marvels our brave Gryffindor lions might concoct." He then began calling the roll, deliberately targeting Gryffindors, his voice barely audible, his gaze enigmatic, as if he had been out for a midnight stroll. "Let us see who this name belongs to," Snape remarked, seemingly saving Harry's name for last. Wearing an expression reminiscent of a mocking uncle. "Harry Potter." "Present, Professor," Harry quickly stood to respond. "Ah, the famous Harry Potter. Indeed. Our renowned savior has joined us this year. However, I am curious about this genius's aptitude for potion making. Let us find out. Put away your wands. They are unnecessary," Snape declared, moving slowly towards Harry, a derisive smile curling on his lips. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew honors, and even stave off death, provided you are not the fools I suspect you to be." While addressing the entire class, his final word, "fools," was directed pointedly at Harry and Ron. "Mr. Potter, what would I obtain if I were to brew a potion using aconite and essence of cowbane?" Snape inquired, his eyes glimmering with mischief. A sleeping draught, Professor," Harry responded after a moment's thought. And what would result from mixing wolfbane and belladonna?" Snape pressed further, taken aback by Harry's correct answer to the first question. Thus continuing his interrogation. "The anti-waking potion, Professor," Harry hesitantly ventured, but upon seeing the professor refrain from immediate derision, he felt emboldened to repeat it with emphasis. "Excellent. Let us hope your practical potion-making today is equally flawless, Mr. Potter," Snape stated, returning to the lectern as he concluded his remarks with barely a glance at Harry. "Thank you, Hermione," Harry sighed with relief as he quickly sat down, wiping the sweat from his brow and expressing his gratitude to Hermione. "How did you know he would ask those questions?" Ron leaned in to inquire. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely had you memorize some formulas from first and second year. The more you remember, the better you will fare in any examination," Hermione replied while continuing to read. "Malfoy, what potion do you obtain by combining mandrake root powder and wormwood?" Snape queried as he swiftly wrote on the blackboard with a piece of chalk. "A powerful sleeping draught, or rather, the elixir of life," Malfoy replied nonchalantly. "And what of dungroot? Where does it originate?" Snape continued without glancing at the students' reactions. "From the stomachs of cattle and sheep, Professor," Malfoy answered again. "Very good. 10 points to Slytherin." In truth, Snape had already inscribed the questions on the board before Malfoy answered. Anyone who could read would have no trouble reciting them. "That's not fair." "Harry got 2 right as well," Ron exclaimed, rising from his seat to protest loudly. "Ah, yes, 10 points to Gryffindor, however, due to Mr. Weasley's outburst. 20 points will be deducted," Snape announced. "What are you all waiting for? Take out your precious cauldrons and swiftly fetch mandrake root powder and wormwood. You must each sample the potions you brew before class concludes." Snape issued his orders with no room for Ron's rebuttal. After nearly an hour, the Gryffindors emerged from the basement classroom in a daze, having brewed a sleeping draught. Each of them, though taking but a sip, felt drowsy and ready to sleep. Harry and Ron, leaning on each other for support, ambled down the corridor, with Ron even mumbling in his slumber. "No need for oil and cooking, splendid. I wish we had an endless supply at home." At that moment, Hermione hurried up from behind, brandishing a small stick that she had dipped into a vial, waving it under Harry and Ron's noses. "Achoo! Achoo!" The two began to sneeze uncontrollably, but fortunately, it awakened them from their stupor. "Thank you, Hermione. What was that?" Ron asked, puzzled by the scent he had just inhaled. "Oh, it was from Neville's cauldron. I don't know what it is, but after smelling it, I felt more awake. So I borrowed a bit," Hermione replied, still absorbed in her book as she walked ahead of the two. "Ugh, no wonder, that scent packs a punch. Still, thanks," Harry remarked, recalling the aroma that had stirred his stomach uneasily as he and Ron continued to reminisce. "Harry, we must meet Hagrid," Ron said, still reeling from the effects of their potion, feeling as though he needed a portable toilet. "All right, if you two gentlemen do not mind." I shall return to the dormitory first. As a gentle reminder, there is a considerable amount of homework for the weekend. I hope. Hermione continued to speak as she walked ahead, oblivious to the fact that no one was following her anymore. Shall we leave her behind and run ahead? Harry gazed at Hermione, who was still chattering away, feeling a twinge of guilt. Upon regaining her composure, Hermione was infuriated to realize that the two gentlemen behind her had departed without so much as a farewell. In a fit of rage, she vowed never to lend them her notes again. Thus, she proceeded slowly towards the Gryffindor Tower dormitory. However, as she passed by the forbidden area on the 4th floor, a wave of horror washed over her upon discovering the door ajar. Hastily, she concealed herself behind a nearby staircase, eager to discern who might emerge from within. After all, curiosity is a significant catalyst for Gryffindor's penchant for perilous escapades. Moments later, she observed Professor Quirrell peering out from the doorway, seemingly surveying his surroundings. Once satisfied that all was well, he swiftly exited and locked the door behind him, executing the actions with remarkable efficiency. Perhaps he had merely gone to tend to some hazardous items within, as one would expect from a professor. Yet, his overly cautious demeanor was undeniably suspicious, igniting Hermione's inquisitive spirit. On the other side, Harry and Ron arrived at Hagrid's hut. "Ah, come in. Better late than never," Hagrid exclaimed. "Hagrid, someone is bullying me." Yaya stepped back. "This is our own. Sniff it. Remember the scent. Next time, wag your tail." "Who did you say?" Hagrid calmed Yaya and recalled Harry's grievance. "My potions professor," Harry said, casually rubbing Yaya's head, which delighted the creature. "Professor Snape? Impossible. Who is this?" Hagrid's first reaction was to see Ron standing too close to the fire, almost mistaking him for a flame. "Weasley? One set of twins is enough. I hope you turn out to be a student like Percy." Hagrid gazed at Ron's thick red hair, starting to pray. "Hello, Ron Weasley. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ron shrugged, introduced himself, and continued to battle a large rock cake in front of him. Meanwhile, Harry was gnawing at his piece of rock cake. "Ah. And I hope you can help Harry a lot. So, what happened?" Hagrid, after brewing some tea, returned to the topic at hand. "I feel like Professor Snape really dislikes me," Harry said, looking up at Hagrid. "Oh? Why would he hate you?" Hagrid stared intently at his teacup. Harry sensed that Hagrid was concealing something, as his attention to the teacup seemed out of character for him. So, he briefly recounted the events of the lesson. However, Hagrid did not pursue the matter. "Oh, Snape dislikes all non-Slytherin students. It's not personal. He targets everyone." Hagrid raised an eyebrow, feeling he had found a good excuse. "How's your brother Charlie?" Hagrid quickly changed the subject before Harry could respond. "That lad is quite nice. He is skilled with all sorts of creatures." Ron noticed the conversation had shifted to him and put down the rock cake that had almost knocked out his front teeth. He and Hagrid exchanged remarks about Charlie's studies on dragons. Harry sat quietly, eyes narrowed, saying nothing as the two animatedly discussed various topics, including Madame Lorelei, Filch, and the twins, sharing amusing anecdotes from past years. Yet, Hagrid would steal glances at Harry every few sentences, and Harry noticed this clearly. At that moment, Harry spotted a newspaper beneath the teapot, and a headline caught his eye. "All right, you two chat. I'm going to read the paper." The Daily Prophet reported on the recent break-in at Gringotts, detailing the incident from July 31st. In summary, unknown terrorists, or rather, dark wizards, were responsible. However, nothing was stolen thanks to Gringotts' formidable security. As for what was in the vault that was breached, Gringotts strictly adhered to confidentiality agreements. Not even the Ministry of Magic could disclose that information. Quite a good advertisement, Harry thought after reading. But the timing is peculiar. "Hagrid," Harry suddenly called out. "Oh, what is it? Another rock cake?" Hagrid was startled. "July 31st, that's my birthday, right?" "Yes. Why?" "You took me to Diagon Alley." "Indeed. And you even visited Gringotts to withdraw money. Did you find Vault 713 a bit familiar?" Harry lowered the newspaper, directing the illegal break-in case towards Hagrid. "Oh, wasn't it 317? I forget. You know, I usually don't remember such trivial matters. Want another rock cake? Oh dear, it's late. You should head back to the Great Hall for dinner." Hagrid quickly got up to pack the remaining rock cakes. "Here, take these back for your friends to try. They will love them." Hagrid hurriedly handed over the leftovers to Harry, ushering the two out. Something felt off. Hagrid seemed peculiar. They had indeed gone to Vault 713 that day, and Hagrid had taken the contents away in small packages. What was he hiding? Were those small parcels what the intruders sought? At dinner, Harry and Ron feasted heartily, but Harry's mind lingered on earlier events. "What are you thinking about, Harry? Not hungry?" "Ron, with a piece of fried chicken in each hand, was thoroughly enjoying his meal. I was pondering why Hagrid clearly knows why Professor Snape dislikes me. Yet he won't share it. If I did something wrong, I could change, Harry replied, feeling overwhelmed with thoughts. He needed space to clear his mind. Huh? I don't know. Ron, fully engrossed in food, dismissed Harry's concerns. What's wrong? Hermione, who had been sulking all afternoon, couldn't hold back any more upon hearing Harry's question. She had a lot to say. However, she felt Harry's trouble stemmed from jealousy towards those of lesser age who had gained some notoriety, or perhaps resentment from those who, like him, chose Gryffindor over Slytherin. By the way, I noticed Professor Quirrell sneaking in and out of the forbidden third floor 3 times this afternoon, she whispered to Harry, thinking her discovery more significant. Quirrell? Harry paused. The new question interrupted his thoughts as he glanced at the professor's table. Quirrell, speaking with Professor Snape, turned to give Harry a significant look. Just then, Snape noticed Harry's gaze and turned to him. Ouch. Harry's scar began to throb painfully. Something was indeed amiss, he meant Snape. Rubbing his forehead, he furrowed his brow at Ron and Hermione. Each had their own theories, but lacking further clues, the trio could only focus on filling their stomachs. On their way back to the dormitory, the 3 friends found themselves at the door of the forbidden floor. While listening to Hermione recount the day's events, they observed the door. Ron attempted to peek through the keyhole, while Hermione chastised him for doing so. Only Harry, with keen eyes, noticed a small parchment peeking through the gap above the door. There, Harry exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the parchment. It was an A4-sized piece of parchment. Just as the 3 prepared to examine it, an angry shout from the caretaker echoed behind them. Ha! Caught you in the act. You dare to trespass in the forbidden area. Filch rounded the corner, scolding them loudly. Hand over whatever you've got. Harry, clutching the parchment, had no time to hide it before Filch snatched it away. He could only glimpse a few subject names written on it. Chess? Potions? Fire? Other details were lost before he could see more. Upon witnessing the aforementioned events, Filch felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, he was certain that others would comprehend the meaning behind it. Accompanied by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, he strode towards Professor McGonagall's office. Do not even entertain the notion of escaping punishment. I am well aware that you mischievous students are perpetually scheming to breach regulations, cause disturbances, and show off. Honestly, expulsion would be fitting for all of you, Filch muttered incessantly, his words evoking a sense of anxiety in the trio as he lamented about dungeons, whips, and expulsions. In you go, all of you. Filch thrust the trio into Professor McGonagall's office. Professor, look here. I caught these 3 lurking by the entrance to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, and this was found on them, he said, handing the parchment to McGonagall. Thank you for your diligence, Mr. Filch. I shall take it from here, McGonagall replied, raising an eyebrow as she discreetly took charge after glancing at the contents of the parchment. You must punish them severely, preferably send them to me for. Filch began, but McGonagall swiftly ushered him out of the room. The trio listened to Filch's voice fade into the distance, leaving them feeling quite uneasy. What do we do now? They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Just then, McGonagall returned, forcefully closing the door behind her. She approached her desk and declared, Speak up, Miss Granger, you shall begin. We were merely passing by on our way to the dormitory. The parchment was wedged in the door, and it caught our interest, prompting us to take a look, Hermione quickly explained after a moment's thought. The other 2 nodded in agreement. McGonagall fixed her gaze upon the trio, her silence heavy with authority. Professor, will we be expelled? Harry asked, taking a breath. Certainly not, but punishment is unavoidable. Gryffindor loses 30 points, and I shall inform Hagrid that you are required to serve detention and perform labor, McGonagall stated, rubbing her temples but refraining from handing them over to Filch. But we truly did not enter. It was the parchment that drew us in, Ron exclaimed anxiously. Merely lingering is inappropriate. You cannot fathom the dangers that lie within. Why would you dare linger at the entrance to such peril? Your punishment is not for entering, but for your curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, and I know this all too well. However, had you actually entered, I might not have had the opportunity to punish you at all. Now, return to your dormitories. It is time to extinguish the lights and retire for the night. McGonagall concluded, resuming her work, dismissing the trio with her focus elsewhere. Yes, Professor, they chorused, their heads drooping as they left, particularly Hermione, who reflected that had she not mentioned the matter, they would not have lost points nor faced the wrath of their headmistress. It was not your fault. There was indeed something on that parchment. Professor Quirrell may truly be a cause for concern, Harry reassured, sensing the emotions of his companions. Indeed. But whatever the matter may be, it is for McGonagall and the others to address. We are merely new students. What can we do? Besides, that parchment also served as a warning to the professors, Hermione replied, taking a deep breath before bidding goodnight to the two boys as she turned towards the girls' dormitory. What was written on that parchment? Ron inquired, intrigued. I couldn't make it out clearly. Perhaps it relates to the contents inside. Or maybe it was just someone's class schedule or a prank intended to trouble others, Harry mused, deciding to drop the subject. All right then, good night, Harry. Good night, Ron. Trouble finds you even when you do not seek it, he reflected as the parchment confiscated by McGonagall mysteriously vanished that night. Consequently, she summoned the trio once more for questioning, but to no avail, and with a furrowed brow, she headed to the headmaster's office. After exiting McGonagall's office, the trio exchanged knowing glances, sensing something amiss. Although Harry suppressed much of his curiosity, the proximity of his friends amplified it. Do you think it could be Professor Quirrell? Hermione suggested as they sat down for breakfast, eager to shift the blame onto him. Not necessarily. He was notably taller and did not have his head wrapped, Ron countered. His socks felt oddly familiar. I could recognize them anywhere if I saw them at school, Harry pondered, noting their distinctiveness, though unable to articulate it. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, quietly examining their own plain, patternless socks. Let us proceed to class, Harry said, shaking his head at their mundane footwear. After class, the trio hurried back to their observation point, hoping their quarry had not emerged, but were abruptly halted by a voice from behind. Harry, what are you three up to? They turned, startled, to find Professor Cheney approaching. We were observing the staircase's patterns of movement. As we tend to arrive late, Hermione quickly explained. Is that so? Cheney chuckled, ruffling Hermione's hair. That is quite astute. I often find myself going the wrong way as well. Professor, do you know what dangers lie on the 4th floor? Harry inquired, contemplating. I do, but the headmaster forbids me from disclosing such information. It is indeed perilous. So I advise you to keep your distance, Cheney warned, playfully tapping Harry on the head to steer the conversation elsewhere. Could you assist me with something? Cheney asked, directing her attention to the trio. Soon after, they followed her through a portion of the castle to a classroom cluttered with peculiar items, red and colorful paper, traditional Chinese decorations, and various objects. Help me arrange this classroom, would you? I wonder if you recall that the feast is tomorrow. Cheney smiled at Harry. Of course I remember. Professor, what are these? Harry inquired, holding up a box-like object. That is a lantern, a distinctive lighting feature from ancient China, Hermione replied. Having read about it. Is this a window decoration? Is this a couplet? This. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she excitedly examined the items. The four of them collaborated to decorate, with Cheney occasionally guiding them through simple spells. As Ron and Hermione busied themselves, Harry leaned closer to Cheney, finally asking a question that had lingered in his mind. Do you know Malfoy? Who is that? In the ancient magical studies taught by Professor Cheney, there are hardly any sincere students from Slytherin. This year, Slytherin has two particularly tall followers, one of whom has a noble air and golden hair. Harry pondered a moment and described Malfoy. Ah, I have a slight impression. What is the matter? Cheney recalled the Slytherin table in the dining hall, where his seat was diagonally across from Hufflepuff. Doesn't he, the professor, think his mental strength is exceptionally powerful? Harry pointed to his head and inquired. How powerful? Cheney was intrigued. Could he be more gifted than Harry Potter? The sensing technique you taught me only allows me to perceive that his mental strength is quite formidable. But nothing beyond that, Harry replied thoughtfully. Well, I shall try it out during dinner tonight. Does he react to your sensing? Every time I try to sense him, he notices immediately. How interesting. Cheney's interest was piqued. The classroom, not overly large, was soon arranged. Cheney presented 3 small gifts to the trio, claiming it was a token of gratitude for their assistance, hoping they would enjoy them. Inside were exquisite porcelain teacups, each adorned with distinctive Chinese landscapes. Harry S. depicted majestic mountains and flowing waters, Ron S. illustrated lakeside homes, and Hermione S. featured the elegance of imperial court scenes, all reminiscent of moving magical paintings. The trio admired their gifts, discovering intricate details unique to Chinese culture. Observing the trio walk away with their gifts, Cheney smiled and entered the adjacent office, where the inner room served as his residence, and the outer room was for his work. On the afternoon following China's National Day, Professor Cheney officially hosted a small banquet. Well, what are these? The trio arrived at Professor Cheney's classroom, where the previous day's decorations had been completed, but what captivated them were the outfits of the older students. Ah, this is the traditional attire of my homeland. It's cultural, including Hanfu, Qipao, and Zhongshan suits. If you're interested, you may try them on later. Doesn't it feel delightful? Unbeknownst to them, Professor Cheney had approached the trio from behind, greeting them warmly. "Good evening, handsome sir, lovely ladies," the trio chorused. "Professor, good evening," they greeted. Their eyes fixed on Qinyu, who was dressed impeccably in a pristine Zhongshan suit, complemented by his spirited short hair and distinctively Chinese features, exuding an air of gallantry. For this evening, Qinyu transformed a small classroom into a fitting room, allowing guests to try on various traditional Chinese garments, immersed in the festive atmosphere. The trio was led by Qinyu to partake in the festivities. Eventually, Harry and Ron chose a flying fish costume and a bullfighter outfit, while Hermione opted for a satin jacket paired with a delicate skirt, holding a small fan. Apart from their British aesthetics, they radiated the charm of ancient Chinese beauties. "Professor, is it unusual?" Hermione shyly inquired, her cheeks flushed. The two boys were so engrossed in their excitement that they were oblivious to how they appeared to others. "Not at all. You look splendid, Miss Granger. Everyone attending the banquet is dressed similarly. Wearing school uniforms would be rather commonplace in comparison," Qinyu reassured her, dispelling her wish to change back. Accompanied by the newly attired trio, Qinyu ascended to the center of the classroom stage, his voice resonating. "Thank you to all the students present for joining this banquet, allowing me, a Chinese individual, to feel the warmth of your hospitality in a foreign land. The food tonight has been prepared by my Hufflepuff classmates, featuring Chinese flavors. I hope you find it to your liking. And I extend my gratitude to the Hufflepuff students who recreated these dishes. After the banquet, there will also be a small gift for each of you present. Oh. And feel free to take the attire you're wearing as a gift from me." With that, Qinyu concluded his opening remarks, raising a glass of beverage as he led Harry and the others to one side of the classroom. The entire room was now infused with a Chinese ambience, with lanterns replacing traditional lighting and delicate paper adorning the windows. Occasionally, girls giggled and pointed at the translated riddles inside the lanterns. The most popular dishes included crab roe buns and roast duck, while century eggs remained as unpopular as ever. "During my dinner last night, I sensed that Malfoy is likely not exceptionally powerful in mental strength. Rather, he possesses a formidable magical artifact that influences and alerts him regarding my sensing abilities." Qinyu pulled out a chair for Hermione before sitting down with Harry and Ron. "A magical artifact?" "Yes, he didn't initially detect my sensing. It took him about 5 minutes to react. I certainly did not intentionally conceal my mental strength, which indicates he possesses a remarkable magical tool, likely designed to prevent others from prying." "A peeping mirror?" Ron, munching on sweet and sour pork, chimed in. "What is that?" Harry asked, puzzled. "It's a magical tool commonly used by the Ministry of Magic to prevent spying. I believe I've heard my father mention it before," Ron continued, moving on to a plate of Peking-style shredded pork. "Quite possible. Well, that question is resolved. Harry, do you have any more inquiries?" Qinyu pondered, noting that a peeping mirror is somewhat akin to similar items in China, and it may indeed be the case. "Professor, what is mental strength? Is it a form of ancient magic?" Hermione, fanning her face with the small fan, felt a slight flush, embarrassed to meet others' gazes, yet unable to quell her curiosity. "Ah, it's the threshold for ancient magic. If one cannot even sense mental strength, they would be unable to wield ancient magic." Qinyu smiled. "After all, that belongs to an entirely different magical system." Extending his palm, he spoke, and a flicker of flame suddenly appeared above it. "A different magical system?" Harry did not grasp the distinction. "But we can conjure fire with our current magic, can't we?" Hermione's thirst for knowledge overcame her shyness. "Yes, precisely. But can current magic maintain it?" As Qinyu spoke, the flame in his palm showed no signs of extinguishing. "Maintain? What do you mean?" Hermione furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications. "The essence of ancient magic lies in communication. The flame in my hand is not sustained by my magical energy, rather. It is a product of my mental strength communicating with nature. Of course, to conjure fire in a place devoid of flames requires a small mediation of my own magical energy." Qinyu extinguished the flame with a wave. With a flick of his wrist, small flames, droplets of water, clods of earth, and a tiny cloud materialized above his fingertips, captivating the trio. "Professor, can I do that too? How do I communicate with nature?" Harry stretched out his hand, furrowing his brow in hope of conjuring fire or water. "For now, you can only sense your own mental strength and slightly perceive that of others. There remains a distance before you can communicate with nature for it to serve you." Qinyu chuckled, ruffling Harry's hair playfully. "Then, Professor, how does one sense mental strength?" Hermione recalled the fundamental question from earlier, turning to Harry. "All right. Go and enjoy yourselves. Don't waste the beautifully arranged classroom or the splendid attire you're wearing. One cannot allow you to go hungry. Otherwise, who would attend my dinner party next time?" Chinyu chuckled, interrupting the conversation and urging the three little ones to indulge in food and merriment. Harry, how did the professor teach you? Hermione displayed a keen interest in knowledge, far surpassing her interest in attire. Indeed, the professor was remarkably impressive just now. Ron gazed at Harry with eager anticipation. Harry pondered for a moment and retrieved a coin from his pocket. The professor instructed me to focus on this, he explained. And somehow, I just understood. In truth, he too was puzzled when Hagrid entrusted him to Chinyu's care. Chinyu had presented the coin and suggested he give it a try, and he suddenly sensed a faint aura emanating from it. Shall we inquire with the senior students who have attended the professor's classes? Ron proposed, noticing Harry's bewilderment. That sounds like a plan. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she began scanning the surroundings for potential targets. It's not necessary to go through such trouble. Follow me. Ron led Harry and Hermione through the throng to a secluded corner where George, clad in a prisoner-esque garb, and Fred, dressed as a cruel officer, were clandestinely trading something with their friends. Fred, George, may I pose a question? Ron boldly approached them. Of course, our dear brother, Ten Sickles. George grinned mischievously at Ron. Certainly, Harry is free of charge, and so is this lovely young lady, Fred added. How can you be so unfair? I shall write to Mother about this. Ron fumed, oblivious to the brothers jesting at his expense. Hello, we wish to know how to, sense? Mental energy, or perhaps an introduction to ancient magic. Hermione pondered her wording before speaking up. That, the twins chimed in unison, their faces alight with mischief. Please visit our website at M22FF. CP. George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, chuckling. One of them restrained Ron while the other leaned closer to Hermione and Harry, whispering, You must not disclose this to others. Understood. Hermione nodded eagerly, awaiting the twins to divulge the crucial information. However, the twins remained silent, sharing a wicked grin before releasing Ron and darting away. Scoundrels! I will certainly write to Mother, Ron exclaimed. Hermione, did they reveal the method? He was more interested in the initiation into mental energy than in complaining about his brothers. Well, they said not to tell anyone. No, wait, they said we couldn't tell anyone. Hermione furrowed her brow at Ron. Is your brother truly so mischievous? Huh? Ron seemed momentarily bewildered. Harry sighed nearby. He had been focused on sensing, but the twins showed no reaction. It was likely they either didn't know or hadn't learned it. Harry had hoped to use mental energy to gauge who possessed greater strength. Assuming that would indicate mastery, yet he discovered that none of the attendees exhibited any response. Most likely, no one had succeeded. He shared his thoughts with Ron and Hermione, who drooped their ears in disappointment, appearing quite pitiful. Never mind, let us focus on the food. At least it's absolutely delicious, Ron decided, dismissing the notion of study. Why bother with learning when such a splendid feast awaited? The three little ones set aside their concerns and began to relish the delights of the banquet. Hermione became increasingly fascinated by the riddles and lantern riddles from Hogwarts, even pulling out a notebook to jot down amusing content. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron savored their meal while observing the attire of the guests. Chinyu wandered among the students, engaging them in conversation and addressing their inquiries. The moments of merriment always seemed to pass swiftly. Once again, he expressed gratitude for everyone's presence at the evening's banquet. Stepping to the center of the stage, Chinyu announced the conclusion of the feast. Applause erupted from the audience, with the Weasley twins loudly calling out, When will the next one be, Professor? They had sold a considerable number of delightful items that evening and were quite pleased with their earnings, having received numerous brilliant ideas from Professor Chain. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, for your kind words. I shall inform everyone about the next gathering, he replied. Here are some small tokens for you all. Thank you once again. With a smile directed towards the twins, Chinyu waved as he distributed the prepared gifts to all the students. Joy filled the room, especially among those who received their presents. The girls were gifted exquisite silk scarves adorned with intricate prints, while the boys received pearwood tokens engraved with their respective zodiac signs. As he watched the students depart, Professor Chin waved, restoring the classroom to its original state. Now, Harry and the Weasley gentlemen, Miss Granger, is there anything else? Upon exiting the classroom, Chinyu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the trio waiting at his office door. Just call me Ron, Professor, Ron said, scratching his head. And I prefer Hermione, she replied, still in her attire from the banquet, using a fan to shield her face, her voice slightly muffled. Given the presence of so many similarly dressed individuals, they felt the weight of the surrounding gazes. Come in, Chinyu urged, shaking his head as he opened the office door. Professor, we wish to know the basics of mental strength, Hermione inquired, feeling a surge of courage as the closed office door diminished the attention directed towards them. Genie regarded the trio, then opened a drawer and retrieved 2 coins, handing them to Hermione and Ron. Harry has likely shared this with you. I trust you have tried it as well. Thank you, Professor, they chorused. After imparting knowledge on the techniques of perception and the criteria for entry into this realm, Chinyu bade them farewell. Upon leaving Chinyu's office, the trio swiftly returned to the common room of the tower, only to find it in disarray. Wow, Harry, are you 3 wearing the same attire? How dashing. The boys gathered around Harry and Ron, showering them with compliments. A recent wave of Gryffindors returning from the banquet had indeed stirred excitement, as such attire was an uncommon sight. Hermione, how does that outfit feel on you? It looks splendid. Hermione, surrounded by a group of girls, basked in the admiration. Compared to their uniforms, this attire radiated an ethereal charm. Not only Gryffindor, but the other common rooms, save for the sparsely populated Slytherin, were also abuzz with the marvels of the garments from the Far East. This newfound fascination had notably increased enrollment in Chinyu's elective classes. Amidst the cacophony of praise, Harry's gaze fell upon a new notice on the common room bulletin board. Flying lessons would be held with Slytherin House on Thursday. However, devoid of Malfoy's taunts, Harry dismissed the announcement without a second thought. That evening, he took out a small notebook to jot down the snippets of news he had gathered throughout the day. It had been a joyful day, he mused. Good night. Indeed, as long as he could avoid Snape, school life remained exhilarating for Harry. Thursday arrived, heralding the long-awaited flying lesson. A chance to finally grasp a broomstick, an aspiration that stirred within him. The mere mention of flying brooms sent waves of excitement coursing through him, akin to a man reveling in the presence of a supercar alongside a supermodel. Elated, Harry roused Ron early, chattering incessantly. Oh no, it's best to stay grounded. The thought of flying today fills me with dread. Before Ron could respond, Neville, wearing a morose expression, began to lament. Indeed. How could someone prone to accidents on the ground possibly take to the skies? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, swiftly abandoning the topic. Yet, the Great Hall resonated with discussions of flying, students animatedly conversing about the subject. Many from wizarding families had been introduced to flying brooms and Quidditch from a young age. Tales of soaring alongside helicopters or gliders, and the sentiment of flying brooms being a second home, proliferated. Equally anxious was Hermione. Albeit her method of alleviating tension involved dragging Harry and Ron into discussions about various flying-related books she had perused in the library. Her repetitive discourse soon wore on Harry's interest, prompting him and Ron to enlist Neville as Hermione's attentive listener. This arrangement suited Neville perfectly. Their exchange continued until a flurry of owls broke the flying-themed revelry in the hall. Neville received a memory ball sent by his grandmother, a small glass sphere, no larger than a child's palm, designed to aid him in recalling events. Overjoyed, he believed it would prevent him from forgetting anything and proceeded to explain its function to the intrigued younger students. Look, if you hold it like this, and it begins to turn red. As Neville gripped the ball tightly, it suddenly flushed crimson. You must have forgotten something, right? Observing the increasingly red hue of the memory ball, Harry subtly pulled Ron and Hermione backward. Only Seamus remained beside Neville, incessantly declaring, You must have forgotten something. Then, the memory ball erupted. Seamus, bewildered, felt as if life itself had exploded around him. You might have forgotten quite a bit at once, Mr. Longbottom, Draco remarked with a smirk, having witnessed the incident but deeming it unnecessary to comment earlier. The Gnostic with the O-shaped mouth suddenly recalled something and hurriedly dashed towards the tower dormitory. Ah, I hope he makes it in time for breakfast. Harry squinted as he observed Malfoy, who seemed to sense something immediately and turned to look back. Is there something you need, Mr. Potter? Without waiting for a response, Malfoy turned and left the great hall with Crabbe and Goyle. Out of Harry's sight, Malfoy closed his eyes, as if pondering something profound. Harry, redirecting his gaze, spoke to Ron and Hermione. Did you feel anything yesterday? No, they replied in unison. Hermione stared intently at Harry, as she felt he had grasped it all at once while she had not, which seemed unjust. However, during the upcoming flying lesson, Harry would surely have to face her again. Ron, having finished speaking, slumped over the dining table, glaring intently ahead, a manifestation of his concentration, as he believed. Harry shook his head, understanding he needed to inquire elsewhere for answers. Yet, if the other party remained silent, there was little he could do. After an exhilarating day, Harry finally anticipated the flying lesson at 3:30 in the afternoon. The weather was splendid, with a gentle breeze and a clear view, perfect conditions. On the lawn, Slytherin students had already gathered, chatting among themselves. Upon noticing the arrival of the Gryffindors, they cast challenging glances. Only Malfoy seemed out of place, quietly reading a book while occasionally jotting down notes. Before long, Madame Hooch arrived, urging everyone to gather by their brooms. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, hurry." Once she had finished her instructions, she began guiding the newcomers through the knowledge and techniques they were to learn. After listening to the guidance, Harry remained composed and did not rush to take action. He focused his mind. The weather was not only suitable for flying but also for connecting with nature, which at that moment appeared serene and gentle. His hand slowly moved above the broom, and it obediently soared into the air, accompanied by a faint reciprocation of his mental energy. To his surprise, he discovered that mental energy had such a positive effect on a magical object like a broom. It felt as if the broom had become an extension of his own body. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, continued to struggle with her broom, which refused to rise from the ground. Once everyone's brooms were airborne, Madame Hooch resumed her instruction on the principles and precautions of flying. She required the Slytherin and Gryffindor students to partner up and fly around the lawn at a slow and steady pace. Upon hearing this, Malfoy silently positioned himself opposite Harry and smiled at him. "I hope you don't mind, Mr. Potter." "Not at all," Harry replied, shaking his head. He perceived Malfoy's smile as insincere, but opted to refrain from confrontation, having nothing to say. With the exception of Neville, who had been granted special permission by Madame Hooch to observe, everyone else was prepared. The newcomers began to circle the lawn, with Madame Hooch and Hermione flying at the rear. Malfoy and Harry led the pack, and as they rounded a corner, Harry felt Malfoy's gaze upon him and turned to look back. However, he noticed Malfoy smiling genuinely this time, unlike the earlier forced grin. It was as if he were an entirely different person. Harry sensed something intriguing in Malfoy's eyes, but before he could inspect further, his broom went out of control. The rogue broom propelled Harry into the sky, and Madame Hooch, noticing the anomaly at the rear, immediately commanded everyone to descend. "No one is allowed to take off without my permission." After issuing her warning, she rushed towards Harry, who was soaring through the air. In the lofty heights, the broom appeared to be attempting to cast Harry down, akin to a wild stallion breaking free from its reins. Hermione and Ron watched Harry anxiously, their gazes fixed upon the sky, oblivious to Malfoy's peculiar behavior. He too was gazing upwards, yet his jaws quivered restlessly. At that moment, Harry was engaged in a struggle of his own. Having perceived the anomaly, the broom was infused with a tempestuous magic, exerting its control over him. He was engaged in a mental struggle for control of the broomstick. At that moment, Madame Hooch soared into the air. Yet it seemed as if Harry's broom was aware that she was there to rescue him, deftly evading her pursuit among the clouds. After a prolonged entanglement, the broom suddenly hurtled towards the castle wall, with Harry clinging precariously to it, almost thrown off. At such a height, a collision with the castle would certainly lead to severe injury or worse, and a fall from such an elevation was fraught with peril. The startled gasps of the first-year students on the lawn reached Professor McGonagall in her office, prompting her to hastily glance out the window. All she could see was the rapidly approaching broom with Harry precariously perched atop it. She immediately drew her wand, ready to cast a spell to save the student. But just then, Harry executed a remarkable maneuver, flipping over and firmly securing himself on the broom. As the imminent crash loomed, he kicked off the end of the broom with all his strength, pulling the front end sharply upward, narrowly avoiding disaster as he soared upward alongside the castle wall, brushing against the specter of death itself. With a sigh of relief in midair, Harry gradually guided the broom down to safety. In that moment of crisis, he felt as though he had transcended some limitation, successfully mastering the broom and preserving his life. Upon landing, he was met with the awestruck gazes of the Gryffindor first years, while the Slytherin students nearby simply scoffed. Ron and Hermione were the first to rush over to inquire about Harry's well-being. As Harry descended, he was already scanning the surroundings and spotted Professor Snape retreating from the entrance. Could it be? "Are you all right, dear?" Madame Hooch followed closely behind, attentively checking on Harry's condition and suggesting he see Madame Pomfrey for an examination. "Everyone, class is dismissed. No one is to touch their brooms. 2 of you accompany Harry to the infirmary." "Are you all right? You truly scared me," Hermione exclaimed, patting her chest. "Let us head back and discuss this later." Harry glanced at the Slytherins, particularly noticing Malfoy, whose smirk only exacerbated the inexplicable pain in his scar. "That was absolutely thrilling, though terrifying," Ron remarked. Now that he saw Harry was unharmed. "I saw Snape while I was in the air. He stealthily retreated from the entrance." Harry turned his head to survey the area, quietly sharing his discovery with Ron and Hermione. "I also sensed something amiss with Malfoy," Harry added thoughtfully. "It was just after he glanced at me that my broom went out of control. I suspect he and Snape are conspiring against me." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, unable to conceive of an alternative explanation. Perhaps this was indeed the truth. Should we inform Professor McGonagall about this? Before Hermione could finish, a voice called from behind. Harry Potter, come with me. It was Professor McGonagall summoning him. Ron and Hermione were filled with concern. But they had no choice but to wait in the dormitory for Harry's return. At dinner, Harry appeared, bringing both good news and bad news. The good news was that his actions today had earned him a chance to try out for the Quidditch team. The bad news was that his detention had been extended. Though he hadn't lost any points, Ron was overjoyed upon hearing this, declaring it an honor for a first year, especially since it hadn't happened in a century. Harry was equally excited. A mere detention could not dampen his spirits. The two engaged in an animated discussion about Quidditch, unaware that Malfoy and his two lackeys had approached them. Mr. Potter, it's wonderful to see you unharmed, Malfoy greeted with a smirk. Is there something you want, Mr. Malfoy? Ron retorted, his disdain for Malfoy palpable. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Weasley. I'm relieved that Mr. Potter is well, Malfoy replied, shaking his head with a chuckle. Why were you staring at me today, just before my broom went haywire? Harry asked, puzzled but determined to confront him. Do you believe I caused it? Malfoy laughed. You think an 11-year-old first-year wizard like me could do such a thing? In a more subdued tone. Malfoy leaned closer to Harry and Ron, his expression serious as he whispered, I truly didn't. I was merely observing Professor Quirrell at his window, curious about what he was watching. I didn't intend to stare at you. Enjoy your meal. Good night. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable thought began to take root rapidly in Harry's mind. After Malfoy finished speaking, he departed the hall accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. His words left Harry somewhat bewildered. Although he was uncertain whether magic could achieve it, mental fortitude could certainly accomplish the task with ease. Yet, there was no reason for Professor Cheney to wish him harm. Do you actually believe what he said? Hermione quipped, tossing a crumpled ball of paper at Harry. She then rose and made her way towards the library, pondering that perhaps by delving into books, she might uncover the answers to the questions that eluded her. Harry's thoughts were somewhat muddled. Without waiting for him to ponder further, another matter began to monopolize his leisure time: detention. Hagrid had found Harry in the Great Hall and instructed the three of them to meet him at 6 o'clock the following evening. Don't be disheartened. I'll take you on a little adventure then. Observing the three downcast figures, Hagrid felt a twinge of sympathy, so he rephrased his words, managing to instill a sense of warmth among them. However, this statement undeniably shifted their despondence to an excessive excitement, leading them to consider that perhaps this punishment was not so terrible after all. On Friday evening, at Hagrid's hut, he greeted them cheerfully. Ah, you've arrived. We've got quite a bit to do tonight. Would you like to start with some rock cakes? Upon hearing the knock and seeing the three of them ready, Hagrid's face lit up with joy. No thanks, Hagrid. We've already eaten. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, recalling the rock cakes known for their use in dragon dental care, and promptly declined Hagrid's offer. Hermione, however, was curiously surveying Hagrid's abode. This is Hermione. Harry thought to introduce her but hesitated, unsure of how to frame it, as she was a rather enigmatic presence to an 11-year-old boy. Hello, Mr. Hagrid. Hermione smiled sweetly at the approaching giant. Hello, little Hermione. Just call me Hagrid. Harry's new friend? Hagrid seized the opportunity to engage. Well, sort of. Ron plopped down onto a chair, only to be met with several disapproving glares from Hermione. Harry, too, received a number of eye rolls from her without any explanation offered. This left Ron and Harry perplexed as to whether Hermione desired friendship or not, which was quite bothersome. What are we doing today? Harry quickly redirected the conversation, eager to commence the most anticipated part of their evening. You can't be this enthusiastic. This is detention, a punishment from the professors for your misdeeds, Hagrid lamented, covering his face with one hand. All right, we understand we were wrong, truly. We want to do it again. So, Hagrid, what are we going to do? Ron inquired, his tone unchanged even in apology, quickly reverting to his original question. Well, I need your help preparing food for Fong, Hagrid sighed, acknowledging the boundless curiosity of the new students. Fong? The three exchanged curious glances and asked Hagrid. Ah, you needn't worry about what that is. Just help me with the ingredients, and I'll introduce you to some fascinating creatures. Hagrid led them to the back of the hut, where numerous large boxes were filled with unidentifiable vegetables and enormous pumpkins. These are my creations. I call them meatballs, a superior feed. Hagrid opened a box revealing a multitude of small, round, meat-like entities, devoid of limbs, mouths, noses, or ears. These little fellows are my experiments. Once they touch the ground, they rapidly sprout tendrils to absorb nutrients for growth. I may have overdone it a bit. Their absorption rate is too fast, and if they take in too much, They explode. Hagrid excitedly introduced the little meatballs, though he became slightly embarrassed toward the end. Explode? Hermione caught the keyword. Oh, like this. Hagrid tossed one of the meatballs onto a nearby patch of open ground. A few seconds later, the meatball began to swell, its size increasing at an alarming rate. Ultimately, it burst open at the size of a watermelon, scattering its contents everywhere. Interesting? Hermione asked, glancing at the mess. Yes, quite interesting, Ron exclaimed, picking up a meatball and squeezing it. It morphed in his grip, oozing between his fingers, before returning to its original shape once released. Can I take one home? Ron asked, delighted. This feels delightful. He continued to squeeze the meatball. All right, enough playing. You need to grow these meatballs. You must pull them from the ground before they explode, like this. Hagrid demonstrated, allowing a meatball to absorb nutrients until it reached the size of a watermelon. Then yanked it out and placed it into another large box. Begin. You must cultivate all 30 boxes of meatballs. Hagrid clapped his hands, assigning the task. This was indeed quite entertaining. Hermione and Harry each took 2 meatballs and began to squeeze away. Hermione felt the weight of her recent academic pressures lift, while Harry found himself relaxing, having recently endured a series of distressing events, nearly perishing during his beloved flying lesson. This was a true reprieve. Bang! The sound jolted Hermione and Harry back to reality. Ron was covered in meatball remnants. Ron, what happened? Both asked, stepping back. Hagrid didn't mention how difficult these were to pull out. Ron lamented, having followed Hagrid's method, yet despite his utmost effort, he was unable to extract them. Laughter erupted from Harry and Hermione, and soon, even the forlorn Ron joined in the mirth. Hagrid, having fetched a few shovels, remarked, "Oh, I forgot to mention. You might need some tools." Hearing the laughter and seeing Ron's messy state, he couldn't help but chuckle as well. After Hermione helped clean Ron up, the 3 of them commenced their detention. What a pity, these meatballs only last a week. Otherwise, they would make splendid pets, Ron lamented. Though he needed a shower more than anything, given his meaty aroma. Perhaps Mr. Weasley could frequently land himself in detention just to squeeze meatballs at Hagrid's, Hermione mused. Suddenly turning to the boys with a raised chin, rolling her eyes at them before bidding them good night and heading back to the girls' dormitory. What was that about? Ron and Harry exchanged puzzled glances as they returned to their own dormitory. The weekend unfolded, a leisurely respite awaited them. Harry was on the verge of facing his team selection assessment. That morning, he had dragged Ron along to the lawn outside the castle, where Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, awaited them, accompanied by the Weasley twins, who were also members of the team. Good morning, Harry, the twins chorused in unison, each wielding a hefty bat that suggested they were not merely there to play Quidditch, but rather to accompany Wood in a confrontation with Slytherin. Good morning, Fred, George, and Captain Wood. Harry greeted them before following Wood as the quintet made their way toward the nearby Quidditch pitch. On the field, other members of the Gryffindor team were present, including Katie Bell, Alicia Spinett, Angelina Johnson, and Lee Jordan. After detailing the role of each player, Wood proceeded to explain the rules and the characteristics and functions of each ball. Now, let us witness some genuine skill, Wood declared as he handed Harry a broomstick and released the golden snitch into the air. What you need to do is catch it amidst our distractions. Do you understand? Wood and the other players then mounted their brooms. As Harry prepared to embark on his assessment, he closed his eyes and attuned himself to the sensations around him. Above him soared 2 whirling bludgers, accompanying his teammates into the sky. Observing the formidable array above, Harry silently shut his eyes once more. Following his narrow escape from peril, he felt his psychic sensitivity had significantly enhanced. He focused intently on sensing everything within the expanse of the sky before him. A small reflection of feedback appeared directly above everyone, and the tiny golden snitch seemed to linger, as if captivated by the excitement below, refusing to venture further away. With a faint smile, Harry swiftly mounted his broomstick and shot upward into the heavens. Wood and the 3 chasers began to rapidly pass the quaffle, attempting to disrupt Harry's trajectory, while the twins unleashed their bludgers towards him. Amidst this barrage, Harry executed a deft maneuver, evading the bludgers, and darted into the fray of swift passes, aiming for the elusive golden snitch above. Wood's eyes lit up at the sight. Harry had remarkably spotted the snitch so quickly. However, the true test lay ahead. Only exceptional flying skills would enable him to keep pace with the ever-elusive snitch. The crowd held its breath, their gaze fixed on Harry as he pursued the shimmering prize. After several exhilarating moments of chase, Harry managed to hang upside down on his broom, successfully capturing the golden snitch just as it attempted to plummet to escape. Incredible! Amazing! Wood bellowed, triumphantly pumping his fist in the air. On the sidelines, Ron and a seemingly unannounced Hermione were clapping incessantly. "Well done, Harry. You're amazing." The twins exchanged enthusiastic fist bumps, sensing that this year's championship was within reach. Once Harry touched down, he found himself enveloped by three charming female seekers who lavished him with praises, declaring him the youngest seeker they had ever encountered. Without hesitation, one of the upperclassmen proclaimed, "It's settled then. I will submit our team roster to Professor McGonagall. The Quidditch championship is undoubtedly ours." Wood, brimming with excitement, dashed toward the castle to share this splendid news with the equally fervent Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, from her office, had already witnessed the entire scene through the window. Upon seeing Wood running towards her, she joyfully returned to her seat, humming a song she adored in her youth, her spirit soaring. After taking attendance, Wood began to organize the team for practice. After all, aspiring for victory requires more than mere slogans. It demands diligent training. On that day, Harry absorbed a wealth of new knowledge. By dinner, the news that Harry Potter had become the youngest seeker in history had spread throughout the entire school, turning Gryffindor into a jubilant sea of celebration. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Malfoy sat in silence, absorbed in his book, occasionally glancing towards Gryffindor while jotting down notes. In addition to his academic pursuits, Harry had discovered a newfound passion that resonated deeply within him. A few mornings later, the owl post arrived as usual, delivering a multitude of letters. Harry received a magnificent flying broomstick, a Hawaii #1 from China. He paused momentarily, extending his hand to caress the broom, savoring the connection it offered. Once he established a bond with the broom, Harry glanced up at the professor's table and soon spotted Professor Chinyu smiling at him. The professor raised his cup in a gesture of celebration while nodding towards the broom in front of Harry, implying it was a gift for him. Harry returned the gesture with a nod and a joyful smile. Professor McGonagall observed this exchange with keen interest. She shot a surprised glance at Chinyu before shaking her head and smiling. She had also intended to procure a new broom for Harry, but since Chinyu had already taken care of it, she decided to inspect the broom's quality later. After all, nothing concerning Harry was trifling, and this broom, being a novel product from China, piqued her curiosity. The striking design was something everyone would want to behold. Ron and Hermione were equally aware of the significance of the gift and shared in the excitement. However, the Hawaii #1 was unfamiliar to them. Ron pondered its efficacy while weighing the broom in his hands. The craftsmanship was superb, made from solid wood with a sleek, aerodynamic design. And the tail was adorned with magical silk, lending it an ethereal beauty. "Should we give it a try?" Harry suggested, unable to suppress his enthusiasm. "Absolutely," Ron replied, devouring the food on his plate in a flash, his eyes fixed eagerly on Harry as he prepared to take his first bite. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's voraciousness, continuing to read while eating her breakfast. She had been diligently searching for books related to ancient magic, particularly the spell that had previously disrupted flying brooms. "Do those two have any sense of urgency?" Hermione mused, observing Harry and Ron finish their breakfast in a whirlwind. Once they were done, they turned to Hermione, who felt a swell of happiness at their willingness to wait for her. Nonetheless, she had to head to the library. They could not simply play around. "You two go ahead. After breakfast, I need to consult some materials in the library regarding Harry's broom," she informed them. And they quickly understood her intent. "Let us meet on the lawn outside the castle when you're done," Harry and Ron exclaimed before hastily leaving with the broom. After all, nothing compared to the thrill of a broomstick. Professor McGonagall also set down her utensils, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and strode purposefully after Harry and Ron. Only Professor Chin remained seated, silently observing the scene with a quiet smile. Suddenly, he turned to face Professor Dumbledore, who was watching him as well. Without a word exchanged, Chin shrugged and departed from the hall. "Have they already begun?" "Grindelwald, I hope I have not made the wrong choice this time." Dumbledore silently closed his eyes. The news of Professor McGonagall testing a previously unseen broom spread swiftly, especially as she rode it on the lawn outside the hall, where passers-by could easily notice her. A few inquiries would quickly reveal the nature of her activities. "Remarkable. The performance is outstanding. Has there been such progress in products from China?" McGonagall soared several laps over the lawn and the Black Lake, executing emergency stops, accelerations, turns, and other maneuvers, feeling as though she had regained decades of youth. As Professor McGonagall descended, Harry was the first to rush forward, his heart racing with excitement at the sight of the professor's flight. Under the watchful eyes of numerous onlookers, he mounted his broomstick, feeling his spirit intertwine with the instrument. With a sudden surge, he soared into the sky, his speed surpassing even that of Professor McGonagall, accelerating with a ferocity akin to a sports car shifting into its S-track mode. The broomstick, equipped with inherent wind and water resistance, allowed Harry to cast aside any concerns, urging him to go faster, faster, and faster still. Twists, dives, and rapid ascents elicited cheers from the captivated crowd. The name of Hawaii echoed throughout Hogwarts, as people marveled not only at the exquisite cuisine and beautiful attire of Hawaii, but also at this remarkable talent. As students brimmed with excitement over the remarkable performance of their brooms, the British Ministry of Magic was also graced with a generous gift from the Hawaii Group of China, presented to the Aurors and Chasers. Meanwhile, our esteemed Minister Fudge found his office adorned with exquisite porcelain trinkets, having lost several paintings in the process. Chinyu chuckled as he held a letter in his hand. Joy is indeed contagious, especially for the young witches and wizards eagerly anticipating the forthcoming Halloween. Professor Flitwick was conducting a lesson on the charm that enables objects to levitate, with Hermione undoubtedly the first to transform the professor's knowledge into her own. Under the extraordinary influence of his formidable mental prowess, Harry swiftly succeeded in making the table and feather before him float as well. Consequently, Professor Flitwick was left pondering whether to award Harry points or deduct them. Ron was fiddling with a feather using his wand, managing only to lift it slightly each time. This led him to wonder if his feather was heavier than the others, prompting him to poke it repeatedly with his wand. Where there is light, shadows are sure to linger. Unbeknownst to Harry and his friends, a hooded figure clad in black robes approached the castle's rear entrance, employing the levitation charm. The figure transported a large object, covered with a cloth, to a corridor seldom traversed by anyone. With a gentle tap of the wand and an indistinct incantation, the object emitted a white glow before returning to tranquility. The cloaked figure then chuckled softly and departed swiftly. Meanwhile, a theft occurred in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, where an ordinarily quiet girl lost some precious magical materials. Hermione, who had not joined the other girls, became a suspect due to her keen interest in those materials. I swear it was Timmy, I was merely curious about their uses and had no intention of stealing them, Hermione pleaded helplessly in the common room. Typically, she only associated with Harry and Ron, and her rapport with the other girls was, shall we say, lacking. Who else could it be? We've been together all day, and you were the only one out of our sight. Besides, the dorm is magically protected. You wouldn't suggest that someone could break in, would you? The other girls were aggressive, not genuinely believing Hermione was guilty, but rather irked by her haughty demeanor. It was merely a chance to bully the academic overachiever. Hermione's attempts at defense faltered, and tears streamed down her cheeks, causing the accusatory girls to panic. However, Hermione gave them no opportunity to speak, bolting from the common room. Don't look at me. I just wanted to vent. Who knew she was so fragile? The girls who had bullied Hermione feebly attempted to justify their actions to those around them. At that moment, the quiet girl seemed to flash a shadow in her eyes. Feeling helpless, Hermione wandered the campus, wishing to confide in Harry and Ron. Yet, upon seeing them surrounded by a throng, excitedly showcasing their new brooms, she hesitated to approach. Yes, indeed, she was left to bear it all alone. In the office, Professor Cheney was perusing letters when a knock interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he found Hermione standing there, uncertain why she sought him for solace. Cheney smiled and stepped aside, inviting her in. He poured her a cup of red tea, using leaves he had brought from his homeland. What troubles you? Your eyes are quite red from crying. Did Harry and Ron bully you? He queried, rummaging through his belongings until he produced a packet of large ear-rabbit milk candies, offering her some. The sweet candies calmed her considerably, and the slightly bitter tea seemed to resonate with her feelings. Professor, how does one begin to grasp mental power? I've been trying for ages with no success, Hermione asked, her face reddening. Cheney, initially prepared to listen to her woes, was caught off guard by her sudden inquiry. Haha. He laughed heartily. I, too, intended to seek counsel from a professor, but I realized that acquiring new knowledge brings me joy, so I opted for the most expedient route, Hermione said, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, you've bested me. Have you sensed the coin these past few days? What are your thoughts? Cheney asked, shaking his head in mild exasperation as he poured himself a cup of tea. I can't seem to grasp it at all. I even searched the library for information, but found nothing on the subject, Hermione replied, seizing the opportunity to voice her confusion now that the professor did not oppose her questioning. Without guidance, grasping mental power can take a decade or more. Even those with exceptional talent require at least 3 to 5 years, Cheney stated, delivering news that disheartened Hermione. So, the previous exercises were mere games? She retorted. I am here solely to teach ancient magical studies. I never promised to instruct you in authentic ancient magic, he said sternly. Seeing through her intentions. What about Harry? Hermione pondered, convinced Harry had surely made progress. The headmaster instructed me to teach him, Chinyu admitted without hesitation, effectively selling out the headmaster. Then, Professor, may I pose one last question? Hermione, having abandoned her aspirations of learning about mental power from Chinyu, suddenly saw another opportunity. Harry is not my concern, Chinyu said, serving tea and signaling that their conversation should conclude, acknowledging the cleverness of this young lady. Thank you, Professor, Hermione exclaimed joyfully, bowing before darting out. Though she had been wronged, she had received good news today, allowing her to empathize with the boys' excitement over their new brooms. However, as she ran, Hermione suddenly halted, turning her head to glance back at Professor Chinyu's office. The door was once again shut, obscuring the interior. Yet she felt as though the professor was aware of her presence. Earlier, while he fetched tea and sweets, she had noticed a letter on his desk, inscribed with words about magic and plans, but it was none of her concern. In another part of the castle, no, it cannot be. Am I truly lost? Hermione stood in the center of a deserted corridor, bewildered about which way to proceed. This area was utterly devoid of the joyous sounds from the hall. It was eerily silent except for the occasional rumble of thunder outside. The rain poured heavily, casting Hermione into a scene reminiscent of a horror film, with the surrounding darkness amplified by the storm clouds, leaving only a faint glow from the wall sconces. At that moment, she heard footsteps and an unsettling growl that did not seem human. Terrified, she quickly concealed herself, witnessing someone in the distance stealthily opening a door into the inky blackness. The figure was casting a spell, their movements flashing with light. Moments later, the spell seemed complete, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the figure's head wrapped in a large cloth. Professor Quirrell, although she had long suspected him, seeing him in the flesh left Hermione astonished. After all, he was a professor. A bolt of lightning struck again, and this time Hermione discerned what was being summoned. A giant? No, it was a troll. Hermione collapsed onto the ground, watching in terror as the troll lumbered through the door that Professor Quirrell had opened. Its immense frame, with a flat head and a club in hand, was a harbinger of danger. That club could easily claim a life. In a state of helplessness, Hermione scooted backwards, inadvertently pushing open the door behind her, revealing a restroom. She hurriedly crawled inside, peering through the crack of the door to monitor the troll's movements outside. In the great hall, everyone was reveling in the festivities of Halloween. Harry and Ron, now the stars of Gryffindor, were enjoying the celebration together, but Hermione was absent. They had learned of Hermione being bullied earlier that afternoon. Yet despite their efforts to find her, she remained elusive. Suddenly, the doors of the hall were flung open with force, and in limped Professor Quirrell, who approached Dumbledore with a noticeable limp. He gasped, "A troll is in the dungeons. I thought you ought to know." With that, he collapsed. Chaos erupted in the hall. Professors were unconscious, and a troll was on the loose. Harry and Ron exchanged shocked glances while Chinyu furrowed his brow, lost in thought, and Draco Malfoy squinted, his expression inscrutable. Silence. Dumbledore's commanding voice resonated, restoring order. He promptly instructed the heads of the houses to escort their students back to the common rooms, while he and a few professors prepared to venture into the dungeons. At that moment, in a corner on the first floor of the underground classroom, Hermione trembled as she beheld the approaching giant creature. The beast seemed to catch a scent, sniffing the air incessantly. Could it be that I am destined to perish here? Hermione covered her mouth and quietly crawled into the innermost stall of the restroom, fervently praying that the creature would not enter, hoping that the professors would arrive to rescue her. On the way back to the dormitory, Harry detained Ron. At that moment, Ron had an epiphany. "Hermione!" they exclaimed in unison. Subsequently, they veered off the group at a corner. "Do you know where she is?" Ron inquired as they ran. "I don't know." "What should we do? We can only search for her." "What's wrong with you two?" A figure from a nearby painting spoke up in inquiry. "We are looking for a girl with fluffy, light brown hair, a petite face, quite adorable, standing under 5 feet tall. She tends to walk with her chin raised and never picks up coins. She should be carrying a stack of books." Harry and Ron hurriedly described Hermione's possible features. "Wait a moment," the figure in the painting replied, then began calling out to the figures in the adjacent frames, asking for a solitary young girl. After a brief interval, news was relayed back. She had been spotted near the entrance of a girl's restroom, but there was also a terrifying creature lurking there. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, realizing that Hermione was in danger. As the two arrived, they witnessed the giant creature entering a women's restroom, lured by an enticing scent. "Hermione!" Harry shouted, charging towards the beast, followed closely by Ron, who recited spells as he ran, regardless of their efficacy. Alas, none of his incantations manifested properly. Attracted by the sound, the colossal creature turned its gaze towards Harry and Ron. It glanced at the stalls in the restroom before shifting its attention back to the two outside. Their scent seemed to be more pungent, perhaps a result of recent indulgences or a need for lighter fare. With a mighty swing, it struck the stall, clearing all obstacles between itself and Hermione. Startled, Hermione collapsed onto the ground, had she not sensed something amiss and leaned down to observe the situation outside. That powerful blow could have easily taken her away. However, her gaze soon fell upon Harry and Ron behind the giant. A spark of courage reignited within her. "Get out of the way," Harry shouted to Hermione, swiftly picking up a wooden stick from the shattered debris of the stall, and then executing a sliding maneuver. He thrust it into the creature's vulnerable underbelly. Ron was incessantly reciting spells, regardless of their efficacy or correctness, going through them one by one. Meanwhile, Hermione was scuttling across the ground, evading the attacks of the troll, seizing the opportunity presented by the troll's underestimation of him. Harry delivered a powerful strike to the creature's groin, drawing upon the experience he had gained from his encounters with Dudley. When faced with a foe who is larger and stronger, one must target their vulnerabilities to gain an advantage. This time, the troll reacted. The previous poke with the stick had seemingly gone unnoticed, but this upward blow was a different matter altogether. It was not merely painful. It was a blow that would induce cries for help. Enraged and humiliated, the troll turned to seize Harry's foot while raising its massive club, intent on delivering a retaliatory strike. Wingardium Leviosa. The incantation echoed simultaneously from Hermione and Ron, as Hermione retrieved Harry's discarded wand. Ron, at last, managed to pronounce the spell correctly. As the troll swung its club, Harry only caught a glimpse of the giant hand sweeping past him, yet the wooden club had vanished. Perplexed, the troll looked up, only to have the hefty club descend from above and strike its own head. The blunt force of the impact rendered it unconscious. With the troll incapacitated, Harry hastily extricated himself from the creature's grasp, pulling Hermione and Ron along as they fled from the restroom. They dashed through several turns, not glancing back until they were entirely out of sight of the lavatory, at which point Harry released his friends and took a moment to catch his breath. "We must inform the professor," he said, brushing off the dust from his clothes. However, he waited in vain for a response from his companions. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Ron and Hermione, their faces etched with terror as they stared behind him. Alarmed, Harry quickly turned to see, not far down the corridor, a colossal suit of armor wielding a massive axe, advancing step by step. Its entire form was a vivid red, as though drenched in blood, and the helmet emitted a menacing crimson glow, an unmistakable harbinger of danger. A profound sense of terror enveloped the minds of the three, their thoughts consumed by the specter of death. At the critical moment, Harry, harnessing his extraordinary mental prowess, managed to break free from the shackles of fear. He bit down on his tongue, awakening himself from the paralyzing dread. Regardless of the circumstances, he seized Hermione and Ron, turning to flee. This was unnatural. The fear emanating from their pursuer bore an unsettling resemblance to the mental energy he exuded. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Drawing upon the pain from his tongue, Harry urged Hermione and Ron to run alongside him. Even as the colossal suit of armor behind them advanced with the force of three small beings in a single stride, Hermione and Ron's legs trembled, rendering them incapable of exerting any power. The distance between the armor and the trio dwindled with each passing moment. Were it not for Harry's ability to exploit corners and terrain to gain a slight advantage, they would have already met their end. They needed to hold on until the professor arrived. Harry understood that this formidable foe could not be vanquished by the three of them alone, and he was uncertain whether the professor would prevail against such a creature. Yet, this was their only glimmer of hope for survival. "Hermione, Ron, pull yourselves together," he implored. They could not continue this way. Dragging two people along would not allow them to outpace their monstrous pursuer. Once more, Harry bit into his nearly healed tongue, using the pain to shield himself from the paralyzing fear emitted by the armor. In a desperate gamble, he channeled his surplus mental energy toward Hermione and Ron, hoping to alleviate their dread. At that moment, spurred by Harry's mental influence, joyful memories began to surface in Hermione and Ron's minds, their expression shifting slightly. It was working. Harry observed this transformation, relinquishing a portion of his defensive mental energy to amplify his output. Like a bursting bubble, he sensed he had pierced through something significant. "Harry," Ron murmured softly, awakening from his stupor. At this moment, Ron, upon seeing the armor behind him once more, found that the overwhelming terror that had consumed his heart and mind during their first encounter had dissipated. "Harry, what is this?" he exclaimed. But there was no time for questions. "Help me." Harry instructed Ron to support Hermione as he prepared to confront the monster that lurked behind them, buying time for his two companions. Once they regained their senses, the two of them moved much more swiftly alongside a petite girl, deliberately choosing the narrow corridors to evade the armor, successfully widening the gap between it and themselves. Why hasn't the professor arrived yet? Ron grumbled in frustration. I don't know, but there is no way out, Harry declared, spotting the dead end ahead. We're finished. Ron tried each door beside them, only to find small storage rooms, leaving them with no escape, not even a window. At that moment, the armor had also blocked the only corner leading forward. Harry fixed his gaze intently on the armor opposite him, attempting to sense its presence with his mental energy. However, his efforts were akin to a dragon diving into the sea, creating no ripples whatsoever. It was only when he nearly exhausted all his strength that he detected a vaguely familiar mental presence within the armor, seemingly controlling the monstrous figure. He noticed that this mental thread was reaching towards a specific direction, as if connecting to something, yet Harry felt an overwhelming headache from his exertion. Not enough mental energy. Blood trickled from the corner of Harry's mouth, alarming Ron beside him. Wingardium Leviosa. At this juncture, Hermione finally shook off the grip of fear. Spotting the armor not far away, she instinctively uttered the incantation, aiming for the battle axe in the armor's grasp. However, the levitation charm merely caused a ripple across the armor before being dispelled. The magic didn't work. Hermione's expression turned frantic, glancing anxiously at Harry and Ron. Guilt intertwining with her unease. She felt that had she not lost her way, her two friends would not have come searching for her, and thus would not be facing this life-threatening peril. Once Harry regained his composure, he noticed Hermione's tear-streaked face. Although he was too drained to sense anything further, her thoughts were plainly visible upon her countenance. It's not your fault, he reassured her. Reaching out to grasp the hands of both Hermione and Ron, the three of them forming a united front against the encroaching armor. Pressing their backs against the wall at the end of the corridor, watching as the armor inched closer, relentlessly breaking through the barrier before them. Moreover, due to the initial choice of a narrow corridor, the armor, which was simultaneously being destroyed and advancing, completely obstructed the exit, rendering any possibility of escape futile. I'm sorry. Hermione's small hand clutched tightly onto Harry's, her voice a continuous stream of apologies, tears cascading down her cheeks. Professor, Headmaster, is anyone there? Help. It was Ron who, in a moment of desperation, raised his voice. Harry, taken aback, realized the urgency of calling for help. This was no time for silence out of fear of being discovered. Shout louder. Hermione, her voice tinged with sobs, urged the trio to cast their loud spells. When children encounter peril, they must cry out to ward off danger. Everyone, down. A frantic shout pierced through the air. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately threw himself and his companions to the ground. Soon after, they heard an unfamiliar language echoing through the corridor. He quickly glanced at the armor, noting the deep crimson, reminiscent of blood, of the massive axe in the stranger's hand. In an instant, a figure surged past the armor, appearing before the three children. Towering and imposing. Huagua, Professor Chinyu. Hermione recognized the language as that of her homeland, instantly realizing the identity of their visitor. Impossible. Is that really Hong Wong Kaife? Only after facing the armor did Chinyu realize how familiar it looked. In his bewilderment, he uttered a name that was alien to the trio. Yet, the current situation left no room for Chinyu to ponder further. After all, this entity could almost be considered a nemesis of mages, and getting too close would spell his doom. Ice barrage. Ice hammers materialized before Chinyu, each one striking the armor in rapid succession. Although the magic was negated by the armor's immunity, the accompanying negative attributes of the spell gradually began to manifest. The surface of the armor started to freeze over, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish. The temperature around them plummeted rapidly, enveloping the three children in a bone-chilling cold. As Chinyu sensed that the temperature had reached the desired threshold, he unleashed another spell, one of even greater potency. The roar of ice and snow danced through the air. A colossal magical array materialized beneath the feet of the armor, and the extreme cold significantly amplified the might of the ice roar. Just as the armor was about to step beyond the confines of the magical array, Chinyu's spell transcended the limits of immunity, encasing the entire armor in ice. Yet, this was not the end. At this juncture, only its mobility had been hindered, while the core control remained unbroken. What he had accomplished thus far was merely a delay, for Chinyu's instantaneous movement was distinct from the phantom shift, an ancient form of magic that could only be employed by a single individual. Nevertheless, Chinyu's assault was far from over. Judgment's sacred word. Another immense magical array emerged beneath the armor, but unlike the previous instance where the imp was swiftly enveloped, this magical halo was slowly and steadily encircling the armor with remarkable deliberation. At this moment, Chenyu was exerting all his strength in casting a spell, his arms trembling as he struggled to steady his wand. Ultimately, just before the armor broke free from the ice, a radiant aura enveloped the entire suit, akin to a purifying light. Even through the layers of ice, wisps of white smoke began to rise. Subsequently, the armor collapsed with a resounding crash, shattered into fragments. Harry comprehended that the mental force controlling the armor had been dissipated. However, before he could utter any remarks about the scene, he and his companions were tightly embraced by Chenyu, who had turned to face them. "It is well that you are safe. It is well," he murmured, gently stroking the heads of the three young ones, as waves of white light emanated from his hands. The trio felt their inner turmoil gradually subside. At that moment, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. What was happening? As Chenyu comforted the three, Professor Dumbledore and other faculty members finally arrived. All present, including Dumbledore, were profoundly astonished. The situation before them appeared to exceed his expectations, seemingly slipping from his grasp. Harry and his companions were escorted to the headmaster's office, accompanied by the heads of the four houses and Professor Chenyu. What on earth transpired? Dumbledore's eyes flickered with a hint of anger as he posed the same question. Ultimately, one individual shouldered the entire burden. Hermione had already contemplated this on their journey and decided to take responsibility. After all, there were points to be gained rather than lost. However, the unexpected developments compelled Dumbledore to seek further information, resolutely determined to uncover the truth. Thus, Harry did not withhold any details and recounted what he knew. "Are you suggesting that someone was controlling the armor to pursue you?" Snape sneered ominously. "To hunt down 3 11-year-olds. Whose academic performance is rather mediocre and whose abilities are not particularly formidable. Indeed, that is precisely my assertion. And by the way, Hermione is the top of our year." "Thank you," Harry retorted boldly. "How intriguing." Snape began to prepare a rebuttal when Dumbledore interjected, "Please remain silent, Professor Snape." He then turned his gaze towards Chenyu, who was playfully engaging with Fawkes beside the bookshelf. Sensing the gaze of everyone upon him, Chenyu let out a sigh. Indeed, Harry was not mistaken. That armor was indeed being manipulated by someone. The adversary had concealed themselves adeptly, and I have traced several sources. Chenyu revealed his findings. Oh? This statement piqued everyone's interest. The first source was the Slytherin common room. The second was the staff office. The third pointed to you, Headmaster. There were also the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Towers, the Ollery, and even the final source. Well, that leads back to me. The sources cleverly indicate me. A remarkably skilled method of concealment. I was completely unaware of a trace of mental energy that had been following me. Not even you can discern it? Dumbledore furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Beside them, Harry was momentarily taken aback, acutely aware of an overwhelming force of mental energy. Was it truly that substantial? Moreover, it seemed that the professor was concealing her knowledge about the nature of the armor, and while prone on the ground moments ago, he thought he had glimpsed something familiar. Could it be? The latest website address is M22FF. CB. Dumbledore had left Professor Chenyu behind, allowing the others to depart first. Accompanied by Professor McGonagall, the trio returned to the tower's common room. Today, you three have been remarkably fortunate. I hope there won't be a next time. Why couldn't you simply remain in the common room? She admonished. You must understand, should anything happen to you. Professor McGonagall's concerns were palpable. She was genuinely frightened. Previously, the headmaster's calm demeanor had led her to believe that nothing could escape Dumbledore's control. However, the colossal armor had nearly convinced her that she might lose Harry and his companions. At the entrance to the common room, Professor McGonagall embraced the three of them, issuing one final warning. Only after watching them enter the common room did she turn to leave, intending to inquire about the situation in the headmaster's office. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, the trio exhaled in relief, feeling a sense of liberation and joy, as if they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Due to Hermione's actions, which she undertook without permission, she was penalized with a deduction of 30 points. However, their triumph over the troll earned Harry and Ron an additional 20 points each. Subsequently, their calm escape in the face of the suit of armor and Ron's quick thinking and calling for help garnered them both an extra 10 points. The hour was quite late, and the common room was still waiting for their return, with the Weasley family and Harry and Ron's roommates present, as well as Hermione's own companions. Hermione's roommates exchanged glances and approached her to offer their apologies, and after resolving their misunderstanding, they resumed their camaraderie as plastic sisters. The boys surrounded Harry and Ron, bombarding them with questions. However, Harry, bound by a vow of silence, could only reveal that Ron had inadvertently dealt with the troll while seeking Hermione and had managed to earn some house points. As everyone excitedly returned to their dormitories to prepare for sleep, Hermione suddenly embraced Harry and Ron tightly, whispering her gratitude in their ears. Harry and Ron patted her back, affirming their friendship in unison. Indeed, they echoed. Hermione's cheeks flushed with joy as she smiled brightly. Just then, Percy shouted at the three, urging them to return to their slumber, lest he deduct points. The trio exchanged knowing smiles and bid each other good night. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, the silent figure of the headmaster fixed his gaze intently upon Chinyu, seemingly trying to glean something from his demeanor. Ah, that entity is known as the Red Wong Kai Fa. It is an ancient magical weapon, generally immune to magic. Unearthed near a relic in a small town called Abanis in Africa, Chinyu sighed, feeding a piece of jerky to Fox. It requires mental energy to activate, he added, unperturbed by the implication this might cast upon him. Who do you suspect is the culprit? Dumbledore continued his inquiry. I cannot say. The perpetrator has disguised themselves remarkably well. However, it would be prudent for you to investigate the immigration records. Surely, this item could not have been smuggled in. Chinyu turned to face the headmaster, a wry smile adorning his face. Indeed, I shall look into it. What is your opinion of Harry? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, retrieving a jar of cockroach clusters from his drawer, gesturing for Chinyu to partake. The taste is quite pleasant, though one cannot eat with their eyes open. Chinyu remarked after sampling a few. Harry is a good boy, exceptionally talented. Did you know he has reached the second stage of mental energy without my guidance? Chinyu was genuinely taken aback by Harry's progress, considering that most students enrolled in his courses struggle to make headway. Not everyone has the luxury of dedicating years to honing their mental faculties. Indeed, he is a remarkably gifted child, brave, kind, and surrounded by steadfast friends. Dumbledore mused with a smile, reflecting on Harry. What if I were to request that you teach him ancient magic? Would you be willing? Chinyu was taken aback. When Dumbledore had initially asked him to establish the subject of ancient magic, he had intended merely to introduce the students to the basics and perhaps teach a few minor spells. Yet, the headmaster had set the course as a comprehensive study of ancient magic, likely sensing the looming dangers and desiring to equip Harry with an arsenal of knowledge. I have no objections. Is there anything else you require? Dumbledore remained silent, merely raising his teacup in acknowledgement. Chinyu finished his tea, wishing the headmaster good night as he prepared to depart the office. By the way, do you need assistance in investigating this matter? He inquired without turning as he reached the door. Thank you, but I have some connections with the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. He should be inclined to assist an old friend, Dumbledore replied, watching Chinyu leave the office. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the office as Professor McGonagall returned with the trio of children. Headmaster, this matter. The sound faded as the door closed. Back in his office, Chinyu contemplated for a moment before taking up pen and paper to write a letter. An owl waited outside the window. After opening the window and retrieving the letter, he scanned it briefly, furrowing his brow. He handed the newly written letter along with a small package to the owl. As he watched the messenger take flight, gradually disappearing from view, Chinyu sighed. Time always seems to slip away quickly during breaks, and as November arrived, Hogwarts was enveloped in an unusual chill. Yet, no matter how frigid the weather, it could not quell the fiery passion of the students. The Quidditch season had commenced. Harry felt a surge of anxiety. For just days away lay his first match. He began to fret over whether he would perform well, if he would make mistakes, or if he might falter under pressure. Moreover, their inaugural match was against the detestable Slytherin, led by Snape. Harry's training schedule, meticulously arranged by Wood, was utterly packed, making him wish to stretch every minute to 60 seconds. Ron, on the other hand, attempted to console him daily, though his efforts proved largely ineffective. He reassured Harry with the notion that accidents occur every year, yet no lives are ever lost. He suggested they prepare a few cushions, so that in the event of an incident, they could rush in to catch him. Regardless, such reassurances only served to deepen the shadows of anxiety in Harry's mind, expanding them into an overwhelming abyss. Hermione began to showcase her cleverness by creating various convenient items for the two boys who frequently ran outside. However, Harry was surprised that he had not seen Hermione much lately. Upon inquiring, he learned that she had been visiting various professors daily, likely believing that her knowledge reservoir was insufficient. She was fervently absorbing new knowledge to avoid finding herself in life and death situations like before. Excluding practical skills, Hermione's current knowledge was already adequate for her fourth year. One day, while Harry and Ron were using the warm lamp Hermione had made to watch other teams practice Quidditch outdoors, Hermione approached them. Harry, Ron, she exclaimed. Her small face flushed from the cold, her neck wrapped in a large scarf that obscured half of her rosy complexion. Over here, Hermione, Harry called. I need your help. Hermione gasped as she settled between the two. What do you need help with? Harry asked, momentarily taken aback, thinking she might require assistance in researching something or perhaps with physical tasks. How could I forget something so significant? Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. Before Halloween, I asked Professor Chin about the fundamentals of mental strength. Do you know what I discovered? The corners of her mouth curled up mischievously as her eyes darted left and right, adding an air of mystery. Harry and Ron shook their heads in unison. No idea. Professor Chin mentioned that Harry's rapid entry into the subject was due to his use of mental strength as a guide, saving him years of effort. So I wondered if you could guide us, Harry, to help us get started, Hermione suggested, producing a coin from her homeland. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes lit up. The professor didn't say it was forbidden, did he? But just to be safe, I'll ask. He only said to find our own way. And if he didn't explicitly forbid assistance, then it must be allowed, Hermione insisted eagerly, her gaze fixed on Harry. She was determined to master ancient magic. After witnessing the battle between the professor and the armored Kaffa, who wouldn't want to learn? Ron also retrieved his coin and stared intently at Harry, awaiting his response. I'm not sure how to proceed, but I'll give it a try. Harry reclined on the grass and began to recall how Professor Chin had guided him on his birthday. First, you both lie down and clear your minds. Don't think of anything. Harry gestured for his friends to lie beside him. Let's start with you, Hermione. Close your eyes and hold the coin. I will guide your mental strength. How to describe it? If the connection is successful, you will sense that what you hold is not merely a coin. A sphere of light? Yes, a blue one, very cold. That sensation. Harry utilized his mental strength to gently connect Hermione's mental energy with the light from the coin. What a strange sensation. Is this the essence of matter? Hermione, being a clever girl, quickly grasped the feeling after just one attempt. However, when Harry withdrew his mental influence, she realized the connection with the coin was rapidly severing, causing her to break into a cold sweat. The professor had warned her not to rush. For a novice, maintaining a connection without a clear mind was impossible. A beginner's mindset? Harry recognized Hermione's anxiety and immediately spoke to reassure her. Ignoring Hermione's efforts, he started to guide Ron into the process. Compared to Hermione, Ron was much more susceptible to external distractions, especially with the nearby Quidditch practice. Despite numerous attempts, Ron struggled to make any progress. On the other hand, Hermione gradually found her footing, successfully establishing a connection with the coin twice. She was now diligently recalling the sensations and steps from her earlier successes. However, an unexpected visitor interrupted their practice. What are you three doing? Professor Snape hobbled over. It was Slytherin's training day, and he had merely come to check on his house's status. The sight of the three sprawled on the grass caught his attention. Disgraceful. 5 points from Gryffindor. And get out of my sight. After scolding them, Snape watched as Harry, Ron, and Hermione quickly fled toward the castle before he continued on his way to the Quidditch pitch. His limping figure left Harry pondering from a distance. What's wrong, Harry? Hermione asked, noticing his gaze linger on Snape's departing figure. Professor Snape has a large scratch on his leg. Did you see it? Really? Ron replied, not considering the significance, as he wouldn't typically scrutinize others' legs. He noted the question for later. Harry felt there was something more pressing to discuss with his friends. There is something amiss regarding the Halloween attack. Harry decided to share his discoveries with his companions. The trio then retreated to a secluded professor's office. I sensed that Professor Chin might be involved, Harry contemplated. It's just a feeling. I have no solid evidence. The revelation stunned Hermione and Ron. Professor Chin? Shouldn't it be Quirrell or Snape? Ron asked, seeking clarification. Hermione frowned, recalling the peculiar letter she had seen in Professor Chin's office. That can't be true. Professor Chin is a good man. He saved our lives. However, Hermione was not entirely certain, as she had indeed observed an odd letter in his office, leaving her uncertain about the conspiracy. I don't believe Professor Chin is a villain, Ron shrugged. Harry noticed his friend's responses. He didn't wish to suspect Chin, but too many questions lingered, and he needed someone to help him analyze the situation. Professor Chin may have deceived Headmaster Dumbledore. The armor that attacked us was controlled by a single mental thread, yet he claimed there were many. His statements rendered it nearly impossible to investigate. As if he were covering for someone, Harry voiced one of his concerns. Could it be that your mental strength is insufficient? Ron pondered, offering a vague response. Do you recall seeing that cloaked figure on the 4th floor? Harry immediately presented further evidence. You mentioned the socks felt familiar. Could it be Professor Chin? Ron gasped, covering his mouth in shock. Actually, I suspected the professor afterward and observed him for some time. Harry sighed and continued to present his findings. From my observations, Professor Chen's daily routine consists solely of his office, the classroom next door, and the auditorium. He rarely ventures far, especially not to the forbidden area on the 4th floor. I haven't seen him there at all in over a month. What if it really is the professor? What should we do? Ron was reluctant to view their savior as a potential antagonist, but was not inclined to offer blind trust either. Do you recall the illegal break-in at Gringotts you mentioned on the train? The vault that was breached is the one Hagrid took me to. He extracted something that day. A small bag. The overwhelming information left Ron's mind in disarray, while Hermione squinted, pondering the connections within the narrative. Moreover, there couldn't suddenly be a place in the school that students are forbidden to enter without explanation. Percy mentioned that, and even as a prefect, he was unaware of the reasoning. What if the item Hagrid retrieved is dangerous? That doesn't make sense. What about Professor Quirrell? He secretly ventured into the forbidden 4th floor as well. Hermione recalled her earliest observations. Although unsure whether they were allies, suspicion lingered. And do you remember what Malfoy said? Harry reminded Hermione and Ron. If he intended to kill you, why would he save us from the suit of armor? Ron pondered, perplexed. Should we inform Professor Dumbledore? Hermione fell silent. I don't know, but the professor did save us. I could genuinely sense his concern for our safety at that moment. Thus, I am truly uncertain. At this moment, Harry and Hermione were equally bewildered about who was orchestrating these events behind the scenes. All right, gentlemen, you should now focus on other matters. Hermione interjected, observing that their prolonged analysis was only leading to further confusion. Harry and Ron turned their attention to her. The Quidditch match is imminent. That should be your priority. Follow me. With a raised eyebrow, Hermione looked down at the two seated boys. They arrived at the trophy room, where Hermione eagerly approached a row of trophies, smiling brightly as she pointed to one. Look at this. James Potter, Best Seeker of 1972. Harry, could this possibly be your father? Ron exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Harry felt a surge of excitement as he stepped closer to examine the displayed trophies. You should feel reassured. You come from an esteemed lineage, Hermione teased Harry, aware of the anxiety he had been harboring regarding the impending Quidditch match. This was quite unlike Harry's usual demeanor. Thank you, Hermione, Harry responded with joy, realizing he had gained a fragment of understanding about his parents, lacking memories of them. He had only heard others speak of them as heroes, yet he had no personal impressions. Thus, these records that allowed him to reconnect with their essence were immensely precious to him. Thank you so much, Hermione. Harry, recharge complete. As the match commenced, the colossal Quidditch stadium was filled to capacity, with throngs of spectators surrounding the towering structures. Students fervently cheered for their respective houses. In the players' lounge, Wood stood over Harry, affirming, no problem, our seeker. No problem. Wood then turned to the next player, eager to proceed, but was met with a fierce glare from Angelina. And you ladies? Wood awkwardly extended his fist for a playful bump with the girls. As long as you guard the goal, the rest is just as tossing the quaffle into each other's hoops. The girls, each more formidable than the last, rallied together. The twins playfully struck each other's brooms. We will knock those Slytherins down one by one. So let us triumph. Victory is ours. Onward. They emerged onto the field, with the Gryffindor team making their entrance. Oh my goodness, there is our youngest seeker ever, Harry Potter, Lee Jordan exclaimed. He rides the Nimbus 2000 from China, which I had the privilege to ride once, an experience that would be worth 10 outstanding scores. Lee's commentary transitioned into an enthusiastic promotion of the broom until Professor McGonagall's barely contained frustration prompted him to cease. Oh, here come the Slytherin lads. Wait, who is that? Lee paused, stunned, as nearly everyone except the Slytherin students was taken aback. Malfoy. 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 The deafening cheers from Slytherin drew Harry's attention to their formidable opponent. The new seeker for Slytherin was none other than Draco Malfoy. Lee's astonishment echoed through the microphone, while Snape, perched in the tower, chuckled with sinister glee. He had narrowly avoided being spotted by Harry and his friends, delighting in the fact that he had sent them away and deducted 5 points. How splendid. Indeed. No one had anticipated this. They had considered Harry an extraordinary talent, only to discover that Slytherin boasted a prodigy of their own. This year was truly a showcase of remarkable talent, though it remained uncertain what thrilling performances they might unveil. Malfoy was mounted on a Nimbus 2000. What a remarkable sight. Witnessing a duel between two of the world's finest brooms in a single match. Lee was exhilarated, and the entire student body buzzed with excitement. Even the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students eagerly anticipating the clash of titans. As the teams gathered, referee Madam Hooch stood at the center of the pitch, beckoning the players from both houses to assemble. Slytherin's captain, Marcus, wore a sinister smile, proclaiming, "You are all doomed." Wood, however, quipped, "Should we feast on dog meat tonight? Black dog meat?" This comment incited the ire of the Slytherin players, who donned dark uniforms, their new traditional color. "How rude, Wood. Can dog meat even be eaten?" The twins chimed in, brandishing their bats as comedic relief. "Aren't dogs known for eating dung? Would you consume them, then?" Marcus glared, ready to retaliate, but Malfoy interjected. "Calm down, let us prepare for the match." Marcus immediately subdued his anger, though his gaze towards Wood remained menacing. "Fair, just, and transparent, I demand an honest game," Madam Hooch declared, her steely gaze fixed on Marcus, aware of his past transgressions. With that, Madam Hooch kicked the box at the center of the field, sending two bludgers soaring into the sky, followed by a shimmering golden snitch that ascended slowly, seemingly surveying the players. Once it locked eyes with Malfoy and Harry, it vanished in a flash. Finally, Madam Hooch released the quaffle into the air. The match had begun, in stark contrast to the larger Slytherin players. The petite Angelina deftly seized the quaffle. Following this, three stunning witches executed a dazzling display of passing in midair, culminating in a successful goal by Alicia. The Slytherin offense surged forth like a battalion of tanks, rendering the girls' efforts utterly futile. However, Gryffindor was fortified by the presence of their goalkeeper, Wood. Wood deftly passed the ball to Katie, who made a daring advance, only to find the ball unexpectedly in Angelina's possession, a truly enchanting display from her. "Oh no, Lee Jordan. If you wish to refrain from commentary, please allow someone else to take your place," Professor McGonagall interjected, cutting off Lee's impending confession. Apologies. The current score stands at 60-0, still favoring Gryffindor." "Ah, splendid. Alia, your bravery is commendable. You ought to be deemed a hero. Look at that Slytherin goalkeeper. Does he not resemble a befuddled dragon?" "Jordan, my sincerest apologies, Professor." The situation appeared overwhelmingly favorable. However, Slytherin was notorious for their cunning tactics. Marcus exchanged a knowing glance with the adjacent batsman, prompting them to unleash a barrage upon Wood. As Wood evaded a wayward shot, he was brutally collided with by Marcus, crashing against the goalpost, leaving him feeling as though his very spine might shatter. Just as he was regaining his bearings, another errant ball struck him squarely in the face, and would succumb to unconsciousness amid the gasps of the crowd. "How could you do this?" Lee seethed, reprimanding Slytherin for their foul play, demanding a severe penalty from the referee. Ultimately, Marcus received a warning, yet he remained unfazed, well aware of the limits he had not crossed. Bereft of their goalkeeper, Gryffindor began to concede points, and the gap in the score slowly narrowed, as Marcus was preparing to employ his usual tactics against the three maidens. A sudden cry pierced the air. "Watch out, Captain." Yet, before he could react, two swift strikes landed upon him, causing several of his teeth to be dislodged. Nevertheless, Marcus, relying on his robust physique, endured the onslaught and remained in the fray. His attention, however, shifted to the twins. A humanoid Tyrannosaurus? Is this a personification of a T-Rex? The twins exchanged glances, realizing the situation was more complicated than anticipated. At the pinnacle, Harry closed his eyes in search of the elusive golden snitch, while Malfoy, positioned opposite him, fixated intently on Harry. As the two remained locked in their standoff, a fleeting sensation suddenly caught Harry's attention. He had found it. His Nimbus 2000 surged forward, propelling him toward the tower above. In response, Malfoy, witnessing this moment, dove after him, the two racing neck and neck. Yet, even the slightest disparity in their speed rendered Malfoy unable to catch up. His Firebolt 2000 began to lag behind the Nimbus. This realization furrowed Malfoy's brow. However, in the next instant, he lifted his gaze towards Harry ahead. "Look, Professor Quirrell is watching you," he said cryptically to Harry. Instinctively, Harry glanced toward the tower, only to be enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread that caused his speed to plummet dramatically. Malfoy seized the opportunity and swiftly surpassed Harry, placing himself in the lead. At that moment, Harry trembled all over, a look of growing terror etched upon his face. He ultimately found himself suspended above the pitch, clutching his broomstick and shaking uncontrollably, as if a victim of acrophobia gazing down from the pinnacle of the Burj Khalifa. Hermione immediately sensed something was amiss. She tugged at Ron, urging him to look above. "What is happening?" Ron, too, recognized Harry's distress, having trained alongside him countless times without witnessing such a state. It was evident that if Harry was in trouble, someone must be casting a curse upon him. There was no other explanation for his predicament. Exchanging a knowing glance with Ron, they began to scan the opposing stands with their binoculars. "Look over there." Hermione suddenly noticed an anomaly. Snape was staring at Harry from the opposite stands, muttering something under his breath. He can't possibly be cursing Harry, can he? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. I'll go take a look. Without hesitation, Hermione lifted her skirts and dashed towards the other side, praying fervently for Harry to hold on. In a corner unnoticed by Hermione and Ron, Chinyu furrowed his brow as he gazed at Harry in the sky, softly uttering a phrase. At last, Harry managed to hold on until Hermione climbed to the opposite tower's platform. A small flame ignited Snape's garments, likely due to the ample oil, causing it to blaze rather swiftly, nearly giving Snape a heart attack. As a result, Professor Quirrell's occiput suffered a fierce elbow strike from Snape, nearly rendering him breathless. As Harry gradually shed his fears, he stood up and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, glanced at Professor Chinyu's seat. He noticed that the professor was frowning at him, occasionally parting his lips as if reciting something in Mandarin. Could he truly be a professor? This thought inexplicably took root in Harry's mind, but he shook his head, realizing that now was not the time for such musings. He had just played a trick, leading Malfoy to believe there was a golden snitch in that direction, while in reality, there was none. At that moment, Malfoy was still searching near the tower for the elusive golden snitch. Seizing the opportunity while Malfoy was distracted, Harry swiftly veered off in another direction, where he discovered the golden snitch hidden beneath the stands. Oh, look at Harry. He seems to have regained his composure. Where is he headed? Ron exclaimed, excitedly tugging at Hagrid's sleeve. No one understood Harry's actions. Moments ago, he and Malfoy had been fiercely darting towards that spot, only for Harry to suddenly exhibit the demeanor of someone terrified of heights while riding a broomstick, before darting off in a different direction. However, it was Lee's keen eyes that spotted the snitch first. Look, it's right down there. Harry found it first, he announced triumphantly. Malfoy won't be able to catch up now. Meanwhile, Malfoy had also sensed something amiss, squinting at the distance as Harry drew nearer to the golden snitch. Ah, what a little rascal, he muttered, though his smile betrayed no hint of joy. Triumphantly, Harry Potter had captured the golden snitch, employing an impressive performance to outwit the opposing seeker. Malfoy, it seems you were a bit premature in your seeking. Perhaps you should practice more, Lee remarked with unrelenting sharpness, only to be swiftly silenced by Professor McGonagall. The entire stadium erupted in cheers for Gryffindor, who, despite losing their keeper, triumphed with a score of 210 to 100. Let us celebrate the heroes of Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Hermione had returned to her own stand and, upon hearing the exhilarating news, began to bounce with joy. In stark contrast, the Slytherin students seethed with anger, vociferously condemning Harry's actions as unethical and lacking in grace. At that moment, all the players from Slytherin surrounded Malfoy. That scoundrel. It's fine. As long as we win the remaining 2 matches, we still have a chance. Marcus, missing several teeth, spoke with a slight lisp. Yet it did not detract from his fierce and sinister demeanor. Interesting, Malfoy remarked, shaking his head and smiling at Harry, who was watching him from a distance. Well done in your performance. I hope you can continue to play the lead role in this game. The Gryffindor players, upon landing, were like heroes from the academy, surrounded by admirers eager to touch Harry, hoping to absorb a bit of his luck. Hagrid cleared a path and rushed in with Ron and Hermione, enveloping Harry in a bear hug to congratulate him. Once released, Harry felt as if he might be crushed by the sheer exuberance. You were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, Hagrid exclaimed, his joy palpable as if he had played himself. Hagrid, I saw it. Snape, he was casting a spell on you, Hermione chimed in, following Hagrid closely to embrace Harry, then whispering in his ear in a tone only he could hear. Snape? Harry was taken aback. He had thought it was Professor Chinyu. Wait. Why am I suddenly harboring such doubts about Professor Chinyu? I'll address it later. After Hermione released him, Ron rushed forward, cheering jubilantly. The celebratory feast continued until midnight, when Professor McGonagall, with a hint of regret, instructed everyone to return to their dormitories. As she departed, she placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Your father was once the finest seeker. Now, you have followed in his footsteps. McGonagall's praise was the sweetest compliment Harry received that day, leaving him smiling even in his sleep. Of course, it was not just Harry. The entire Gryffindor house was in high spirits. The festive atmosphere persisted, but classes still needed to be attended and assignments completed. That afternoon, after lessons, the trio visited Hagrid's hut. Hagrid, we've come to see you. Hello, Fong, was the enthusiastic greeting from Fong, who joyfully circled around the 3. Come in, come in. I was just brewing some tea. Let me pour you a cup. Hagrid's face lit up upon seeing Harry and his friends, though a few large wounds marred his appearance. Hagrid, what happened to you? Ron inquired, intrigued. Don't ask. It's all Fong's doing. That little rascal seems to have grown tired of meat, Hagrid lamented. Bringing up Fong once more, a detail that Harry noted silently, as the wounds resembled those he had seen on Snape's leg that day. Hagrid. Snape is out to get me. He cast a spell on me during the Quidditch match. Hagrid was taken aback. Impossible. He is a professor. And a trusted one at that by Dumbledore. Hagrid still believed in Dumbledore's judgment, but we all witnessed him casting a spell aimed at Harry. Hermione and Ron affirmed as witnesses. Hagrid, I just want to know if there is any connection between Snape and myself or my family, Harry pressed, seeking clarity. I'm sorry, Harry, but without the headmaster's permission, I cannot divulge more, Hagrid said, momentarily taken aback, sorrow evident in his eyes as he gently ruffled Harry's hair. With a sigh, Harry decided to drop the topic, not wanting to put Hagrid in a difficult position. After enjoying afternoon tea at Hagrid's hut, the three returned to the castle, where they engaged in mental exercises before dinner. However, Harry felt a decline in his mental acuity lately, unsure why he harbored lingering doubts about Professor Chenyu. Though he recognized this unease was unwarranted, he could not pinpoint its source. Later, as they made their way back to the dormitory, Harry's keen eye spotted a familiar figure ahead. He signaled Hermione and Ron to be quiet and stealthily followed. It was Professor Chenyu. What could he be up to? Hermione, too, recognized the silhouette. At that moment, Chenyu stood still, unaware of what he was waiting for, while the three little ones silently observed from the shadows. Within less than a minute, Harry sensed something amiss. It seems we have been discovered, he remarked, scratching his head as he stepped out from the corner, approaching Chenyu. Indeed, he mused, realizing that tracking Chenyu was utterly futile. Hermione shrugged and followed suit, with Ron trailing behind. You three? Chenyu had sensed someone tailing him. But based on his instincts, it was merely students he was quite familiar with. Thus, he chose to remain in place, curious about their intentions. Professor, what brings you out so late? Do you need our assistance? Hermione inquired with an innocent expression. Ruffling the hair of the three, Chenyu smiled. I received a package from my hometown, and since it's rather large, I was just about to retrieve it from the entrance. Thank you, but it's late. You should all head back to rest. Delicious food? Ron exclaimed with sudden excitement. Hermione and Harry silently nodded in agreement. Oh, there is food, along with some local specialties. I want to be returning home for the new year this year, so I need to prepare a bit more, Chenyu responded with a grin at Ron. Then pulled out several large rabbit milk candies from his pocket to hand to the three. It's late. You should hurry back. He bid farewell to the trio, watching as they chatted and made their way back to the dormitory. Only after they turned the corner and vanished from sight did he resume his path toward the entrance. It seems we were overthinking it, Ron said nonchalantly. Yet, despite this sentiment, Harry felt an inexplicable unease. He could not shake the nagging suspicion that something was amiss with Chenyu. As the trio made their way back, they approached the vicinity of the restricted area on the 4th floor. The doors swung open once more, exchanging knowing glances. They instinctively retreated to a nearby corner to continue their covert observation. To their astonishment, Hagrid emerged from within, softly murmuring to something. Good girl, Fong. Eat all of this up. Daddy will come to see you again next time. You're such a good girl. Due to Hagrid's considerable stature, the door opened wide, allowing the trio to glimpse the interior, where a colossal three-headed black dog lay. Blimey, is that Fluffy? Ron stammered in disbelief. Upon encountering Fong, Harry felt as though a series of connections had crystallized in his mind, yet the threads remained elusive. At that moment, Hagrid emerged from the room, having finished feeding Fong, revealing a new, grotesque scar on his leg, identical to the one on Snape's. Harry and Hermione exchanged a knowing glance. Ron, however, was unlikely to recall such details, as only Harry and Hermione tended to remember the minutiae. The trio hastily retreated to their dormitory, careful not to be seen by Hagrid, their hearts racing as they exchanged apprehensive looks. Surely, there was something significant within that room. Why had Fong bitten Snape? They found a secluded corner in the common room devoid of other students. Hermione added, Professor Quirrell and Professor Quan must have managed to sneak in as well. I suspect that whatever Hagrid retrieved from the vault is crucial, and Snape, along with Professors Quirrell and Quan, must desire it. But what could it be? While some questions found resolution, they gave rise to new inquiries. It seemed imperative to engage Hagrid in conversation the following day. Ron speculated. Do you think Professor Quan intended to venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight but changed his mind upon discovering Hagrid's presence? Hermione sensed inconsistencies in this notion but could not articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, Harry's mind was ablaze with contemplation regarding Quan until he drifted into slumber that night. In the Slytherin common room, Draco Malfoy lounged in a plush chair, engrossed in an obscure tome, while a fellow Slytherin student spoke cautiously before him. I merely heard it from a few Gryffindors, you know, the friends of the Weasley twins, specifically that garrulous one, Lee Jordan. Draco's expression shifted as he closed the book and shut his eyes. If true, your family shall receive enhanced support from mine. The Slytherin student, whose family had recently encountered turmoil, had once belonged to the same aristocratic echelon as the Malfoys, monopolizing a segment of the European wizarding trade. However, over the past year, their business had faced enigmatic setbacks. They experienced a disruption in supply, incurred losses, and suffered substantial inventory depletion, with the predatory gaze of other families looming over them. They were on the verge of being ousted from the elite circles, burdened by significant debts owed to a foreign consortium. Malfoy, having acquired this information, leveraged his family's substantial resources to present himself with a golden opportunity for a resurgence. Intriguingly, he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of the orchestrator behind these events, exuding an air of assured confidence. The following day, Harry and his companions visited Hagrid's hut once more in the afternoon. After all, the most promising avenue for discovering a breakthrough lay either in confronting Fluffy, the three-headed dog guarding the forbidden third floor, or seeking answers from Hagrid himself. "Hello there. Care for some rock cakes?" Hagrid greeted, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the trio, as they had not previously visited him in such quick succession. Hagrid, Snape, and Professor Quirrell sought to gain access through Fluffy's watchful gaze. The three exchanged glances, and it was Hermione who broke the silence. "Impossible. No one can get past Fluffy." Hagrid gazed at them, astonished. "No, I mean, they are professors personally chosen by the headmaster. They are trustworthy individuals," Hagrid added, realizing his response may have been a bit misguided. "They are clearly interested in what was taken from the vault that day," Harry squinted, sensing Hagrid's palpable unease and pressing him further. "No, I do not know what you have discovered, but this matter does not concern you. With Professor Dumbledore present, nothing will happen. Forget about it. Forget about what is being guarded." This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid's words grew increasingly erratic as he noticed the gleam of curiosity in their eyes. He regretted speaking too freely and wished he could silence his own tongue. "In any case, forget it. That is not for you to inquire about. I need to return to my work, so please refrain from trying to extract information from me." Hagrid, left with no option, hastily ushered the trio away, fearing that further conversation would unearth even more secrets. Nicholas Flamel, a new lead. The trio, unfazed by Hagrid's dismissal, felt a surge of excitement as they finally grasped a thread of clarity amidst the intricacies of their quest. From that point until the Christmas holidays in December, they immersed themselves in the library, poring over texts. "Is this person even real?" Ron lamented, resting a travelogue on his face, his tone heavy with exhaustion. The library was, after all, a realm of restriction for him, and he had been ensconced in its confines for nearly a month. Hermione, meanwhile, stretched luxuriously, nearly emitting a satisfied hum. "It's only been a short while. We barely spend a few hours each day. If you're tired, why not fetch us something to eat?" Hermione raised an eyebrow at Ron after her stretch. "All right then, what shall I get?" Ron responded as though he had just received a reprieve. "Let us indulge in some sweets. After all, it's the best remedy for overexerting the mind," Harry suggested thoughtfully. "Off you go, and return swiftly." Hermione teased Ron with a mischievous grin. "Oh, at least it's nice to get some fresh air," Ron replied, revitalized. 2 hours later, Ron returned, producing several chocolate frogs from his pocket for Harry and Hermione. "Is this it?" Hermione rolled her eyes as she took one, hastily consuming it without a second glance, mindful of the library's strict no-eating policy. "What else could I bring?" "I couldn't smuggle in anything large," Ron said, letting out a contented burp as he settled back into his previous seat. Harry, too, opened a chocolate frog, as he had a habit of collecting the cards. Upon glancing at the card, he discovered it was yet another featuring Dumbledore. "How many of these do I possess now?" "Not sure, but I think I have around 30. Ron replied, taking the card from Harry and scanning it without much interest, focusing solely on the image. Nearby, Hermione examined the card from her chocolate frog, which read, "Bowman Wright, 1492 to 1560, inventor of the Golden Snitch." "Harry, do you want this?" Hermione asked, glancing around before casually handing it to him. "Thank you, Hermione." "I don't have this one yet," Harry replied with delight. "Right? I don't have that one either. Let me see it," Ron interjected, placing the Dumbledore card in front of Hermione and reaching for the right card that Harry had just received. Hermione picked up Dumbledore's card and began to read the introduction. Then, with a sparkle in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Wow, Nicholas Flamel." Harry and Ron leaned in to see Hermione's discovery. The card of the chocolate frog revealed that Nicholas Flamel was renowned for his remarkable achievements in alchemy. Alchemy? The trio exchanged glances before promptly rising to seek out books on the subject. Ultimately, it was Hermione who unearthed a clue from a tome that was nearly as large as she was. Nicholas Flamel was known to be the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? The book stated that it could turn base metals into gold and concoct an elixir that grants immortality. The trio was astounded. It was no wonder so many sought to possess it. However, that day, Hagrid had casually taken it away as if it were just a piece of meat. Harry admired Hagrid's audacity, especially for carrying such a precious item while strolling through town. The three friends felt they had grasped the crux of the matter, and their spirits soared with joy. They excitedly made their way to Hagrid's hut, but to their disappointment, he was not home. Unable to find someone to inquire from, they reluctantly returned to the Great Hall. At that moment, Hermione remembered she needed to pack her belongings, as she was to spend Christmas with her parents. Harry and Ron watched as Hermione cheerfully made her way toward the dormitory. Just as Hermione departed, Hagrid entered, dragging a massive fir tree behind him. "Hi, Harry, Ron," Hagrid greeted warmly upon seeing them. "Oh, Hagrid." Ron was the first to rush over, with Harry following closely behind. Upon reaching Hagrid, he casually handed each of them a large bag. "Wonderful. Come on, lend me a hand and hang these little fellows on the tree." Hagrid towed the fir tree, with Harry and Ron trailing behind, as they headed toward the area prepared for the Christmas festivities. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the two professors, Harry and Ron discreetly refrained from questioning Hagrid. "Potter and Weasley, let us observe the spells you have mastered." Flitwick exclaimed joyfully at the sight of the eager students. "Use the levitation charm, yes, splendid, hang it over there." Watching Harry successfully perform the charm 5 times, albeit with 2 failures, Flitwick was quite pleased. At least it wasn't a complete failure. Under McGonagall's guidance, Ron clambered up and down a tree, adorning it with little stars. Before long, Hermione, having finished packing, joined them. Noticing Harry and Ron's assistance, she hurried over to lend a hand. "What time is the train tomorrow?" Harry inquired while using the levitation charm to pass Ron a small lantern. 9 o'clock, Hermione replied, promptly handing over a small sock. "Then Ron and I shall see you off in the common room tomorrow morning," Harry yawned. "Do remember to notify me via owl if you discover anything." Hermione cheerfully placed a sock in Ron's mouth, provoking him to retaliate by attempting to throw it at her. They joyfully spent the last evening before the holidays. The next morning, Hermione bid farewell to Harry and Ron in the common room. "Merry Christmas, Hermione," they chorused. "Merry Christmas, gentlemen," she replied, embracing each of them before departing with her small suitcase. As the common room door slowly closed, Ron produced a long-prepared diversion. "Care for a game of wizard's chess?" he suggested. Certainly, Harry agreed, completely unaware of Ron's proficiency in the game. At lunch, Harry sat in disbelief. Throughout the morning, his chess skills had proven woefully inadequate, to the point where his pieces were instructing him on how to play. After several rounds of competition, he ultimately lost to Ron. "Let us seek Hagrid this afternoon," Harry proposed, wishing to spare Ron from further self-inflicted defeats. "Sounds good," Ron responded, content with his meal. However, plans often change unexpectedly. "What is this? So many people gathered?" Harry and Ron observed a new announcement on the bulletin board, where numerous students were engaged in animated discussion. "Wizarding Chess Tournament? First Annual Mahjong Championship?" They exchanged glances. "Mahjong?" "Indeed, Mahjong," Chinyu chimed in from behind them with a smile. "Celebrating without a game diminishes the festive spirit. It is a tradition in my hometown. When you inquired about the local delicacies sent from my home, Mahjong was among them." Chinyu led Harry and Ron to her office, where a fully assembled table awaited them, adorned with small, square tiles crafted from ceramics, each piece exquisitely beautiful. "Professor, how does one play this game?" Ron asked, picking up a pair of tiles, one to character and one to bamboo. "The day after tomorrow, I shall instruct everyone on the rules. And the top 2 winners of this tournament will receive a magnificent prize, a truly grand reward," Chinyu said, playfully ruffling Harry and Ron's hair. Harry sensed that there was more to Chinyu's words than met the eye. "Really?" Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. For gifts and prizes from Professor Chinyu were always of the highest quality. Harry beamed as he watched Ron, occasionally glancing at Professor Chinyu, who remained a suspect in their midst. On the morning of Christmas Day, Harry was awakened by Ron's joyful exclamations. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an array of gift-wrapped presents and eagerly joined in the festive excitement. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Ron exclaimed cheerfully, handing over a small gift box. which contained a moving photograph of Harry capturing the golden snitch. Harry placed it prominently on his bedside table. It is worth mentioning that Ron had also sent a gift to Hermione, a large assortment of candies, which were entirely confiscated by her dentist father that very morning. "Merry Christmas, Ron," Harry said, as he presented Ron with a pair of goalkeeper gloves, an item Ron had longed for since he had mentioned it on the train. Unfortunately, they could not afford such luxuries at home. "This is amazing. Thank you, Harry. But can I really accept such a precious gift?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he clutched the gloves. "Of course. Your gift to me was far more valuable," Harry replied, giving Ron a thumbs up. For Hermione, Harry chose a set of magical book care tools, having overheard her lament about the time spent maintaining her beloved books. This fully automatic set was sure to bring her joy. It also caught the attention of Hermione's parents, who were now in a spirited debate over who would get to use it at home. Hermione gifted Harry a set of broom care tools, while Ron received several books. This cake, as always, was exceedingly hard, a present from Hagrid. "This is from my mother," Ron said, setting aside a large piece of rock cake before handing Harry a pullover sweater. "Try it on, mate." It was Harry's first new piece of clothing. Previously, he had only worn Dudley's cast-offs. Aside from his school uniform, this was indeed the first new garment Harry had ever owned. And he was elated to don the sweater emblazoned with the large letters HP. "This is mine," Ron said, finding his own sweater, marked with the letter L. It was simple yet entirely handcrafted, brimming with heartfelt sentiment. "Once you wear my mom's sweater, you're part of our family," Ron remarked, slinging his arm around Harry's shoulders as they shared a knowing smile. They continued to unwrap gifts, an assortment of items from their fellow Gryffindors. Just as their fingers began to tire from the task, Ron exclaimed, "Harry, what is this?" He unearthed a slender package from the pile of presents. "Let's see what's inside." Harry took it eagerly, deftly tearing away the wrapping paper. "Wow, this is so cool," Ron gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Inside lay a short sword indeed. A magical short sword, devoid of a sharpened edge. It was perfectly sized for Harry, slender yet substantial, shimmering in pure silver. As Harry grasped the hilt, he felt the weight was just right, and, with a gentle flourish, the blade began to glimmer with starry specks. "What is this?" "Let me see," Ron exclaimed, retrieving the torn wrapping from the ground. "Professor Cheney sent this, claiming it is a wand used by young wizards from Huagua." Intrigued, Harry listened intently. Ron read aloud from a note attached. "Wishing you a lifetime of peace. May it assist you in times of crisis. Yours, Ancient Magic Professor Cheney." Assist in times of crisis? Harry pondered, staring at the short sword. He closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy toward the weapon. Unlike a wand, the sword responded with remarkable efficiency to Harry's focus. Moreover, its effects were distinct. He sensed a significant enhancement to his mental prowess. How marvelous! Harry meticulously tested the limits of his mental energy, effortlessly surpassing a barrier he had previously struggled to breach. Moreover, the surrounding space was filled with numerous subtle sensory feedbacks. "Ron, I believe I have sensed something," Harry exclaimed with great excitement, recalling Cheney's words that magic serves as both a medium and a catalyst. While ancient magic involves harnessing one's own magical energy to integrate with the natural elements around. "Harry, look, look." Ron had unearthed his own gift from Professor Cheney amidst the pile. "Bracers?" Harry queried, bewildered as he examined them from every angle. "Since we are uncertain of their purpose, why not attempt to sense them with your mental energy?" Although Ron was currently unable to enter a sensing state independently and required Harry's assistance, his eagerness to uncover the mystery prompted him to urge Harry to proceed. Very well. Harry set aside the short sword in his hand and began his exploration with the two bracers. As Harry focused his mental energy on one of the bracers, he felt his magical essence coalesce with his mental energy, forming a transparent small round shield. Simultaneously, the bracers appeared to amplify the wielder's abilities. However, unlike the method of releasing mental energy, they confined the user's mental power and magical essence within a specific range, leaving them uncertain about what threats this item could ward off. After articulating his sensations to Ron, he handed the bracers over, inviting Harry to assist him in entering the sensing state, eager to experience it himself. This time, however, Ron succeeded in entering the state alone for the first time. Without Harry's guidance, the two exchanged glances. While the gifts were indeed splendid, truly magnificent, there lingered a sense that Professor Cheney had deeper intentions in his words. "To the brave you, I hope you can use it to safeguard the future." Ron recited the note from Professor Cheney. "This?" Harry and Ron exchanged another glance. Meanwhile, Hermione, far away at home, gazed at the object in her hand, lost in contemplation. She hurried to her desk, seized a pen, and began to compose a letter. She firmly believed that Harry and Ron must have received one as well. At that moment, a letter lay on Hermione's desk, boldly inscribed, "To you, indispensable. For only with you can all things become possible, ancient magic Professor Chinyu." On the second day of vacation, Professor Chinyu's entertainment mahjong tournament commenced. Harry and Ron were certain to attend, yet they struggled to distinguish themselves among the multitude of students remaining at school. Was mahjong truly so challenging? Why did she desire that particular tile? After being eliminated early, Ron joined Harry, who had also been ousted in the first round. Ron, despite his evident skill and understanding of the game, could only lament that his losses were due to sheer misfortune. It appeared she simply favored that tile without any strategic thought. Harry shrugged. He had been observing the game and ultimately realized that the girl had acted without deliberation, retaining only the tile she found visually appealing. Sighing, Ron's gaze fell upon a model of a palace displayed on the podium, a miniature representation of ancient Chinese architecture. Exquisitely crafted. Have you two been eliminated? At that moment, Professor Chin approached them. Yes, Professor. By the way, thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it. Ron grinned at Chinyu. Thank you, Professor. The gift is splendid. Harry thought of the short sword in their dormitory and smiled broadly at Chinyu. I'm glad you like it. I deliberated for quite some time before making my selection. However, may I request a favor from you two? Chinyu scratched his head, appearing slightly embarrassed. I inadvertently left the small gifts for all participants in my office. You know the place. Could you assist me in retrieving them? I'm unable to leave at the moment. Of course, Professor, Harry replied thoughtfully, accepting the office key. He sensed this would be a splendid opportunity to learn more about Chinyu. Navigating through the corridors and traversing the ever-shifting stairwell, Harry and Ron arrived at the door of Chinyu's office. Without hesitation, Harry unlocked the door. Inside, the room was minimalist, with neatly arranged bookshelves filled with volumes brought from China. The desktop was immaculate, every item meticulously placed. The door to the bedroom compartment was tightly shut, and a glance revealed the unmistakable presence of defensive magic. In a corner beside the bookshelf, they discovered 2 cardboard boxes containing various trinkets from China. This must be it. However, before they departed, Harry noticed that one of the desk drawers was ajar. Typically, defensive spells require complete closure to activate, yet he wondered if the same applied here. Shall I take a chance? Harry mused aloud, raising an eyebrow. What are you wagering? Ron, already waiting outside, leaned in to inquire upon hearing Harry's quiet contemplation. Harry had already opened the drawer, revealing merely a notebook inside, with a pen nestled within, suggesting its owner had been in the midst of writing when something urgent required their attention, prompting a hurried stowaway of the items. Harry motioned for Ron to be quiet, then cautiously prodded the notebook. His mental fortitude had reached a breaking point, constantly attuned to the surrounding circumstances. There were no imagined alarms or defenses, nor any psychic warnings to alert their master. Time was of the essence. Harry hastily opened his notebook, which contained meticulous observations recorded by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, every detail accounted for. A chill ran down Harry's spine at the thought that he had been under Professor Chinyu's watchful gaze all along. Yet, curiously, Professor Chin's mental prowess was unique. Even if he masked his presence, it would render him conspicuously out of place. Thus, if the professor were tailing him, it would be impossible for him to do so without a trace. Or perhaps someone was aiding the professor. The notebook not only chronicled the trio's activities but also included annotations from Professor Chin, as though they were mere guinea pigs in his experiment. Once this notion took root, it proved inescapable. As he continued reading, he noted that the focus had shifted to another target, someone very familiar to Harry: Malfoy. This piqued Harry's interest. No wonder Malfoy had always claimed the professor was peculiar. However, the more he read, the tighter Harry's brow furrowed. The professor had previously mentioned that Malfoy carried a powerful magical artifact that would react to others' prying. Yet, the notes contradicted this assertion. Was it an extraordinary mental ability? An exceptional talent? What did it mean? Could it be that Malfoy was concealing something? Was he not alone? Ron scratched his head, struggling to comprehend. He had never been fond of intellectual pursuits and wished Hermione were there. Yes, Hermione. Harry glanced at the time. There was no more room for delay. The content concerning the 3 of them dominated the notebook, so he set it aside to focus on Malfoy's entries. He was eager to deliver the findings and then find a place to transcribe them. Cautiously, he returned the items to their original location before grabbing them with Ron and rushing back. As they traversed the moving staircase, Harry suddenly pressed Ron against the wall and pulled him to the side. Harry? Ron whispered, bewildered. Over there, on the 7th floor staircase, Harry said, his gaze fixed intently. Malfoy? He hasn't gone home? Ron, alerted by Harry, began to grasp the situation. Where is he going? There's nothing up there. I don't know. But my instincts tell me something is off. You take the items to the professor. I'll follow him and see what is going on. If I run into trouble, you must act accordingly. After instructing Ron, Harry placed the items on the ground and stealthily followed Malfoy. Ron glanced at Harry, then slipped past the edge of Malfoy's line of sight, sprinting towards the classroom for the Mahjong tournament. Harry dared not follow too closely. Aware that the notes indicated the other party possessed formidable mental strength, fearing detection, he gripped the hilt of his magical dagger, gauging the feedback from the nearby wall. Then conducted a simple simulation of his own psychic energy to disguise himself from potential detection. He maintained a distance of 3 floors from Malfoy, peering through the stairwell to see Malfoy waiting in front of a wall. Harry realized Malfoy had found what he sought, as he broke into an uncharacteristic smile, one that was utterly devoid of decorum. For someone like Malfoy, who prided himself on elegance, this was astonishing. In that moment, Harry recalled the professor's mention of multiplicity. Could it be a sign of dissociative identity disorder? Before Harry could ponder further, a door appeared before Malfoy, who pushed it open and entered. The appearance of such a room was baffling. Even as a young wizard, there were moments that left him astounded. Harry, what is happening? Just as Harry contemplated the mystery, Ron returned, breathless. I told the professor you had a stomachache and went to the restroom. Malfoy has entered the room above and has tea come out yet. Harry turned to confirm Ron's arrival and continued observing the situation above. After approximately an hour, Malfoy emerged, wearing his usual elegant smile, scribbling in a book while muttering incantations. We need to go, he is coming down. Harry saw Malfoy close the book and begin descending the stairs, prompting him to pull Ron down a step. At that moment, the moving staircase began to misbehave, abruptly shifting direction. Trapped on that floor, Harry listened to the footsteps above, surveying his surroundings, and dragged Ron toward a corridor that ended in a door. However, the mischievous staircase had yet to revert. If Malfoy reached this floor and did not find him descending, he might linger and investigate, exposing them to danger. Alohomora. Harry reluctantly cast the unlocking charm on the door at the corridor's end, pulling Ron through. Just as Harry strained to listen for sounds from outside, he heard Ron's voice distorted behind him. Harry. After Ron's high-pitched call, which had completely altered in tone, Harry sensed something was amiss and turned to look. A massive 3-headed dog lay before them, snoring peacefully. Fluffy. The two exchanged glances, silently understanding each other's thoughts. Yet, the rightmost head suddenly began to sniff the air. Harry felt a sense of foreboding. They were about to awaken. They had to leave. But misfortune struck again. Before Harry could react, footsteps echoed from outside. What do we do? What do we do? Harry found himself unable to open the door to escape with Ron, as doing so would reveal their presence. Yet, if the 3-headed dog fully awakened, it would spell disaster. As Harry sought a solution, a melodious tune wafted in from outside. The 3-headed creature succumbed to slumber once more, its snores resounding. Seizing the moment, Harry pulled Ron behind the massive body of the dog, which provided ample cover for both of them. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. The door swung open. A figure stepped inside, confronting the 3-headed dog, merely grasping a wand, seemingly engaged in some form of preparation. Harry stealthily peered from one side of the 3-headed dog. His golden hair, coupled with the recent events, unmistakably indicated that the intruder was Draco Malfoy. But what could possibly bring Malfoy to this place? Malfoy uttered no incantations nor spoke a word. His wand danced in the air, releasing a flurry of unknown lights. After a brief moment, Malfoy surveyed his surroundings, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to depart. As Malfoy's footsteps faded into the distance, Harry quietly beckoned Ron to approach the door. As he listened intently to the sounds outside the door, Ron gently patted his shoulder. Harry. Noticing that Harry did not respond immediately, Ron began to call out anxiously in a hushed tone. Upon hearing that Ron's voice was in distress, Harry confirmed that the footsteps outside had ceased before turning to observe Ron's actions. However, he paid little heed to what Ron was doing. Instead, he was taken aback by the sight of 6 large eyes intently fixated on the two of them. His heart seemed to skip a beat. Run, Harry exclaimed, flinging open the door and pulling Ron along as they dashed away. Fortunately, his reflexes were remarkably swift. Otherwise, they might have very well ended up as prey. Inside the room, the 3-headed dog yawned thrice before quietly lying back down, one of its heads letting out a tremendous belch. The 2 little mice that had scurried about earlier held no interest for it. After all, it had previously bitten 2 individuals, only to be thoroughly punished by Hagrid thereafter. This creature held a strong disdain for bipedal beings, finding them utterly unappetizing and refusing to be fed upon sight. That must be Fluffy, Ron said, thumping his chest. Still shaken. It appears we've inadvertently hidden ourselves in the forbidden zone on the 4th floor. Harry shared in the sensation of having narrowly escaped peril. But why would they confine such a large dog in that room? Couldn't they simply leave it with Hagrid? Ron remarked, expressing his dissatisfaction with the school. Beneath its paws lay a pull ring, suggesting a concealed passageway or hidden door leading elsewhere. Harry relayed his discovery to Ron. Having spent a considerable time hiding behind the dog. Could it be? Ron pondered, arriving at a realization. Indeed, it seems that beneath lies the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone. Harry and Ron understood that the dog was merely a guardian, and a rather competent one at that. Yet, why had it intended to awaken only to succumb to slumber once more? Ron contemplated the earlier scene, seeking further clarity. I don't know. Perhaps it was related to that bout of music. After some reflection, Harry concluded that the dog had heard the music and drifted back to sleep. This insight provided them with leverage to extract information from Hagrid. Ron, now relaxed, accompanied Harry as they made their way to the Great Hall. Upon arrival, they discovered that Professor Quirrell's grand prize for the Mahjong tournament was displayed prominently at the center of the hall. The twins stood proudly beside it, collecting admission fees from their classmates. Their approach to Mahjong was akin to cheating, for they had indeed won the tournament through unscrupulous means. Quirrell, exasperated yet resigned, ultimately awarded the prize to the twins. Harry, along with Ron, our little brother, do come and witness the exquisite exhibition of the Chinese palace. It's an experience you won't find elsewhere. A mere 3 sickles grants you 10 minutes of viewing pleasure. George and Fred approached, flanking Ron on either side, extending an invitation towards Harry. Of course, Harry enters free of charge, they chimed in unison. That is not fair. I am still your little brother, Ron exclaimed. Ha ha ha, brothers must keep accounts clear. Harry is a hero of Gryffindor, hence he enjoys complimentary access. The twins' synchronized taunts, laden with mockery, were anything but simple. Infuriated, Ron declared he would write to their mother about it. Oh, come now. The twins rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues, entirely unfazed by Ron's threats. At that moment, Harry smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to jot down the information he had gathered about Malfoy. He settled at the dining table, pen in hand. Yet his mind was a blank slate, recalling only fragments of the details. With a sigh, he closed his notebook. Later that night, after a bout of merriment in the common room, most of the occupants had succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Harry quietly rose to his feet, concealing his presence within the aura of the stone wall. Donning a dark cloak, he approached the entrance of the common room, where the fat lady slumbered. Gripping his magical short sword, he extended a thread of mental energy towards her. Soon enough, Harry successfully slipped out of the common room without disturbing the slumbering guardian. Navigating down the staircase, he arrived at the location where Malfoy had discovered a room that now stood as nothing but a mere wall, devoid of any trace of a chamber. Was it not here? Harry explored the area, running his hands along the surface and even attempting to permeate the wall with his mental energy. The feedback he received confirmed only the existence of a wall. After several futile attempts, frustration overcame him, and he reluctantly conceded defeat. Was it possible that the entrance only revealed itself during certain hours of the day? Malfoy had not opened it immediately. He had lingered at the threshold before the door appeared, reflecting on the day's events. Harry surmised that Malfoy must have been awaiting a specific moment, entering only when the time was right. With this thought, he realized that venturing out at night would likely yield no clues. As he prepared to return to the common room, a sound of footsteps reached his ears, accompanied by the voice of Mr. Filch. Harry intended to evade confrontation and stealthily retreat, but as he turned, the ever-patient Mrs. Norris let out a sudden meow. Startled, Harry accidentally knocked over a suit of armor nearby, the clattering noise echoing throughout half the campus. You little rascal! I found you! Filch bellowed with a hearty laugh. Racing towards Harry's location with fervent haste, Harry understood that if he wished to avoid expulsion, he had no choice but to flee. However, aimless running was not an option, for there were other professors patrolling the night, and encountering any of them would spell disaster. Thus, Harry sought out a route filled with numerous twists and turns, and at long last, he managed to elude his pursuers to some degree, taking advantage of the fact that Filch had not yet arrived. He concealed himself within an adjacent empty classroom. As Ferric sprinted past him, Harry's heart raced, almost reaching his throat. Fortunately, his counterpart showed no intention of stopping to investigate, as there were numerous small classrooms lining the corridor. Harry exhaled in relief, but before he could regain his composure, 2 unfamiliar footsteps approached. He overheard snippets of conversation. The transaction is complete. Here is what you requested, came a raspy voice. Do not rush to take it. What about my matters? However, He did not hear the response from the other individual as the raspy voice returned. Again, I'm not ready. This voice was unmistakably that of Professor Quirrell. Please. Grant me a month. No, just 20 days. I assure you I will manage. The stuttering plea of Professor Quirrell echoed, tinged with anxiety. Only 10 days. Remember. Your master cannot protect you now. The raspy voice delivered a final ultimatum after a brief pause. Harry then heard one set of footsteps retreating, leaving another individual behind, presumably Professor Quirrell. At that moment, another voice emerged. What are you doing here? Inquired a somber male voice. Professor Snape. I heard there were students wandering at night and came to assist, Professor Quirrell stammered, startled. Observing the empty corridor, Snape forcefully pressed Quirrell against the wall. Remember, no one will continually provide you with opportunities. Get your affairs in order, or else do not make me point my wand at you, Snape warned menacingly. But I haven't. I cannot. Professor Quirrell's voice grew increasingly fraught with tension and fear. As Harry listened to the conversation, he pondered what these two individuals sought from Professor Quirrell. Could it be that they were in cahoots? However, this time, Snape did not respond to Professor Quirrell's remarks. As Harry awaited the unfolding events, he suddenly became acutely aware of the unusual silence surrounding him. A surge of alarm coursed through him, amplifying his sense of impending doom. Utilizing his diminutive stature, he concealed himself amidst the stacked desks in the back row, just as the door was unexpectedly pushed open. Professors Snape and Quirrell began to search the classroom for something. Harry felt certain that his cover was about to be blown. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. Oh, Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell, what are you doing? The interruption disrupted the duo's search. Professor Chin, what brings you here at such a late hour? Snape inquired, his lips twitching slightly. I just returned from Hagrid's. He invited me for a drink, Chin replied with a loud belch, offering Snape and Quirrell 2 unopened bottles of liquor. Care for a bottle? It's a festive occasion after all. You both seem rather serious. Thank you. But I do not partake in alcohol. It is late, and I suggest you return to rest, Snape stated before sweeping his cloak and vanishing into the darkness. Chin glanced at Snape, shook his head, and turned to Professor Quirrell with a smile. Would you like a bottle? And no, thank you, Quirrell stammered, visibly anxious as he hastily departed. In the classroom, Harry exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could contemplate his next move, Chin plopped down on the podium. Sipping from the bottle in his hand, Harry realized that he had, after all, exposed himself. Haha, Professor, good evening, he awkwardly chuckled, gradually approaching Chin-Yu's side. Burp. So you've mastered the art of breath concealment, Chin-Yu remarked with a smile directed at Harry. Harry was uncertain whether the professor was intoxicated or sober. The pronounced scent of alcohol lingered, and Chin-Yu swayed slightly. Yet, the light emanating from his eyes suggested a clarity that belied drunkenness. It felt as though Harry had been seen through. I somehow learned it, Harry admitted, scratching his head, feigning a pitiful expression as he occasionally glanced up at Chin-Yu, embodying a sense of regret. Burp. In such moments, it's not merely about disguise. You must also employ your mental prowess to entice others, Chin-Yu said, ruffling Harry's hair. Then suddenly broke into a wide grin. At that moment, Harry felt an unsettling sensation, as if countless eyes were fixated on him from 3 sides, a particularly eerie feeling. Yet he understood that the professor was imparting wisdom. Perhaps, just perhaps, the professor was indeed inebriated, as he proceeded to braid Harry's hair. Once Chin-Yu had fashioned an exceedingly small pair of pigtails, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, actually, that little Hermione could try sporting pigtails. She would look quite adorable. You still have some way to go. Practice diligently. With that, Chin-Yu departed the classroom, empty bottle in hand, finally exhaling in genuine relief. Harry returned his hair to its original state and quietly left the classroom. As he walked, he practiced the mental techniques that Chin-Yu had just taught him, only to find himself lost. The night was already dark, and his attention was scattered as he endeavored to hone the skills imparted by Chin-Yu. It was no surprise that he became disoriented. With no other option, Harry released his mental energy to scan for familiar paths. However, he found no recognizable route, but rather a room that piqued his curiosity. He cautiously pushed open the door to peer inside, much like a scene from a horror film. A mirror stood in the center of the room. Yet, Harry was not afraid. He approached the mirror slowly. What captivated him was not just his own reflection but also the silhouettes of 2 individuals flanking him. Father? Mother? The man and woman in the mirror encircled Harry, and he felt an overwhelming sense of love emanating from the sight before him. Suddenly, Harry found himself envying the reflection gazing back at him. The suppressed emotions within him seemed to be liberated by an unseen force. The events he had encountered, whether fortuitous or unfortunate, surged forth, flooding his heart with immense pressure and uncertainty about the future. Why aren't they caressing my hair? Why aren't they embracing my body? I wish to feel their heartbeat, their warmth. What I long for is their love. After sitting before the mirror for what felt like an eternity, Harry reluctantly departed as dawn approached. Seizing the opportunity while everyone else rested, he safely returned to the common room. Later, he brought Ron to the mirror, eager to introduce him to his parents. Yet, Ron saw himself beating Draco Malfoy and Severus Snape, and compelling Professor Cheney to kneel in worship. At that moment, Harry understood the mirror's true nature. Every night after the holiday, Harry returned, yearning for just one more glance. Harry, that mirror has entranced you, Ron said earnestly one morning. Harry, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, nodded slowly. He knew he kept telling himself, just one last time, one last glance. But truly, Harry suddenly laid his head on the table, burying it in his arms. Sigh. Ron could only gently pat Harry's back, offering comfort to his friend. That night, Harry returned once more, unable to sever the desire that consumed him. You have come again, child. As Harry pushed open the door, a kindly voice emerged. Upon entering, he discovered someone awaiting him beside the mirror. I apologize, headmaster. I have disappointed you. Harry had sensed the presence outside the door. But since the headmaster was waiting by the mirror, he must have been aware of Harry's recent doings, and Harry genuinely needed the guidance of an elder. No, my child. There is nothing wrong with pursuing love and warmth, much like one seeks the light. Dumbledore gently patted Harry's back, offering encouragement to the young boy. Do you understand the mirror's purpose? Yes, I do. It reveals the most intense desires within each person. Yet, it is merely a desire, unfulfilled by its means. Harry said sorrowfully, gazing at Dumbledore. It is called the Mirror of Erist. Dumbledore smiled affectionately, impressed by Harry's unexpected wisdom. The Mirror of Erist, I shall remember that. Thank you, Mirror, for granting me a goal to pursue and the motivation to move forward. Harry reached out to touch the mirror's surface, and the reflection of himself and his parents mirrored the gesture, their four hands seemingly transcending time and space to meet. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye, Mother. I hope the reflection of me in that world brings you happiness. With those words, Harry, already overwhelmed, succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber in Dumbledore's arms. Harry awoke in the infirmary, having passed the final moments of the holiday in slumber, and now, a day into the new term. Upon awakening, the first thing Harry noticed was the sleepy Hermione, who had slumped by his bedside. Hermione had returned the day before the school year commenced. And upon hearing that Harry was in the infirmary, she hurried over in a state of alarm. After inquiring about the situation, she finally exhaled in relief, having kept vigil by his side throughout the night, which left her exceedingly fatigued. Observing Hermione in the depths of slumber, Harry was struck by a thought and extended his mischievous hands. As Ron rushed over to see Harry, he found him lying on the bed engrossed in a book, while Hermione slept beside him. However, Hermione's hair appeared rather peculiar. Harry, you're awake. Ron's loud exclamation earned him a significant glare from Madame Pomfrey. Hermione, startled by the outburst, nearly jumped up. With a worried expression, she turned to Harry, only to find him secretly smiling, looking remarkably healthy and vibrant. You scared me to death. I just returned and heard such news, Hermione exclaimed, letting out a sigh of relief as she rubbed her eyes. Meanwhile, Ron gazed at Hermione's hair in bewilderment. Hermione, when did you change your hairstyle? What do you mean? Hermione was perplexed, thinking Ron was implying something was stuck to her face. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey kindly handed her a mirror. In it, Hermione saw her own chestnut hair styled into two pigtails, the natural curls complementing the look quite well. Her small face, accentuated by her little ears, appeared utterly adorable. However, Hermione's face flushed crimson as she quickly let down her ponytails and turned to glare at Harry. You woke up without waking me, and... Before she could finish her sentence, Hermione covered her face and turned away, retreating to a corner to fix her hair. Laughter echoed behind her, and she found herself smiling, although feeling quite bashful. She was genuinely delighted that her friend had regained his health. On the day of Harry's discharge, the Gryffindor common room held a modest celebration, not to commemorate Harry's release, but rather to revel in the novelty that the start of the new term brought. In one corner, Harry, Hermione, and Ron huddled together. Is this what you both received for Christmas? Hermione inquired, one hand gripping a short sword while the other held a wrist guard, using her mental prowess to sense its properties. After a holiday spent in training, Hermione had not squandered her exercises and mental discipline. Especially since she could not rely on her wand, it was beneficial to hone her skills further. And you? Harry nodded, intrigued by Hermione's gift. I too received a present. A metal plate inscribed with various texts and designs, Hermione revealed, displaying her own gift. Harry and Ron gathered around the metal plate, equally unfamiliar with its contents. "Did the professor not send you a letter?" Ron asked, hoping to extract some utility or clues from Hermione's words. "Yes, but it's not worth believing. After a holiday of effort, I finally uncovered a small secret within," Hermione replied with a confident smile. Particularly pleased to see her companions still puzzled by the mystery of her gift. "What secret?" Harry asked, excitement bubbling within him. The only effect his short sword had produced thus far was an enhancement of his mental capacity, yet he sensed that these 3 items might possess additional functions. "I sensed a spell within," Hermione said mysteriously, beckoning her friends closer. With a flick of her finger, a blue light flashed above Harry and Ron's heads. They exchanged glances. Curiosity piqued. And then, Harry turned to Hermione. "I don't know," she admitted. "I'm not certain what this does. While I was using my mental powers to sense the inscriptions on the metal plate, the thought simply occurred to me. Remember how the professor mentioned that personal magic acts as a conduit?" Hermione glanced at both of them, revealing no further secrets as she continued. "So, after successfully constructing part of the text in the air with my mental energy, I channeled my magic to activate it, resulting in this blue light?" Hermione concluded with a shrug. Harry and Ron eagerly picked up their items, ready to experiment as Hermione had suggested. "Not here. I lost control the first time. And that light nearly attracted everyone around us," Hermione cautioned, stopping them from proceeding. "Let's find an empty place to try it out tomorrow." Harry and Ron nodded, though the anticipation made the night feel interminable, preventing them from sleeping. Furthermore, Harry had forgotten to mention the matter of Malfoy and Professor Cheney to Hermione. The following morning, Hermione was greeted by 2 bleary-eyed gentlemen. She chuckled at the sight of the 2 panda-like figures before her, and with a flick of her wrist, she sent a blue light to each of them. "What are you doing?" Ron scratched his head in confusion. "Nothing. Just thought it seemed amusing," she replied, sending another beam of light towards Ron's head. "I can't shake the feeling that I'm being looked down upon," Ron muttered, ruffling his hair, suspecting Hermione's intentions were less than innocent. "Look at Harry. He is not causing a fuss." Hermione raised her hand again, directing a light at Harry. "Do you feel less tired?" Harry stroked his chin, turning to Ron. Hermione, is this meant to invigorate the mind?" "It certainly fits your scholarly persona," Ron remarked, realizing the potential of Hermione's magic. "It must have more than just this function. Come on, let us head to class and explore it gradually." Initially disheartened by the implication that her magic was merely for stimulation, Hermione felt reassured by Harry's comment. After class, the 3 of them found an empty classroom to conduct the experiments they had postponed the previous day. Under Hermione's guidance, within an hour, both Harry and Ron made significant progress. Having briefly sensed the natural elements around him the day he acquired the short sword, Harry felt he had a clearer direction and believed that the sword's true purpose lay in that realm. Ron had already discovered the purpose of his Christmas gift. At this moment, he wore wrist guards, one of them subtly transformed into a psychic shield, a feat that Harry had previously attempted, while the other morphed into the shape of a short sword. Ron, resembling a gladiator, reveled in the experience. The psychic weapons inflicted no physical harm, yet those struck would suffer mental anguish. Hermione, slumped over the table in a state of dejection, became a casualty when Ron had first experimented with this creation. In a burst of enthusiasm, he had inadvertently struck Hermione's forearm. Consequently, Hermione had yet to cast a glance at Ron, even after he nearly knelt to apologize moments ago. As dinner approached, Harry finally succeeded in conjuring a small fireball, albeit only the size of a fingertip. The trio was filled with joy, indeed. Professor Cheney's teachings were of exceptional quality. Yet, the phrase joy often precedes sorrow serves as a poignant reminder. While still immersed in ancient magic over the weekend, the trio received word from Wood regarding the second round of the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. Although this seemed a trivial matter, a mere drizzle, their spirits dampened when Harry learned that Professor Snape would officiate the game. Seizing the opportunity, Wood intensified their training regimen, fully aware that the old bat would seize any chance to penalize them. The twins, trembling, soared above the pitch, intermittently striking at the elusive Quaffle. "Enough chatter," Wood admonished, having thwarted Angelina's shot, directing his ire at the slacking twins. Harry drifted about the field, finding the golden snitch particularly elusive that day, perhaps due to the cold. The little creature likely preferred the comfort of home. It was only when the other team members concluded their training and began to gather their belongings that Harry managed to snatch the elusive snitch from behind Wood. The reason for his success might well lie in Wood's exertion, which radiated an impressive warmth. Upon returning to the lounge, Harry immediately darted to the hearth, seeking warmth from the flames in an effort to quickly thaw his chilled limbs. Hermione had brought over a cup of hot cocoa, while Ron handed Harry a blanket. "This is terrible. You will never guess who the referee for the next match is." Harry gulped down the hot cocoa, exhaling a warm breath as he comfortably reclined in the armchair. "Who? Professor Snape. You might as well forfeit. I have a feeling he will penalize you to the point of existential doubt." "Stop joking, Harry. Why not take a sick day?" "I can't. I'm the only seeker on the team." The thought left Harry feeling despondent. What if we slipped Snape a laxative on match day? Ron began to concoct mischievous ideas. "But he is a master of potions." Hermione raised an eyebrow, dismissing the suggestion. "Perhaps we could appeal to Professor McGonagall to find a way to change the referee?" Hermione's idea was reasonable, yet McGonagall would likely refuse such a request. "I've made up my mind. I will catch the golden snitch before Snape gets a chance to penalize me." Harry stated this confidently, having shared it with Wood and the others during practice. He was well aware of how to accomplish this, intensifying his mental training to ensure he could locate the target at the earliest opportunity. As everyone worked diligently towards a common goal, the day of the match arrived. The website's latest address was M22FF. CB. "I believe we should have Professor Snape officiate the England match. Even if we are all muggles on the field, we could still win." With Lee Jordan's banter and McGonagall's reprimands, the match commenced. Moreover, in this match, Headmaster Dumbledore personally attended to witness the event, rendering Snape's initial plans utterly futile. However, with a cunning strategy above and a means to overcome obstacles below, Snape fixated intently on the Gryffindor players. Even as Harry took to the air, Snape deliberately maneuvered into his path, thwarting Harry's attempts to accelerate. The Gryffindor chaser collided and committed a foul. Thus, Snape's vengeful feast commenced with the first penalty shot, resulting in a score of 10-0. Hufflepuff secured a 10-point lead effortlessly. Good heavens, open your eyes and behold. That petite girl barely approached within 5 meters of the opponent. How could there have been a collision? Lee bellowed from the commentary box. And even Professor McGonagall did not intervene. Gryffindor's player was ousted from the game. Soon, Snape seized the opportunity to target the twins. What? That ball was clearly aimed at Diggory. Although Diggory's evasive maneuver was quite impressive, it did not warrant an expulsion from the game. Lee once again roared the sentiments of Gryffindor. Yet Snape remained utterly indifferent. Oliver would maneuver the ball through the hoops, regardless of whether Lee's roar affected him. Snape seemed to harbor a flicker of excitement at that moment. Wood was at least 5 meters away from the hoop. Was he some kind of long-armed ape? Lee pounded the table with fervor, while Professor McGonagall clenched her fists tightly. On Harry's end, progress had been consistently thwarted. Snape had not relinquished his vigilance. Whenever Harry exhibited even the slightest hint of acceleration, Snape adeptly positioned himself to obstruct Harry's path. This provoked Harry on several occasions to contemplate crashing into him from above. The score gap was widening, nearly reaching a staggering 100 points between the two houses. If the disparity expanded to 150 points, even if Harry captured the golden snitch, victory would remain elusive, and with Snape in the fray, the gap would only continue to grow. Harry sensed that this situation was untenable. He closed his eyes, recommencing his search for the elusive golden snitch. In his mind, Harry began contemplating methods to break the impasse. It would be ideal if someone could divert Snape's attention. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Indeed, all that was necessary was for someone to distract Snape. "Ron, look!" Harry exclaimed with a smile, for he had surely devised a plan. Hermione, peering through her binoculars, had been intently observing Harry in the sky, understanding that he must have a strategy in place. "Go, Harry!" Ron shouted enthusiastically from the sidelines. The score had widened to a staggering 120 points, leaving but one opportunity. Harry exhaled, having located the position of the golden snitch. And the Hufflepuff seeker had also evidently spotted it, rapidly closing the distance. At that moment, Snape, who had been keeping a watchful eye on Harry, felt as if he were being scrutinized by a predator, hastily turning to investigate. Yet, there was nothing to be seen. As he diverted his gaze, Harry seized the advantage of his broom and swiftly maneuvered past Snape's invisible barrier. Meanwhile, the golden snitch had noticed the two seekers racing toward it, darting directly toward the ground. Hufflepuff led the chase, with Harry close behind, both pursuing the diminutive creature. Their opponent was deliberately obstructing Harry's path, buying time. Ron, filled with fury, waved his fists in frustration. The score gap had now widened to 140 points, and time was slipping away for Harry. Undeterred, he executed a flawless spin, narrowly evading his rival as he soared past. The golden snitch was now a mere 5 meters from the ground. Logically, if he did not decelerate, Even if he managed to catch the snitch, he would crash violently into the earth, a gamble for victory at the cost of his life. The Hufflepuff Seeker, upon realizing the imminent danger, hesitated momentarily before opting to abandon the dive. However, Harry refused to relinquish his chance. The entire audience, regardless of house affiliation, rose to their feet, many closing their eyes to avert the sight of Harry's potential collision with the ground. Even Dumbledore had drawn his wand, his expression grave as he watched Harry intently. "No, Harry, please slow down," Hermione cried, tears streaming down her face. Hagrid sprinted toward the edge of the grandstand. "Harry, pull up. Slow down," Ron and the Gryffindor team shouted in unison. Yet at that moment, Harry was oblivious to their cries. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. In the instant he grasped the golden snitch, he kicked the tail of his broom with force, pulling with all his strength, the overwhelming pressure threatening to dislocate his bones. Nevertheless, Harry gritted his teeth and endured. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Harry came to a stop, but not without crashing heavily onto the grass, his broom hovering barely a meter above the ground. Gradually, he opened his hand, and the tiny golden snitch obediently settled within his grasp. "This broom is incredible," was Harry's final thought before he succumbed to unconsciousness, the rapid descent having inflicted significant toll on his body, leaving him feeling utterly spent. A resounding cheer echoed throughout the arena. Just a hair's breadth away, Gryffindor nearly lost the match. The applause emanated from Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Indeed, the score was 230 to 240. Snape cast a glance at Harry, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Although they did not emerge victorious, Harry's audacious pursuit of the golden snitch was unanimously regarded as the most gallant act of the match, with no dissenting voices. In fact, Gryffindor students were more concerned about Harry's injuries than the outcome of the game. Each day during his hospitalization, Harry was inundated with an abundance of get-well gifts. Hermione and Ron almost daily rushed to keep him company after classes. "So, we need to triumph over Slytherin once more to claim the Quidditch Cup?" Upon hearing this news, Harry's eyes rekindled with determination. He vowed to avenge himself in the forthcoming battle against Slytherin. "So, take care of yourself and ensure you remain fit to play. Of course, you must also be wary of Hufflepuff's potential upset. Should they manage to defeat Slytherin in their next match, your chances would be extinguished." Hermione, peeling an apple to the side, regarded Harry with a critical eye. His reckless endeavor had left her in tears for several days. Handing the apple to Harry, she observed his spirit gradually revitalizing. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a beam of blue light and cast it upon Harry's head while she began to tidy her books. Just as she stifled a small yawn, preparing to retire for the day, Hermione was startled by the urgent voices of Harry and Ron emanating from the hospital bed. With a swift motion, Hermione conjured another blue light. Hearing Harry's voice, she quickly turned to see that the blue light, which usually circled Harry's head before vanishing, remained suspended this time. Instead, it circled around Harry repeatedly, occasionally showering him with glimmers of light. Ultimately, after gracefully encircling Harry 5 times, it reluctantly dissipated. Harry, startled once more by this scene, Hermione hurriedly assessed the situation. No. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine, and I feel absolutely splendid. Hermione, this blue light of yours might truly possess great utility." Harry felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through him, and the pain that once plagued him had vanished. Previously, the numerous fractures in his bones had rendered him vulnerable to excruciating pain with the slightest movement, yet now, upon lifting his arm, he discovered that the discomfort was gradually subsiding. "Hurry, bring forth another," Harry exclaimed joyfully, directing his gaze towards Hermione. Hermione, without wasting any words, continuously enveloped Harry in a soothing blue light after constructing the necessary characters for the second and third spells. Harry genuinely felt an improvement, noting that the initial application had the most significant effect, while subsequent ones seemed less impactful. However, he needn't voice this, as both Hermione and Ron had already observed it. The later waves of blue light dissipated just as they had before. Ron, contemplating Harry's condition, wondered if he should inquire about Professor Chenyu. Speaking of Professor Chen, he and Ron had shared an experience during the holidays. Just as Harry was about to discuss Malfoy and Professor Chen, a voice interrupted him. What is the matter? Do you have something to ask me?" Professor Chen appeared unexpectedly before the trio. "Hello, Professor." Hermione was the first to respond, followed closely by Harry and Ron, who greeted him as well. "So, what is it that you wish to ask?" Professor Chen placed a box of unique Chinese snacks on a nearby table and handed each of them a large rabbit-shaped milk candy. It's the Christmas gift you sent us. We really love it," Hermione beamed at him. "I'm glad you enjoy it," as I carefully selected these local delicacies from China," Jean said, affectionately ruffling Hermione's hair. He had not seen Hermione's twin ponytails last time, but had heard from Madame Pomfrey about the mischief Harry had been up to, which made him feel a bit playful upon seeing the girl before him. As Professor Jean prepared to take his leave after checking on Harry, Hermione made a considerable sacrifice. There was no choice, it was all for the sake of information. Now sitting helplessly before Professor Jean, she requested him to style her hair. However, she faced away from him, allowing only Ron and Harry to witness her fierce expression directed at them, signaling them not to look. Yet, the conversation took a strange turn. "Professor, weren't you supposed to give us a magical short sword, a pair of bracers, and a metal plate?" Hermione discerned that Professor Jean had mentioned sending local specialties from Chinese tourist attractions, not the items they had received. "What did you say?" Jean paused momentarily but continued to comb Hermione's hair, seemingly unfazed. Hermione produced the metal plate from her belongings and turned to face Jean. This, along with a letter. Upon seeing the ponytailed girl before him, Professor Jean took the item from her hand. Hermione stared intently at him, noticing his pupils dilate slightly upon seeing the metal plate. "Perhaps there was a mistake when I had it mailed from home," Jean sighed, shaking his head lightly, and the three could sense a bittersweet helplessness emanating from him. "Would you like me to exchange it for the gifts I originally intended?" he suggested, looking at the trio. "No," they replied in unison. With Hermione snatching back her little metal plate, her expression clearly stating, "It's mine now." Given the circumstances, there was little more to discuss. "You have discovered their powers." "I see." "Indeed, Professor. The short sword seems to communicate with natural elements, the bracers appear to transform into weapons, and the metal plate seems to possess healing abilities," Harry stated as he handed his short sword back to Jean, confident that the professor would not reclaim it. "Since you cherish them, you may keep them. I can tell they have taken a liking to you, as not just anyone's spirit can endear them," Jean observed before returning the sword to Harry. "Then, Professor, what is the specific use of this spell?" Hermione asked, casting a wave of blue light over Harry. "Oh, you have already mastered healing magic? You three truly possess great talent. This spell can heal minor wounds and alleviate pain." He playfully tugged at Hermione's ponytails, offering her praise. "Moreover, as your spiritual strength grows, you should be able to comprehend even more magic from it. Keep up the good work." With their conversation drawing to a close, Jean prepared to take his leave, and the trio respectfully bid him farewell. "The professor doesn't seem to be in high spirits," Harry remarked after watching Jean's figure vanish around the corner. "We sensed it too." "Without you saying," Ron replied. After the professor's departure, the three exchanged glances, contemplating the three items in their possession, convinced that a greater secret lay within them. Continuing from our earlier conversation, what did you two discover during the holidays? Hermione carefully stowed the small metal plate away, knowing that while Harry might forget, she rarely did. At this moment, Chinyu stepped out of the door and walked straight to the edge of the Black Lake. Although he could not see Hogsmeade across the water, he stood there, barely able to suppress the fury in his eyes. After a short while, he let out a cold laugh and tossed something into the sky. Subsequently, he returned to the castle with an impassive expression. In the not-so-distant Hogsmeade, a group of individuals cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by hoods, advanced toward the woods beyond the village. At that moment, the sky, which should have been clear and bright, suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. One woman among the black-clad figures lowered her hood, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the gathering storm. Yet, before she could react, a bolt of lightning struck down, shattering the faintly glowing yellow oval shield surrounding her like an eggshell. She was rendered unconscious by the force of the strike. The remaining figures, sensing imminent danger, were on high alert. However, as the dark clouds began to dissipate, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. They swiftly carried the unconscious woman away from the scene. After they retreated to a cave stronghold not far from the village, an owl leisurely flew by, delivering a letter that drifted down onto the face of the unconscious woman. "I acted on my own accord. This matter does not concern you, and he will not punish you." She coldly addressed the figures in black beside her as she unexpectedly reached out to grasp the letter. Once the woman had read and subsequently incinerated the missive, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone present. "Withdraw," she commanded. Harry's discharge from the hospital was a significant event, particularly within Gryffindor. Students, enjoying their leisure, flocked to the common room. "Welcome back, our little hero," exclaimed the twins, each draping an arm over Harry's shoulders. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Having not won the match, he believed he was unworthy of such a title. However, Wood and the twins held a different perspective. Harry's selfless display of bravery had not gone unnoticed by all the students of Gryffindor. Moreover, Snape was unable to serve as the referee, prompting an irate Professor McGonagall to take action. I believe I should recommend you to Ludo Bagman. Perhaps overseeing international competitions would be more fitting for your expertise. George mimicked Professor McGonagall's tone in a high-pitched voice. I was uncertain about what constituted a foul, as I had never participated in a Quidditch match during my youth. Fred also imitated Snape's voice. Ultimately, the headmaster interjected, noting the heavy workload of potions class, the burdens of academic pressure, and advised Snape to focus on teaching effectively. Wood concluded with a definitive statement. Without his interference, there would be no rivals for us this year. The crowd erupted in cheers. In a certain basement, within the Slytherin common room, Mr. Potter, it appears that this is the design of fate. Malfoy remains seated in his usual spot, while several individuals now surround him, humbly beseeching his assistance. At that moment, an individual rushed in recklessly from outside. Mr. Malfoy, you promised to save my family, did you not? This person staggered forward, kneeling before Malfoy. What is the matter? Has your family not received the funds? Malfoy raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at the man before him. My Lord Malfoy, I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me, asking for no reward in return. I merely beseech you to extend your aid to my family just this once. And I assure you, we will turn our fortunes around. This individual was indeed the one who previously sought Malfoy's assistance when his family faced calamity. How much do you require? It need not be excessive, truly, just 500,000 will suffice. The man crawled closer to Malfoy, his eyes reflecting nothing but humility as he regarded the younger boy before him. No one around looked down upon him, yet there was no sympathy either. For these individuals faced the same plight. The family business had gone bankrupt and was being consumed, with many of the pure blood families present among them, covertly participating in the takeover. Preserving their own lineage and the honor of the pure blood families remained an everlasting priority for these individuals. Malfoy casually scribbled a note for this person to send to their family, instructing them to present it to Lucius Malfoy to collect the funds. Once the events before him concluded, Malfoy silently opened a book. Those around him discreetly dispersed, as it had become a consensus in Slytherin that one must not disturb Malfoy while he read. The influence seemed to have waned, yet it was still early. They would take their time, Professor Chenio. The excitement from the competition continued to ferment. Regardless of the house, this year's Quidditch Cup was exceedingly captivating. Currently, Hufflepuff had 2 victories and 1 defeat, regrettably losing to Slytherin. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, had lost all 3 matches, as their seeker, facing graduation, bore immense pressure without the backing of a pure blood family, leading him to evade reality, resulting in thorough defeats in every game. The latest news suggested that a new seeker was allegedly being selected in secret, with whispers of a beautiful young girl from the East potentially emerging as the frontrunner. Next was Slytherin, who shared a record of 2 wins and 1 loss, facing Gryffindor. It shouldn't have been so troublesome, but Gryffindor had triumphed over Slytherin, while Hufflepuff had bested Gryffindor, ultimately culminating in Slytherin's victory over Hufflepuff. Only one champion can exist. Moreover, all the students, and even some professors, felt that this year's grand competition had left them wanting for more. On a clear afternoon, Harry, Hermione, and Ron visited Hagrid's hut after a long interval. Hagrid, we've come to see you. The trio knocked on the door of Hagrid's cottage. Oh my goodness, your timing is impeccable. Come in, quickly. Hagrid ushered them inside, then surveyed the surroundings. Satisfied that no one else was present, he returned and firmly closed the door behind him. At that moment, Harry and his friends gathered around a rudimentary hatching device that Hagrid had constructed. Hagrid, what is this? Harry and Hermione inquired with curiosity. Blimey, Hagrid, where did you get a dragon egg? Ron exclaimed, recognizing it from numerous pictures he had seen from his brother Charlie. A Norwegian ridgeback. Quite a splendid little creature, Hagrid declared with pride, though his numerous scars from past encounters with creatures somewhat undermined his credibility. I've calculated its due date to be today. Your visit is perfectly timed. Hagrid carefully positioned himself on a stool in front of the incubator. Oh, I can feel it. Harry and his friends closed their eyes, concentrating their mental energy on the dragon egg. Indeed, the little creature was beginning to hatch, and Hagrid radiated maternal affection as he watched the tiny dragon struggle against its shell. Hagrid truly had a way with animals and magical creatures. Hagrid, have you named it yet? Hermione's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Norbert, what do you think? Sounds nice, doesn't it? Hagrid was so absorbed in the little creature that he failed to notice that the trio had begun to regard him as their prey. What is it like? Should we play some music for it? Just like Fong enjoys sleeping to music, perhaps we could nurture it that way? Hermione began bombarding Hagrid with questions. I don't know. but we could give it a try. Fong was raised that way. Hagrid inadvertently shared a valuable insight. Fong indeed fell asleep to music. Harry and Ron were growing increasingly anxious, their palms slick with sweat. That day in the infirmary, after Chinyu left, Harry had finally divulged everything he knew to Hermione, who had deduced several significant points from his revelations. Today was their quest for answers. Is that so? Can Fong keep watch over the Philosopher's Stone? Hermione asked. Her tension palpable, yet she was the one leading their charge today. All the professors are involved. It's not just Fong keeping watch. What are you talking about? How do you know? No, you shouldn't know, Hagrid exclaimed, suddenly jolted back to reality by a keyword, his mind still filled with thoughts of Norbert. Nicholas Flamel. Combined with Harry mentioning the small bag you retrieved, makes it quite easy to deduce. Moreover, Gringotts is among the most heavily guarded places in Britain. Who would take such risks for mere profit? Hermione beamed with victory. It turned out there was more than one professor involved. This was merely the first hurdle. The three exchanged glances and turned to flee from Hagrid's hut. As Hagrid attempted to stop them, only their voices echoed in the air. Norbert is absolutely adorable. And so are you, Hagrid. Remember to feed little Norbert plenty of nutritious food. Don't let him eat rock cakes. No, come back. No, don't go. Hagrid rushed to the door, watching the trio escape like the wind, knowing that Norbert was still in a critical hatching phase. Oh dear, Norbert is frightened. Mama is here. Hagrid thought, eager to settle the newly hatched Norbert before reporting to Dumbledore. At this moment, little Norbert observed that the room, once filled with so many people, now contained only Hagrid, who was calling out anxiously. After all, the first sight that greeted him at birth was that of 4 individuals. Little Norbert was truly adorable. And so was Hagrid. Hermione, breathless, leaned against the corridor, her mind racing with the delightful news she had just uncovered. The 3 companions took a moment to rest before proceeding together towards the Great Hall. It appeared that Hagrid had not come for dinner, as it seemed Norbert was currently unable to part from human companionship. After dinner, the trio traversed the corridor, making their way back. Look. As they passed by a window, Harry's keen eye spotted a familiar figure below, prompting him to urgently call out to Ron and Hermione. Where? Hermione, lacking Harry's exceptional dynamic vision, squinted as she glanced left and right. Outside was engulfed in darkness. What could she possibly see? That one? Ron observed the direction Harry pointed to for a moment before realizing. That dark shape, swaying slightly, that's Snape. It can't be mistaken. I could never forget his gait. And his leg injury has yet to heal properly. Harry noticed that Snape was heading towards the Forbidden Forest. Behind Snape, an enigmatic figure followed discreetly. A person whose identity remained shrouded in mystery to Harry, whose gait was unfamiliar and unrecognizable. However, the trio, driven by their insatiable curiosity, hastily descended the stairs and stealthily pursued the direction in which Snape had ventured. The Forbidden Forest, the most perilous territory of Hogwarts, consistently topped the list of warnings for new students, with annual reminders of its dangers. Yet, for many in Gryffindor, the fringes of the Forbidden Forest had morphed into a hub for illicit trade and clandestine dealings, a thriving ground for activities of dubious nature. The twins quipped. Just report our citizen information. As they trailed their target, the trio soon found themselves within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Are you certain Snape and the others have entered here? Hermione whispered, concealing her petite form behind Harry, clutching at the edges of his wizarding ropes. With Ron trailing closely behind, providing her a semblance of security, the dread of the known paled in comparison to the terror of the unknown. The designation of the Forbidden Forest as a perilous locale was not without justification. Although the twins often boasted of treating it as their backyard, they seldom lingered within its confines at night for extended periods. The 3 soon found themselves disoriented, having ventured deeper than intended, surrounded by towering trees that obscured their sense of direction and the light of the moon. Reluctantly, they resorted to using lumos, for in that darkness, visibility was utterly non-existent. What shall we do? Hermione's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of despair, given the choice. She would have preferred facing 100 tutoring sessions with Snape over this daunting environment. There is light ahead, Harry suddenly whispered urgently. Hermione and Ron extinguished the luminescence from their wands, while Harry lowered his wand, using his robe to shield the glow, cautiously illuminating the ground ahead, inching forward. Before them lay a vast clearing, free from the encumbering trees, where the silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the area with a brilliance far surpassing the darkness they had just traversed. In the center of the clearing was a small pool, beside which stood 3 ethereal creatures radiating a gentle, silvery glow. Wow, that's a unicorn. How beautiful, Hermione exclaimed. her extensive knowledge illuminating her awe as she beheld the elegant creature with its long horn and sacred form. The magnificent unicorn dispelled the fears harbored within Hermione. Yet the trio remained hesitant to approach, wary of disturbing the serene tranquility of the majestic beings. Although they had not encountered the ill-intentioned Snape or his shadowy companion, they were fortunate to witness a breathtaking spectacle that most would only dream of seeing in a lifetime. Sharing a knowing smile, they felt their venture had not been in vain. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. A dark beam emanated unexpectedly from the forbidden forest, striking the majestic unicorn father with no warning. The robust creature was instantly propelled through the air, crashing to the ground, gravely injured and rendered unconscious. Someone was hunting unicorns. How could this be? Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as the previously serene and heartwarming scene was shattered, feeling as if something within her had also been fractured. At that moment, the unicorn mother yearned to depart with her golden-hued young unicorn. However, upon witnessing her father lying motionless on the ground, the little unicorn's cries were filled with profound sorrow. It broke free from the embrace of its mother and dashed towards its father. However, the unicorn mother that followed closely was struck by a beam of green light and collapsed by the edge of the water. No, no, no. Upon witnessing this, Hermione rushed forth without hesitation, casting waves of blue healing light upon the two fallen unicorns. The assailant looked on in surprise as three young wizards charged forth from the side. A rasping, sinister voice echoed from the depths of the forbidden forest, uttering the incantation of the killing curse. Harry, possessing the keenest dynamic vision, swiftly tackled Hermione, who was leading the charge, just as the green light soared past their heads. Ron, who was closely trailing Harry, promptly manifested a mental shield, wielding a dagger to protect both Harry and Hermione. However, the tremor in his legs betrayed the fear and shock within him. The figure in the dark cloak gradually emerged from the shadows. Their presence alone made the air around the trio feel as if it were roaring with terror. A chilling aura caused the temperature to drop perceptibly. An unknown spell shot forth from the dark figure's wand, prompting Ron to instinctively shield his head with his arm. Behind him were Harry and Hermione. He could not afford to retreat. This conviction bolstered him, even amidst his own fear and trembling. Yet, a miracle unfolded. The assailant's magical assault struck Ron's conjured small shield, which had been manifested through his mental energy, unexpectedly deflecting the spell outward. Ron suddenly felt as though his mental fortitude had diminished by more than half, leaving him momentarily dizzy and disoriented. Meanwhile, Harry, wielding a short sword in one hand and a wand in the other, rushed forward to shield both Ron and Hermione. Upon seeing Harry's appearance, the figure in the black cloak suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. The rasping voice rendered the laughter somber and terrifying, yet more significantly, it was laced with fury and animosity. Harry Potter, the cloaked figure intoned with the most venomous tone imaginable. As Harry listened, he felt the scar on his forehead begin to throb with excruciating pain. Fireball! 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 Grasping his scar, he endured the unbearable agony. Yet an inexplicable conviction and spirit prevented him from displaying even a hint of fear or weakness before the figure in the black cloak. He would not allow it. In that moment, Harry continuously summoned fireballs the size of an infant's fist, filling every inch of the space around him. The dark figure effortlessly dispelled the magic Harry wielded. Who are you? Harry, having acclimated to the pain, fixed a resolute gaze upon his adversary, directing his short sword at the cloaked figure. That damned look, James Potter, damned. Damned, you all shall perish. Avada Kedavra. A powerful spell was the response to Harry's challenge. Great fireball. At the moment the opponent spoke, Harry revealed the fruits of his recent endeavors. All the small fireballs surrounding him merged instantaneously into a colossal fireball, 2 meters in diameter. With his sword aimed, the great fireball soared forth, colliding with the adversary's magic. The deafening explosion reverberated through the forbidden forest, startling all creatures and people within its bounds. The cloaked figure seemed to sense the shift, regaining composure as he waved his wand and swiftly fled into the nearby woods, carrying the unconscious unicorn. Don't run, you scoundrel. Like Ron, Harry's mental strength was now overstretched. After only a few steps in pursuit, he dropped to one knee. Dizziness and a profound emptiness engulfed him. At this moment, Hermione fervently cast healing spells upon Harry and Ron, her tears flowing freely as she did so. Beside her, a small unicorn leaned against its mother's lifeless body, its cries resonating with profound despair and sorrow. The recent explosion had attracted a crowd, and the first to arrive was unexpectedly Snape, who frowned as he surveyed the scene before him. Just as he was about to speak, a wooden arrow struck the grass beside him. Instantly, Snape moved past the arrow and positioned himself in front of Harry and his companions, shielding them. You humans have done well. A thunderous roar, laced with venomous hatred, erupted from the forest as dozens of centaurs emerged from the shadowy depths. More remained hidden, suggesting an encirclement of the four. I advise you to remain calm, Centaur, Snape said, gripping his wand tightly, displaying no hint of fear in the face of overwhelming adversaries. Stay composed, Bane. Let us first ascertain what has transpired. At that moment, another centaur stepped forward from behind Bane, halting the latter's inclination to attack. What more is there to say? They must have slain the unicorn, Bane retorted, clearly unwilling to entertain any human excuses. Harry and Ron steadied themselves, gripping their weapons tightly as they stood alongside Snape. A cloaked figure had ambushed a family of unicorns. The explosion moments ago was the result of our magical confrontation, and he had taken one of the unicorns with him. Faced with this dire situation, Harry felt an unexpected calm wash over him. He began to recount the events that had transpired, though he hesitated to refer to the unicorns as mere creatures. Uncertain if the father unicorn still drew breath. Forenza, look. They continue to argue. Bane's have scraped against the earth, his teeth clenched in a fervent desire to charge forth. Pay close attention and remain composed. Forenza delivered a firm blow to Bane's chest, redirecting his focus to the other side. Meanwhile, Hermione had knelt beside the unicorn mother, silently casting healing spells upon the lifeless body, again and again. Beside them, the little unicorn was weeping inconsolably. Yet, it was aware that the girl beside it possessed a kind heart. She and her companions had just chased away the ruthless beings who had slain its parents, rescuing it from despair. The little unicorn approached Hermione, gently nudging her with its small head. They were neither murderers nor villains, Forenza concluded as he observed the scene before him. Upon witnessing this, Bane struck Forlins with a fist and turned to depart from the scene. Before leaving, he uttered a harsh remark, stating that this place is not meant for humanity and that an explanation is required from you. True horses never offer apologies. As the surrounding centaurs laid down their bows and arrows while the little unicorn approached Hermione, none understood better than they the significance of a unicorn drawing close to a person. The little unicorn, too, wished for the safety of these humans. At that moment, Hermione could no longer contain her emotions. She embraced the little unicorn and wept uncontrollably. She felt utterly helpless, unable to save its parents and nearly causing the demise of Harry and Ron. Most centaurs, upon witnessing this, quietly followed behind Bane and withdrew from the clearing, leaving only Forenza to approach them slowly. I deeply regret that this has transpired. It was our duty to safeguard the forbidden forest, Forenza said as he came forward to close the eyes of the unicorn mother, murmuring a prayer in a language only understood among centaurs. Meanwhile, Hermione sat quietly beside the small unicorn, cradling it gently. At that moment, Harry and Ron approached, their masculine presence causing the unicorn to feel somewhat uneasy. It let out a soft whinny towards Hermione, as if urging the young girl to speak and request that the two boys keep their distance. Beside them, Professor Snape remained silent, having discreetly informed the headmaster. The events of the day surpassed all imagination, whether it be the incident itself, the cloaked figure, the familiar aura, or the prowess of Harry and his companions. Before long, Headmaster Dumbledore arrived on the scene accompanied by Professor McGonagall. Snape leaned in to whisper something to the headmaster and then strode purposefully towards the castle. Watching Snape depart, Harry noted with astonishment that he had not deducted any points from them today and had even protected them in a moment of peril. In this school, who truly was the hero and who the puppet master? Good evening, Forenza. I believe I have grasped the situation, Dumbledore greeted, then turned to the trio without inquiring further. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. The moonlight guides our fate, Forenza replied, shaking his head. The stars have provided their warning. Indeed, they shine with unusual brilliance tonight. At that moment, a centaur emerged from the woods, accompanied by a fully armed Hagrid. Harry, Ron, Hermione, are you all right? Hagrid thundered over, rushing towards the three seated on the ground. After inspecting them thoroughly and finding no apparent injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. You three, Hagrid began, but Dumbledore interjected, recognizing that they had endured enough for one day. Hagrid, could you escort them back to the castle to see Madame Pomfrey for a checkup? Dumbledore instructed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course, Headmaster, Hagrid replied. But, Headmaster, the Hermione protested, clutching the little unicorn close, reluctant to let anyone else touch it. Let it be entrusted to the centaur tribe. They will nurture it with the utmost care, Dumbledore said with a sigh, gazing at the little unicorn. At that moment, the diminutive unicorn nestled in Hermione's arms seemed to sense something amiss. It lifted its head to gently lick Hermione's face before continuing to nuzzle against her. It appeared to be searching for something. Nearby, Ronan, The centaur who had accompanied Hagrid noticed the peculiar behavior. Searching for something? Hermione was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, and she began rummaging through her pockets, realizing that the only item she had on her today was a small metal plate. The little unicorn seemed to sense its imminent departure, its movements and nudging Hermione growing increasingly frantic. "Are you searching for this?" Hermione inquired, observing the unicorn's anxious demeanor and urgent whinnies as she held up the small metal plate. To her surprise, the unicorn, having identified its target, charged towards the metal plate in Hermione's hand. This unexpected action startled those around them. However, Hermione and the unicorn were too close to intervene in time. Astonishingly, the unicorn vanished before the eyes of the crowd, as if it had traversed through space itself. Startled, Hermione dropped the small metal plate onto the ground. Everyone gathered around to observe this curious object. "Miss Granger, may I have a look at that metal plate?" Dumbledore inquired, directing his gaze towards Hermione. "Of course, Headmaster," she replied, picking up the plate to examine it herself. Finding nothing unusual, she handed it over to Dumbledore. Upon receiving the plate, Dumbledore closed his eyes, employing Professor Cheney's method of mental sensing. This action prompted the three young ones to exchange glances, each reflecting their mutual astonishment. "It is not particularly difficult, however. My age necessitates reliance on magical support to manage it," Dumbledore noted, as his perceptive abilities surpassed those of the trio once he entered the sensing state. The emotional fluctuations around him were completely discernible. Ancient magic indeed proved to be advantageous, yet Dumbledore surmised that such power might have contributed to its eventual downfall. After all, if everyone could discern their neighbor's thoughts, the lower populace would inhabit a world devoid of deceit. Conversely, those in higher echelons would likely mask or fabricate their truths, leading to an environment where genuine understanding between individuals was obscured by suspicion and mistrust. Such a society, he mused, was destined for ruin. To suggest complete emotional transparency, one must ponder, who among us harbors no secrets? Who would dare to lay themselves bare in such a manner? While practical, this approach bore significant flaws. Soon, Dumbledore concluded his examination of the metal plate. He remarked, having sensed nothing at all. It was not that his magic had failed, rather, the feedback he received was simply that of a mundane metal object. He returned the plate to Hermione, who promptly employed her sensing magic as well. Unlike Dumbledore, however, Hermione smiled. Holding the plate, she remained motionless under the scrutiny of onlookers. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted, and the previously vanished little unicorn stepped forth from the void. This remarkable spectacle astonished everyone present. "I just sensed it. It seems I can communicate with little Alice," Hermione began, observing the unicorn circling around her. "Alice?" Ron voiced the question that lingered in the minds of the others. "I named it. Isn't it lovely? But what exactly is happening here?" Hagrid, who was unaware of the preceding events, asked, having only received a brief overview from Ronan on his way. "Little Alice has formed a summoning contract with my metal plate, essentially a mental bond from ancient magic," Hermione explained. "This has never occurred before. However, I believe Professor Dumbledore could provide a clearer explanation. We must not allow unicorns' excessive interaction with human society, as it would taint their pure hearts," Ronan remarked, his tone reflecting concern. Hermione's explanation suggested that the little unicorn was being enslaved by humans, prompting a slightly impolite response from him. Unexpectedly, the unicorn ceased its circling around Hermione, having initially done so as a protective measure to shield its young master from the encroachment of the surrounding men. Although the two human boys had saved it, instinct compelled the unicorn to keep its distance. However, Ronan's critical tone had elevated him to the unicorn's foremost adversary. It began to make a noise and paw the ground, preparing to use its still-developing horn to confront him. Before Alice could unleash her impact, she was swiftly restrained by Hermione, who covered her face. At this moment, Hermione was considered Alice's nominal owner, allowing her to comprehend Alice's earlier utterances. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. "I apologize, my tone was a bit harsh." Observing the small unicorn's protective behavior, Ronan scratched his head and managed an awkward smile. "Oh, Harry Potter?" Initially intending to change the subject to alleviate the discomfort, Ronan turned only to discover a well-known figure within their tribe. "It appears fate has aligned favorably." "It is a pleasure to see you." Ronan approached Harry, bowing slightly. "Greetings, Mr. Ronan," Harry replied, extending his hand. Ronan paused momentarily before breaking into hearty laughter and shaking Harry's hand. "Next time you visit, be sure to have Hagrid notify me. I will guide you, lest you become lost." Ronan's carefree nature bore resemblance to Ron's, though he also exhibited traits reminiscent of centaurs, often speaking mysteriously of destiny and stars. Please refrain from such remarks, Mr. Ronan. They are still children. Dumbledore sighed. I shall inquire with those in the know and have Hagrid relay any news. Good night to you three young guests. May the stars and moon ever guard you. With Hagrid leading, the group successfully traversed the Forbidden Forest and arrived safely on the castle's lawn. Well, you are safe now. More pressing than other matters. You need to visit Madame Pomfrey for a checkup. Dumbledore's expression remained inscrutable as he bid farewell to the group and returned to the castle. Having evaded Snape and Dumbledore, they could not escape the stern gaze of Professor McGonagall. 50 points from Gryffindor. McGonagall's reprimand struck like lightning. Professor, Hermione intended to protest, but 50 points each, plus 3 detentions. McGonagall seemed to recall something, doubling the punishment. I warned you after the incident last Christmas. How dare you venture into such perilous places at night? Had Professor Snape not arrived, you might have been devoured by vengeful centaurs. Moreover, there are many other creatures within the Forbidden Forest that even centaurs fear. What were you thinking? McGonagall's voice grew increasingly louder, clearly incensed. Indeed, the trio had taken reckless risks and had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Nearby, Hagrid feigned a fierce expression, nodding in agreement with McGonagall. At that moment, McGonagall received a message from the headmaster. Come see me tomorrow morning. After delivering this directive, she instructed Hagrid to ensure the trio was personally handed over to Madame Pomfrey before departing the entrance. You three little rascals, after all these years. Not even the twins have been as reckless as you. Hagrid displayed evident frustration at their lack of regard for their own safety. How's Norbert? Ron suddenly recalled the newborn dragon. He was just captured by Professor Dumbledore. He is under the strict protection of the Care of Magical Creatures Professor, who intends to find someone to take him to a suitable place for him to grow. As he spoke, Hagrid produced a handkerchief large enough to serve as a bed sheet for Harry and began to wipe away tears. The trio exchanged glances, sharing a sense of sorrow for little Norbert, whom they had watched hatch. Do you think? Ron quietly raised an eyebrow at Harry and Hermione while Hagrid remained lost in his melancholic memories. What do you mean? Harry, catching on, looked at Hermione alongside Ron. Are you suggesting something like little Alice? Hermione's realization dawned upon her. Hagrid. With her own abilities feeling insufficient, Hermione recognized that they already had a small unicorn. If they could truly contract a little dragon as well, it would be incredible. You witnessed the power of that little metal badge I showed you earlier, right? Hermione's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Hagrid. Oh, I did see it. What of it? Yes, little Alice. Was that her name? No problem. I will prepare food for her from now on, Hagrid assured, thumping his chest confidently. No, what I mean is, should I use that ability to save little Norbert too? Hermione suggested slyly. No, that won't he do. What about Professor Dumbledore? Hagrid hesitated, yet resolutely shook his head. He could not allow his personal desires to jeopardize the safety of a few children, regardless of the crisis at hand. I'm sorry, Hermione, I cannot agree to that. Little Norbert is indeed very dangerous. The trio could see that Hagrid had made a significant decision in uttering those words. Very well, Hagrid, but do not be disheartened. I will often bring little Alice to visit you. Hermione stood on tiptoe to pat Hagrid's arm reassuringly. Now, let us hurry to the infirmary for a checkup. Hagrid smiled broadly. In the Forbidden Forest, numerous centaurs, led by Bane, were scouring the area for the whereabouts of the dark-robed figures and the abducted unicorns. Eventually, in a secluded spot, they discovered the lifeless body of a unicorn, drained of its blood, alongside the centaur warriors initially sent to protect the unicorn family. Scoundrel! Bane struck a nearby tree trunk with a fierce punch. Upon his arrival, Firenze was taken aback by the scene before him, his body trembling slightly. Everything seemed to unfold in accordance with the prophecies. However, among the tribe, the three high priests had drawn two divergent conclusions, hinting at something deeper. The celestial bodies above, a pair of stars in contrasting illumination, appeared extraordinarily ominous. After parting ways with Harry and the others, Professor McGonagall made her way to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was engaged in conversation with Professor Cheney regarding the events of the day. Good evening, Headmaster, Professor Cheney, McGonagall greeted. What, may I ask, has led to today's peculiar circumstances? Dumbledore lifted his cup of tea, gesturing for an explanation. McGonagall listened intently, her curiosity piqued. Yet, the mischievous Cheney, who had provoked Fawkes, bore an expression of helplessness. That item was a Christmas gift I bestowed upon them. They possess such innate talent. Cheney resumed his seat and spoke. The metallic plate Hermione possessed is known as the spirit token in my hometown, within the realm of its acknowledged owner's mental capacity. It contains certain magical creatures. Our nation does not have animagi, thus Hermione likely formed an unintentional pact with the little unicorn. Or perhaps the adorable girl simply charmed it. Although Chinyu provided a reasonable explanation, Dumbledore continued to gaze at him in silence. The sudden stillness in the office gradually engendered an oppressive atmosphere. However, this tension did not persist for long. I understand. I will have Hagrid convey the message when the time comes. I appreciate your effort in making this journey tonight. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted abruptly. As if he had always donned the visage of a benevolent elder, and the earlier stern expression was merely a fade. Good night to you, Professor McGonagall, good night. With a smile, Chinyu finished his tea and departed from the headmaster's office. At this moment, the three companions lay side by side on the infirmary beds, quietly discussing the recent events. I sensed something was amiss with that individual. Indeed, something felt quite off. A person of sound mind would not venture there. Ron, with his hands cradling his head, suddenly found himself wide awake upon hearing Harry broach the topic. Did you all witness that? I deflected that individual's offensive spell with my mental shield. Hermione, activating her sharp-tongued sarcasm, remarked, "Oh, you mean the one where you felt utterly drained and nearly fainted? When did you learn that fireball spell, Harry?" Ron interrupted Hermione's jibe with an exaggerated exclamation and swiftly shifted the conversation. I observed Professor Chinyu employing ice magic against that armor, and I attempted to replicate it. Harry reflected. Does this signify that we have unlocked the second stage of our magical abilities? Ron feigned wielding a sword upon the bed, still maintaining the demeanor of a valiant knight, albeit one who had been unceremoniously toppled. Frankly, I feel that Harry and I have experienced this, but yours doesn't quite count. When I witnessed little Alice's parents collapse, an inexplicable sensation surged within me, as if something had shattered. I felt a significant expansion of my mental capacity. Otherwise, I would not have been able to contain little Alice, who nearly drained all my mental energy. Hermione contemplated and provided an accurate explanation. Yes, I too have felt that sensation of something breaking within me, Harry concurred. Oh, well, Ron, who had yet to experience such a feeling, slumped dejectedly on the bed. By the way, thank you today, Ron. You safeguarded both of us. You saved us. Harry suddenly extended his hand and gave Ron a thumbs up, silently commending him. Hermione also reached out her hand, and the three of them clasped each other's hands on the infirmary beds, exchanging a meaningful glance, a rare and precious friendship. Without you two, I truly would be incapable of accomplishing anything. Harry, reminded of the contents of Professor Chinyu's letter, gazed resolutely at his two companions. At this moment, in a secluded area of the Forbidden Forest, a man clad in a black robe huddled within a tree hollow, trembling uncontrollably. His lips incessantly murmured, "Master, I was wrong. Please do not punish me." The following morning, the trio approached Professor McGonagall's office, their hearts laden with trepidation. However, the professor said little, leading them instead to the office of Headmaster Dumbledore. "Would you care for a drink?" Upon their arrival, Dumbledore began rummaging through his belongings in search of snacks and beverages favored by children. "Professor, we realize our mistakes," the three of them stammered. Fearing the headmaster might utter the dreaded words, "Once you've finished your tea, you may depart." "Ah, little Alice, her father has been found." Dumbledore first conveyed the unfortunate news to Hermione. Hermione was taken aback, instinctively reaching for the talisman in her pocket. It seemed that little Alice also sensed something, as the talisman emitted a faint warmth in response. "First and foremost, I must commend each of you for your bravery by awarding you an additional 20 points. Regardless of the circumstances, you have saved an innocent life." Dumbledore placed a cup of honey tea before the trio, gesturing for them to serve themselves. However, upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement of the points, the three of them stared intently at the headmaster, awaiting his next words. "I trust that Professor McGonagall has already informed you of your punishment, so I need not elaborate further. Nevertheless, I hope that you three will heed my advice and refrain from wagering your lives in the future." The trio nodded silently in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Dumbledore's gentle admonition, Harry suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to confide everything he knew to the headmaster. "Headmaster," Harry began, "I suspect that Professor Quirrell, Professor Snape, and Malfoy may be plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone." "Oh, and from whom have you received this information?" Dumbledore inquired. "Regardless of its source, I must implore you to remain silent." "But, Headmaster, the Philosopher's Stone is in danger. You must trust in your professors and classmates." "I understand, Headmaster," Harry said, his mouth agape, unsure of how to counter this. Was there any room for rebuttal against the headmaster's own words? "Headmaster, why did they want to kill little Alice's parents?" Hermione then posed a question. When she was found, her blood had been completely drained. Dumbledore sighed, reluctant to share such grim details with 11-year-olds. Yet he had watched these three grow and understood their resilience. Immortality? The continuation of life? Wouldn't that come with a dreadful curse? Hermione recalled having read about such notions, often accompanied by terrifying curses that rendered existence a living death rather than a swift end. The thought was too harrowing for her to contemplate. Headmaster, during my encounter with that mysterious figure yesterday, I felt an eerily familiar presence, and it seemed as though that individual harbored a deep-seated hatred for me. Even knowing my father's name, Harry synthesized the conversation between Dumbledore and Hermione, sensing he was grasping at something profound. This is indeed concerning. Do you have any thoughts on the matter, Harry? Dumbledore smiled, encouragingly. I believe the murderer of my parents has returned, Harry declared, his gaze fixed resolutely on Dumbledore. Upon hearing this, Hermione and Ron turned in shock to face Harry. The enemy of Harry's parents? That can't be. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, Dumbledore replied. But, Headmaster, wasn't the mysterious figure already dead? Harry himself, Ron pressed anxiously. He did not perish, Ron. He has always lingered. We merely vanquished him for a time. With that, Dumbledore appeared lost in thought, his silence heavy with memories. Do not allow fear to consume you. You must learn to conquer it, just as Harry has. Furthermore, the current Voldemort requires the blood of cursed unicorns to sustain his life, rendering him significantly weakened. Now, this is not a burden for you to bear. The Centaurs will manage the situation, patrolling the Forbidden Forest daily. Your focus should be on your upcoming examinations, and oh yes, Harry, you have 2 Quidditch matches awaiting you. Dumbledore glanced at the time, smiling as he concluded this heartfelt conversation. Upon exiting the principal's office, the three of them engaged in a lively conversation as they walked. I suspect his objective is undoubtedly the Philosopher's Stone. Let us not forget one of its properties. Harry glanced around to ensure no one was in sight before he spoke. The elixir of life? Hermione, quick to respond to such knowledge, interjected. Indeed, but I wonder with whom he is collaborating. Professor Quirrell? Professor Chenyu? Or perhaps Malfoy? Or lurking behind Malfoy? Snape? Harry furrowed his brow as he analyzed the situation for his companions. Malfoy shouldn't he be capable of such schemes? He is merely 11 years old, Ron pondered, reluctant to accept that Malfoy might be superior. Let us not forget that day. We witnessed it ourselves, Harry retorted, unbothered by the acknowledgement of another's strength. And what of Professor Chenyu? Hermione continued to dissect Harry's thoughts. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind. What is the matter? Meow. Hermione nearly jumped in surprise. Such a delightful reaction, Miss Granger, Chenyu remarked, holding a large cardboard box, with 3 more boxes floating behind him. The trio couldn't help but wonder if he had been dismissed, contemplating their current thoughts. I happen to need your assistance. The spring festival approaches, and I must prepare gifts for the students who have chosen my subject. Oh. No problem at all, Ron exclaimed as he took the box from Chenyu's hands. As Chenyu stretched his arms, he felt the weight of age, realizing that his strength was no longer what it used to be. Subsequently, the 4 of them carried a cardboard box towards Chenyu's office. Do we have gifts? After all, we consider ourselves your students, don't we? Ron chattered incessantly until they reached the entrance of Chenyu's office, where he suddenly recalled a question he had long wanted to ask. Of course. We cannot forget the 3 of you. Chenyu opened the office door, allowing the 3 little ones to enter. This time, the gifts prepared by Chenyu were porcelain doll piggy banks from China. Each time money was deposited, the dolls would cheerfully exclaim in Chinese, wishing you prosperity. Bring on the red envelopes. As you contemplate withdrawing money from the bottom, the doll continues to weep, murmuring phrases like 3 times without a ceiling. A horse coat accompanies for life. Please, make yourself comfortable. After placing down the items, Chenyu proceeded to the bedroom to fetch something to entertain the 3 little ones. Harry noticed a piece of paper pressed against the desk and, filled with curiosity, he lifted a corner to take a glance. That fleeting glimpse revealed a document inscribed in the characters of a foreign tongue he could not comprehend. However, it was adorned with illustrations, among which only the image of a 3-headed dog, presumably Fluffy, was decipherable to him. The second illustration depicted a chaotic entanglement of vines. Hermione, too, discreetly observed Harry's actions and soon realized he was stealthily examining a letter on the professor's desk. That is the devil's snare, she whispered into his ear. A swarm of wing keys? A wizard's chessboard? A plethora of potions and cauldrons? Yet, before he could absorb the entirety of the content, the voice of Professor Chen interrupted the moment, asking, how about trying some? He produced 4 bottles of a sports drink, handing 3 to the trio. Occasionally indulging in a refreshing beverage can be quite pleasant. Though his words were directed at all 3, his gaze lingered on Harry. Thank you, Professor, Harry stammered, momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat foolish. I apologize, Professor, I was merely curious. Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to adopt a conciliatory tone, ruffling Harry's hair. Professor Chin smiled without uttering further words. After finishing a bottle of the drink, the trio took the festive piggy bank gifted by Professor Chin and departed the office. Once outside, they instinctively activated their senses. Indeed, Professor Chin was inside the office, smiling at them. Even through the door, they could ascertain he was aware of their whereabouts. They observed his lips moving silently, and Harry deciphered a phrase from his mouth, "Stay safe." With the absence of Snape's disturbances, the Gryffindor Quidditch team triumphed decisively over Hufflepuff that Sunday. The following weekend would mark their final match against Slytherin, capturing everyone's attention as they focused intently on their training, Harry included. One afternoon, after classes concluded, the trio routinely visited Hagrid to collect food for little Alice. Hagrid had yet to recover from his emotional farewell to Norbert just days prior, during which he had wept inconsolably. Young Norbert had also been calling out to Hagrid with persistent cries. The three friends understood Hagrid's sorrow, having been present for the farewell. "Hagrid, don't be disheartened," Charlie reassured him. As he said, this is ultimately better for him. He will find companions of his own kind, perhaps even ones more suited to him. Ron gently patted Hagrid's arm in comfort. The day of the departure had seen Charlie Weasley himself come to bid farewell, allowing the brothers to meet. Ron had introduced Harry and Hermione to his older brother, and the trio even speculated that Charlie exhibited more maturity and composure than Percy. However, after encountering the twins, their impressions swiftly changed. The siblings' adept high-fives and their rapid exchanges of highly specialized jargon left even Ron and Hermione bewildered. Revealing that Charlie was one of the suppliers for some of the twins' materials and a former contender for the title of Hogwarts prankster. "Hagrid, where did you acquire Norbert? If need be, we can find another and help you raise it in secret," Ron suggested, realizing his attempts to console Hagrid had fallen flat. "Oh, that's no longer possible. I want him from a hooded figure while drinking at a pub, and who knows where that person has vanished to." Hagrid sighed, beginning to prepare little Alice's food. Meanwhile, Hermione, seizing the opportunity with no one around, released little Alice to frolic at the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, cautioning it not to wander too far. It is not that the little unicorn lacks charm. Rather, Hagrid has a distinct preference for larger, more formidable creatures. Drinking? At the mention of this, Harry found himself pondering. What was the occasion? Oh, it must have been around Christmas, if memory serves. I recall it was with Professor Chin, who possesses a rather poor tolerance for alcohol. He scarcely managed to consume half before declaring himself done and departing early. I lingered a while longer, only to encounter that hooded figure. Hagrid scratched his head, mulling over Harry's inquiry. Could that hooded figure have been Professor Chin in disguise? The three exchanged glances, each harboring this very notion. Professor Chin? Suddenly, a realization struck Harry. Indeed, on that day, when he was evading Filch and Snape, he had indeed crossed paths with Professor Chin returning from a drinking bout. Moreover, it was Christmas, a day of significance. Could it be that the figure cloaked in black was none other than Professor Chin? Yet, new questions arose. What had Professor Chilo acquired? What matters were at hand? Hagrid, why would that individual seek you out regarding the dragon egg? Harry seized upon a critical point. This delves into secrecy. Dumbledore has issued a gag order, so refrain from further inquiries. Hagrid pondered, sensing this was not a matter suitable for the little ones. The headmaster had already divulged all pertinent information, primarily concerning the Philosopher's Stone and the Forbidden Forest. Hermione raised an eyebrow, intending to pry further into Hagrid's secrets. The headmaster shared this with you? Such a perilous place is off-limits to you. Hagrid was taken aback, yet recalling the gravity of previous events. He considered that perhaps the headmaster had indeed confided some details to the youngsters. "If you do not satiate our curiosity, we shall investigate independently," Ron retorted, adding a sharp remark. "Well, you must not disclose this to anyone, not even a whisper." After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was in earshot, Hagrid beckoned the trio to gather closer and spoke softly. It was indeed that day, having indulged in a bit of drink, I found myself in a light discussion with Professor Chin regarding the intricacies of the mechanisms within the Forbidden Forest. As you know, I raised Fong there. And in casual conversation, I recounted tales of the many delightful creatures I have cared for, boasting about my ability to tame any beast. It was then that the individual overheard our exchange. After Professor Chin departed, having imbibed too much, this person approached me, claiming I was bragging. Naturally, I could not let such an affront go unchecked. I contemplated inviting him for a friendly discourse in the nearby grove. However, he produced Norbert's egg, asserting his disbelief. He stated that if I could elucidate the weaknesses of the three-headed dog, he would concede, and the egg would be mine, for there was only one Norbert. Hagrid became lost in the memories of his first encounter with Norbert. Meanwhile, Harry and his companions had come to a realization. The individual must have intended to extract information from Hagrid through the first challenge. Snape? He had been bitten by Fong. Not necessarily, Professor Quirrell could also be a suspect. Hermione pondered for a moment and identified another possibility. There was also Professor Quan. Ron added yet another potential culprit. No, Ron, do you remember? Malfoy. He was the one who lulled Fong to sleep with music. They had known Fong's weakness prior to this day. Something was amiss. Indeed, but in terms of timing, Hagrid. What is it? Hagrid, lost in his thoughts, was roused from his reverie. On Christmas Day, when did you and Professor Quan go for drinks? I can't quite recall. Was it that day or the day before? In any case, it was just once. I can't remember clearly. Hagrid scratched his head while continuing to prepare food for little Alice. Meanwhile, Alice, who had returned from her watch, circled around Hagrid, her face brimming with eagerness. That aligns well. It must be that Professor Quan extracted the method from Hagrid, but why would Malfoy know? Do you remember the professor's notebook? Where he expressed interest in Malfoy. What if, hypothetically, Malfoy also became a student of Professor Quan? The method that Malfoy gleaned from Professor Quan? Hermione racked her brain. Only able to conceive this possibility. That is indeed plausible. Harry nodded in agreement. Let us not forget the mysterious figure in the Forbidden Forest, Ron added. Voldemort must be collaborating with one of them. Upon hearing that name, Ron visibly shuddered, while Hermione appeared somewhat uneasy. Overcome your fears. Noticing his friend's expressions, Harry encouraged them. If the mysterious Voldemort wishes to collaborate, I feel the likelihood of Professor Quan and Snape being involved is greater than that of Professor Quirrell and Malfoy, Ron stammered, articulating his thoughts. It's also possible that it was a deliberate act of goodwill, Hermione further speculated after some reflection. Perhaps, Harry sighed, as Hagrid had already finished preparing Alice's meal and was calling the trio over. After feeding little Alice, the three played with the unicorn on the lawn near Hagrid's hut for a while before bidding farewell to Hagrid and returning for dinner. Upon returning to the castle, the trio received several significant pieces of news. The website's new address is M22FF. CB, Professor Quirrell has passed away. Harry and his friends were taken aback. Indeed. It was reported that he died in the Forbidden Room on the 4th floor. Truly, it is a place of peril. Even a professor could not withstand its dangers. During dinner, Percy quietly shared the information he had with Harry and his companions. The headmaster has sealed off the entire 4th floor, and the route back to their dormitory must now be circumvented from the other side. It seems the situation has escalated. No wonder they hadn't seen him in the Great Hall for meals in recent days. Ron pondered and realized that Professor Quirrell had been missing for several days. Such a significant event, what impact would it have on them? Among the trio, Hermione had the closest relationship with Percy, often seeking his counsel on advanced topics. Uncertain of the implications, it was rumored that some members of the school board had seized the opportunity to convene numerous directors, demanding the dismissal of Headmaster Dumbledore. Believing he had grown too old to protect even a professor, leaving defenseless children in greater peril. Percy, frowning, continued to relay the weighty news. How could they? The headmaster is the most powerful white wizard in existence. If he cannot safeguard the students, who can? Ron was incredulous that anyone would be so foolish. Yet the troubling reality remains. There are indeed those who would act in such a manner. At this moment, Headmaster Dumbledore sat expressionless, holding a letter before Lucius Malfoy. Apologies. Headmaster Dumbledore, many parents of students have learned of this matter and have collectively written this letter, though I managed to suppress it. However, you will need to attend the board meeting next week to provide them with a direct explanation regarding this issue, Lucius stated with an air of resignation. That is quite all right, Lucius. Thank you for speaking on my behalf, Dumbledore replied, rubbing his temples in weariness, and acquiesced. And if nothing arises? Lucius chuckled, preparing to take his leave. Do as you please, the headmaster gestured dismissively, placing the letter aside on the table. After dining, the three individuals exploring the castle fortuitously encountered Lucius Malfoy emerging from the headmaster's office. What a remarkable coincidence. Lucius removed his gloves and extended a hand toward Harry. Good day, sir. Mr. Potter? You bear a striking resemblance to my son, Draco. It appears you're acquainted. I hope you may become friends. Following their exchange, Lucius proceeded in the direction of the Slytherin common room. An unsettling aura surrounded him, though I could not articulate why. Under Harry's perception, Lucius exuded an oddly familiar essence. He gives me an unpleasant feeling, Ron remarked with a shrug. Lucius Malfoy, the patriarch, relinquished his grand chair to Lucius while he stood by. Embodying the archetype of a dutiful son, they were surrounded by a circle of Slytherin students, nearly kneeling. Is it true that the group attempting to acquire your family's assets is registered in Africa? How amusing. Lucius chuckled while listening to the reports of those around him. The comfort of their existence had gradually led these venerable pure-blood families into decay, both in body and spirit. However, our intelligence that is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true orchestrators remain hidden in the depths. Surveying the listless Slytherin students, Lucius finally turned his gaze towards Draco, his own son, and a source of pride. Ah, my son, so astute, a true chip off the old block. The thought of recent events filled Lucius with clandestine delight. This endeavor was, in fact, orchestrated by the Malfoy family, in collaboration with a foreign conglomerate, deftly extracting resources from those self-important pure-blood families. Their wealth had expanded manifold, while the tangible assets of the pure-blood families largely fell into their grasp. Meanwhile, the foreign conglomerate profited significantly, amassing vast sums of cash and rare magical materials. Through this audacious venture, the Malfoy family ascended from mere nouveau riche to a prominent elite within the magical world, finally gaining a semblance of influence in a society that revered lineage. The pride swelling within Lucius at the thought that all of this was his son's design was palpable. As for how Draco had discovered such a formidable conglomerate, with ample resources and cunning, or from where he had gleaned this intelligence, particularly the peculiar changes that began during a summer day, these details seemed to elude him, as if they had been shrouded in obscurity. All anomalies appeared to be veiled, leading these individuals down a singular path. At this moment, Draco observed Lucius's expression, fully aware of his father's innermost thoughts. To Draco, Lucius was essentially no different from the decaying pure-blood families, or even that foreign consortium. They were merely pawns in a larger game. After Lucius departed, Malfoy reclaimed his throne, gesturing for the others to disperse. No one dared to speak loudly, quietly vacating the premises. In a corner, one individual trembled in fear, ultimately being escorted out by Crabbe and Goyle. The passing of Professor Quirrell had repercussions that extended beyond merely providing students with additional pocket money. It even affected Harry's enthusiasm for attending class. Snape was hastily appointed as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. The renowned Mr. Potter, unaware of how to dispel such a rudimentary curse? Who could have anticipated that the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger would assist our hero, Mr. Potter, in breaking the spell? Snape cast a curse upon Harry, and then Hermione countered it. Throughout the entire lesson, Harry played the role of the jester, dutifully cooperating with Snape's instruction, serving as a living target to demonstrate for his fellow students. Moreover, the content is exceptionally concise, giving the impression that Snape is endeavoring to impart as much knowledge as possible during this lesson. After class, Ron remarked that it was merely Snape's intention to cast several spells on Harry, harboring ulterior motives. However, Harry remained uncertain whether Snape acted with intent or inadvertently. When Snape utilized Harry as a demonstration tool for teaching defense against the dark arts, the first-hand experience of various spells inadvertently made Harry the most proficient among his peers in retaining this knowledge. Confused, Harry pondered the complexity of Snape's character. Despite the considerable hardship Snape imposed upon him, he seemed to rush through the curriculum, insisting that Hermione promptly reverse the spells. Had Ron been tasked with the same, it would have taken an entire class to resolve just the first spell. What manner of person is Snape? Harry questioned internally. When he later inquired about this matter with Hagrid, the response was limited to Snape's acquaintance with Harry's parents, leaving much unsaid. Should he confront Snape directly? The prospect of being ridiculed into silence dissuaded him from that thought. Instead, he turned his gaze to the curious little Alice, who watched him intently. Perhaps due to the tragic fate of her parents at the hands of Voldemort, Alice's demeanor toward Harry had notably softened. She was among the very few, alongside Hermione and Hagrid, allowed to stroke his fur without consequence, while Ron would only receive a playful headbutt in return. Though Alice's horns had yet to fully develop, they could still inflict genuine pain. As the weekend approached, the final Quidditch match of the year commenced. The championship battle pitted Slytherin against Gryffindor. The match began with Lee's enthusiastic shout, signaling the start of the contest. The referee for the match was Madam Hooch. Gryffindor showcased their advantage with agile seekers, skillfully maneuvering across the field. The Slytherin chariots relentlessly trample everything in their path. This time, their target is no longer wood. Instead, they adopted a strategy of close surveillance, while the other two batsmen collaborated with Malfoy to restrict Harry's movements. As for the attacking Gryffindor chasers, their objective was to interfere whenever possible, disrupt play, and save shots. But they remained indifferent to conceding points, Their primary focus was on gaining possession and finding ways to delay time, thus controlling the score. Their plan was to assist Malfoy in capturing the Golden Snitch before Gryffindor reached a lead of 150 points. Firmly believing that Malfoy would seize the snitch before the time limit expired, Malfoy, with an expression of utmost seriousness, was fervently searching for the Golden Snitch. Meanwhile, Harry found himself enduring the same treatment he had received during the match officiated by Snape, and this time it involved two individuals causing disruption. However, they lacked Snape's piercing gaze. Harry had numerous opportunities to maneuver through. After more than 2 hours of play, the score stood at 90 to 150. Although Gryffindor was in the lead, most of the players were exceedingly fatigued. The girls had to expend additional energy to evade Slytherin's relentless pursuit, while the opposing team, during their offensive plays, merely needed to maintain formation and advance steadily. Unfortunately, when the girls attempted to intercept, it was often they who ended up injured. Wood, serving as the goalkeeper, was under immense pressure. The opposing team's shots resembled acts of vengeance. Each strike delivered with such force that it left his palms trembling upon catching the ball. Moreover, it is the first time to maintain such intense focus throughout a prolonged match. As fatigue set in, the steadfast Slytherin chariot, which had been firmly grounded, reignited its engines. A series of scores swiftly leveled the playing field. The situation is increasingly unfavorable for Gryffindor. Harry had numerous opportunities to seize the Golden Snitch and conclude the match. However, Malfoy was unlike the other two obstacles. His gaze was even more piercing than Snape's. Whenever Harry accelerated without spotting the elusive snitch, Malfoy would inevitably attempt to intercept him. Each maneuver seemed almost accidental, yet there was nothing Harry could do to counter it. On several occasions, Harry even employed the tactics he had previously used against Snape when Malfoy was caught off guard. Malfoy's reaction surprised Harry. He seemed utterly indifferent to the gaze of others. His sole focus was on Harry, his eyes fixed on the direction Harry was advancing. Eventually, the two commenced a game of pursuit akin to hide-and-seek. Should he deceive him once more? Harry pondered the previous occasion when he captured the Golden Snitch and resolved to give it a try. He then surged forward, diving towards the nearby stands. However, Malfoy merely smirked coldly, redirecting his broom in another direction, though it appeared that prolonging the chase would bolster their strength, potentially overwhelming Gryffindor. Malfoy harbored his own pride. In truth, he had long since discerned the position of the Golden Snitch. His actions were merely a ruse to confound Harry. His Nimbus 2000 did not match the speed of Harry's Firebolt No. 1, making it easy for Harry to latch onto him and ultimately lose track of the snitch's location. He was well aware that Harry, as a novice in Quidditch, possessed formidable perceptive abilities, thus losing the snitch would undoubtedly benefit Harry. Everything was meticulously orchestrated, all for a fleeting opportunity. Alas, Malfoy was not to be deceived. Ron observed the movements of both players, noticing their subtle maneuvers. Harry, Hermione gasped, covering her mouth in anxiety. Chinyu, seated in the Hufflepuff stands, shook his head in disappointment. Harry, not flying far, quickly uncovered Malfoy's scheme and without hesitation accelerated towards him. The other players on the field also recognized the unfolding situation. The Slytherin players sought to obstruct Harry's path, hoping to delay him just long enough to enhance Malfoy's chances of seizing the Golden Snitch. The Gryffindor players surged forward to disrupt the Slytherin team, striving to create a clear path for Harry to accelerate. At that moment, the No. 1 from Hufflepuff exhibited an extraordinary prowess that seemed to transcend limits. As Malfoy reached out to grasp the swiftly fleeing Golden Snitch, Harry dashed forward, brushing against Malfoy's side. This jolt caused Malfoy's outstretched hand to miss the elusive snitch. He turned, his face contorted with rage, and glared at Harry. "Harry Potter, I shall not be defeated in the same matter twice." Malfoy, for the first time in a while, felt a surge of anger. Yet for reasons unknown, Harry felt that this Malfoy was his true self. The person who had previously concealed himself beneath a facade of gentility seemed like an entirely different individual. "Professor Chin is observing you, Malfoy," Harry remarked to the Malfoy beside him, as an unexpected thought crossed his mind. However, Malfoy's behavior left Harry utterly astonished. He anxiously glanced towards the stands and almost immediately spotted Professor Chinyu. It seemed inappropriate to say that he had found her, as Harry now believed that Malfoy had been deliberately observing and evading Chinyu all along. At this moment, Chinyu was indeed observing him, not just him, but rather both of them. In a broader sense, the entire audience was fixated on their encounter. However, Malfoy appeared to have misinterpreted the situation. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Malfoy found himself swiftly overtaken by Harry. Opportunities are ephemeral. Under Malfoy's astonished gaze, Harry confidently seized the Golden Snitch. An immediate uproar of cheers and gasps erupted throughout the arena. Victory was achieved. It had been an exhilarating match. Harry triumphantly brandished the golden snitch, circling it before Malfoy, and then ascended into the sky amidst his rival's dark glare. He intended to share his triumph with the classmates who supported him wholeheartedly. Aha, aha, aha. Below. Malfoy was encircled by his Slytherin teammates, and he began to laugh uproariously, while the other Slytherin players did not express ire toward him, instead waiting as if for their leader's next command. As Malfoy descended to the ground, he squinted up at Harry in the air and remarked, "Soon. Let us see who will truly have the last laugh, Harry Potter." With the troublesome presence removed, the young wizards exulted in their hard-won victory. Even the Ravenclaws joined in the jubilation, having long relinquished hopes of claiming the championship, yet they had witnessed such a splendid match. After the rival Hufflepuff team congratulated the Gryffindors following Slytherin's defeat, it became evident that a match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff was no longer necessary. Unquestionably, the champions of this year's Quidditch season were the Gryffindors. Next week, there would be only one opportunity. A male student within the castle seemed to be speaking to himself, murmuring, I know, I will strive, I will strive." Then, altering his tone as if responding to his own inquiries, he continued, "For the glory of pure blood." The initial voice, soothing as a lullaby, echoed once more, "For glory." A tense voice reiterated, "For the family." The hypnotic tone gradually descended into a somber pitch, repeating, "For the family." As the student echoed these words, a look of confusion began to surface in his eyes. "And for yourself," whispered a devilish voice. "Yes, for me, for my master." The light in the student's eyes faded, leaving behind a void of clarity. "What did you say?" inquired a voice. It seems Professor Dumbledore has been reported, and he will likely defend himself before the board in the coming days," Hagrid remarked while feeding little Alice, sharing the startling news. "In my opinion, those people are simply idle. If the world's most powerful white wizard feels unsafe as a headmaster, then what are they even doing? They might as well build a safe house and hide away for life," Hagrid grumbled. The trio of friends huddled nearby, deliberating on the matter. "If the headmaster is absent, I believe the opposing side will take action," Harry asserted confidently to Hermione and Ron. "What should we do? Inform Professor McGonagall? How do we phrase it? Professor Quirrell, Malfoy, and Professor Snape intend to seize the opportunity to breach the trap and steal the Philosopher's Stone while the headmaster is away?" Hermione raised an eyebrow. "What then?" Ron shrugged helplessly. "No, we must first inform Professor McGonagall. With the headmaster absent, she will surely regard this issue with the seriousness it deserves," Harry insisted, shaking his head, convinced they should speak with Professor McGonagall. As for confronting the matter directly, it was not without consideration. However, that was a last resort. After all, a dark wizard like Professor Quirrell had perished in the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Should they really venture there? If Professor Quirrell had not met his demise, Harry might have envisioned the three of them overcoming the challenges together. Yet, given the current circumstances, such an approach seemed tantamount to courting death. After feeding little Alice, the trio indeed made their way to Professor McGonagall's office. It seemed that she was no longer the primary authority, as Professor Snape had assumed that role. A note was affixed to the door, indicating that Professor McGonagall had stepped out and that Professor Snape was now overseeing school affairs. The three were perplexed as to why she had chosen to leave at such a critical juncture. However, they soon received some insider information from the mischievous Weasley twins. It had come to their attention that a series of violent incidents had plagued Hogsmeade during the evenings of late, culminating in the tragic death of a solitary tourist just days prior. Consequently, as the head of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was compelled to investigate the matter personally. "Shall we approach Snape?" Ron inquired, posing a question he already knew the answer to. "Let us handle this ourselves. Do you recall the paper on Professor Quirrell's desk?" Harry directed his question at Hermione. "Are you suggesting that we need to retrieve that document? It likely contains various defensive measures for safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone." Hermione raised a final question, contemplating their next move. When Quirrell arrived at the Great Hall before dinner, he witnessed a rather tumultuous scene. "You two simply do not understand me. But if you do not express yourself, how are we to know? After all this time, you ought to have figured it out." "Very well, we understand. Please do not be upset. What is it that you believe you comprehend? I have shared nothing, yet you claim to know. You are merely dismissing me. We acknowledge our mistake." "Mistake? Where did we err?" You indicate where, and I shall agree." "Aha. No, you are not at fault. It is I who am mistaken. No, we are the ones in the wrong. Truly, forgive us." "How can I forgive you when you do not even know your transgressions?" "Then enlighten us. Where did we go astray? A hint, if you will. Such matters will not change unless you discern the cause yourselves." But we genuinely do not know where we went wrong. Just a small nudge, please. I do not know. You ought to figure it out. With that, Hermione, her face flushed with anger and tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, turned and fled, accidentally colliding with Quirrell. Upon looking up and realizing it was Quirrell, her tears cascaded uncontrollably. All right, no more tears. Can you tell me what transpired? Quirrell observed the weeping girl before him, feeling utterly at a loss. Harry and Ron wore expressions that suggested their presence was sufficient. The professor attempted to console Hermione, as none of us understood the sudden outburst of her anger. Do you two truly remain oblivious to your faults? Leave, and keep your distance. I do not wish to see either of you. Hermione shouted vehemently at Harry and Ron. However, Chinyu, feeling helpless, swiftly embraced Hermione, preventing her from gazing at the two boys, while subtly signaling for them to depart hastily. After successfully escaping the hall, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, acknowledging the terrifying nature of women. Indeed, they were not deceiving, even knowing it was merely an act. Time was of the essence. Upon arriving at Chinyu's office, they took a deep breath, aware that if the door was equipped with a defensive alarm, their time would be severely limited once it was opened. They nodded at each other in silent agreement. With great caution, Harry gently turned the doorknob. Meanwhile, Ron was incessantly praying in the background. They entered, and not a single alarm was triggered. Meanwhile, outside the auditorium, Chinyu, who was comforting Hermione, suddenly sensed something. With a resigned smile, he glanced down at Hermione, who was still wiping her tears. No wonder she wouldn't say what was wrong. It turned out she was merely putting on an act. Hermione's furtive glance at his actions did not escape his notice. If one aspires to be an actor, one must master the art of improvisation. Chinyu retrieved a large rabbit-shaped candy from his pocket and placed it in Hermione's mouth, then took out a comb and began to fashion her hair into pigtails. Professor, you may weep as you wish. Do not mind me. He gently tapped Hermione on the head, signaling her to remain still, before resuming his hairstyling endeavor. Feeling exposed, Hermione sat there rigidly, utterly motionless, resembling a finely crafted puppet. As Harry and Ron pilfered the note, an uninvited guest arrived at the entrance of the fourth-floor restricted area. A figure cloaked in black, with a sinister tone, pushed the door open. The creature within immediately sensed the disturbance. Another bipedal being? Not long ago, one had met its demise right before its nest, leaving behind a lingering scent of blood that had agitated it for some time. And now another dared to approach? It resolved to teach this intruder a lesson. Upon entering, the man produced a small box from his cloak, from which enchanting melodies began to emanate. However, as the creature succumbed to slumber, a different kind of magic was awakened. Thorn iron armor, shield me. The newcomer barely had time to cast a protective spell before being hurled away. Yet, it was not long before the figure in the black robe rose from the ground, spitting blood. If Professor Chilo were to be resurrected, he would discern that this sudden manifestation of magic was the very cause of his demise. Fool. Someone has cast a spell on this room. Any music that plays will trigger an attack. Did I not warn you? A somber voice echoed, causing the black-robed man to shudder as he hastily advanced toward the creature, his objective lying beneath its feet. Master, I was careless. Please forgive me. He exerted himself to shift the creature's claws aside, revealing a hidden door beneath, and without hesitation, leaped into the depths below. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, after discovering the note, meticulously restored everything they had disturbed in Chinyu's office and stealthily exited. Phew. They both exhaled in relief. Let us go rescue Hermione from the professor, Harry eagerly suggested, yearning to seek the Philosopher's Stone. But do you truly know what Hermione meant by what we ought to know? Ron stumbled over his words regarding their earlier charade. She should be aware of whether we know or not, Harry replied, his head throbbing, unwilling to delve into the complexities of women's awareness. At this moment, on a bench outside the hall, Professor Chinyu had been toying with Hermione's hair for quite some time. She was beginning to feel a bit irritated at the sluggishness of the two boys. Silence. They must realize where they went wrong. Chinyu continued to comb her hair, as Hermione's naturally curly locks required straightening before any styling could commence, and there were no tools available. Professor, I seem to have lost my anger. Upon reflection, it appears that all three of us were at fault for shouting at them. Hermione managed a sheepish smile. Indeed, all three of you are culpable, Chinyu replied, gently tapping Hermione's nose. He sighed and produced 3 large rabbit-shaped candies, offering one to Hermione. Here, one for each of you. Let us avoid quarrels in the future. You're behaving like children. With that, he turned and made his way toward the hall. Behind them, Hermione tilted her head in contemplation, sensing that Professor Chinyu seemed to know everything, merely employing this method to remind them. Shortly thereafter, Harry and Ron rushed over. panting heavily, and upon seeing only Hermione sitting there, they breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that they did not have to face Professor Cheney after all. Come on. The professor probably knows what you two have been up to. Let us tell him we were just having a childish quarrel. With a sigh, Hermione weakly handed over 2 candies. Have you seen the professor? He went back for dinner. What is next? Hermione pulled her twin ponytails down, restoring her usual hairstyle. Why let your hair down? It looks lovely, exuding a youthful charm, Ron said with a mischievous grin. I'm only 11. Am I really that young? How much younger do I need to be? I apologize for involving you both in this matter, Harry suddenly remarked, observing the bickering between the two. Hermione and Ron fell silent. They were merely 11-year-old children, yet the burdens they bore were undeniably heavy. After all, one professor had already perished, and the specter of Voldemort loomed ominously in the shadows. Is this truly the plight that children of their age should endure? As the two contemplated how to comfort Harry, he continued to speak. I do not comprehend why it has come to this, yet someone must undertake the task. Harry gazed at his 2 companions, asserting with unwavering conviction. The more secrets you unveil, the greater the responsibilities you must bear. Similarly, the greater your abilities, the more substantial your obligations. Ron nodded in agreement, adjusting the protective gear he had donned beneath his sleeves. Hermione then produced her talisman, casting a healing spell towards both Harry and Ron. What would become of you two if I were not here? She remarked, embodying the courage to safeguard a promising future. Ron, looking steadfastly at Harry, affirmed, I am indispensable. Am I not? Hermione extended her hand before the 2 boys. Ron was the first to lay his hand atop hers, and together they turned their gaze toward Harry. Indeed. Harry responded, smiling as he placed his hand upon Ron's, followed by Hermione's second hand, and then his own. Without uttering a word, Harry understood the profound meaning behind Professor Cheney's words bestowed upon him in Diagon Alley. The note contained Chinese characters, which the trio could not decipher, leaving them to speculate about the nature of the defensive traps illustrated in the accompanying images. 7 symbols were depicted alongside an abundance of Chinese text, with the final one encircled by a large question mark. The situation was dire, with Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore absent. There was at least a 90% likelihood that those harboring ill intentions would act that very night. The first must be the Fluffy, Ron remarked, gazing at the 3-headed dog. On to the second. Harry bypassed Fluffy, as even they were aware of its vulnerabilities, which were hardly a concern. I know. It is the Devil's Snare. It fears fire and light, Hermione interjected. The path should lie beneath Fluffy's paws. We shall first illuminate it with lumos before descending. What about the third? Harry pondered. A winged creature? A key to the next challenge? He suggested, albeit uncertainly. And the chessboard? Hermione inquired about the fourth. Wizard's chess. Leave that to me. I've got this. Ron exclaimed excitedly. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron. Though she recognized his prowess at chess, she had never witnessed Harry triumph. What of the fifth? Hermione began to scrutinize the 5th illustration. What could this array of potions signify? The image displays merely a collection of herbs, nothing more. We shall only know upon arrival. Ah, if only we could comprehend Chinese. The notes the professor recorded must correspond to the solutions, Ron lamented, scratching his head in frustration. It could merely be an introduction. Hermione retorted. And the 6th? A duel? The 7th? A troll? A colossal humanoid creature. With a diminutive head and a massive club, surely that cannot be anything other than a troll. Wait. Could it truly be a troll? Ron shivered at the thought. Hermione's face reflected a sense of trepidation. Uncertain of what the headmaster would orchestrate, she felt that whatever challenges awaited them, they would face them head-on. Let us first satiate our hunger before we embark, Harry suggested to his companions. The trio felt confident in their ability to manage the situation at hand. And now that they had reached a critical juncture, hesitation was unwarranted. Is there anything else to add? Harry inquired, gauging if his friends had further thoughts. Hermione voiced her concern. Do you think Professor Cheney will come looking for us if he returns to his office and finds this note missing? There was an underlying anxiety in her question. She harbored another worry, whether Professor Cheney would set up obstacles of his own and if perhaps he would be one of those attempting to seize the Philosopher's Stone tonight. I do not know, Harry replied, shaking his head. But should we encounter him, I shall do everything in my power to thwart him, even at the cost of my own life. His resolve was palpable. At that moment, Harry wrestled with conflicting thoughts. He sensed that from the very moment the headmaster had permitted Cheney to teach them ancient magic, a grand scheme was unfolding. The nature of the players in this game eluded him, yet he was certain of one thing: he had not erred. Had he chosen to live like any other student, indulging in the pleasures of campus life and focusing solely on his own existence, it would have sufficed. However, Harry felt an overwhelming premonition that he would someday regret such a choice, a profound regret. Thus, he steeled himself for battle. Let it come. Everything I have encountered this year is now what I fiercely wish to protect, the beauty and light within me. Before the lights went out, the three found a secluded classroom to conceal themselves. Once the hallways and staircases were devoid of students returning to their common rooms, they stealthily emerged. Stay alert, Harry instructed, surveying the surroundings before they set off. Their journey was relatively uneventful until they crossed paths with Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, patrolling the grounds. Utilizing his mental prowess, Harry cleverly misled them, allowing the trio to slip unnoticed to the entrance of the fourth-floor restricted area. The first challenge is Fluffy. Are you prepared? Indeed, Hermione replied, producing a wind-up music box primed for action. Ron cautiously opened the door. Upon entering, they observed Fluffy asleep, with a music box nestled in the corner of the room. As expected, someone has already been here, Harry stated. He ventured inside first, ensuring the area was safe before signaling Hermione and Ron to follow. Once the door was closed, Hermione released the winding mechanism of the music box, placing it before Fluffy. Ron, be ready, Harry urged, as he prompted Hermione to assist in lifting Fluffy's paw from the secret door, while instructing Ron to summon his sword and shield, just in case. After a brief interlude of music, an unexpected incident occurred. Mysterious black beams of light appeared out of thin air, hurtling towards the entrance. Harry and Hermione were in the midst of moving Crookshank's paws, leaving only Ron standing at the door. Ron, be careful. Harry, who had been vigilantly maintaining his mental defenses against unforeseen occurrences, was the first to perceive the danger. However, he could only manage a warning. Ron, attuned to the situation despite his less refined reflexes, reacted swiftly to the imminent threat, crouching low and raising his shield above his head. Almost immediately, a barrage of black beams followed. Though the mental shield deflected the majority of the attack, a few stray spells penetrated the barrier, striking Ron. He was instantly knocked to the ground. Observing this, Hermione swiftly cast 2 healing spells toward him. Ron was injured. The azure light of the healing magic circled around his head several times before reluctantly dissipating. Ron, Harry exclaimed, pulling the fallen Ron closer, wary of striking his face, while repeatedly calling out his name. You scared me. I thought I was going to die. Ron, as if returning from unconsciousness, took a deep breath after Harry roused him, then began to assess his injuries. Fortunately, there were no serious issues, only 2 large bruises forming on his back, which looked exceedingly painful. Hermione, standing by, was casting healing spells on Ron, her mind intensely focused, anxious that her 2 companions might encounter any difficulties. After a perilous ordeal, Ron emerged with minor injuries, and the trio gazed down at the ominous door that had swung open beneath them. It was shrouded in darkness, yet flickers of luminescence danced within. Harry was the first to leap down, followed closely by Hermione, and lastly, Ron. As Ron descended, he beheld serpentine vines retreating from the luminous spells cast by the trio. What lay ahead? The surrounding space was quite ample, roughly the size of an ordinary classroom. The 3 of them searched diligently, yet found no signs of a door. Could it truly be a dead end? It seemed improbable. There had to be something they had overlooked. What if the way forward was downward? At that moment, Hermione, examining the vines beneath their feet, suddenly spoke up. The ground was covered with extensive swathes of vines. However, if these were indeed part of the devil's snare, they should have dispersed under the light. Yet, after such a prolonged search, there had been no change in the vines below them. Let me give it a try. Fireball. Harry summoned a fiery sprite to conjure a small fireball, which he hurled at the vines below. However, it had no effect whatsoever. Ron then attempted to strike with a mental blade, but to no avail. Now what? Even if there is a way down, we can't access it, Ron lamented, swinging his blade in frustration. There must be a method. Otherwise, how did those who came before us descend? Harry began to meticulously search the ground. Upon witnessing Harry's actions, Hermione and Ron split off in opposite directions, considering the confined space. Before long, Ron exclaimed, "Over here. Come quickly." He had discovered an unusual spot near the edge. To describe it, if the vines on the ground resembled hair, this area had an unmistakable bald patch. Clearly, someone had previously opened a passage to the next level, only for the vines to gradually reclaim it. Hermione's eyes sparkled with realization as she remarked, regardless of how it was done, there must be clues on this section of the floor. The trio exchanged glances. The bald patch was small, yet the clues were evident. They noted a remnant of silvery liquid. Wait, Hermione suddenly froze. Is this unicorn blood? Harry and Ron were taken aback. Then the person who came before us was Voldemort? Harry's expression turned peculiar. The nemesis who had slain his parents was just ahead. It was impossible for him to suppress his emotions entirely. Yet, he feared for Hermione and Ron's safety, even though Voldemort's power had waned significantly. Their previous encounter in the Forbidden Forest had shown that he was not an adversary they could confront together. Hermione, Ron. No, stop thinking about it. Hermione raised a hand to silence Harry, her brows arched as she gazed at him with unwavering determination. Hey, what are you two doing? How do we get down? Ron, however, did not even mention the looming danger, even knowing it could lead to death, to injury. What are you saying? I am destined to create my own legend. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder, appearing more like a valiant warrior, if not for his trembling legs. Regardless, I'll be the support. As long as you hold your ground, I will be fine. Hermione shrugged and then produced a spirit talisman to summon Alice. We need your assistance, Alice. Hermione beckoned Alice to join her for a discussion, knowing that only she could communicate effectively with Alice among the three of them, as Harry and Ron prepared themselves. Encouraging one another, Hermione was also engaged in conversation with Alice. Upon realizing that her parents' enemies were below, Alice's nostrils flared, and her hooves scraped the ground amidst the vines. Indeed, when little Alice suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood onto the ground, those vines recoiled as if confronted by fire. However, had it not been for the remnants of her father's blood on that patch of earth, the situation would have been quite dire. The curse's potency within Alice's blood was insufficient, as she was merely a young unicorn. Fortunately, the passageway had opened, allowing the three to advance to the next level. The third level was of the same dimensions as the previous one. At this moment, the trio had just descended from above and found themselves at one end of the space, with the door leading to the next challenge directly opposite them. Between them and the door lay a space resembling a chessboard. Wizard's chess? Ron eagerly prepared to step forward. No, it was not wizard's chess. Was it Monopoly? Hermione's gaze was drawn to a colossal die in the corner not far away. After a moment's contemplation, Ron boldly traversed the game board to stand before the fourth door. He grasped the doorknob and twisted it, but as expected, it was locked. He then recited the unlocking spell. Yet again, there was no response. It seemed that they must complete the game to uncover the clues leading to the next level. Harry and Ron returned to the starting position of the game board. Meanwhile, Hermione was observing her surroundings. A note affixed to the wall caught her attention. It suggested that a master of charms could elegantly and adeptly confront any peril. Hermione recited it softly. Meanwhile, Harry was calling for Hermione. Wait. The key to progress is concealed within the game. Only the astute can prevail. Only the fortunate can unearth the secrets hidden within. And only the clever can advance to the next level. Hermione remained unhurried, first committing the rules of the game to memory. As she positioned herself at the starting point, the game board was activated. The game officially commenced. I'll go first, Ron declared, eager to be the pioneer. However, he soon discovered that his legs were utterly immobile. Not even a fraction could he move. How can one roll the dice if one cannot move? What is happening? Harry and Hermione, also recognizing the predicament, attempted to move. I believe we need to use a spell to roll the dice, Hermione suggested. With a flick of her wand, she cast a levitation charm, summoning the dice from the corner. 6. Hermione advanced 6 steps, landing on a yellow fate square. Ding dong. A question has arisen. What is the counter charm for the petrification spell? You have 2 chances. In that fleeting moment, Ron and Harry suddenly found themselves petrified, though it was not an instant immobilization. Perhaps it allowed time to discover a means of reversal before becoming completely ensnared. The abrupt change startled Hermione, yet she responded with remarkable swiftness, the incantation for the counter curse escaping her lips almost immediately. However, in her state of anxiety and confusion, errors were inevitable. After several attempts, she finally succeeded in lifting the petrification from Harry and Ron. Both Harry and Ron were left with a sense of dread, realizing that had Hermione not stumbled upon this particular riddle, they might have faced utter annihilation. Nevertheless, they had managed to survive the ordeal. Consequently, Harry drew his wand and pointed it at the dice. 6. Just like Hermione. Remember, the incantation to reverse the petrification is the one I just recited. Hermione earnestly reiterated the answer to the problem she had encountered to Harry. Nervous, Harry felt as if he were attending one of Professor Snape's potions classes, leaving no room for carelessness. As Harry approached Hermione, the colors of the square shifted. Congratulations, you have received a lucky card. Upon reaching out to accept the card, Harry discovered it inscribed with the words, "You may nullify one magical effect within this room." What a splendid item! He tucked it into his pocket. Now it was Ron's turn, but for a student struggling academically, this game proved to be rather unkind. The dice rolled a 3. Trembling, Ron moved to the third square, only to find that the color beneath his feet remained unchanged. Has he perhaps skipped a turn? Hermione pondered, tilting her head. It is possible. After a prolonged silence with no hint emerging, Harry concluded that Ron was fortunate. Phew. Ron felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was now Hermione's turn again. This time, she rolled a 4, with the challenge being to perform the standard gesture for a particular spell. The predicament Harry encountered required him to cast the sleeping charm on the most lagging player and subsequently awaken him. Ron, fortunate enough, had a lucky card that exempted him from one question. Thus, the trio advanced in alternation, while Hermione seized the opportunity to impart a wealth of knowledge to Harry and Ron. The game comprised 3 types of squares: the Fate Square, which posed a question predominantly related to charms and countercharms; the Lucky Square, which provided items to exempt players from penalties incurred by the Fate Squares or to negate certain spells; and the Ordinary Square, which mostly offered a famous quotation, with a few yielding no response at all. It felt as though this level was designed to compel learning. Much to Ron's frustration, was acquiring new knowledge truly so objectionable? Hermione was not one to indulge Ron's complaints. However, upon reaching the end of their journey, they discovered they had not obtained the key. When Ron attempted to open the door to the 4th level once more, he found it still unyielding. Why was this so? Hadn't they already completed the challenge? Ron, exasperated, kicked the door in frustration. After all his arduous efforts to record that knowledge, to arrive at the end only to face such disappointment felt like a waste. Just as he and Harry were about to engage in a verbal sparring match, Harry hastily intervened, insisting that now was not the time for such disputes. Shouldn't they try once more? I don't want to. Ron quickly shook his head. I am indifferent. Hermione shrugged. Ultimately, Ron had no choice but to rejoin the game. The room would not commence unless all 3 stood at the starting point together. Another round commenced, leading them again to the end point with the same lack of success. Were they destined to remain trapped here for eternity? Ron, feeling despondent, squatted to the side. And if anyone were to inquire about his thoughts, he would retort by asking if they knew how he had managed to navigate those brief 2 rounds. Floods, fires, petrifications, slumber, incessant tumbles, temporary blindness, and the expulsion of slugs, among countless other tribulations. It must be said that under extreme pressure, one can indeed retain every detail with remarkable clarity. Even Ron had successfully countered the petrifying charm on Harry and Hermione twice, as well as the leg locker curse 3 times, and had even mastered the shield charm. Now, his defensive capabilities were nearly maximized with the combination of the shield charm and his mental fortitude. Yet, the trio sat in bewilderment before the rules, searching for loopholes within. Surely, there was something amiss with this game. Had it malfunctioned? Ron rubbed his sore eyes and glanced at Harry. Oh, what is this? Before Harry could respond, Ron noticed something glowing in Harry's pocket. Upon hearing Ron's inquiry, Harry retrieved an item from his pocket, a card shimmering with golden light. It was the fortunate card from earlier. Harry handed it to Ron, and then he and Hermione began to meticulously analyze it, word by word, in search of crucial insights. Ron glanced at the description of the spell above, pondering the possibility of dispelling a magic. He scratched his head and approached the formidable entrance of the 4th gate with his lucky charm in hand. Feeling emboldened, he boldly affixed the talisman to the door, hoping to break the enchantment that bound it. Upon hearing Ron's voice, Harry and Hermione turned to look as well. Ron's remark seemed to have sparked a realization within them. Why did that lucky card not vanish at the conclusion of the game? Could it be? In the astonished gaze of the two, the 4th gate emanated a dazzling radiance. Ron was taken aback and gently pushed the door, which swung open. So, this is the key? No wonder it was said that only the fortunate could obtain it. Harry and Hermione suddenly understood. The trio had encountered the luck card no fewer than 20 times during their 2 rounds of play, yet there had been only this singular card throughout. However, compared to Harry, who had merely acquired the card, it was Ron, who inadvertently activated it to guide the trio to victory, that might truly be considered the lucky star. As the door to the 4th level swung open, a resonant hum reverberated through the air. Keys danced in a mesmerizing flurry, leaving the trio bewildered. This chamber was significantly larger than the previous ones, with the portal to the 5th level clearly visible. However, the multitude of keys posed a dilemma: which one was essential for their progress? With a flick of her wand, Hermione cast a freezing charm, suspending the keys in midair. Yet, just as the trio prepared to discern the differences among them, an unknown force dispelled Hermione's magic. Was ascending to seize a key the only recourse? Hermione attempted the freezing charm once more, but this time, its effect was even more fleeting than before. At that moment, Harry sensed something unusual. The charm would likely only work one last time. Let me try something, he said, halting Hermione, who was poised to cast the spell again. Closing his eyes, he focused on perceiving the distinctions among the keys. For an ordinary young wizard, locating the pivotal key in this room would be a daunting task. But for Harry and his friends, who possessed the ability to sense mental energies, it would prove far simpler. There, Harry exclaimed, pointing to a specific spot among the keys. Hermione, sensed in that direction, and then cast the freezing charm. Following Harry's guidance, Hermione tuned into the indicated area. Indeed, a subtle feedback emerged. Distinct from the mechanical chill of the other keys, this particular key seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. With the target identified, the task became straightforward. Hermione utilized her final opportunity to cast the freezing charm, while Harry simultaneously unleashed a petrifying spell that struck true. The genuine key plummeted from the heights. And although the petrifying spell, much like the freezing charm, quickly lost its efficacy, indeed, it was almost immune, this momentary immobilization was sufficient. After all, the true key had been leisurely hovering at a modest altitude, and even a brief stasis was adequate. With an effortless leap, Harry grasped the key with triumph. The other keys in the sky continued to drift aimlessly, as though nothing had transpired moments ago. In truth, there exists another method. One that involves the enchanted broomstick prepared nearby. Some may argue that they are indistinguishable, rendering any ascent futile. However, the room is designed such that once someone touches the broomstick, the false keys will launch an assault on the intruder within the space. At that moment, the only one who remains evasive is the genuine key. The three exchanged glances, and with little effort, they successfully passed this trial, bringing them great joy. Upon opening the door to the next chamber, they found that the room had reverted to the original size of a classroom. Shelves laden with herbs lined the walls on either side. Before them, near the entrance, stood a large table accompanied by 3 cauldrons. An identical setup was positioned in front of the exit door. How does one navigate through this challenge? Ron, taking the lead, cautiously advanced with his shield raised. As he reached the center of the classroom, he inadvertently triggered a mechanism, and a flash of white light surged forth like a wall, propelling Ron forcefully backward. Ron. Harry and Hermione hurriedly approached to check on him. "I'm fine. It just felt like someone shoved me hard," Ron replied, already back on his feet, albeit somewhat sheepishly. Seeing he was unharmed, Harry and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, for as the team's shield, he often bore the brunt of the impact, naturally attracting attention. The trio returned to the spot where Ron had been thrown. This time, Ron carefully extended his arm. The white light reappeared, blocking his path. However, prepared for the encounter, Ron did not get flung away this time. Instead, he experienced a sensation akin to an electric shock. Subsequently, the trio discovered that a barrier divided the classroom into 2 halves, with no apparent means of passage. "Come here," Hermione exclaimed, having found the game rules inscribed on the large table beside them. "What does this mean?" Ron asked, struggling to comprehend the lengthy instructions. He directly inquired about Hermione's strategy. "Well, it seems we need to brew a potion according to the recipe provided. Once consumed, it will allow us to traverse the barrier," Hermione explained, glancing at Harry and Ron to elucidate the content. "Isn't that rather simple?" "Hermione, your potion brewing skills are truly commendable," Ron remarked, shrugging his shoulders, suggesting yet another straightforward challenge. "There's a catch," Hermione's voice trembled slightly. "This potion is a poison." "What do you mean?" Ron inquired. "The herb cabinets on either side will supply the ingredients. The rules state that there are 10 types of poison, and we only need to consume 1 to pass through the barrier. Once on the other side, we must brew an antidote, the method for which will also be provided. However, the issue lies with time. After consuming the poison, we have only 30 minutes to concoct the antidote. If we fail, we will be sent back here and succumb to the effects of the poison, falling into unconsciousness." Whose ridiculous idea was this? Ron scoffed, expressing his disdain for the game's severity. Snape, Harry, and Hermione replied with stoic expressions. "Well, all right then. What shall we do? What should Harry and I handle?" "Fear not. This will not pose a challenge for me. I will select 3 poisons with which I am familiar to brew. Before I drink the potion, I will inform you of the necessary antidotes, and you will need to immediately locate these herbs from the shelves once across. However, the brewing time for these 3 antidotes is quite limited. 30 minutes is hardly sufficient. We must succeed with every batch," Hermione explained to the gentleman. Harry and Ron patted Hermione on the shoulder, reassuring her, "We believe in your skills. Go ahead and do what you do best, Hermione. Then help me gather these herbs," Hermione directed, pointing to the various potions listed above. She was not idle either, beginning to prepare and process the medicinal herbs. The 3 of them worked in concert, successfully concocting the poison in one go, and each received a vial of the potion. "Cheers," Ron offered a wry smile, playfully teasing the other two. Wait. Hermione called out to the two who were about to drink, glancing at the poison in her hand. The two turned to her, puzzled. Hermione appeared somewhat excited. She produced her spirit talisman, muttering incantations under her breath, while one hand gestured with the talisman in the air. Suddenly, the poison in her other hand vanished. You can also store the poison? Harry's first thought was that Hermione had, like little Alice, managed to secure it. No, I've just grasped a new ancient magic, Hermione exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Ancient magic? Harry and Ron were intrigued by this revelation. Indeed, to put it simply, it allows me to sprinkle poison or antidote onto a target within a radius of 3 to 5 meters around me. Hermione set to work brewing another batch of poison. In the end, she successfully produced all 10 types of poison listed. She ensured to keep the 3 potions she was familiar with for herself, while the others were all stored away in her talisman. If Snape were to find out, it would surely infuriate him. Ron raised his vial of poison. And like a toast of butterbeer, he exclaimed, "Cheers! Cheers!" The 3 of them drank the poison together. Next came the critical moment of urgency. They divided their tasks, and Hermione remained highly focused, ensuring she made no mistakes. Ultimately, they safely neutralized the poison, and all 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione replicated all the potions without leaving any for Snape, transforming them into her own hidden treasures. At this point, the trio was well prepared and opened the door to the next level. The 6th level revealed a vast chessboard, an unfamiliar sight that left Ron utterly bewildered. The pieces upon it were not the kings and queens he was accustomed to. Instead, they were formidable warriors clad in armor, commanding the battlefield. The red side was missing 3 pieces, which corresponded perfectly to the trio who had come to face the challenge. Chess? Hermione glanced around, recalling a flicker of familiarity. What is that? Harry inquired casually as he approached the imposing figure of the Red General, resplendent in armor and cloak, exuding an aura of authority, with a formidable sword in hand that radiated menace. At this moment, the pieces had yet to spring into action, and the 3 of them surveyed their surroundings before advancing towards the opposite side. The 5 soldiers opposite brandished their dual blades, glaring fiercely at the trio and obstructing their path. Indeed, retreat was not an option. Ron, are you capable? Hermione sighed and turned to Ron, who was meticulously studying the rules of chess. Having reviewed the rules and the movement of the pieces, I believe I can give it a try, Ron declared as he approached the chariot and took his place atop one of the vehicles. Harry, you take charge of that cannon. The cannon on the opposite side was under the control of a small soldier, so it was evident that the cannon on their side would require one of their own to operate it. Hermione, recognizing the urgency, stepped into the last vacant position, that of the cavalry. However, just as she was about to mount, the talisman radiated a searing energy. She quickly sought to reassure the entity. This was not the time for frivolity. Yet, little Alice immediately conveyed her intentions to Hermione, asserting that only she could ride. Hermione had not anticipated this revelation. Releasing little Alice, she watched as the creature approached the stone steed, effortlessly kicking it aside before casting a triumphant glance at Harry and the others. Hermione approached, and Alice urged her to mount swiftly, eager to partake in the quest for vengeance, untainted by jealousy over Hermione's choice of steed. Once the trio had taken their respective positions, the game board was activated, reminiscent of a previous game of Monopoly. The red pieces would move first, followed by the black. The central general briefly opened his eyes to glance at Ron on his right before closing them again, awaiting orders. For Ron, this battle was not merely about victory. He bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the 3 who controlled the pieces, thus he treaded carefully with each step. He also witnessed the terrifying nature of wizard chess. In contrast to the silent game of wizard chess, this form of chess exuded a palpable sense of brutality. Whether it was the confrontations between soldiers or the fierce assaults of chariots, even the power of the cannon maneuvered by Harry took him by surprise. Cannon 3 advances to 10. Ron commanded the final NPC cannon, successfully obliterating one of the opponent's knights. Ultimately, the adversary's last chariot crushed both the cannon and its operator. Seizing the opportunity, Ron maneuvered into a position that faced the opposing war chariot head-on. At this moment, if the enemy were to launch an assault with their chariot, Harry, who had been concealed behind Ron, would have the chance to eliminate the opposing commander with a single shot. Would everything unfold as in the original tale, with a self-sacrifice to conclude the conflict? No, for a valiant guardian of the enemy stood resolutely in front of Harry's artillery fire. Born of humble origins, he pledged his loyalty with unwavering resolve, following it with his life. My lord, flee. He uttered a poignant declaration as he shielded his sovereign from the oncoming barrage. Though the three could not comprehend his words, they understood the defiant determination etched upon his face. Yet, the adversary remained the adversary. Ron chose to obliterate the enemy's chariot, once more advancing towards the commander from the side. At this juncture, the Guardian, who was obstructing Hermione's knightly advance, could no longer return in time to safeguard the commander. Another Guardian stood resolutely in front of Harry's barrage. Thus, the last knight of the opposing side reined in his steed and leaped back to confront the commander and Ron. With a loyal heart and the valor of a true warrior, he declared, "For the benefit of the realm, I shall face death without regret. Come, let us battle." The knight's thunderous voice echoed, and he stood firm with his sword raised. For a moment, Ron was momentarily daunted by his formidable presence, however. He knew he could not afford further delay in the unfolding conflict. The pawns of the NPC had already been employed to orchestrate this intricate trap, leaving him with no path of retreat. Victory was imperative. With a strategic command, he ordered his general to the forefront of the battle. In the midst of Harry and Ron's dual assault, Hermione stood vigilantly at the side, keenly observing the soul escape route of their adversary's commander. Everything was poised for the decisive moment. Ron needed only to crush the knight before him to secure the ultimate victory. At that moment, Harry discerned something crucial. "Ron, you mustn't proceed like this," Harry implored. Their opponent still possessed 2 cannons. Harry believed victory was within their grasp. Why risk one's life in such a manner? "This is our final opportunity, Harry," Ron retorted, gesturing towards the enemy's dual cannons positioned at the rear. Their own knight had already clashed with the enemy's general, and the opposing cannons were primed and ready, one above and one below. Meanwhile, the 2 enemy pawns had also advanced to their final positions behind Ron's commanding figure. By neglecting the situation, Ron was gambling on speed against his opponent. The opponent merely required the final move to consume their sole chancellor in order to achieve a decisive victory. Without the allure of substantial gains to entice them, how could one compel the adversary to take the bait? Ron disregarded Harry and Hermione's cries, resolutely consuming the last knight. At this moment, he faced the commander before him, clad in dark black armor. He emanated an aura of menace, and the spear he wielded glinted with a chilling light. Suddenly, the commander's eyes widened as he cast a glance towards Ron, who stood nearby. In the next moment, Ron felt a blade of light slicing towards him. He barely had time to raise a mental shield before being violently struck down to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Don't move," Harry shouted at Hermione, who was about to rush to Ron's aid. "We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. Besides, Ron is still alive." Sensing Ron's condition immediately, Harry hurriedly clarified the situation to Hermione. Upon hearing that Ron still lived, Hermione let out a sigh of relief. Hastily wiping away the tears from her face with her sleeve, her expression turning fierce as she glared at the adversary, baring her teeth in defiance. At this moment, the commander, who had long been prepared, opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the fallen figure of Ron, a sudden fury surged within him. On the opposite side, the commander in black armor erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Who dares to kill me?" The scene was shrouded in chaos, rendering it impossible to discern how our general would lead the charge and vanquish foes. The only sound that reached our ears was the commander's head, soaring in the sky, still laughing. A single general's triumph often comes at the cost of countless lives. Alas, after successfully vanquishing the opposing commander, the sword-wielding general cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious Ron beneath him, before succumbing to a profound silence alongside his comrades. Ron, Hermione, witnessing the conclusion of the chess match, swiftly rushed to Ron's side, carried by Alice. Disembarking from her mount, Hermione knelt beside Ron, repeatedly casting healing spells upon his head. Harry hurried over to assess his injuries as well. The two could only observe as Ron's external wounds gradually healed, yet he remained unresponsive. As little Alice tilted her head to observe, a sudden burst of pure white light radiated from her, enveloping the 3 individuals before her. Harry and Hermione felt not only the healing of their wounds and the alleviation of their fatigue, but also a gradual restoration of their mental fortitude. At that moment, Ron let out a pained groan. After undergoing multiple treatments, he regained consciousness. He felt as though he had been trampled by 100 horses, every part of his body aching. How wonderful! Harry and Hermione embraced him tightly, having feared for his safety moments before. "Please, let go. It hurts too much." Ron pushed them away, lying on the ground while gasping for breath. "It seems we have triumphed." With a smile, Ron extended his fist. Harry stepped forward and gently tapped it, saying, "It was your strategy that secured our victory. The credit belongs to you." "Indeed, but in the future, it would be wise for you to play pieces that do not require you to enter the fray," Hermione chimed in, giving Ron a light fist bump as well. The three friends exchanged smiles, and as Ron took a moment to recover on the ground, he felt reassured and gazed up at Harry and Hermione. Beside them, little Alice had evidently exhausted a significant amount of energy to heal the three, now resting comfortably by Hermione's side, her head nestled upon Hermione's shoulder. Hermione gently stroked her fur before returning her to the spirit talisman. "Thank you, Alice." The trio expressed their gratitude in unison. "Let us proceed. There are challenges awaiting us." They were already aware of the next obstacle, a troll. After all, Professor Cheney had illustrated it in the schematics he provided. Once they had dealt with the previous 6 trials, this was the only one left. Having faced this adversary before, they felt no fear. Moreover, they had significantly grown stronger. Ron continued to lead the way, fulfilling the role of a shield. "Let us not be complacent," Hermione advised, positioning herself between Harry and Ron. Upon passing through the door, they entered a new chamber. It was eerily empty, with no sign of the troll. Instead, there were 4 statues draped in white cloth across the room. To be precise, there were 5, but one lay shattered. The sight of the fragments stirred disconcerting memories within them. A troll? Could it possibly be that? Ron cautiously distanced himself from the 4 covered figures. "Perhaps, yes, it truly aligns with your thoughts." Hermione, having discovered the challenge's rules, shrugged her shoulders. "What is this?" Ron hurried over to examine the rules as well. "A challenge set by Professor Cheney," Harry remarked after reading it, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. 5 ancient battle automatons. Defeating one will grant us a key. The rules appeared straightforward. Yet the shadows cast by the Christmas encounter with the Red King Kaffa loomed large in their minds. Judging by their size, they likely did not belong to that level. "Come on, Ron," Harry encouraged. "So, how shall we choose?" As the 3 individuals deliberated, a voice that they were exceedingly familiar with echoed around them. The 5-minute preparation period had elapsed, and the 3rd combat automaton, Luminary Judas, was activated. Cheney's voice resonated from all directions. As the words faded, the figure in the center opposite swiftly removed the white cloth draped over his form. It revealed a suit of armor predominantly adorned in white, far more aesthetically pleasing than that of the Red King Kaifa. Of course, this is assuming one could overlook his imposing height of nearly 3 meters and the formidable dragon spear he wielded, measuring almost 4 to 5 meters in length. Meanwhile, Professor Cheney, who was far away in his office, closed his eyes, revealing a playful expression. Compared to the previous moment, this was truly the most intriguing. At this moment, the 3 individuals within the level could hardly fathom that Cheney had the ability to directly manipulate these battle puppets. They were desperately evading Judah's onslaught. Its speed was remarkable, yet it was confined to a sprinting state, during which it was unable to change direction. This was the very reason the trio could successfully evade its attacks. The 3 individuals subsequently distanced themselves, forming a triangular formation around the central figure of Judas. "How do we engage?" Ron exclaimed, his frustration palpable after witnessing Harry's small fireball being completely nullified by magical immunity. Why is it that this thing can resist magic? Although their long-range attacks proved ineffective, Harry believed it was simply due to his insufficient stacking status. Unable to breach the magical immunity like Cheney had done with the frozen red Wonkai technique. "Do you know the word of power spell, Harry?" Ron recalled the skill Cheney had employed to overcome the red Wonkai technique. "No, I can't use it. That spell seemingly requires an immense amount of mental energy." As Harry evaded the onslaught, he began to gather small fireballs in the air, contemplating whether a larger fireball might inflict damage upon their adversary. At this moment, Hermione cautiously concealed herself, hiding behind the 3 dormant suits of armor, observing discreetly. After all, she possessed no means of attack. Poison? It seemed unlikely that these suits of armor could be affected by such a tactic. Little Alice remained in a state of drowsiness, utterly incapable of being summoned for battle. Harry continued to draw the enemy's fire while I approached cautiously to assess the situation. Ron, bending low, stealthily crept up behind Judas, brandishing his knife for a swift strike. Judas evidently experienced a momentary hesitation due to the preceding strike. In the distance, Cheney also discerned Ron's ambush from behind. He commanded Judas to abandon the gathering of small fireballs and turn to engage in combat with Ron. It was more accurate to say that he pursued while Ron fled. Seizing the opportunity as Ron drew the enemy's attention, Harry unleashed a well-prepared large fireball. Judas skillfully maneuvered to evade the incoming attack. Although it missed its mark, Harry's eyes sparkled with determination. The evasion signified that such an assault held potential efficacy against him. "Ron, coordinate with me." Harry initiated the second round of gathering small fireballs. Hermione's occasional casting of healing spells towards Ron captured Cheney's attention. Wasn't she supposed to be hiding? Cheney directed Judah to charge towards Hermione. causing the young girl to become flustered as she suddenly found herself the target, unsure of which direction to evade. Ron sensed that the situation was amiss and charged forward, intent on striking Judas to aid Hermione's escape. However, Chinyu's true target was never Hermione. With a swift motion, he drove his dragon spear into Ron's small shield, sending him flying. Ron, both Harry and Hermione, witnessing this, were eager to rush over and draw Judas's attention. "Stay back. I'm fine." Yet Ron, determined, rose unsteadily from the ground. The previous blow had not breached his defensive threshold, yet it had substantially drained his mental energy. "I have but one final strike left, Harry. What should I do?" Ron retracted all the weapons and armor conjured from his mental strength and began to circle the room, evading Judas. "Wait for my signal. I require his moment of rigidity to ensure my attack lands." Harry remained silent, focusing intently on summoning a small fireball. Chinyu had no intention of annihilating the trio. He relished the chase, guiding Judas as he pursued Ron and Hermione with enthusiasm. He found joy in their newfound method of overcoming obstacles, feeling as though they had matured. "Ron, prepare yourself." At last, Harry had successfully merged a fireball even larger than the previous one. Ron summoned his psychic short sword once more. In truth, had the trio the leisure to observe, they would have discerned that Ron's short sword had transformed into the shape of a cleaver. Under Hermione's enticing influence, Judas finally charged towards her, and the three understood that in such a forward assault, it would be unable to alter its course. Thus, the opportunity lay before them. Harry unleashed a blazing fireball from his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Ron accurately gauged the distance of his opponent's sprint, delivering a slash imbued with dazzling blade light as though cleaving Judas in twain. Yet, it was not Judas's corporeal form that was severed, but rather the mental energy that Chinyu wielded to manipulate the armor. Witnessing such a scene, before the three could fully register their astonishment, Harry's fireball struck its target. The tremendous force shattered Judas's armor into countless fragments, from which a gleaming golden key tumbled to the ground. "Have we succeeded?" Hermione cautiously emerged from behind a nearby obstruction, her voice laced with trepidation. "Yes, it seems we have," Harry affirmed, bending down to retrieve the key. "Splendid." Ron, albeit unsteadily, approached them, his mental energy severely depleted, particularly after that final strike which had nearly drained him entirely. All he desired now was to close his eyes and succumb to slumber. "Ron." About that last blow, Harry inquired, steadying Ron with a firm hand. "If you bring that up, I might just shake off my fatigue. That must have been an advancement of my ancient magic. Let me see, I believe it's called the assault sword technique. I sense that each attack has a certain probability of unleashing its power, though it is not guaranteed." Ron, elated by the discovery of his enhanced basic attack, nonetheless found fatigue overwhelming him, prompting him to collapse beside the door to the next chamber. "Let me rest for a moment." With that, he closed his eyes. Just as Harry and Hermione exchanged worried glances, contemplating whether to check on him, a resounding snore erupted from Ron's mouth. They shared a knowing look and burst into laughter. Ahead lay the final challenge, the giant troll. Following that, they would confront the one who had taken the lives of Harry's parents. Leaning against Ron, Harry sat against the wall, his gaze fixed upon the key to the next level, determination gleaming in his eyes. At this moment, a disheveled individual knelt helplessly before a mirror, his tattered garments revealing a multitude of bite marks scattered across his skin. However, what truly instilled terror within him was the reflection in the mirror, depicting a scene of himself mercilessly subduing, no, tormenting a group of individuals beneath him. The aura emanating from behind him was steeped in fury and malevolence, devoid of any semblance of humanity. "Master, the reflections in the mirror do not represent my thoughts. I beseech your forgiveness." The figure in the black robe knelt before the mirror, trembling with trepidation. In the reflection of the mirror, a scene unfolds, depicting an individual fervently rubbing an unidentified object against the ground. Enough of the trivialities, hasten to find the magic stone. A hoarse, chilling voice emerged from behind the figure cloaked in black. Now is not the time to hold the servant accountable. Although the dark-clad figure had entered long before Harry and his companions, his progress through the challenges had been significantly slower since the third trial. Engaging in a game of Monopoly alone, each time he landed on a trap, he found himself delayed for an extended period before dispelling the magical effects. Moreover, the designated lucky card key required him to navigate through 7 or 8 rounds before finally obtaining it. The wizard's chess proved to be an insurmountable obstacle, compelling him to resort to a powerful spell that shattered both sets of pieces into fragments, allowing him to cunningly advance. Just moments ago, in the chamber set up by Professor Chinyu, he personally engaged in a fierce confrontation with a suit of yellow armor. Ultimately, He came perilously close to meeting his demise. Who could have anticipated that such a seemingly inconsequential suit of armor would not succumb to physical assaults? Instead, soaring through the air with the four elemental magics of ice, fire, and wind, it was only in the final room, filled with colossal beasts, that he experienced the exhilarating sensation of being utterly overwhelmed. As the final room loomed, believing that the Philosopher's Stone was within reach, Naima beheld the unsettling sight of her servant being forcefully subdued and rubbed against the ground within the mirror's reflection. While my fury had yet to reach its boiling point, should we not hasten to search? Useless. Reflecting upon the trials faced thus far, that hoarse voice could no longer contain its wrath and erupted into a roar. Yes, my master. Yet, the confines of this chamber felt so limited. I have already searched, in circles. Could it be that I am looking in the wrong place? The figure in the black cloak stammered, searching the room. No. I can sense it. What I seek is indeed here. Go, start with that mirror. The object must be connected to it. Yes, my master. At this moment, Harry and his companions, having rested briefly to regain some semblance of strength, advanced towards the next chamber. As anticipated, a colossal, dull-witted ogre lay not far ahead. The trio approached cautiously, the ogre showing no signs of life. However, the large door leading to the final chamber remained equally unresponsive. Might the key be upon the ogre? Hermione pointed her wand toward the motionless giant. Is it possible it has perished? Ron cautiously extended his shield as he drew near. Surely not. The professor's trials seemed to possess an automatic restoration mechanism. This challenge cannot merely involve a lifeless ogre, can it? Harry unleashed a small fireball, striking the giant. Yet the other party remained utterly unresponsive. The three exchanged glances, and Ron, designated by MT, stepped forward to check for signs of life. It appeared that the creature was indeed lifeless. Ron shrugged and addressed Harry and Hermione, urging them to search for the key. The trio commenced their quest, scouring the body of the troll. However, before they could locate the key, the walls around them suddenly collapsed, revealing a throng of dozens of individuals. Beware, danger. Harry quickly sensed the shift in circumstances and urgently warned Hermione and Ron, who were nearby. Although these figures moved sluggishly and bore vacant expressions, certain physical attributes indicated that they were not ordinary living beings. Gaping wounds, shattered bones, and putrid sores suggested something far more sinister. Zombies. Hermione recalled having encountered such a notion in a book. Could they be the infamous reanimated corpses? Ron remembered that Professor Quirrell had recounted tales of such creatures during his lectures on more than one occasion. Harry launched a small fireball that struck one of the zombies in the head, sending it crashing to the ground, where it twitched a couple of times before falling still. It is likely that this is not the case. Perhaps Professor Quirrell concocted this inferior imitation of a zombie. The genuine resurrected zombie is notoriously difficult to vanquish. Hermione observed the incapacitated zombie and drew her conclusion. Upon realizing that it was not an invincible undead creature, Ron summoned his courage. With a mental blade, he cleaved through the head of another zombie. The anticipated bloodshed did not materialize, as it was merely a manifestation of psychic energy. However, the effect was remarkable. The zombie collapsed as if decapitated, losing its capacity for movement. If these were ordinary students from Hogwarts, regardless of whether they employed disarming spells, sleep charms, or petrification spells, such tactics would have no effect on these zombies whatsoever. Only aggressive spells such as the Shattering spell, the Flame spell, and the Explosive spell can inflict a certain degree of harm upon the adversary, and one must also strike at their vulnerabilities. Clearly, these are not the sorts of incantations that a novice wizard in their first year would be able to master. Thus, Harry's small fireballs and Ron's physical attacks allow the trio to barely contend with the relentless onslaught of the zombies. Nevertheless, the sheer number of the undead is overwhelming. Whether through magic or physical might, they cannot withstand the encirclement from all sides. This way, Harry exclaimed, pulling Ron and Hermione along. As a few fireballs dispersed the zombies in one direction, Ron comprehended Harry's intentions and dashed in that direction, cleaving through the remaining zombies that obstructed their path. The trio broke free from the encirclement, reaching a corner of the checkpoint. What shall we do now? Ron questioned as he continued to vanquish the encroaching zombies. The sword of energy in his hand began to shimmer, a sign that his mental fortitude was waning. If we can eliminate a few more, we will be able to fight while retreating, he thought. Meanwhile, Harry relentlessly concentrated on conjuring small fireballs. Although the spell required minimal mental energy, his continuous usage had begun to deplete his reserves as well. Reality dealt them a near-fatal blow. The walls swung open once more, and another wave of zombies emerged from within. Harry, the wall behind Hermione also opened, revealing several zombies reaching out towards the three of them. Damn it! However, new zombies emerged behind Harry as well, making it utterly impossible to eliminate them all at once. Ron continued to obstruct the advancing horde of zombies, utterly incapable of providing assistance. Hermione, terrified as the undead drew nearer, became flustered, casting spells in a frenzy, regardless of their efficacy. Among them was even a healing spell hurled at the head of a zombie. However, the healing spell did not dissipate nor revive the deceased corpse. Instead, it spun in circles atop the zombie's head, and after several rotations, the creature fell to the ground in a daze. This unexpected turn of events sparked a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the trio. Hermione commenced casting healing spells one after another upon the heads of the approaching zombies. To her credit, she possessed the greatest reservoir of mental fortitude among them, having restored Alice during the Wizard's Chess Challenge. The second wave of the undead was managed with great difficulty. Yet, before they could catch their breath, the third wave emerged. The wall opened once more, revealing a dense mass of swaying zombies advancing toward them. "Where did Professor Quirrell procure so many corpses?" Ron exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, drained of both mental and physical energy. "I don't know. I just feel he deserves his fate." Harry gritted his teeth in response. "What shall we do?" Hermione, equally exasperated by the seemingly endless onslaught of zombies, lamented. After stumbling through so many trials, it was disheartening to falter at what should have been the simplest challenge. As the horde crept closer, the trio faced an imminent life-or-death crisis. In their moment of despair, a silvery light erupted from Hermione's embrace. At the critical juncture, little Alice made her brilliant entrance. "Oh!" A piercing cry echoed, and a pure, moonlight-like radiance enveloped the entire room. One by one, the zombies illuminated by the light began to collapse, while the three young ones swiftly regained their mental energy. "Little Alice!" they exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joy. "Incredible! Alice, you are truly remarkable!" Hermione exclaimed, enveloping Alice in a warm embrace, her small face nuzzling against the soft fur of the creature's neck. You. Even without Hermione's translation, Harry and Ron could sense Alice's pride. Such a master, such a pet. They exchanged knowing glances. The tide of zombies was vanquished, although they were aware that it was their combined efforts with Alice that had achieved this. The sight of the room strewn with lifeless bodies sent a shiver down their spines. "We must find the key quickly. I feel so cold," Hermione shivered, leaning against Alice for warmth while directing Harry and Ron to take action. The boys had already begun to take action. "You wouldn't suggest the key might be on one of the corpses, would you?" After searching for quite some time, they found the giant to be completely bare. There was no key in sight. "Let us hope that isn't the case." Ron shivered slightly, surveying the sea of corpses around him, wishing fervently that the key was not truly among them. Yet, contrary to his hopes, it was indeed absent from the giant. And the room contained nothing but the giant and a multitude of lifeless bodies, devoid of any furniture or obstacles. Truly, the mind that conceived such a challenge must be deranged. Ron began rummaging through a corpse in one corner, muttering under his breath about the unfortunate demise of its owner. How could the headmaster have permitted the construction of defenses like this? As he searched, he continued to voice his complaints. However, he was unjust in blaming the headmaster, for none of the professors were aware of the traps set by their peers. Moreover, the only guardian reported to the headmaster by Professor Quirrell was indeed the giant. No one knew that Professor Quirrell had concealed so many experimental zombies here. Thinking back, the size of the bandages he wore made Ron wonder if he had any connection to the resurrected corpses. He continued to grumble, as quietly searching through corpses was rather. You understand. Soon enough, he had searched thoroughly. The count of keys remained at 0. This is impossible. Where else could the key be? Looking at the fruitless results of their labor, Ron felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Shall we search again?" Harry suggested uncertainly. "What else can we do but search?" Ron sighed and resumed the task, but this time, he and Harry agreed to turn the bodies face up and place their hands across their chests to avoid missing any crucial items. Completing the second search yielded no results, and the trio found themselves once again at an impasse. Just when despair began to set in, Hermione halted the two boys, who were preparing to embark on a third search. She strode directly toward the door to the next chamber and grasped the doorknob. Then, much to the boys' dismay, she slowly pulled the door open. Hermione tilted her head as she stood in the doorway, observing them. "Hermione, you." Ron felt a lump of frustration lodged in his throat, caught between exasperation and disbelief. Harry wore a look of deep discontent. "I apologize. It just crossed my mind, and it was unintentional." Hermione felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had actually contemplated trying this approach during the boys' initial examination of the corpse. However, upon witnessing their enthusiastic diligence, She chose to quietly sit beside Alice to regain her mental fortitude. I need to wash my hands. Ugh, I touched the corpse for quite some time. Ron gazed at Harry with eager anticipation, hoping he would conjure a water spell. I'm sorry, Ron, but creating water from nothing is far more challenging than conjuring fire. I am not yet capable of it. Hermione lightly tapped Ron and Harry with her wand, though I cannot ascertain whether this will cleanse the impurities within your hearts. It certainly cannot harm to try. With a shrug, she cast a healing spell on the two. Finally, Harry stood before the last threshold, extending his hand to push open the door. As Harry and his companions pushed open the final gateway, it seemed as though various factions within the castle sensed a shift in the air. In the Slytherin common room, the question loomed, is it finally upon us? And are you prepared? At that moment, Malfoy, seated in a grand armchair, inquired with a hint of confusion. He then closed the book in his hands and rose to depart from the common room. Meanwhile, in the classroom office, Chinyu sipped from a bottle of butterbeer, sprinkling seasoning on the late-night barbecue atop a small stove. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his eyes remained shut, as if, though physically present, his consciousness was attuned to some distant sensation. At that moment, Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, and Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, found themselves ambushed by a group of cloaked figures just outside the quaint village of Hogsmeade. Who are you, indeed? A furious voice emanated from the elder's lips, as spells erupted towards the surrounding assailants. They had been thwarted here for several hours, and their adversaries showed no inclination to engage in a desperate struggle. Rather, they incessantly unleashed a myriad of vexatious enchantments to impede their return to the school. Dumbledore, relying on his intuition and perceptive abilities, discerned that this band was not particularly formidable. Only one among them emanated a sense of genuine peril. Yet, it was precisely that individual, leading a throng of subordinates as insignificant as ants, who had orchestrated such considerable trouble for him. At this moment, that individual ensnared his phoenix, Fawkes, rendering it incapable of swiftly transporting Dumbledore. Meanwhile, the other cloaked figures united in their incantations, altering the terrain beneath him to restrict his movements. As Harry and his companions stepped into the final chamber, Dumbledore suddenly sensed a change. Professor McGonagall, I shall open the passage. You must promptly go to Fawkes and have him take you back to the castle, Dumbledore urged, a note of urgency in his voice. And what about you? She inquired. They cannot harm me, yet their intentions are unmistakable. Now, go. Dumbledore abruptly shifted from his previous reluctance to take decisive action, unleashing a series of powerful spells to clear the way, allowing Professor McGonagall to connect with Fawkes. In an instant, the Phoenix whisked McGonagall back to the castle. As the figure cloaked in black prepared to pursue, the leader intervened, casting a glance at the encircled Dumbledore. Since he refused to allow the old man to return home, do not blame him for unleashing his wrath. In his furious state, Dumbledore was anything but amiable. His wand danced once more, no longer casting non-lethal spells, but instead unleashing a barrage of formidable magic aimed at the surrounding cloaked figures. Yet, even so, these assailants showed no intention of confronting Dumbledore directly. The leader waved a hand, and several black-clad figures emerged from the woods, pushing forth two enormous, white cloth-covered forms. Upon seeing this, Dumbledore understood that they would not reveal anything superfluous, prompting him to act decisively. He unleashed powerful spells towards the white cloth, determined to strike preemptively, regardless of what lay beneath. To his astonishment, his magic was countered by an unseen barrier upon contact with the fabric. Magic immunity? His mind flashed to Professor Chinyu's mention of the Red Kafa's magical immunity. As the white cloth was swept aside by the storm of magic, a figure that sent chills down Dumbledore's spine emerged. Awaken, Red Kafa, Yellow Baptissima. The voice belonged to a woman, guardian of the spirits, faced with imminent peril. Dumbledore had no time for contemplation. He summoned a colossal phoenix guardian with all his might. This phoenix, larger than the dual kings, repelled the cloaked figures with a single strike. Only the leader, who controlled the dual kings, remained steadfast in the fray. The red-armored Kafat charged forward with a massive axe aimed at the phoenix, while the phoenix was not to be underestimated. With a powerful flap of its wings, it created a miniature tornado that sent Kafat staggering back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, the yellow-armored Baptissima unleashed a fiery explosion directed at the Phoenix Guardian. The tremendous blast even startled the proprietor of a nearby pub in Hogsmeade. Meanwhile, the trio navigated the corridor connecting the levels and arrived at the final chamber. Harry immediately spotted the mirror of Ares positioned at the center of the room. The surface shimmered like rippling water, as if greeting Harry. Harry, is anyone here? Ron scanned the area, finding no signs of enemies. Could the thief of the Philosopher's Stone have perished in one of the previous levels? Hermione speculated, considering alternate scenarios. But Harry sensed the presence of someone nearby as his scar throbbed with intense pain. Consumed by a profound hatred, he unleashed a fireball towards the space behind the mirror. To his surprise, the figure behind the mirror deftly evaded Harry's attack and stepped forth. "Who are you?" Harry and his friends stared in astonishment at the stranger before them, utterly unfamiliar to them. Even the likes of Malfoy, Chinyu, or the resurrected Professor Quirrell would not have elicited as much surprise. Yet here stood a complete stranger. Merely an ordinary Slytherin student, a pitiable outsider. A raspy voice echoed once more. The back of the Slytherin student's head now faced Harry and his companions, revealing an extraordinarily grotesque visage, as if stitched together. Harry Potter, along with his friends, confronted Voldemort, who with a mere snap of his fingers engulfed all pathways in flames. "Voldemort!" Harry's voice resonated with fury. "Calm down, Harry. He is deliberately provoking you," Hermione urged, sharply slapping Harry's cheek. The sting of pain in the side of Hermione's face, which obstructed his view of Voldemort, brought him a semblance of clarity. "It seems you have some rather commendable friends," Voldemort remarked with keen interest, addressing Harry. "Silence, fireball," was Harry's defiant retort, casting a fireball in response. "They are willing to face perils for your sake," Voldemort continued, effortlessly deflecting Harry's spell with a flick of his wrist. Even enduring life and death crises, his voice possessed an enchanting quality, causing the trio's previously taut focus and concentration to waver. At that moment, Voldemort abruptly raised his hand, casting a spell that sent Hermione, who had just awakened Harry's fury, flying. "Hermione!" The bewildered Harry was unable to intervene in time, forced to watch helplessly as Voldemort successfully launched a surprise attack on the three, who were caught unprepared. "Ha ha ha. Now, make your choice, your friends, or your loyalty to Dumbledore." With another wave of his wand, Voldemort encircled Hermione with a ring of fire. "No, I will kill you." Harry retaliated with a barrage of fireballs. However, the large fireballs were ill-suited for such a nimble confrontation, leading Harry to opt for smaller fireballs to obstruct Voldemort's movements. "What pitiful magic," Voldemort sneered, deftly maneuvering through the gaps between the fireballs with his protective barrier. "Taste my killing blow." Meanwhile, Ron stealthily approached Voldemort, and from a distance, he swung his knife downward with intent, a deadly strike aimed directly at Voldemort. Originally, Ron's position made it impossible for him to strike Voldemort, leading to his momentary oversight regarding the impending attack from that direction. It was only when the blade's glimmer approached that he recognized his grave error. The shield he had conjured could not thwart the infiltration of mental force. A cry of anguish escaped Voldemort. No, it was from that Slytherin student. This? Ron stepped back, creating distance. A commendable tactic and skill, indeed. Ancient magic possesses its merits, Voldemort remarked darkly. He had successfully utilized the Slytherin student to absorb that attack. Yet this servant's mental fortitude proved insufficient to withstand a second lethal blow. Nevertheless, he had anticipated this outcome. "Come now, continue your assault," Voldemort laughed, extending his arms toward Ron, who was poised to deliver a second strike. "Wait, Ron." Harry sensed something amiss and hurriedly intervened. Upon hearing Harry's voice, Ron instinctively leaped back, widening the gap. "What is it, Harry?" Ron's gaze remained fixed on Voldemort, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. "Relax, relax. Harry Potter's judgment is sound. I truly cannot endure a second blow. But ask Harry if he dares to let you strike." "Harry? What does he mean?" "This student will die." Harry's expression darkened considerably. Beside him, Hermione lay unconscious, while this shameless individual gambled with the fate of the entire school. "This student will die, so what?" Ron's words trailed off. The death of a student at Hogwarts had never been a trivial matter, even if the student was under someone else's control. The act of killing them would inevitably lead to ruin. Voldemort cackled, observing Harry and Ron's hesitation, and without mercy unleashed a spell upon the unprepared Ron. "Ron!" Harry rushed forward, casting a small fireball to intercept Voldemort's follow-up spell. To Voldemort, Ron indeed posed a danger, one that could potentially end his life. Thus, he had held nothing back earlier. "Ron!" Harry called out desperately, positioning himself protectively in front of Ron. "Choose, Harry Potter. Will you surrender the Philosopher's Stone to me and allow your two friends to be healed? Or will you remain loyal to Dumbledore and engage in a life-and-death struggle with me, letting your dear friends perish before your very eyes?" Voldemort thrust the mirror before Harry, compelling him to make a choice. "You scoundrel!" Harry bit his lip tightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the depth of his hatred for the man before him. The lives of his friends and the Philosopher's Stone, did he even need to choose? In the mirror, Harry held the Philosopher's Stone, placing it into his pocket and winking at the Harry outside the mirror, conveying a silent message through his lips. Love will always be with you. What do you see? Voldemort, witnessing Harry's momentary distraction with the mirror, realized that the means to obtain the coveted Philosopher's Stone was undoubtedly linked to Harry. I see myself delivering a thorough beating to you, indeed. Pummeling your foolish face to a pulp. Disarm him. Harry feigned explanation while observing the urgency and greed flickering in Voldemort's eyes. A surprise attack. But in his fury, Voldemort abruptly placed the mirror in front of him. The mirror, which had radiated warmth and love, was shattered into fragments. As Harry's gaze lingered one final time upon the mirror, he beheld the visage of his parents within, their figures beckoning to him, as if bidding him farewell. Ah! You scoundrel! Harry seethed with renewed fury, this time impervious to any restraint. Ah! Surrender to me what you have in your pocket, and do so at once. And I may yet allow you to depart and rescue your friends. Voldemort, relentless in his scrutiny of Harry, astutely discerned that Harry had acquired the very object he coveted. Greed has obscured his vision, and what the two failed to notice was that above the small room, clouds were gathering. How on earth did you provoke these monsters? The bar owners stood back to back with Dumbledore. On either side stood two colossal suits of armor. It was after I purchased a bottle of butterbeer from you that I encountered this situation. Dumbledore shrugged, asserting that perhaps it was best for you not to linger here. For all of this is your fault. The bar owner, upon hearing this, became even more incensed. Shall I unleash a fierce fire? He exclaimed. Just as he intended to break through the armor's blockade to confront the leader in the black robe, he was abruptly repelled by a sudden surge of ice. What kind of magic is this? He remarked in disbelief, before casting a bog spell at the feet of the armor. Standard offensive spells were nearly ineffective against the dual king's magical immunity threshold. Thus, one could only resort to alternative spells capable of altering the terrain to hinder the adversary's movements. Be cautious. Dumbledore had yet to respond to the bar owner's inquiry when a small whirlwind materialized, sweeping towards their location. Both individuals simultaneously unleashed a fiery explosion spell to dissipate the whirlwind. Now is the moment. After Huang Wangpa Beauty unleashed a tempest of retribution, Dumbledore commanded his Phoenix Guardian to swoop down fiercely, bringing the Huang Wang crashing to the ground. He then brandished his wand once more, casting a powerful blasting curse upon the Huang Wang. This time, the magical immunity did not activate. Indeed, perpetual immunity is a fallacy. Such abilities are constrained by the reserves of magical energy or the limits of the wielder's mental fortitude. The decision to strike first at the Huang Wang stemmed from the fact that he had been continuously employing magic, which consumed far more magical energy than the conventional attacks of the Red King Kaifa. Moreover, the experiment has substantiated that everything indeed unfolded as Dumbledore had anticipated. The ensuing battle became less tense as they evaded the Red King's assaults, waiting for the Yellow King to unleash either a powerful spell or several lesser ones before they struck back. However, the leader, who had been manipulating the two kings from a distance, revealed a triumphant smile. The bar owner, poised to attack Baptissima, who had just cast a searing explosion, was abruptly sent flying by a swift strike from the Red King Kaifa. Abufusi. Dumbledore barely had time to call out the owner's name. I knew it. That scoundrel must have been concealing a trump card. Curse be he. Before Dumbledore could fully process his sorrow or anger, Abufusi, the bar owner, cursed as he clambered back to his feet not far away. He had always thought that their previous victories had come too easily, especially considering that they were being controlled by someone. The glaring oversight in their battle plan suggested ulterior motives. Indeed, Kaifa's swift strike had merely sent him sprawling. And aside from some minor scrapes upon landing, he was largely unharmed. The leader, observing from a distance, felt a surge of anger reflected in his eyes. The Red King still had hidden cards, while the Yellow King had exhausted all her spells, save for one restorative magic that had yet to be employed. However, it seemed futile as her mental energy was nearly depleted, just as she contemplated whether to press on. An unmistakably familiar force forcibly expelled her mental energy from the dual kings. Chin. The leader paused momentarily, then, with a disdainful snort, resolved to withdraw without further hesitation. However, neither Dumbledore nor his companion noticed that the other had retreated, as the two kings were still engaged in combat with them. Perhaps they were enraged by humiliation. I suspected as much. Once their strategy was uncovered, they indeed altered their approach. Abufusi evaded the onslaught while addressing Dumbledore. The kings were no longer employing the reckless, direct tactics of their previous assaults. The Yellow King began to strike with close-range slashes, wielding the dragon spear that had previously served as a scepter, now thrusting towards Dumbledore and his companion with tremendous force. The Red King Kai's ritual commenced, unveiling an extraordinary magical ceremony. The Red King knelt upon one knee. As a complex magical array materialized beneath him, "Do not allow a spell to be successfully cast. I sense impending doom." Without a moment's hesitation, Abufusi unleashed a barrage of spells directed at the Red King. As Dumbledore's assault coincided with Aberforth's, a barrage of spells was unleashed. Unexpectedly, the Yellow King intercepted all the attacks just before they could strike Kaifa. It is worth noting that the cumulative power of high-level magic can surpass the limits of magical immunity. However, the ongoing movement during the battle made it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a deluge of spells all at once. In this instance, the Yellow King, who had valiantly shielded the Red King from all assaults, was abruptly overwhelmed, his form disintegrating in a powerful explosion. Stripped of his vigor, the Yellow King trembled and sank to his knees, his helmet clattering to the ground. Was this the resolution? Dumbledore exchanged a glance with his companion. Though one adversary had been vanquished, it appeared that the other was poised to unleash his magic. At this moment, the Red King Kaifa emanated an even more foreboding aura than when they had faced the dual kings previously. Without uttering a word, Dumbledore launched a probing spell towards Kaifa. Yet Kaifa stood resolute, unflinching in the face of the magical onslaught, although it was anticipated that no harm would befall him. The unexpected occurred when a probing spell suddenly amplified its potency severfold and rebounded with ferocity. Magic rebounded? Abufusi, witnessing the ground erupt beside him, ceased his assault and began to evade. How is one to combat this? Dumbledore offered no response. Instead, he unleashed a sludge curse directly beneath the feet of the Crimson King Kaifa. His Phoenix Guardian swiftly followed, crashing down upon Kaifa's helmet. Upon witnessing this, Abufusi immediately joined the fray, contributing to the mire forming beneath Kaifa's feet. As the Red King Kaifa was nearly engulfed, a sudden radiance enveloped him. With a powerful thrust, he ascended, shattering the airborne Phoenix Guardian. "This is futile," Abufusi muttered, yet his hands moved with urgency, casting mire after mire beneath his adversary's feet. For even Dumbledore's summoned guardian had faltered against a single strike. Should it draw near, he mused, then it would be advantageous. However, Dumbledore's expression revealed a smile. From the nearby thicket emerged a figure towering even above the armor, wielding a club with a sweeping motion. In a state of post-thrust rigidity, Kaifa was struck directly, his helmet soaring through the air like a home-run baseball. Upon losing his head, Kaifa collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. A colossal figure cautiously approached, prodding Kaifa with a large stick. Noticing the stillness of his adversary, he exhaled in relief. "I hope I am not too late, Headmaster," he murmured. "Just in time, Hagrid," came the reply. Dumbledore summoned Fawkes once more, feeling an urgent need to return to the school. "This matter is entrusted to you. I must hasten back to the school," Dumbledore instructed Aberforth, before allowing Fawkes to transport him home. "Bah, I have yet to forgive you. How dare you command me?" Aberforth, once again embodying the irritable pub owner, glowered at the two shattered suits of armor on the ground. "Perhaps they could be displayed beside the pub as a tourist attraction, and we might earn a bit of coin. Hagrid, pack them up and bring them with me. I have a new idea for the pub." What is this red powder?" he pondered. Never mind, boss. Where shall we take it?" While clearing the two suits of armor, Hagrid discovered traces of a red powder imbued with a hint of magic, but his carefree demeanor led him to dismiss it without further thought. Upon returning to the school, Dumbledore did not linger. He immediately hurried towards the forbidden area on the 4th floor. A battle between life and death was still underway here. Enraged to the utmost, Harry found an unexpected calmness. He summoned a series of small fireballs. "You know that won't be of any use to me. And if you wish for this student to perish, feel free to launch an attack," Voldemort sneered maliciously. Although Voldemort mocked Harry, he was simultaneously seeking an opportunity, in truth. After enduring numerous trials, he was in a state of considerable weakness, unable to casually unleash powerful spells as Dumbledore did in their duel. He too was on the lookout for Harry's vulnerabilities. As Harry observed Voldemort's gaze shift towards Hermione and Ron, he resolutely retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. "Is this what you desire?" "Yes, it is. Hand it over to me, Potter." The greedy glint in Voldemort's eyes revealed his desperate hope for resurrection. However, Harry placed his wand atop the stone. "No, what are you doing?" Voldemort extended his hand, attempting to thwart Harry's reckless intentions. "This is a duel between you and me. Do not employ vile tactics against my friends." A fiery crimson glow began to emanate from Harry's wand. "I can refrain from harming them. Since you wish for a duel, let it commence." Voldemort glared at Harry with fury. The thought of sacrificing his chance for revival in a moment of rage was unbearable to him. Disarm your weapon. Stupefy. The two spells collided instantaneously, resulting in a violent explosion that sent both combatants sprawling. Indeed, it was evident, Voldemort was now a shadow of his former self. Harry recognized that Voldemort's spell was not the lethal curse he had expected, but rather a stunning spell, confirming his suspicion. Had it been the Voldemort of yore? Even the one he had encountered in the Forbidden Forest, he would not have deigned to use such a trivial incantation. This is sufficient to deal with you. Voldemort raised his hand thrice, sealing off Harry's escape route. Harry had no intention of evading. With a swift flick, he conjured a small fireball that thwarted the attack aimed at him, paying little heed to the other two assaults. Fireball spell. A multitude of fireballs erupted around Harry. Yet he refrained from using them for direct confrontation. Instead, he began to dart around the arena, leaving a trail of fireballs in his wake. After exchanging a few rounds of attacks, Voldemort gradually realized he was on the verge of being encircled by Harry's fiery orbs. However, whenever he attempted to dispel the troublesome enchantments, Harry would launch a surprise attack with a jinx. With no alternative, Voldemort fortified himself with protective spells. And then he too began to unleash flames upon the ground. If you wish to control the space, then let us remain still. Compared to Harry, Voldemort's mastery of magical control was far superior, and soon the room was engulfed in flames, save for the area between Harry and Voldemort. Even Hermione and Ron found themselves ensnared by the raging inferno, appearing perilously close to peril. Come forth, Harry Potter, let me witness what makes you capable of defeating me. Voldemort bellowed, noticing that Harry had lost all avenues for evasion. How could he, once the supreme ruler of the magical realm, be bested by an infant? Today, he would bring this to a definitive end. Without reservation, Voldemort unleashed his full might. Thunderbolt spell. Avada Kedavra. Yet, compared to Voldemort's assault, Harry's counterattack was a moment faster. He had meticulously calculated the circumstances, knowing he had but a single opportunity to strike. At the moment when his most formidable attack, the fireball, reached its critical threshold of fury, Harry grasped the next tier of ancient magic, lightning manipulation. Thus, his most potent spell now is the Thunderstrike. However, this power comes with significant constraints. It can only be wielded after the formation of a thundercloud. Yet, despite these limitations, its might is immense. If one can amass sufficient energy before the thundercloud dissipates, even a cataclysmic nine heavens thunder tribulation can be unleashed. After Harry grasped this skill, he had been quietly accumulating its power. Now, he was poised to deliver his final blow. Voldemort's killing curse had yet to be unleashed when he was struck by a bolt of lightning, falling rigidly to the ground. In the confines of the enclosed space, the lightning could only amass so much force. While it was insufficient to claim a life, it was potent enough to incapacitate the struck individual for a week. With a sigh of relief, Harry noticed that Voldemort's fiery spells had dissipated. He hurriedly lifted Hermione and brought her to Ron's side. Both were still alive. With a weight lifted from his heart, Harry leaned against the wall, allowing Hermione and Ron to rest upon his lap. He felt utterly drained. And as the tension ebbed away, exhaustion surged over him like a tidal wave. Slowly, he retrieved the magical stone from his pocket. However, before he could scrutinize it closely, an acute sense of danger washed over him. There lay Voldemort on the ground, gazing up at him with unabashed hatred in his eyes. With a swift motion, he raised his wand, aiming it at Harry. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse, which had previously eluded him, now surged unimpeded towards Harry. As the grim specter of death loomed ever closer, Harry managed to tilt his body slightly, though evasion seemed impossible. And even his slight deviation was unlikely to alter his fate. Destiny proved to be capricious. In this seemingly inescapable predicament, Harry did not perish. In his attempt to dodge, the magical stone fortuitously intercepted the killing curse, redirecting its lethal trajectory. As Harry narrowly evaded the green light, the magical stone in his grasp shattered, dispersing into a cloud of crimson powder. No! The exclamations from both Harry and Voldemort resonated simultaneously, just as Voldemort struggled to rise. Aiming his wand menacingly at Harry once more, a spell shot forth and disarmed him, sending his wand flying. In despair, Voldemort roared in frustration from the ground. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore made a timely entrance into the room. "It's been a long time, Tom," he remarked. Gazing at the figure before him, neither fully human nor entirely spectral, his eyes filled with an indescribable emotion. "No, it ought not to be this way. Do not delude yourself into believing you have triumphed, Dumbledore, nor assume that you can protect him indefinitely." Realizing his defeat, Voldemort, upon seeing Dumbledore, abandoned the body of the student and transformed into a wraith-like apparition of mist. With a cacophony of vicious curses escaping his lips, he fled headlong from the room without a backward glance. After Voldemort's escape, Dumbledore appeared somewhat unsteady on his feet, even leaning against the wall to regain his balance. Age has caught up with him. With a sigh, Dumbledore acknowledged the passage of time, feeling the weight of his years. After all, he had just endured nearly an entire night of intense battle against the formidable Red and Yellow Kings, known as the Nemeses of Magic. He had arrived here without any respite or recuperation. "I am relieved to see that you are all well," he said as he took a seat beside Harry. After assessing Hermione and Ron's conditions, he gently ruffled Harry's hair. "You have done exceptionally well. You are truly deserving of being Gryffindors." "Thank you, Headmaster. But the Philosopher's Stone." Harry offered the powdered remnants of the stone to Dumbledore. "These matters are inconsequential, my child. What you and your friends require most at this moment is rest. Everything is well now. I have arrived." Dumbledore glanced at the shattered Philosopher's Stone, feeling a tinge of confusion, yet he deemed it unimportant for now. "I have come to escort you back. Many are concerned for your safety. Remember, you have numerous friends." Upon hearing this, Harry could no longer contain himself. His head drooped, and he succumbed to slumber. In the forbidden forest outside the castle, a tall tree sheltered a figure clad in black robes, illuminated by the moonlight as they read a book. As if sensing something, the figure cloaked in black abruptly shifted his gaze from the book he was perusing to the distant Hogwarts castle. Suddenly, a misty apparition resembling a ghost surged forth from within, incessantly cursing the world around it. Had it lost its sanity? Ha 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 ha. The cloaked figure paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Yet, despite the mirth, he turned to a specific page in the book he held, directing it towards the spectral entity. As the apparition passed overhead, it was unexpectedly drawn by an unusual force. No, no, no. For a fleeting moment regaining its wits, Voldemort emitted a terrified scream as if he had made a dreadful discovery. After all the schemes, he was left with no choice but to accept the guidance of fate and death. At that moment, another cloaked figure emerged from the shadows of the forbidden forest. Murmuring to himself, Voldemort's every act of defiance was futile. With only a breath remaining, he was ultimately absorbed by the book below, dissipating like smoke. Clap. The book closed. The figure emerged from the shadows into the moonlight. The cloaked figure, or rather the mysteriously smiling Malfoy, gazed up at the castle. This ominous presence must not be allowed to wreak havoc any further. He gently caressed the book's cover and softly spoke, "Let us see who will ultimately triumph." It was not until the morning of the third day that Harry awoke in the infirmary. "Child, you are awake." A white-haired elder sat by his bedside. "Ah, hello, Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied, slowly sitting up. "Just rest. Professor Cheney mentioned that you have severely exhausted your mental faculties. This requires more time to recover than physical injuries." Dumbledore gestured for Harry to make himself comfortable, offering him a box of sweets. "Care for a treat? I feel a bit of sweetness would do wonders." He winked playfully at Harry. "Professor Dumbledore, what about Hermione and Ron?" Harry inquired as he took the box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Scanning the room and noticing the emptiness of the adjacent beds, though the slightly rumpled sheets indicated that someone had been there moments before. "They are fine." Miss Granger felt it was too dull to lie about, so she went to the library to borrow some books, while Mr. Weasley was summoned to assist her. The headmaster shrugged, assuring Harry, Voldemort. "You were very brave. You overcame him." Dumbledore smiled kindly at Harry. "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that he will return." For 3 days, Harry had been plagued by nightmares, visions of a baby Voldemort grinning maliciously at him. "He has not perished, I sense it too, and when we next encounter him, it will surely be more daunting. You know, ever since you enrolled, I believed you would be an extraordinary young wizard, yet I never anticipated your rapid growth surpassing our expectations. You are even more remarkable than your father was in his time," Dumbledore remarked, ruffling Harry's hair. "No, I haven't. I almost lost my friends and let the Philosopher's Stone fall into Voldemort's hands." Harry shook his head gently, his cheeks flushed. "You were courageous and protected your friends well. As for the Philosopher's Stone, it matters not. Nick and I had already agreed to destroy it. But in doing so, I understand your concerns. You are young and find the concept of death unfathomable. However, for us old souls, death merely marks the beginning of a new journey. And we are well aware of this, so do not fret. Furthermore, the remaining potion provides them ample time to settle their affairs." Suddenly, Harry looked solemnly at Dumbledore. But before he could voice his inquiry, Dumbledore preempted him. "You can trust Professor Cheney, and you can also trust Professor Snape." After saying this, the headmaster took a Bertie Bott's bean from Harry's hand and popped it into his mouth. "Not bad. Care to try?" Dumbledore offered Harry another bean. "Thank you." While still pondering the headmaster's words, Harry absent-mindedly accepted it and placed it in his mouth. Was it possible Malfoy was untrustworthy, or had Dumbledore simply overlooked him? However, the bizarre taste abruptly interrupted his thoughts. A nauseating blend of fishy, sour, foul, and bitter flavors assaulted his palate. I once tried this in my youth, and it was far more palatable than this. I want to be attempting it again. The rotting cockroach pile is far more appealing. Noticing Harry's grimace, Dumbledore chuckled. He placed the box of beans aside as if it were something too hot to handle. No, Professor. What I meant to ask was whether Snape has any grievances with my family, and I wish to know more about my parents. Harry's expression was one of desperation as he struggled to voice the questions he had long suppressed, thinking that after being tricked into eating such a vile treat, he deserved some answers. Snape, He owes your parents a debt, a life for a life, which compels him to protect you, even at the cost of his own well-being. However, your father and he were classmates, so do not expect him to alter his demeanor towards you. Dumbledore shrugged. You may choose to trust him, and if you wish to learn about your parents, you should look into a mirror. You will see in yourself the spirit of James Potter, brave, unafraid of danger, loyal and upright, with a penchant for mischief and disregard for rules. After reminiscing, the headmaster cast a sidelong glance at Harry, who appeared quite embarrassed. And your mother was a compassionate, kind, and gentle soul. They were both stars in Gryffindor back in their day. You have inherited all their virtues, which perhaps is the legacy of love they have bestowed upon you, my child. Dumbledore smiled, affectionately ruffling Harry's hair. Harry was unaware of when the headmaster departed. He only realized it when he heard the voices of Hermione and Ron returning. Hermione, is this really necessary? What do you think? Don't think that just because you accomplished something significant, you can skip the final exams. I'll be preparing summaries for you and Harry. You both must memorize them. Hermione's voice resounded, still imbued with that familiar pride. As expected, Hermione strode in, cradling a book nearly as large as herself, while Ron followed behind, laden with a substantial stack of books. Oh, Harry, you're awake. Has the headmaster left already? Hermione exclaimed, delighted to see Harry sitting up. Hi. Harry waved, leaping barefoot from the bed to assist Ron with the books. Just place them on the bed. What did the headmaster discuss with you? He just issued me a warning about the restricted section, clearly wanting us out of there, Ron grumbled, the foolish boy insisting on continuing his sleep. The enormous book Hermione carried was borrowed from the restricted section. How do you feel, Harry? Ron plopped down on the bed, grabbing a Bertie Bott's bean that both Harry and Dumbledore had hesitated to try. Ugh, what kind of foul taste is this? Ron's face turned green as he searched for water to rinse his mouth. You know what feces taste like? Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, though the twinkle in her eyes betrayed her amusement. This flavor is simply, well, the headmaster said I could trust Professor Cheney and Professor Snape. Harry chuckled as he splashed some water on Ron, sharing snippets of his earlier conversation with Dumbledore. Professor Quirrell is fine, but can we really trust Snape? After downing his third cup of water, Ron finally regained his composure. By the way, what transpired after I fell unconscious? Hermione suddenly remembered to inquire about the crucial matter. She had basically been lying in the final chamber, completely unaware of the confrontation between Harry and Voldemort. In Ron's memory, he struck Voldemort with a blow. The mere thought of this sent shivers down his spine, for the name held a terrifying weight for the permanent inhabitants of the magical realm. So, he ran away? Hermione raised an eyebrow. Well, the next time I encounter him, I shall personally bring an end to him. Harry's gaze hardened as he clenched his fists. It has been half a month since the incident in the Forbidden Zone, and all the students had finally returned to reality after the tale of how Harry and his companions navigated the challenges and triumphed over the thief who stole the treasures of Hogwarts. What compelled them to return to reality was the impending final examinations. Regardless of one's prowess, even if one were Tom Riddle, attending school necessitated participation in the examinations. How did it feel? Hermione was the last to submit her paper, and upon exiting the examination hall, she beheld Harry and Ron waiting for her by the window. Not too shabby, thanks to you, she remarked. The trio exchanged a celebratory high five, having completed all their subjects, yet they had one additional assessment to undertake. As explicitly instructed by Professor McGonagall herself. Let us show him what we're capable of, Ron declared, rolling up his sleeves. Whereupon a hint of muscle was beginning to manifest. During his hospitalization in the infirmary, Professor Cheney had paid them a visit, at the behest of Headmaster Dumbledore. After assessing their internal conditions, he offered them some guidance with a clear direction. Following that, Ron devoted himself to Hermione's hefty tome, embarking on a daily regimen of physical training. His efforts bore fruit, as he seemed to have grown a bit taller. Meanwhile, Harry concentrated in a secluded spot, gathering a small thundercloud, all the while maintaining a constant mental awareness to replenish the magical and mental energy within the cloud before it dissipated. Hermione had received a tome from Professor Cheney, which contained specialized techniques and insights regarding the use of spiritual talismans. Today marked the day of their assessment, as indicated by Professor Cheney, who had explicitly stated to the trio that this was a pact made with Professor Dumbledore. Should they succeed in this evaluation, they would officially become his students. Conversely, failure would result in the confiscation of their magical weapons and the sealing of their mental faculties, relegating them back to the status of ordinary British wizards. Professor. The trio arrived at the classroom adjacent to Cheney's office, where the professor had long been awaiting their arrival, having meticulously arranged the space. "Ah, you have come," he beckoned them with a wave. The three young ones followed his voice and beheld 3 suits of armor standing behind him, one deep blue, one pure green, and one jet black. Although each stood only 2 meters tall, lacking the grandeur of the twin kings and Judas, their mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura. "Would you like to take a moment to prepare? The 3 companions behind me will serve as your adversaries, the blue Berserker General, the green Iron General, and the black Hell General. If you are not mentally poised for potential defeat, I do not recommend proceeding with the assessment." With that, Cheney closed his eyes and retreated to a corner, clearing the center of the classroom for the impending challenge. And instead, the suits of armor began to animate, each retrieving its respective weapon, a colossal sword, a lance, and a morning star. The trio swallowed nervously in unison, exchanging glances that betrayed a mixture of trepidation and a hint of exhilaration. "Come on, Professor." Ron was the first to raise a protective shield, his mental energy morphing into a weapon as a single-handed axe gradually materialized in his grasp. Hermione summoned her small unicorn, Alice, to guard her. And as Ron declared their battle, she began to chant incantations, the magical circle beneath her feet flickering into existence. As Harry began to conjure thunderclouds upon the classroom ceiling, he launched a small fireball toward the 3 armored generals with decisive intent. The Berserker General, wielding a colossal sword, effortlessly swept aside all the fireballs sent forth by Harry. Meanwhile, the Hell General, lagging just behind, brandished a meteor hammer as he advanced toward Ron. Observing the situation, Ron remained unperturbed, skillfully evading the forceful initial strike with deft footwork. Just as he prepared to retaliate with his axe, a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to Ron's side. As the Steel General attempted a surprise attack, he was met with a jolt of lightning concentrated at the tip of his lance. The good news was that these 3 suits of armor lacked magical immunity. The bad news was their immense power, despite Ron's defensive preparations and mental readiness. Aided by the time Harry had bought him, he was still sent flying by a single strike from the Steel General, crashing heavily against the wall. "Are you all right?" Hermione exclaimed, casting 2 healing spells upon Ron. Meanwhile, the magical array beneath their feet finally took shape. "Divine armor," Hermione declared, enveloping Ron in a sacred radiance. "Thank you, Hermione." For Hermione, superficial wounds were of little concern, while internal injuries would be mended by little Alice's moonlit glow. However, Ron waved his hand, indicating he did not require assistance. At that moment, the 3 suits of armor were relentlessly pursuing Harry, who deftly left a trail of fireballs in his wake to hinder them, skillfully kiting the 3 armored generals. Nonetheless, the classroom was too confined. And just as Harry found himself cornered, reinforcements arrived. After all, the 3 were participating in the assessment together, not as lone warriors. "Take this," Ron shouted, executing a low stance and charging from the blind spot of his adversaries. His axe, swung from below, struck the Berserker General, who was poised to pursue Harry. Upon impact, a tremendous wave of sword energy erupted from the axe blade, surging forth to strike the Hell General positioned behind it. As the encirclement of the 3 generals was being dismantled, Harry concentrated his firepower, directing the lightning produced by the storm clouds overhead entirely towards the Iron General. Just as victory over the 3 armored generals seemed imminent, the Iron General plunged his spear into the ground at a crucial moment, drawing all the lightning towards it. The Steel General swiftly retrieved the colossal sword dropped by the Berserker General, executing a swift slash against Ron's psychic shield. Ron was sent flying once more, this time landing at Hermione's feet on the opposite end of the classroom. As he rose, he spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Hermione beside him. Healing spells were hastily cast in his direction, while little Alice illuminated the area with the radiant glow of the moon. Had it not been for the armor spell, Ron mused, that last strike could have cleaved him in 2. Shaken but resolute, he stood up, transforming his one-handed axe back into a broadsword. It appeared that only the green Steel General remained. This assessment seemed rather manageable. With a grin, Ron remarked to Hermione, observing the two shattered suits of armor he had cleaved apart. Indeed, they were merely a strike away from success in the assessment. And with Hermione and the little unicorn by their side, they were untroubled by their injuries, for healing was assured. However, the mental energy expended in blocking that last blow was substantial, leaving Ron with an unsettling sensation as it had breached his defenses. Harry is currently engaged in a solitary battle against the Iron General. However, it is less a contest and more a one-sided pursuit. The three armors that once appeared formidable were merely a manifestation of Professor Chinyu's divided attention. Now, with only one remaining, the true power of this armor begins to reveal itself. Amidst the relentless barrage of strikes, slashes, stabs, and thrusts, Harry finds himself rolling helplessly on the ground. He suddenly realizes that if Professor Chinyu truly intended to kill him, he would have perished long ago, several times when he felt escape was impossible. His opponent would hold back. It remains uncertain whether such leniency will affect the evaluation outcomes. Yet, Harry does not endure these blows without retaliation. Just as the Iron General topples him once more, Ron launches a surprise attack, and Hermione's second armor spell envelopes Ron as well. Meanwhile, little Alice rushes over to hoist Harry and make their escape. That is sufficient. After gaining a safe distance, Harry dismounts from Alice's back and begins to gather the small fireballs he had previously arranged around him. Moments later, a fireball larger than the armor itself materializes in the center of the classroom. Upon witnessing this, Ron refrained from speaking further, having rehearsed their coordination in advance. He understood precisely what needed to be done. Suddenly, Ron abandoned his evasive maneuvers, blocking a strike with his shield before delivering 3 swift slashes upon the Iron General. The brief moment of rigidity presented an opportunity. At last, the moment had arrived. A great fireball. After executing his 3 strikes, Ron hastily distanced himself from the Iron General. Splendid. We have triumphed. As he beheld the Iron General in a state of immobilization, poised to be struck by the fireball, Ron exuberantly brandished his sword and shield. What is that? Hermione, with her keen eyesight and unobstructed view of the scene, noticed a golden light beginning to shimmer upon the massive sword wielded by the Iron General. A decisive move, an awakening. For the first time, the iron armor emitted a sound, an ancient voice resonating with a profound age that sent chills through the trio. Then, to their astonishment, the Iron General cleaved the enormous fireball in half with a single stroke of his sword. In the corner of the classroom, Professor Chinyu spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his head to glance at the 3 youngsters and uttered a single command: run. Witnessing the unconscious Professor Chinyu, the trio was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. Was this not an assessment? Why had the examiner collapsed? Who was the ominous figure emanating an aura that sent chills down their spines? The situation was dire and chaotic, yet the battle raged on. The steel-clad warrior surged forward, appearing before Hermione as if by magic, wielding a massive sword raised high. The tides had turned dramatically. One moment, they were reveling in the joy of impending success. And the next, they faced the grim reality of life and death. No. Although Harry and Ron swiftly recognized the threat, they dashed toward Hermione's direction together. Yet, no matter how they rushed, it was evident they would not reach her in time. You have done well to protect your friend, echoed Dumbledore's words from that day by the bedside, a taunting reminder that reverberated in Harry's mind. Now, all that occupied Harry's thoughts was the urgent need to stop the impending danger. Stop, 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 stop. Powerless, he could merely watch in horror as the colossal sword descended. At that moment, Harry sensed something within his mind shattering its confines. Repel the fiery ring. I command you to depart. A ring of fire materialized beside Harry and shot forth in an instant. Meanwhile, Hermione was paralyzed with fear. Utterly taken aback by the Steel General's sudden execution, unable to react as she helplessly witnessed the enormous sword swing down upon her. She felt a profound urge within her heart to repeatedly utter the words, I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry, I am sorry. Apologies escaped her lips as she realized, it seems I can no longer accompany you in this battle. The final words echoed within her mind, and then she exclaimed, Hermione. Meanwhile, Ron was sprinting with all his might towards Hermione, yet he had reached the limits of his speed. Another voice, tantalizing and insistent, reverberated in his mind, urging him to go faster still, to hasten even more, for then he could save her. The horrifying image of Hermione's severed body flooded Ron's thoughts as if magnified. Indeed, why could he not accelerate further? With a fierce determination, Ron surged forward, his spirit forging a new shield that appeared before him, charging forth like a war chariot. He forcefully struck the massive sword that had been abandoned by his opponent, sending it hurtling away. Harry's defiance propelled the Steel General away from Hermione. "Come quickly, Hermione," he shouted urgently upon witnessing their combined efforts to rescue her. Hermione, however, felt her legs weaken and was on the verge of collapsing. The terror of death had shattered her heart, revealing her utter inability to resist. Regardless of ancient magic or her status as the top of her class, she was merely a first-year novice, laid bare on the opponent's chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. "Am I truly this feeble?" she whispered softly. At that moment, the slow-moving Alice rushed over, catching the falling Hermione and pulling her out of harm's way. "Well done, Alice," Ron exclaimed with relief as Hermione was saved. He calmly returned to Harry's side. "What should we do?" "I just want to dismantle it into a heap of scrap," Harry said through gritted teeth. Beside her, Hermione, who was still perched on little Alice's back, stared blankly into the void, as if a blow had not merely threatened her life, but had instead stolen her very soul. What has become of Hermione? She seemed ensnared in a web of terror. A mental push might restore her, yet the moment was ill-suited for such efforts. Harry, after a brief investigation, exhaled in relief. But the sight of the Iron General rising once more from the ruins ahead filled him and Ron with a sense of despair. Where is this place? Hermione realized she found herself in a familiar school, the very one she had attended before receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No. Why am I here? As she beheld the familiar classroom and faces before her, she instinctively took a step back in fear. At that moment, Hermione Granger. "It was you who filed the report, wasn't it?" Several girls approached her with fury, exclaiming, "Is being an exemplary student so remarkable? Just perish." Among those who approached, a tall girl abruptly doused her with a bucket of filthy water, not allowing her a moment to respond. "You deserve this. And let me warn you. Keep your distance from William. He wouldn't be interested in a reclusive girl who enjoys tattling." Another girl of average appearance proceeded to hurl the items from her desk onto the floor. "No, I did not report the teacher. Nor do I have any feelings for William. He merely asked me a question, and I provided an answer. It wasn't me. Truly it wasn't." Hermione, initially poised to erupt in anger, found herself devoid of any means to retaliate, no wand, no talisman. Moreover, she emitted a voice so frail that it echoed painfully within her mind. "Is this truly me? Yes, indeed, this is who I am." The words reverberated incessantly in her thoughts. "Hermione, do you not like me?" At that moment, a rather handsome young man approached, accompanied by his friends. No, no, no. I do not like you. Please, do not come near me." "I know nothing," Hermione lamented, cradling her head in anguish. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that bullying was unequivocally wrong. "Do not be afraid. Lift your head. I shall protect you." Yet, the young boy, William, remained oblivious, instead offering comforting words to Hermione in his melodious voice. As Hermione slowly lifted her head to gaze at the boy who had offered her solace, a hearty laugh erupted from William's companion. "Oh, come now, William. You've lost this round, and yet you boast that you could win her affection in just 3 days." William, feeling the sting of their mockery, retorted, "You scoundrel. Do not meddle in my affairs. My words will surely sway her. Your interference nullifies our wager, and I shall not abide by it." Exposed and flustered, William began to jump in agitation, eager to confront his detractor. With a bewildered expression, Hermione gazed at the boys who had just smiled at her one moment, only to regard her as a mere jester the next. The teacher's indifference, the girl's disdain, the boys' pranks, and her own weakness. Why did she not feel anger within? A perplexing self-inquiry. It was because there were too many of them, and she was perpetually bullied. Apart from her studies, she possessed no other talents. Little Hermione sought to console herself amidst the turmoil. Why did she not feel that anger? A self-doubt lingered. They were too formidable. She looked at a tall girl, tears brimming in her eyes, as she attempted to justify herself. Why had she not made any friends? A denial of self echoed within. No one would wish to befriend someone like her. Hermione pushed back her unkempt, tawny hair and surveyed her plain school uniform. "But this is not me," a moment of self-affirmation. "No, I am you. I am the you of the past." Suddenly, little Hermione shouted with an unusually piercing voice. "Hermione." Two familiar voices rang out. "We need you." "Indeed." "I am Hermione Granger. I am evolving. I possess emotions. I have friends. Hence, let the past me dissipate." Everyone in the classroom heard this proclamation. Whether they were the girls who tormented her or the boys who treated her as a fool, they all turned to look. The timid girl with unkempt brownish-yellow hair, who never bothered to apply makeup and wore the same school uniform year-round, transformed into an existence that seemed unattainable to all. "I shall not succumb to violence, nor allow fear to dominate my life. I will never become an escapist, nor will I ever harbor affection for men like you." Ah, enlightenment. Hermione, Harry and Ron gazed in astonishment at Alice's back. The Hermione, once shrouded in fear, had successfully liberated herself from its constraints and now rode triumphantly upon the back of the little unicorn, wielding a talisman that emitted a radiant spectrum of colors. The latest website address is M22FF. CB, Spiritual Revelation, Hermione's newly acquired skill. The vibrant light enveloped the Iron General, without needing Hermione to elaborate. Harry and Ron understood the function of the skill. 7 red zones appeared upon the Iron General, marking its vulnerabilities. Harry and Ron ceased their individual skirmishes and began to cooperate, advancing in unison. Resistance to the fiery ring. Harry immediately forced the Iron General into a corner, constraining his opponent's range of motion. Ron stood in an advantageous position, wielding his assassination sword technique with precision. The Iron General, caught in a state of rigidity, was unable to parry the strike and was hit in a vital spot. Soul Devourer. Despite sustaining a critical blow, the Iron General did not remain passive. It launched a special attack towards Ron, who was closest. Ron leapt back to evade, yet the blade still grazed his chest. Hermione's healing spell was cast almost simultaneously as the enemy's sword made contact with Ron. Healing is within my grasp. Hermione recited the incantation for the sacred armor spell once more. Harry, sensing something amiss, remarked on the peculiar nature of the skill. After Ron retreated, Harry and Hermione noticed his complexion had paled. Look. Keen-eyed Harry observed that the Iron General's damage weak point was showing signs of slight restoration after the strike had landed on Ron. Be cautious. It likely possesses self-repairing abilities. Thunderbolt. Harry warned, primarily to alert Ron. A bolt of lightning struck the Iron General as soon as Harry finished speaking, compared to the less reliable Fireball. The Thunderbolt was far more advantageous, given its near infallibility. As the wound was further exacerbated, Harry began to gather storm clouds anew. Meanwhile, Ron approached with heightened caution. Barbaric Charge. Seizing the moment, he executed a recently mastered Barbaric Charge, driving the opponent to the corner, followed swiftly by a normal attack imbued with lethal sword energy. At this juncture, he refrained from greedily pursuing further strikes. After landing a successful blow, Ron quickly retreated. Sure enough, the Iron General unleashed another Soul Devourer. But the vigilant Ron deftly evaded it. As Harry seized the moment of his opponent's attack-induced vulnerability, he unleashed a bolt of lightning upon one of its weak points. After shattering yet another opening, the Iron General suddenly staggered and dropped to one knee. Was it faltering? Ron calculated the distance and prepared to deliver a lethal strike. Observing that the foe had brazenly withstood the blow without any defense. It is possible, but retreat. Before Harry could finish his sentence, he scooped up Hermione and dashed in another direction. Ron, too, did not hesitate, having maintained a heightened state of focus throughout. The Iron General began to glow a menacing red, its armor appearing increasingly unstable. Was it about to self-destruct? Hurry, hurry. It looks like it's going to explode. Ron sprinted ahead of Harry, who was carrying Hermione, and was the first to reach the other side of the classroom. Professor Chenio. At that moment, as Harry turned to assess the situation, he spotted the unconscious Professor Chenio not far from the towering steel armor. He couldn't leave him behind. The proximity posed an unknown threat. Harry gently placed Hermione into the arms of the approaching Alice and then rushed towards Professor Chenio. Harry. Ron followed closely behind, retracting his weapon and summoning a shield just in case. As Hermione rode on little Alice, she was ever ready to unleash her ultimate recovery spell. When Harry and Ron reached Chenio's side, the Iron General had also seemingly reached the threshold of self-detonation. Harry barely managed to throw himself onto Chenio, while Ron knelt before the trio, raising his shield. Instinctively, Harry, Ron, and Hermione tightly shut their eyes at the brink of the impending explosion. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Slowly, they opened their eyes to behold the mischievous grin of Chenio, alongside the Iron General, restored to its original form. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment with outstanding results. Professor. Hermione was the first to react, rushing forward in a fit of anger. However, as she did so, she found herself enveloped in an embrace from Chenio, along with Harry and Ron. You three are my pride. Such ordinary words evoked extraordinary feelings. Professor, I'm still quite angry. Could you let me go first? Hermione, taken aback by the sudden embrace, was momentarily flustered. By the way, that Iron General didn't he go berserk? Ron quietly inquired, still processing the situation. Who knows? Nevertheless, you have all passed the assessment, and even little Hermione exceeded my expectations. Chenio cheerfully stuffed a large ear-rabbit candy into their mouths. Harry and Ron, who had not yet encountered the tormenting visions of their inner demons, exchanged puzzled glances. unaware of what Hermione had faced. Exceeded expectations? Hermione thought back to the scene she had encountered when she had nearly permanently sealed within her memories. However, without that version of herself, perhaps she would not have become who she was today. To confront her, to overcome her, to defeat her, to transform her. Indeed, I even exceeded my own expectations. Thank you, Professor. Hermione smiled, her genuine expression rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. And you have also mastered new magic. Chinyu affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair and winked at her. You have steadfastly upheld your friendship, justice, kindness, loyalty, and bravery. At this moment, Chinyu rose, gazing at the three young ones. Once again, congratulations. The trio exchanged glances, revealing heartfelt smiles. With all assessments concluded, it was no surprise that Hermione rightfully claimed the top spot in their year. She truly had earned her pride. To their astonishment, Harry secured the second position, while Draco Malfoy came in third. Unsurprisingly, the House Cup finally returned to Gryffindor after many years. What a tumultuous semester it had been. Platform 9 3/4, London, England. You must write to me during the holidays, at least once every 3 days, understood? Hermione declared imperiously to Harry and Ron. For some reason, ever since that day of the assessment with Professor Chin, Harry and Ron felt a sense of liberation emanating from Hermione. This newfound freedom had caused them considerable distress. As they struggled to adapt to her adorably clingy whims, she seemed to have loosened her rationality, embracing a more emotional side. Yet, there was something delightful about the authenticity with which others treated you. Of course, the two boys replied in unison, exchanging a glance and shrugging. Adopting an attitude of you excel in studies, you're the boss. Have a wonderful summer. Upon receiving their response, Hermione smiled and embraced both boys before turning to walk towards her parents. They could hear her sweetly recounting her joyful school experiences in a childlike tone. Next came Ron. As Mr. Weasley arrived just after Hermione had left, Mrs. Molly Weasley was eager to envelop Ron and Harry in her affectionate embrace. Oh, my goodness. You two are still children. How could they allow you to engage in such perilous activities? But we succeeded. Ron beamed, showcasing his muscles to his mother, a testament to his diligent training. Harry, you too. I was so worried about you. Thank goodness you're all right. Mrs. Weasley's genuine concern for Harry was palpable, a sentiment he appreciated. After quietly reassuring her, Harry watched as the Weasley family set off for home. He pondered whether the Dursleys would come to pick him up. Sighing, Harry prepared to devise a way to return when he heard Chinyu's voice behind him. Shall I give you a ride? Professor, Harry exclaimed, surprised. Get in. I possess a regular driver's license. In early summer of 1992, deep within the Forbidden Forest, a momentous event transpired among the Centaur tribe. The chief priest responsible for stargazing prophecies had quietly passed away at the altar. The once intertwined Gemini stars now revealed but one. Yet, around this remaining celestial body, several dimly flickering companion stars gradually emerged, as if foretelling something significant. In Huagua, at a certain location, a large underground research facility was bustling with tense testing. That should suffice, Director. A figure clad in black robes observed the busy researchers through the window of the testing room. Indeed, compared to the previously crude mass-produced models, this time it is reusable, thanks to your assistance. The director, donned in a lab coat, nodded in agreement. Then let us not delay. Begin the operation. I must return. Commencing the 107th trial, countdown to launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Initiate. The machinery within the experimental chamber began to transform, the light shifting from white to red. Mr. Chin, prepare for injection in 3 seconds. Upon hearing this, the figure in the black robe placed his hand into an empty slot before him. 3, 2, 1, now. The garments of the black-robed individual billowed as if caught by an unseen wind, revealing a face that Harry and his companions recognized all too well. If they were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim, Professor Chinyu. As beads of sweat began to emerge densely upon Chinyu's forehead, the experiment finally reached a triumphant conclusion. Splendid. Exquisite. The energy-charged enhanced magic stone number 3, ha ha ha. With this, many experiments can once again be undertaken. The researchers, filled with exuberance, gathered around a red stone that bore an almost identical resemblance to a magic stone Harry had previously encountered. At that moment, the director of the institute lifted the enhanced magic stone and placed it alongside a genuine magic stone into a nearby apparatus for comparative testing. The results sent everyone into a frenzy of jubilation. Let us hope this heralds good fortune. Meanwhile, Chinyu wiped the sweat from his brow and observed the jubilant crowd without joining in their celebration. It was as though he had not assisted just moments ago. Silently donning his hood, he turned to depart. At this moment, he toyed with a red stone that mirrored the magic stone. After slightly absorbing the magical energy within, he crushed it with a decisive grip, allowing the crimson powder to cascade slowly from his hand. Are you truly willing to stake everything on those 3 children? Just as he was about to exit the Institute's doors, a voice suddenly resonated behind him, a woman's voice. At that instant, a figure clad in identical attire leaned against the wall, posing a question to Chinyu. Indeed, I hold great affection for them. I see potential within them. Chinyu did not turn around. Instead, he gazed towards the sky beyond the Institute, reaching out towards the sunlight. Very well, but regarding your earlier lightning strike against me, an explanation is in order, isn't it? Noticing Chinyu's reluctance to elaborate on his intentions, the woman swiftly pivoted to another inquiry. One must accept the consequences of their mistakes. I shall remember that phrase. I hope you do not provide me with the opportunity to test it. Women are notoriously vengeful. An invisible tension seemed to collide between the two, invoking the natural elements in the air to emit faint sparks and crackles of electricity. For a moment, the atmosphere was charged with hostility. Yet, this tension was soon dissipated. Also, thank you for saving me in the end. If you err, I shall choose to forgive you. The sharp exchange of words took an unexpected turn. The woman, partially revealing her flushed face beneath the hood, then turned to stride into the depths of the Institute. Sigh. Chinyu exhaled, understanding that her mention of the battle of the 2 kings referred to her being ensnared by Dumbledore and his companion, leaving her with little chance for a safe retreat. What left Chinyu feeling helpless was her collaboration with others to fulfill their mission. This inevitably meant they would cross paths in the future. Let us hope for the best. Following this, Chinyu swiftly vanished from the Institute. Not far away, a woman peered cautiously around the corner, glancing at the entrance of the Research Institute. Upon seeing that Chinyu had already departed, she slowly sank down against the wall. Why do I always have to spar with him? Am I a fool? In a quaint village in the outskirts of London, a woman's voice boomed from downstairs, calling for a boy named Alan Walker. The bewildered young lad, startled, sat up in bed. Where am I? Why are you still asleep? Hurry up and get breakfast. Also, there is a letter for you. Go fetch it from the door. At such a young age, living so irregularly and lazily, get out of bed now. The woman stormed into the boy's room, rudely rousing him from his slumber. She was of modest stature, about 5 feet tall, slightly plump, and donned a pair of square glasses. Ah, Ani Pani, good morning, Alan stammered, as the woman swiftly tidied him up from head to toe, prompting him to remember his manners and greet her. All right. Today there will be no panini. Now, immediately, go downstairs for your breakfast, Auntie Pani declared, hands on her hips, pointing towards the door. Oh, okay, Auntie, Alan replied, not daring to say more, and hurried down the stairs. Slow down. Are you in a hurry to court an angel? He was scolded again. Alan Walker, an 11-year-old boy, had been living with Auntie Pani since his parents were tragically taken from him by an unknown force. Though he faced daily reprimands, his aunt had never truly wronged him. However, Alan was somewhat timid, often bullied by older children in the community. Just yesterday, a few of his tormentors had forced him to consume a piece of bread he found on the street, humiliating him for their amusement. What they did not know was that the bread was tainted with rat poison left by the community. Thus, it was with great misfortune that Alan departed from this world in agony the previous night, not at all peacefully. Now, the one controlling Alan's physical movements is an unexpected traveler from another realm. In my previous life, I lost everything. Is this God's compensation for me? How ironic. Sitting at the dining table, Alan wore an expression akin to that of constipation as he silently organized his thoughts. In his past existence, he had left the orphanage alone, a rather cliché narrative, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the woman he adored and his adversary. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he had long since uncovered their illicit affair and had prepared for every eventuality. Upon facing death, he unexpectedly traversed into this world. Halt. Do not take the above seriously. Alan Walker is the name, a survivor of a certain reincarnation game. How mundane, truly mundane, how could I have been so ordinary in my past life? While savoring a delectable breakfast, Alan lamented his cinematic-like treatment in his previous existence orchestrated by the system. Task: eliminate the final boss. Completed. Ready to return. A frigid voice, audible only to Alan, echoed in his mind. Huh? Wait. Alan, poised to unleash his prowess, was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? Is it not enough, Alan? There is still more in the pot. Aunt Panagoma noticed Alan lost in thought while eating, and added a few slices of bacon to his plate, then inquired. It's getting chilly tonight. Come help me make some new quilts. Honestly, you're 11 years old, but still don't ease my burden. Are those little rascals still picking on you? We'll grab some tools later. Let me teach them a lesson. Don't just munch on bread. Eat some eggs as well. For heaven's sake, take a sip of the soup. Don't choke, you little rascal. Oh, thank you, Aunt. It's truly delicious. Returning to his senses, Alan devoured his breakfast heartily. This situation was unprecedented. To have automatically completed a task upon arrival? Was this a boon from the heavens? Alan pondered. What kind of world is this? Oh, right. This letter is for you. Where did you acquire such peculiar pen pals? At that moment, Aunt Panagoma approached with a letter from the entrance. Hogwarts? A school? Magic? Are they deceiving children? Aunt Panagoma frowned, slightly displeased by the address on the letter. Where? As Alan contemplated the information, he suddenly froze. Hogwarts. Here, see for yourself. Aunt Panagoma handed the letter to Alan, her expression somewhat awkward. Is this the world of Harry Potter? With trembling hands, Alan slowly opened the letter. Enrollment notice. Details omitted. The website's latest address is M22FF. CB. Magic. System. I do not wish to return. Alan was exhilarated. The skills and abilities learned in the realm of reincarnation were exceedingly precious, requiring no expenditure of his survival points. An anomaly detected. The world line has inexplicably shifted, altering the completion goal to assist the main character in vanquishing the hidden mastermind. Well, I suppose it's fine not to go back. The priority is to master magic. Alan sighed at the one-click operations of his system. At this moment, Harry, who was exercising his mental prowess at home, suddenly noticed a golden key materializing before him. The unexpected appearance of the object immediately heightened his alertness. He drew his magical dagger and lightly touched the key, causing it to fall from the air onto his bed. Indeed, Harry now had a bed, as upon his return, he had utilized his mental abilities to make the Dursleys feel the profound presence of someone in the otherwise empty room. Consequently, he had successfully moved into his cousin Dudley's former bedroom. To this day, the family still regarded him with a mixture of anger and fear. Harry picked up the key, and its purpose flashed through his mind. Did he wish to comprehend the essence of life and unlock the door to a new journey? Yes or no? Feeling as though his mind was being invaded, Harry abruptly hurled the key away. However, after a long wait, the key showed no signs of response. He decided to place it at the bottom of his suitcase, intending to inquire about it with the headmaster or Professor Cheney once school commenced. At that moment, Hedwig returned, bringing letters from Hermione and Ron. The three had arranged a time to meet during the summer to purchase textbooks for the upcoming semester. Meanwhile, Alan was ambling down the street, needing to earn his own tuition fees. His thrifty parents had left him and his mother little in terms of inheritance. So in order to persuade his aunt to allow him to attend that so-called magical school, which she deemed a scam, he needed to earn his own funds. He recalled that it was 1992, the year of Harry Potter's second year, marked by the Chamber of Secrets. Alan contemplated the year's plot and the final boss, feeling quite confident. Yet, in the next moment, he froze. Cursed Gilderoy Lockhart. His plethora of books was exorbitantly priced. And the sunglasses? It seemed he needed to prepare a few pairs, though they might not be of much use. Alan grumbled while searching for the upperclassmen who usually bullied him. They should be at their usual hideout near a neglected garbage dump. Well, ISNT this little Alan? Did you bring your pocket money? One tall and stout individual shoved aside his two flunkies and approached Alan. Ah, I brought a little, but that is not the point. I'm here to borrow some money from you, Alan replied nonchalantly, unperturbed by the towering figure. Huh? Borrow money from us? The stout one laughed. And with a wave of his hand, 3 or 4 others emerged from the shadows, encircling young Alan. Yes, if you don't want to suffer, just lend me some. No need to pay it back, Alan shrugged, displaying no fear. After all, having experienced numerous games, bullying a child made him feel somewhat ashamed. Shortly thereafter, he found himself sprawled outside the hideout, his head throbbing with bumps. This little fellow is full of question marks. Detected fluctuations in the timeline. The current system's exchange abilities are unavailable. Please try again later. A cold voice resonated just as he was about to curse. Alan, speechless, got back on his feet. The quick ways to earn money were no more. For the following month, wherever labor was needed in England, Alan's figure could be found. Finally, with 500 pounds in hand and a slight bulging of muscles, he silently shed tears. Upon his return, Alan's first action was to confront the walking stout one. After being beaten up once more, he abandoned any immediate thoughts of revenge. However, these 2 encounters of resistance had caused the stout one's gang to shift their focus elsewhere, leaving him alone. In a rather humble dwelling in the village of Little Hangtown in northern England, a figure clad in a black robe stood before a ring, holding a book. Wisps of black smoke spiraled upward from the ring, slowly coalescing in the air. Are you handling this? I shall take my leave. The robed figure placed the book beside the ring and exited the room, leaving the identity of his interlocutor a mystery. On a flight to England, in first class, a young girl, appearing around 10 years old, incessantly questioned the young man beside her. Brother, they didn't deceive me, did they? Is it really fun? Is it because you nag so much that they chose to send you with me to Europe? Chindi replied, somewhat exasperated as he ruffled the girl's hair. Brother. My hairstyle. Stop messing it up. The girl retorted, biting his hand in protest against his unflattering remarks. Chini, release me. Are you a dog? Chinu lightly tapped her on the head, finally compelling her to let go. Huh? Does brother not know I'm a dog? I'm 10 this year. Do the math, Chini said, looking at him with a bemused expression. Sighing, Chinu found himself at a loss with his sister, who was the most troublesome among his many siblings. At not yet 10 years old, she had already completed her studies in ancient Chinese magical knowledge under his guidance. This year, the family had decided to send her to Hogwarts in Europe to learn the magical arts and perhaps cause some mischief while assisting Chinu. It was clearly a way to offload responsibility. Was there not enough room at home for this little witch? Kiki. Brother, you still haven't answered my question. Chini smirked, sensing her victory over him. Behave yourself. If you don't listen, I'll send you back. Chinu firmly secured his sister in her seat and fastened her seatbelt tightly. TCH, if you don't want to answer, fine. But don't blame me later. Chini glared at her brother, her temper flaring. What's the big deal about 3 disciples you approve of? Can I be as formidable? ISNT, that stinky woman just assisting you on missions? She merely hinders you. I can manage too. Referring to being a hindrance. Humph. Let us see what kind of seductive harlots are here that can charm my brother, who has returned home in a year. The mischievous grin of Chin-Yi left Chin-Yu utterly speechless. Her inner thoughts were almost written across her face. The woman referred to by Chin-Yi as the odious woman was clad in a black robe, visiting a grand estate. Meanwhile, the other dazzling vixens were scheming for their upcoming gathering in Diagon Alley, planning to purchase their textbooks for the new semester. The latest website address was M22FF.C. On the last day of July, coinciding with Harry's birthday, the trio had arranged to meet in Diagon Alley. On this particular day, many individuals chose to visit this place to purchase books or seek serendipitous encounters. I pondered the scenario, Harry utilizing the flu powder to reach Diagon Alley, then, due to some incoherence, mistakenly ending up in Nocturne Alley, where he might encounter Malfoy and subsequently find himself in a bookstore. Meanwhile, Arian, eager to foster a favorable relationship with the protagonist through an unexpected meeting, was searching for an advantageous position. System. If I were to prevent Malfoy from bequeathing that Horcrux to Ginny before his father, would I receive any rewards? Arian mused aloud, somewhat sarcastically critiquing the narrative. He had not anticipated that the cold and unyielding system would indulge him with a response. Yet, it did not, for the timeline had already diverged. To his astonishment, the system replied, akin to hearing a busy signal for a millennium, only to have someone finally answer the call. Goodness, don't startle me, Arian exclaimed, nearly dropping the golden galleons he had just exchanged for. However, being of modest means, he swiftly restrained his actions. An unknown force was altering the trajectory of the original timeline. He needed to uncover the truth to obtain his reward. The system patiently and considerately addressed Arian's grievances. To what extent has the original timeline been transformed? Arian scratched his head in contemplation. Unknown, survivors must explore on their own. Would you like to activate the auxiliary system? Yes or no? Before Arian could ponder the implications of these changes, the system promptly added, Activate. Is this truly a boon? Why was I not afforded this assistance in the previous world? Arian hastily selected yes. A subtle shift occurred in his perception of the world. Large question marks appeared above certain individuals' heads. Is that all? Nothing more? The system fell silent once again. Question marks? Arian contemplated something and approached the female attendant at flourish and blots. Hello, miss. I am Arian Walker. How may I assist you? He inquired, a hint of apprehension gracing his countenance. Ah, greetings, young Mr. Walker. A new student, I presume? Here to select your textbooks? No woman could resist the innocent gaze of a young boy. Yes, I also intend to procure some entrance books. I noticed you seemed rather perplexed. So I came to see if I could be of any assistance, Arian replied, his youthful face adorned with a radiant smile. Oh dear, what a little angel you are. In fact, this year's new semester books are authored by the renowned Professor Lockhart. The influx of customers is overwhelming, and I find myself somewhat overwhelmed, the attendant remarked, her frown dissipating under Arian's comforting presence. My family also owns a shop. Allow me to assist you, dear sister, Arian offered cheerfully, extending his hands in a gesture of help. I can handle some guiding and introductions. He picked up a nearby promotional guide and tilted his head toward the attendant. Well, if you insist, thank you, Mr. Walker. I shall treat you to something delicious shortly, the attendant said, gently ruffling Arian's cheek. Humph, women. Just wait until the protagonist arrives to purchase books. I shall employ my silver tongue to win them over as friends, Arian thought with a mischievous grin. Turning away to contemplate the stacks of books, the chime of the welcoming bell rang at the entrance. Welcome, Arian greeted with a bright smile, only to be met with a look that seemed to say, who are you? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a young girl. Ah, a Chinese girl? No, wait. In this world, she must be of Huagua descent. Thus, she is merely an ordinary NPC. Hello, welcome to the bookstore of Beauty and Scars. How may I assist you? I need to select a complete set of first-grade Hogwarts books for my sister, the young girl as companion, a young man said as he removed his hat and addressed Arian. Arian felt as though the young man's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. Ah, greetings, sir. First-year student. I presume? These are all the books you require. Arian quickly bowed his head, adopting a humble demeanor as he guided the pair to the first-year book section. Oh my, what sort of individual is this? Arian frantically called out to the system in his mind, still somewhat entranced by the young man's gaze. System is currently inactive. Please refrain from addressing it. A soft voice echoed in Arian's ear. Wait, even you are retreating? Is he the cause of this anomaly? Arian was astonished. Even the system seemed to cower. In this world, the system's powers are rendered ineffective, so survivors must explore independently. The system's whisper faded into silence. Arian discreetly observed the duo from a distance. First-year books, which implies the young girl is also a newcomer. Although the novels do not explicitly mention whether there are Huagua students among Harry's younger peers, I have never encountered the system in such a state. There must be something amiss. There is undoubtedly an issue at hand. As Alan found himself lost in thought, the welcoming bell chimed once more. It seemed that this year, Ginny had no choice but to settle for second-hand items. All these expensive, tattered books by Lockhart. Ron was the first to step inside. Let me handle Ginny's books. After all, your sister is my sister too. Harry followed closely behind. Haha, fool. Finally, Hermione entered, casting a look of incredulity at Harry, before grasping a blushing Ginny and trailing behind them. Ah, welcome, welcome. Startled by the sudden arrival of the main characters, Alan stammered as he hurried over to greet them. For this was indeed his original intention. Harry Potter. Is this for real? Alan feigned surprise as he gazed at Harry's forehead, relishing in the performance. Hey, Professor Chinyu. Over here. Yet the others did not even glance in his direction, instead greeting the young man among the earlier arrivals. Hello there. How was your summer? The young man, no. Professor Chinyu wore a bright smile as he regarded the approaching group. Absolutely splendid. Professor, although we can't use magic, our mental faculties are unhindered. Harry winked at Chinyu with a mischievous grin. After all, they were family. He didn't want to tease them too harshly. Chinyu ruffled Harry's hair before turning his attention to the blushing Ginny at the back. This is my sister, Ginny Weasley. Ron promptly pulled his sister closer, introducing her to Chinyu. Oh, your sister is a first year this year too? That's wonderful. This is my sister, Chinny, also a first year. Chinyu raised an eyebrow, presenting a shy young girl standing behind him. Hi. Charming, no. Harry Potter? The man with the lightning bolt on his forehead. You must be Ron Weasley. The spirited lad with the red hair, Ginny Weasley, his sister, and Miss Hermione Granger. Hermione couldn't quite fathom why Chinny seemed to harbor a hint of animosity towards her. Meanwhile, Chinny pondered, stroking her chin. I see. So this is the substitute for my brother's sister. This little one is slightly lacking compared to me, but she might as well be a little vixen. The others were also appraising Chinny. What a cute little girl, they exclaimed in unison. Alan, observing from a distance, thought, cute. Don't be deceived by her appearance. The devil stands behind her. Run, Harry, she is merely bait, and the devil will devour you. Hey, tell me, how did my brother teach you last year? And what has my brother been up to? You know, he has returned in a year. Our parents are worried he might be abducted by bad people out there. Chinny was chatting with Hermione and Ginny in a corner, her tone animated as she engaged in friendly banter. The boys were chatting with Chinyu about the exciting happenings of summer vacation. Meanwhile, Arian, who was struggling to insert himself into the conversation, wore a smile that was on the verge of freezing. Excuse me, may I ask? Arian desperately attempted to assert his presence. Professor, a few days ago. I have something, he exclaimed, bouncing around in a bid to be noticed. How about next time you join us to find something? Arian felt tears welling up. That would be wonderful. I have yet to explore this place. Cheney replied with a smile. But I can help. Arian shouted in frustration. Ah, who are you? At that moment, a few people noticed the small boy who had been hovering nearby. We are regular customers and know where the books are. You can go about your business. Ron waved him away. That's not fair. Are you bullying a child? Arian felt defeated and walked to the corner, hugging his knees in solitude. Are you a freshman too? Arian suddenly heard a familiar voice. Yes, I am, this year, a freshman. But upon looking up, he was greeted by a devilish grin. Cheney was smiling at him. Could you help us prepare these books? Cheney handed him a list. No problem. Arian quickly wiped away the unshed tears with his sleeve, appearing like a child, and eagerly took the list from Cheney's hand. Oh my, that scared me. After leaving Cheney's gaze, Arian exhaled deeply and patted his chest. Warning to survivors, do not engage in excessive mental activity in front of this person. It's a piece of advice. The system quietly reemerged, offering Arian a small suggestion. Can it read minds? Arian felt a chill and quickly dismissed the thought. Organizing the requested books and bringing them over. The small figure worked diligently to carry the numerous books, which endeared him to Harry and the others, who hurriedly took some to share the burden. I wanted to ask. Arian appeared pitiful, occasionally glancing at Harry. Yes? Is there something you need? Harry turned to face Arian. Thank you for saving my world. Arian's face broke into a radiant smile. Internally, he thought, come on, bow before my innocent smile. Let me ignite your protective instincts. I'm not as great as you say, but thank you, Harry replied, clearly charmed by the adorable little brother who was obedient and sweet-tongued. Can I call you Harry? Arian lowered his head shyly, cautiously glancing at Harry from the corner of his eye. Of course, that's perfectly fine. Harry mimicked Cheney's affectionate gesture, ruffling Arian's hair. Harry, I hope we can be in the same house. Arian joyfully circled around Harry. Internally, he thought, ugh, is this really something I would do? Harry, look outside. Hermione's voice rang out. A crowd had gathered outside, and the signing event for Mr. Lockhart's book was about to commence. The female attendant, lost in the smiles of the young boys, suddenly remembered. She hurriedly opened the bookstore's door, beckoning Arian to help move the books to the entrance for the upcoming signing. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and rolled up their sleeves to assist. This is it. Everyone stepped aside to let the reporter from the Daily Prophet in. After Harry and the others arranged the books, Lockhart arrived on the scene. Everyone, look here, he proclaimed, flashing a self-assured smile that showcased his pristine white teeth. Cameras from various magazines began snapping photos rapidly. Welcome to my new book launch. This is my latest publication. Lockhart proceeded to introduce each of his works, nearly reciting their contents verbatim for the audience. However, he soon realized that everyone's gaze was directed behind him. Turning around, he exclaimed, "My goodness! Harry Potter, our savior of the wizarding world." Lockhart noticed Harry and the others trapped in the bookstore. He quickly seized Harry's arm and pulled him in front of the cameras. Let us get a close-up. Thank you. Harry Potter, our legendary hero, is here today to buy my new book. He probably didn't intend to draw attention, just wanting to buy a few copies for friends or family, Lockhart continued. I plan to gift them to the Dursleys. They could use it for wiping. However, he certainly didn't anticipate encountering me, his favorite author, personally presenting him with my signed new book. Harry will receive all my works, yes sir, for free. Lockhart clung to Harry, refusing to let him leave. Capitalizing on the attention. Ugh, if I were Harry, I'd cast a silencing charm on him, Ron remarked, mimicking a gagging motion while observing Lockhart's solo performance from within the bookstore. Great idea. Silent and deadly. But just then, a voice from behind Ron expressed agreement and took immediate action. Cheney waved, lifting the silencing charm from Lockhart, covering his face as he pulled Cheney behind him, then unleashed nearly every binding spell he could muster. What just happened? Lockhart paused, bewildered, as did everyone else. His passionate speech had abruptly ceased. My apologies, it seems the curse from a 1,000-year-old ghost I encountered during my travels in Hwag has flared up again. You see, I encountered her in a dilapidated temple, and she tried to entice me, wanting to plunge her tongue into my belly, but I responded with a great wallop. However, it's nothing serious. If anyone is interested in this story, you can look forward to my next book. Lockhart smiled, diffusing the situation while teasing the audience's curiosity about his upcoming work. It appeared that Lockhart's monologue was far from over. Hermione quietly slipped behind Chinyu, flashing a signal with her talisman to Chinyi, who was sulking on the ground. Confirming the look, it was a signal for mischief. Chinyi promptly raised an eyebrow, indicating her understanding. Hermione softly incanted a spell, lifting the restrictions on Chinyi's movement. Hee. Chinyi covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, then pulled out a talisman identical to Hermione's. What do you have? Hermione inquired softly, gesturing to the talisman. Hee. Laxatives and hallucinogenic potions, Chinyi replied, understanding Hermione's intent. I have something that causes instant hair loss and another that turns your head green and reflective. Hermione wore a mischievous grin. Which one first? As hair loss ensued. It was designed to create an illusion once those around him took notice. Very well, let us proceed. Chinyi gazed with sparkling eyes at Luohate, who continued to speak animatedly at the entrance of the bookstore. Suddenly, as he spoke, tufts of his glorious hair began to fall away. This spectacle left the surrounding bibliophiles utterly astonished. Good heavens! Look at his hair! One of the onlookers exclaimed in disbelief. This outburst not only alerted Luohate to the peculiar situation but also drew the attention of passers-by who had previously shown no interest. Yet, within Luohate's perception, he heard nothing but an increasing chorus of admiration from those around him. Even as Harry Potter himself acknowledged that Luohate was the very target he had pursued throughout his life. Oh, how magnificent! The Minister of Magic brusquely pushed aside a reporter from the Daily Prophet and personally took a photograph with the camera. Dumbledore approached eagerly to shake his hand. Consequently, all that the onlookers could see was Lockhart sporting a foolish grin, drooling and chuckling in a rather unsettling manner. What was happening? No one knew. But it felt quite frightening. Mom, I'm scared. Don't look, child. This is definitely contagious. Upon hearing the word contagious, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Only Harry remained, caught by Lockhart, unable to escape. Chinyi. Upon witnessing this, Chinyi slapped his forehead. He realized there was no way out this time, and that the culprit must resolve the issue personally, or they would have to wait for the effects of the potion to wear off. It was Hermione's doing. I had nothing to do with it. Chinyi, true to her nature as a fair-weather friend, immediately threw the unresponsive Hermione under the bus. No, Professor. I was wrong. Woe is me. Hermione sheepishly turned her hand away, lowering her head with an expression of guilt, as if to say, I am at fault. Please punish me. Chinyi was taken aback, astonished to discover that you were indeed this sort of Hermione. This has taught me yet another trick. Truly, you are deserving of being my lifelong rival. Hermione's status in Chinyi's heart was once again elevated. After being scolded by Professor Chinyu, the two of them tossed a potion antidote towards Lockhart. What happened? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Where did he go? Lockhart, at the pinnacle of his life, suddenly awakened to the harsh reality of poverty. Sir, my friend is calling me over there. We need to leave. I apologize. Harry silently extracted his arm from the other's grasp, murmuring an apology as he hurried to Professor Chinyu's side. Oh my, that scared me. What if this baldness is contagious? Harry exclaimed, clutching his chest with a look of near panic. Have some water to calm your nerves. Arian wisely offered a cup of warm water to Harry. Thank you, Arian, Harry said, downing the drink in one go and patting Arian's shoulder. This little brother is quite commendable. Ah, Mr. Lockhart, I am an admirer of your works. May I request your autograph? Your new look is, rather appealing. At that moment, the voice of Mrs. Molly Weasley could be heard from outside. She was indeed a genuine fan and felt a bit embarrassed by Lockhart's Mediterranean hairstyle. Lockhart chuckled awkwardly, signing his name in grandiose fashion on Mrs. Weasley's book before swiftly escaping the scene. Do not be disheartened. After all, most great authors are bald, as they must exert their minds to craft those engaging tales, which is quite taxing. Arthur Weasley consoled his somewhat disillusioned wife. His stories are derived from his own experiences. Surely he must have been cursed with baldness during one of his adventures. Per Mr. Lockhart. After managing to squeeze out a few tears, Mrs. Weasley followed her husband into the bookstore. You all must have chosen the books you need by now. Harry, this is a birthday gift for you. Mrs. Weasley presented Harry with a beautiful pointed wizard hat. Thank you, ma'am. I adore it, Harry exclaimed, immediately donning the hat. Today, he had already received sweets from Ron, the complete history of Quidditch from Hermione, and several small gifts from Ginny and the other Weasley brothers. Oh, that's right. Today is Harry's birthday. Professor Chinyu recalled with a smile. Indeed, Professor, it is also the anniversary of our first meeting. Harry shot a resentful glance in his direction and extended his hand. This is for you. Happy birthday. Before Professor Chin could think of a suitable gift, Chin had already produced one and handed it over. Oh, you are willing to part with this? Chin was surprised at his sister's offering. What is this, Professor? Harry inquired, gazing at the tiny vial in his hand, which was indeed very small. Inside it swirled a dreamlike expanse of starlit sky. This is Star Tier, a specialty from our homeland, as only we have star harvesters. Chin explained with a grin. It has but one effect, to dispel all anomalies, and it is exceedingly precious. Such a valuable item. Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively wished to return it to Chin, but it is only enough for one dose. Keep it. I have my brother, she replied, shaking Chin's arm. Accept it. After all, it is a gift to commemorate our meeting. A gift to commemorate our meeting? What about mine? Ron, upon hearing this, was suddenly alert, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Here, Chin extended her hand, offering him a piece of the large-eared rabbit candy that Professor Chin often shared with them. Hey. Well, that's it. I only have this one precious trinket on me. Chin nodded seriously, affirming to Ron that he was correct. This is indeed your gift. By the way, Hermione, Ginny, these are for you. She unreservedly presented Hermione with a small crystal ball resembling a starry sky and winked at her. To Ginny, she gave a potion vial, which was quite remarkable, as it could enhance one's charm for a day, making it essential for captivating someone you fancy. However, it was only a single-use potion, giggling mischievously. Oh, I don't need this. I mean, thank you. I will cherish it, Ginny stammered. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Harry, her voice dwindling as she tucked the small vial into her most concealed pocket. This is unfair. Why am I only receiving a piece of candy? Ron lamented, his face long as he popped the large-eared rabbit candy into his mouth. Although it was sweet. Why did you eat it? That candy is infused with a restorative potion. Just one will restore your depleted mental energy. Chin covered her mouth, looking at Ron with a bemused expression. No wonder. After eating this, I feel much more alert. Ron's face fell even more. All right, I'll give you another one. This is the last one. Don't eat too much. Chin pulled another from her pocket and handed it to Ron. How can this pocket hold so much? Like Doraemon's pouch? Arian thought to himself, dusting off imaginary dust from the bookshelf while eavesdropping on the main characters. Although Chin's pocket was small, even Hermione's crystal ball could not fit into just one. And what was this talk of mental energy? Was magic here powered by mental capacity? Shouldn't it be intelligence points? Arian's mind began to wander into a realm of confusion. While a few individuals were engaged in cheerful shopping conversations, Lockhart, apologies, I bumped into you. After escaping the scene that had rendered him bald, Lockhart collided with someone on his way out. Oh, I'm fine. No worries. He was preoccupied with the perplexing question of why he had suddenly gone bald, thus failing to pay attention to his surroundings. Truth be told, it was he who had bumped into another. Are you Mr. Lockhart? No, I am not. You must be mistaken. Lockhart, not wishing to be recognized, hurriedly denied it. It must be you. You're so handsome. Could you please give me your autograph? Well, all right. Noticing that the person showed no intention of letting him leave, and with whispers circulating around him, such as, is that Lockhart? Really? He resolved to hastily sign the name and make his escape. Please sign here. The individual presented a notebook, laying it on their arm. Okay. Is just a signature sufficient? If you could add a line to Tom Riddle, that would be splendid. Tom Riddle? Is that your name? No problem. Lost in thoughts of fleeing, Lockhart failed to perceive anything amiss. After all, he was unaware of this name's significance. Thank you very much, Mr. Lockhart. I wish you a pleasant evening. After glancing at Lockhart's signature, the person seemed to lose interest, turning away without a backward glance. Indeed. They merely sought my autograph to resell it. Were it not for my urgent matters today, I would have made you regret this encounter. Lockhart glared at the departing figure, stamping his foot in frustration before hastily leaving the area. Today has been quite strange. It feels so chilly. I should head home for a warm bath. As Lockhart made his way, it seemed everyone shared this sentiment. The delightful shopping had concluded, yet the joyful gathering continued. Mrs. Molyneux and Mr. Arthur invited Harry, Hermione, and the Chin siblings to visit their humble abode and spend the remainder of the month-long holiday together. Harry and Hermione gladly set off, while Chin looked at his sister. He could tell that Chin wanted to go. Go ahead. Start school with Harry and the others, he encouraged, giving her a gentle push. But what about you? She asked. Me? I'm just preparing my lesson plans for the upcoming semester. It's quite a dull task, Chin replied, providing a reason for not accompanying her. All right then. Take care of yourself, and don't work too late. Though her words were heartfelt, she had already dashed towards Harry and the others. Little rascal, Ginny chuckled, waving goodbye as he watched them use flu powder to return home. He understood that his sister was genuinely excited about attending Hogwarts, having raised and taught her himself. She had never experienced the childhood that school should provide. He harbored no resentment about her being sent to find him, as having someone to share a few joyful years of childhood with was a blessing. It was better than having her grow up to resemble him. Yay, I'm free. I'm free, Ginny exclaimed as she arrived at Ron's house, where she, Hermione, and Ginny were assigned to share a room. As soon as she entered, she let out a strange laugh, expressing her feelings of liberation. However, her joy was short-lived as Hermione pounced on her, firmly pinning her hands above her head while tightly gripping her legs. What is going on? Ginny exclaimed. Ginny, watching from the side, blushed and covered her eyes, though her fingers were slightly spread apart. Humph. Look who's complaining first, Hermione said as she began to tickle Ginny under her arms and along her sides. No. I'm scared. It tickles. I was wrong. Ah, Hermione, I'll remember this for life. Ginny gasped between laughter, but her threats did not deter Hermione. Instead, they drew Ginny into the fray, both of them teaming up to torment her. Please, I was wrong. Let me go. I promise I won't do it again. Ginny pleaded, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Hermione with a pitiful expression. Humph, and you think that's enough? Do you think we should let her go? Hermione, having spent the day feeling a bit tired, laid down on top of Ginny and turned to Ginny. Maybe we should give her another chance? After all, together we can easily overpower her, Ginny suggested, making a pressing gesture with her hands, indicating it was so easy. Fine. We'll let you go, but I'm tired too, so let me rest here for a moment, Hermione said, releasing Ginny's hands but remaining sprawled across her. You're so heavy. Get off me. You're going to crush me. Ginny complained, attempting to push Hermione away but failing. Her energy depleted after being bullied for so long. Humph. Let us see if you dare do it again, Hermione said as she flipped over and lay side by side with Ginny and Ginny. Of course, Ginny replied. Of course what? Of course I wouldn't dare. She giggled, finding curse. Just as Hermione and Ginny relaxed, Ginny seized the opportunity to retaliate, leaping up and standing by the edge of the bed, looking down at the two trapped beneath her. It's time for revenge, she declared, charging at Hermione, who wore a fierce expression. Wow, you're only 2 years older than me. And yet, Ginny exclaimed, only to be met with a counterattack that left her stunned. She didn't release her hold, instead lying pitifully between Hermione and Ginny, occasionally letting out a soft whimper. Unlike Ginny, who had not studied ancient magic, Hermione eventually broke free from the binding curse, her mental strength overcoming the spell. Ginny! Huh? What? No. Ginny shouted defiantly as she found herself pinned down once more. Teach me. After waiting for a long time without receiving Hermione's tickle attack, she cautiously opened her eyes to see Hermione gazing at her with bright eyes. What? Binding curse, Hermione enunciated, demanding, teach me. What? You don't know it? I learned it when I was 7. Ginny mercilessly taunted Hermione, resulting in a 5-minute tickle attack. No, sister. I was wrong. I'll teach you. Ginny lay there, completely defeated. Is this something taught in school? Under Hermione's threat, she released Ginny from the spell, flipping over to lie on the bed, propped up on her hands, her face flushed and lost in thought. In school? Of course. Hey. Just as Ginny began to speak, Hermione tapped her on the head. We don't teach that here. We only teach standard magic. That's a specialized subject from a magic school in Hogwarts. Hermione quickly refuted Ginny's statement, clarifying that it was her common knowledge from Hogwarts, not British norms. Oh, so I can't learn it then? You need to ask my brother. I don't remember those beginner lessons. It's been 7 or 8 years. They're not useful, Ginny explained, looking at her outstretched hands. Why do you know so much at such a young age? Hermione asked, puzzled. Is it not a pleasant thing to hear? Do you want to know? Yes. Common folk, because I have been a prodigy since childhood. Go away. Help. Brother. In truth, she was being bullied. Ultimately, Hermione never learned the binding curse from Ginny, for she simply wouldn't teach anyone. What do you mean? Just say it, and it will work? Hermione quaked with frustration. It's just a little flick in your mind. Then you direct it and bam, it works. Ginny shrugged, her expression conveying how foolish Hermione seemed. While the three continued to play around in the room, Ron barged in without knocking, lacking any gentlemanly decorum. Hey, are you all playing in the backyard? Yikes. Ginny straightened up immediately, as if the antics on the bed had nothing to do with her. Hey, You can't just walk into a girl's room without knocking. Hermione shot a spell at Ron in quick response. Whoa, are you trying to kill me? Ron ducked, surprised to see the spell hit the wall and explode into a small hole. Hiki, binding curse. But there was still one little troublemaker in the room. Ron found himself frozen in a rather awkward position. Sorry, I couldn't stop him, Harry said as he knocked on the door, which Ron had already opened. Come in, Hermione said, quickly straightening her clothes to regain her proud demeanor. Can you release him? Harry asked Ginny, scratching his head. No, I just broke free myself. So you should be able to as well. Let him figure it out. Hermione shot Harry a glare before pulling Ginny closer to her, playfully threatening. Should we go down to play? The twins said they found a goblin in the vegetable garden, Harry suggested, quickly changing the subject to avoid sharing Ron's fate. That sounds good. Let us go, Hermione exclaimed, taking Ginny and Ginny with her as they headed downstairs. Behind them, Harry circled around Ron several times, letting out a sigh of resignation. Good luck, brother. Time spent joyfully always passes swiftly. The children played merrily in the backyard, where the twins taught Harry and others how to torment the unfortunate goblins. They then held a contest to see who could throw the goblins the farthest. Was this just absurd? Watching the goblins being flung far away by the twins, one would expect the others to immediately hide. However, to everyone's surprise, more goblins gathered to see why their neighbor was flying away, shouting in alarm. Ginny even took out an extraordinarily strong rubber band from her pocket, and together with Hermione and Ginny, fashioned a grand slingshot. One by one, the goblins flew out, and eventually, the remaining goblins emerged, carrying white flags, one by one retreating from the garden with their little bundles. It was a rather pitiful sight, Hermione remarked, observing the forlorn goblins as they departed. Don't worry. They will return in a few days. After all, our fathers find them amusing. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of Mr. Arthur returning home echoed from the front yard. Although the children were having fun that afternoon, Mr. Arthur had been called away to handle an unexpected situation. It was truly bizarre. An entire block had inexplicably turned unusually cold, and the source remained elusive, with Auror still searching at that moment. After Arthur finished the hot cocoa his wife handed him, he finally exhaled a sigh of warmth. Oh, children, hello. Did you have a pleasant afternoon? He then noticed the children streaming in through the back door. Very happy. This place is truly wonderful, Hermione and Ginny affirmed. All right, everyone take your seats. It's time for dinner. Where is Ron? Is he still outside playing in the mud? Mrs. Molly, seeing Percy come down as well, beckoned everyone to get ready. Ginny turned her head to look at Hermione beside her. Let us go call him. Hermione discreetly pinched a bit of soft flesh at Ginny's side under the table. Eek. What are you doing? You told me not to release it. Ginny followed Hermione innocently. Indeed, I didn't tell you to undo it. Hermione pushed open the door to the girls' room and stood next to Ron, who was still frozen in place like a statue. And I didn't tell you to keep reinforcing the seal. She rolled her eyes and pointed to Ron, prompting Ginny to lift the spell. He. Ginny covered her mouth and giggled, waving a charm to release the spell on Ron. I want to die. Once freed from the control, Ron silently crouched in place. Hermione was puzzled. Hermione, he has been here the entire afternoon. Let us step outside and let him handle this on his own, Ginny observed and quietly pulled Hermione away. Professor Ginny was quite terrifying, but his sister was even more so. Ron wordlessly returned to his room to change his pants. All right, everyone is here to celebrate Harry, Hermione, and Ginny's visit. Let us raise a toast, Mr. Arthur joyfully proclaimed, lifting his drink. In a grand mansion, a house elf was carrying a pot of hot tea and 2 teacups towards a room. Upon reaching the door, it overheard a conversation between its master and a guest. Are you certain you want to proceed this way? What if we are discovered? What if? I know him better than you do. Don't worry. Then you should carry this with you. This year, I am who I am. Very well. I also wish to see for myself whether the legends hold true. I will personally kill Harry Potter. Just don't repeat the same mistakes. Master, your hot tea. At that moment, the house elf knocked on the door. Come in. Just set it on the table. As the house elf completed its task and prepared to leave the room, a cold pair of hands grasped its neck from behind. It looked back at its master with eyes filled with fear and pleading, but received only indifference and a callous gaze that regarded it as mere prop. This little fellow has such thoughts. Perhaps it can put on a good show for us. These were the last words it heard before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, young Arian sat bewildered on his bed, holding his new wand. Spread out before him were introductory spell books, yet he found himself unable to learn a single one. It seemed that the survivor possessed no aptitude for magic. Outside the perceptive range of Chinyu and Chinyi, the system, feeling liberated, began to incessantly mock Arian each day. System, I wish to revert to the previous aloof system. There was only one system from start to finish. This world does not allow for system exchange capabilities. Perhaps you should quietly observe instead. Arian longed for that previous system that answered only after being asked 100 times. Incompetent survivor, your request has been denied. Please treat the system kindly to avoid unnecessary penalties. Hey, is that a threat? Are you threatening me? The system was about to close its final auxiliary functions, with a countdown of 10 seconds remaining. No, please, dear system. It's all my fault. I implore you to spare me this once. Ah, survivor, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's that the system cannot assist you. Wait. Me? The system's latest address was erroneously displayed as M22FF. Please do not dwell on the system's name. No. Who exactly are you? The system of my great reincarnation space has never acted this way. If you refuse to answer, I shall simply give up and lead a life as a lazy fish in this world. Do you believe that? The situation shifted, and Arian suddenly felt that this system was more eager than himself to complete the world. Remembering how the system had behaved when encountering Professor Chinyu, he realized this world was peculiar, and so was the system. But before he could exert further pressure on the system, the originally synthesized mechanical voice suddenly erupted. You are so bothersome. Why not simply focus on completing the world and your main quest so we can return together? Why do you need to ask so many pointless questions? The voice had transformed from a synthetic tone to one filled with youthful vigor, resonating in Arian's ears. My apologies. It's just that, well, I felt, so I had to ask. Also, how should I address you? System-sama? Arian found himself feeling somewhat bashful, guilty for driving the system to madness. However, realizing that a female voice tends to dominate during quarrels, he couldn't help but admire the system. Do not call me System-sama. Refer to me as Queen-sama. Very well, Queen-sama. It's Queen. Princess is also acceptable. So, Queen-sama it is. Yes, System-sama. Hey. Are you looking for trouble? Well, what is your name? Akan. You can call me Queen-sama or Princess-sama. The system seemed to awaken halfway through stating its name. Then, Lord Akan. Akan, you're so annoying. Then, Lord Akan it is. You are infuriating. Why do you have so many questions? I'm trapped in this world just like you. Thus, I also wish to know the answers to those inquiries. Upon witnessing your current state of ineptitude, I have relinquished all hope of returning home. Akna, the system, lamented, tears of grievance spilling down her cheeks. I apologize. Arian scratched his head, acknowledging his apparent status as a lackluster student, feeling utterly helpless. He possessed only his eyes and mouth, while the rest of his being seemed devoid of utility. What shall we do now? Both the individual and the system sighed in unison. Alas, I am left with but one final resort, Akna pondered, as if resolutely making a decision. Let us not deliberate further. It shall be as such. I cannot ascertain whether granting you this ability will prove beneficial or detrimental, and you may very well face death. Consider this carefully. Death? How many times have I narrowly escaped its clutches? Am I to be afraid? Such a jest. Moreover, in this world, even if I were to utilize knowledge to alter history, becoming a magnate or a formidable military leader would amount to naught. Fundamentally, it remains a realm of magic, and I must take a chance, Arian declared with grave seriousness. It appears you have failed to retain those epic-defining insights. Akna coldly unmasked Arian's righteous pretense. O Lord of Rebirth across the myriad realms, your beloved daughter Akna now forsakes her identity as a system in order to navigate this predicament and return home. I implore your forgiveness for my audacious actions. Without further ado, Akna ceased her banter with Arian and commenced her devout prayers, venerating the Lord of Rebirth, the deities of the heavens, and the celestial sovereigns of all realms. Hold on. Before Arian could utter a retort, he was struck by an excruciating pain so intense it almost propelled him into the air. Alongside the agony, he distinctly felt an overwhelming force reshaping his very essence. Arian wished only to lose consciousness, yet the torment stimulated every nerve within him. Each bone felt as though it was being crushed and reassembled. And despite being a survivor of countless reincarnations, he found himself struggling to endure this ordeal. If we cannot withstand this, we shall perish together. Akna's voice resonated in Arian's ears. Such nonsense. How many cycles, how many times have I escaped death? I shall not concede now. Arian gritted his teeth, remaining silent, fearing that vocalizing his pain might drain his resolve and lead to his demise. This agonizing transformation persisted for nearly an entire night before it was finally completed. Yet, Arian had no desire to relive such an experience. Acna? He called out. Here came the response, no longer echoing from the skies or resonating in his mind. A delicate, diminutive fairy materialized before him. Is that you, Acna? Indeed, this form is currently visible only to you. Though it is conceivable that individuals with exceptionally potent mental faculties may also perceive it. I have transformed your body, now. Attempt to call my name within your heart, Prijakriya Acna. The fairy Acna began to elucidate her final power to Arian. Prijakriya Acna. Upon completing the incantation, a longsword manifested in Arian's hand. The knowledge pertaining to the longsword was indelibly etched in his mind. The mere augmentation of magical effects. And the slaying of entities that induce world mutations? The reason you and I cannot return to the cycle of space is precisely due to these existences. The sword in hand transformed back into the form of Acna, the little fairy, who shrugged and remarked, Is this the new task you assigned me? The puppeteer behind the scenes? Arian connected this to the main quest. Not necessarily. Everything requires investigation. What about the professor's siblings from that day? I recall that their participation should not have been possible in this world. They are not outsiders. Their data indicates they are indeed inhabitants of this world. However, I did not anticipate that this realm had secretly developed a power capable of posing a threat even to the system. Acna mused, gliding about in contemplation before Arian. In the future, you should steer clear of those siblings. Regardless of the reasoning, they are exceedingly perilous. That won't do. Their sudden appearance, which was not meant to occur, must surely be connected to the anomalies. This is currently our sole lead. Arian shook his head, resolutely deciding to approach Chinyu and Chini. You are not harboring feelings for that Chini, are you? Acna remained unfazed, casting a glance at the survivor she assisted. Well, she is indeed rather charming. But my life takes precedence. Arian's face flushed under her gaze. Humph, men, Acna scoffed, throwing Arian a disdainful look before vanishing with a pop. Arian, rise and partake in your meal. The voice of Pani Mama echoed from outside the door. Drawing back the curtains, he realized it was already morning. Arian closed the compendium of elementary spells on his bed, responded to Pani Mama, and descended the stairs. After his departure, Acna appeared above Arian's home, ascending higher and higher, intending to utilize her intrinsic powers to probe this world. Waves of energy emanated from her diminutive form, swiftly expanding outward. While this approach would allow her to detect subtle signs and uncover clues to resolve the situation, it was undeniably reckless, having long occupied a secure position within the system. She had grown complacent and lost her vigilance. This divine energy was perceived by more than one individual. Fascinating. This was the collective thought that arose among those who sensed it. The one individual appeared particularly exhilarated. After sensing much of Europe, Acna's divine power was insufficient to continue her probing. Nonetheless, she had made some discoveries. This feeling? Why does a system still exist here? What is this world? Ugh. Acna hurriedly flew back to Arian's room, cautiously gathering all her leaking divine power, as she had just received an unfiltered transmission of the other party's insatiable greed. Acna, would you like something to eat? Arian asked as he returned from breakfast, bringing a slice of toast and some bacon. He noticed that Acna had vomited. Impossible. What did you do to me last night? It can't be so quick. Arian exclaimed in astonishment. Get lost. The website's latest address is M22FF. CB. The nausea stemmed from the sheer, unadulterated greed she had sensed. Are you all right? Arian, undeterred by her harsh words, approached to check his hands, uncertain if he should pat her back. After all, his hand was only half the size of Acna at that moment. Be careful. Do not indiscriminately reveal this ability in front of others. This world is not as simple as it seems. Acna shared the perilous information she had just acquired with Arian. If the other party harbored such overwhelming greed for her, she could only rely on Arian for protection. Does this imply that another survivor has participated in this world? Arian sat nearby, calmly analyzing the current intelligence. I don't know. Systems should inherently be pure. However, the other party is purely greedy. I cannot say for certain, having never encountered such a situation before. Acna gradually flew to perch atop Arian's head. Don't you have your own capacity for thought? Arian asked, frowning. I don't know. Everything possesses a spirit, yet I cannot fathom why a system like me would develop self-awareness. Acna had yet to express that she even questioned why she bore the name Priscilla Claria Acna. Could it be that the reincarnation deity you mentioned deliberately created this world to stifle conscious auxiliary systems like yours? Arian speculated boldly. Surely not, since I gained sentience. You are merely the umpteenth survivor. Would they only now attempt to suppress us? Moreover, I typically disregard people like you. I am no different from an ordinary system. Acna shook her head, feeling otherwise. as her internal perception of the deity resembled that of a father figure. Hey, you were clearly pretending not to hear. Arian waved his hand in exasperation. Otherwise, would I be here making friends with you? Should I cry when you die? Acna offered no quarter to Arian. By the way, would you like something to eat? Arian pondered for a moment, considering how many survivors Acna had aided over time. If she were to treat each one as a friend or genuinely assist them, it would surely drive anyone with intelligence to madness. Thus, it was best to focus on the pressing matters at hand. However, the current clues were still insufficient to derive any further useful content. I want to eat. Acna had long been eager to sample the survivors' food. This is truly delightful. A slice of toast vanished within moments. Hey, that toast is twice your size. Arian contemplated poking her, but lacked the courage. Acna disdainfully glanced at Arian, then instantly transformed to match his size, only to shift back in the face of his astonished gaze. This is merely more convenient. Do you still want to eat? Arian's mouth twitched. Is a hearty appetite something to boast about for a woman? Speaking of which, he still didn't know if she had a tendency to gain weight easily. I want to eat. In the days that followed, Harry and his companions enjoyed themselves immensely. The shabby residence was, for Harry, second only to school as the finest place. Hermione had yet to master the binding curse, forcing her to share a bed with Ginny every night, seizing the opportunity to retaliate for her inadequate teaching. These two, despite their bickering and playful antics, had also helped Ginny orchestrate numerous encounters for Harry to chat privately. Alas, little Ginny was merely a roll of the eyes away from becoming just like a certain young lady. After enduring a few awkward days, Ron was once again full of vigor, dragging Harry and the others to play Quidditch in his backyard. Serving as the goalkeeper, he was rendered mute by Ginny, who was experiencing this sport for the first time. You are far too easy to read. A mere trick can fool you. It was not that Ginny was particularly skilled, but rather that she possessed a mental acuity far surpassing Ron's, allowing her to predict his thoughts and anticipate his moves with crystal clarity. This left Hermione and Harry, who had witnessed the entire exchange, sighing in exasperation. Meanwhile, Arian found himself compelled by his system queen to study, lest he remain eternally trapped in the first year as a perpetually failing wizard. I have never encountered someone as foolish as you. I truly wonder how you managed to survive past reincarnations. My apologies, I seem to recall now. You simply blundered through. Acna's mocking expression was the last thing Arian wished to see in his life. No, this is genuinely challenging. You see, I know the incantation. I know the gestures, yet when combined, I hear not even a sound. Although Acna had yet to uncover why Arian struggled to learn, she had not forgotten his earlier threats. Don't forget, we don't have much money left. Can we hold off on the snacks for now? Arian asked, gazing at Acna, who hovered in the air, munching on chips while mocking him. Ugh, how much do we have left? Acna licked her fingers, casting a reluctant glance at her chips. Arian stated a figure and proceeded to tally up the expenses of the current slothful system queen. Consequently, Acna's snacks were replaced with economical bulk chips. I was wrong. I should not have scolded the system at the first sign of trouble. Now that the system has issues, it threatens to impoverish me. Arian knelt helplessly before his wallet, which contained a mere single galleon, equivalent to about 5 pounds. By the serene shores of the school's Black Lake, Ginny relished a tranquil moment, undisturbed by others. A sunshade, a fishing rod, a small barbecue, and a large barrel of exquisite wine, brought by Mage and nestled among a pile of ice, adorned his surroundings. You mentioned lesson plans? Such trivialities are unnecessary, for the principle forbids any genuine teaching. A mere pretense with a few simple experiments suffices. Indeed, such a monotonous existence is ill-suited for Ginny. With a single gulp of the fine wine, he raised his rod, and in a swift motion, a fish was caught. Its entrails meticulously cleaned and cast directly onto the grill. On the other side, several figures in black cloaks traversed the desert. My Lord Shauna, it lies ahead. One cloaked individual reported, unfurling a map to compare their location. Came the voice of Lord Shauna from beneath the hood, a tone that would be familiar to Ginny if she were present. Let us rest for 10 minutes. With the command issued, everyone, including Lord Shauna, began to consume food that was coated in grains of sand. We can commence our actions now, unbeknownst to them. As Lord Shauna finished her meal and summoned a nearby cloaked figure to discuss plans, she entered the ruins last, following the others. Ginny, this time I shall earn your recognition, she muttered through gritted teeth, though the words felt oddly out of place. What she failed to notice was that as she stepped inside, the entrance of the ruins began to close like a great maw. The day of school had arrived. Amidst the bustling London station, a throng of children, pushing luggage carts and carrying owls or toads, rushed towards the stone pillars of the platform. At this moment, Chin-E hid behind Hermione, observing the chaotic scene unfolding before her. Must we crash through here? Ron, set an example for E, Hermione commanded, raising an eyebrow as she directed Ron to lead the way. Now, only a few of them remained outside. And since they had become upperclassmen, even if only in their second year, they felt it appropriate to allow the new students to go first, showcasing their maturity and composure. Having seen Ron vanish into the throng of pillars, Chin-E shrugged and pointed to Harry, saying, "It's your turn, Harry." Harry, having been called out, shrugged similarly and pushed his cart towards the entrance. "I told you, this is a reckless act," Chin-E giggled. Indeed. Hermione and Chin-E watched as Harry collided directly with the wall, failing to pass through the stone pillars to reach platform 9. Now is not the time for laughter. "The train departs in 5 minutes," Hermione scolded, smacking Chin-E on the head before rushing to check on Harry. "Mr. Harry Potter, I hope you won't hold this against me. It's all for your own good." In a corner, a small shadow observed the antics of Harry and his friends. Chin-E discreetly placed her hand on Harry's head, and a faint glow emanated. "Thank you," Harry said, rubbing his belly where the card had struck him. "Shouldn't we have arrived by now?" Hermione felt around the entrance, which was merely a stone pillar. "There's a little troublemaker causing a ruckus over there. But it seems you can't cast spells in front of muggles," Chin-E signaled subtly to Harry and Hermione. "A troublemaker? Well, we can't afford to miss the train. Do you have another way to get to school?" Chin-E shrugged and, after closing her eyes, intended to teach that little rascal a lesson with her mental prowess. "There are too many people. Misunderstandings could arise," Hermione quickly intervened, realizing that if anyone were to investigate, the 3 little wizards would easily be suspected. "I have a brilliant idea," Chin-E exclaimed suddenly, grabbing Harry and Hermione and dashing out of the station. Hailing a taxi, she tossed the driver £100, and the 3 arrived near a secluded grove in the countryside. He looked at Harry strangely, Chin-E noted as they exited the vehicle. Having seen the driver glance at Harry, then at her and Hermione, revealing a rather peculiar understanding in his expression. "Come," she beckoned, leading them into the woods, ensuring no one was around before she began her performance. Infinite True Chi, activate. With only 10 seconds to spare, Chin-E conjured a magic circle with her talisman. "Come forth, kitty." A blinding light flashed, and a colossal creature emerged, much to the astonishment of Harry and Hermione. A giant panda appeared before them. "Hop on. Hop on." Chin-E tossed her belongings onto the panda and climbed aboard. "Kitty?" The two exchanged incredulous glances, bemused by this nomenclature. She then turned to pull Hermione's hand. After securing their luggage, Chin-E looked at Harry. "What's wrong?" Harry felt uneasy under her gaze. "The direction to school. You go to the front and guide the kitty." Chin-E earnestly patted Harry's shoulder, feeling a pang of sorrow for the boy who couldn't grasp her intent. "Over there, Harry, if you cross the grove. You'll see the express railway," Hermione interjected, covering for Harry. "How's that? Not bad, right?" As Harry felt the cool breeze while the 2 girls chatted merrily behind him. He mused, "This is a panda, right?" Hermione and Chin-E lounged in the softest spot on the panda's back. "Indeed, it's my contracted beast. Specifically sent by my grandparents to protect me in times of crisis." Chin-E nestled closer to Hermione, using her as a shield against the wind. Hermione, accustomed to Chin-E's antics, casually stroked her hair. "You've never mentioned your past life," she remarked. "It's not particularly interesting. It was quite dull. I prefer being with you all over being at home." Chin-E traced circles on the panda's back, her tone growing somber. "Besides, my brother often doesn't come home to keep me company." Her voice carried a hint of frustration. "Professor Chin-Yu?" "Yes, my brother is quite a remarkable person in Huagua. Extremely capable. He is someone I deeply admire." A great yawn escaped Chin-E as she snuggled deeper into Hermione's embrace. "When I was younger, he always took me along. But ever since he got involved in..." Her voice trailed off, growing softer with each word, until only gentle breaths could be heard, leaving Hermione feeling a warm flutter in her heart. Noticing that Chin-E had fallen asleep, Hermione turned to Harry with a resigned expression. However, Harry's current state was so comical that she had to cover her mouth to suppress laughter so as not to wake the girl in her arms. His hair was tousled by the wind, and tears from the strong gust streamed down his cheeks, collecting dust and resembling a comical mustache. Hermione beckoned Harry to come over quietly. Harry pointed to the Chin-E cradled in her arms. Hermione tilted her head in contemplation, eventually waving her hand. Harry quietly crawled over. Freshly cleaned. Hermione had employed this spell during her first encounter with him and Ron last year. Now she could nearly perform it without her wand. Limited to just a few spells she frequently used, a skill she had discovered in the restricted section after receiving permission from the headmaster. Disheveled, Hermione wrinkled her nose at him, and although no sound escaped her lips, Harry could decipher her thoughts from her expression. It's the wind from the front row. Harry contemplated offering a retort, but upon seeing the twinkle of amusement in Hermione's eyes, he shook his head instead. They shared a smile. Would you like something to eat? Harry retrieved the snacks he had initially intended to consume on the train and inquired of Hermione. Hermione gestured to the space in front of her, indicating for Harry to place them there. She knew that once Ginny awoke, she would undoubtedly crave sustenance. You feel just like her mother. Harry set down the snacks and took a seat in front of Hermione, and the two of them began a silent conversation. Boredom nearing its peak. I really like her. Hermione gently patted Ginny's back, encouraging her to nestle closer for a more comfortable slumber. In this seemingly tender moment, Ginny suddenly interjected with a dream-laden murmur. Brother, you scoundrel, how many alluring temptresses in Europe have captivated you? You didn't even come back to see me for the new year. Whoa. The two were momentarily taken aback. As she spoke in Mandarin. They did not fully comprehend her words. Yet, neither Hermione nor Harry were foolish. The term brother was unmistakably clear. Over the past month, Ginny had mentioned this word often, indicating who it referred to. The new year, Professor Chin you had alluded to this term. The context suggested a tone of coaxing. Europe, presumably referring to Hogwarts? Lastly, what did the terms alluring temptress and captivated imply? Hermione's intuition warned her that these phrases bore negative connotations. Regardless of Harry's thoughts, Hermione made a mental note. Revenge would be hers. Just then, the cat abruptly halted, swaying vigorously from side to side. Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, an attack? Harry swiftly drew his wand but reconsidered, opting instead for his magical dagger. What's wrong? Ginny, disturbed by the commotion, awoke with her eyes closed, appearing disoriented. Be careful. Hermione suddenly spotted a large rock hurtling towards Xiao Tai and instinctively shielded Ginny, waving her wand to cast a spell. Hermione, Harry quickly called out, using his own magic to deflect the boulder with a repelling fire ring. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione retrieved her talisman and assumed a defensive stance. How noisy. Ginny muttered, unwilling to rise from her comfortable slumber. To ensure a restful sleep, her mental energy was unconsciously radiating outward, unrestrained. Harry, who had been on high alert for threats since the attack began, was the first to sense this surge of energy. He was astonished that such a small girl possessed such formidable mental power, but he swallowed his words upon realizing she had been studying magic from a young age. Disturbing my sleep will warrant retribution, Ginny declared, her mental energy sweeping across the area until she detected the presence of an assailant, a small, somewhat unattractive figure, dressed in tattered clothing. As there were no house elves in Hua country, she did not recognize it. Soul talisman. Half awake, Ginny unleashed her talisman with a single wave, sending forth a projection that was nearly half her size. A brilliant flash erupted upon impact, leaving the fate of the assailant uncertain. Harry swallowed hard and glanced back at the now sleeping Ginny, nestled in Hermione's arms. Should we check it out? He mouthed, gesturing toward the assailant's position. Hermione shook her head, signaling him to hold off for now, as the cat continued its journey without pause. Harry settled beside her, and they exchanged a glance. Both focused on the sleeping girl, aware of her many secrets. With no obstacles in their way, Harry and the others found their journey on the Panda remarkably smooth. After traversing the woods, they spotted a lengthy stretch of railway. As they followed the tracks, they knew they would soon reach Hogsmeade. After about an hour, Harry remained vigilant, while Hermione and Ginny enjoyed their rest behind him. Where are we? Just as Harry yawned, Ginny suddenly sneezed and sat up, inquiring about their progress. I'm not sure, but we've probably been traveling for over an hour. We likely have another 3 or 4 hours to go, he replied, handing her a bottle of water. By the way, do you know anything about those small, unattractive beings with long ears and big noses, dressed in rags? Ginny asked, recalling the assailant she had sensed earlier. What are they? Harry, who was unfamiliar with house elves, had spent the latter part of his summer at the Weasley household, where Dobby had never had the chance to visit him. Perhaps you could ask about that assailant later, he suggested. Ginny slowly stood, retrieving a piece of dried bamboo shoot from her pocket and tossing it to the cat. At that moment, Hermione, having lost her little warm companion, began to wake from the cold. Ye? She mumbled, eyes still shut, fumbling around for the soft creature. Upon opening her eyes, she sat up and looked around, seeking a brief respite. Shall we take a break? Ginny asked, glancing back at her companions. The trio made their way, stopping intermittently, ultimately reaching the Hogsmeade train station after 3 hours. Where's the train? Harry scanned the area, soon spotting Hagrid approaching, ready to greet the new arrivals. What about behind you? Hermione pondered the time, noting the punctual arrival of the special train, and she affectionately patted the cat's fluffy head in gratitude. Where's that black and white cutie? Hagrid's first inquiry was not about Harry's well-being, but rather the cat. However, by then, Ginny had already recalled the creature into her talisman. Wait, why are the three of you here together? Hagrid noticed something was amiss after scanning the area for the cat. It's a long story. We were at the station. Harry began to explain the situation to Hagrid before introducing Ginny. Hello, you're Professor Ginny's sister, aren't you? Just as the professor described. You're quite the adorable little girl. During the past month, while we've been drinking, fishing, and barbecuing, he mentioned you quite often, Hagrid said candidly, revealing some of Ginny's personal details. I knew he was living it up without me around. Ginny remarked with a mocking smile upon learning her brother had enjoyed a pleasant holiday. Were you not happy spending summer with us? Hermione teased, giving Ginny's little paw a gentle squeeze. Not at all. It was very enjoyable, Ginny replied, shaking her head. She decided to forgive her brother, realizing she had also forgotten to write to him. By the way, Ginny, could you tell me what fancy tramp means? Hermione asked, attempting to mimic the pronunciation in Mandarin with a serious expression, recalling her desire for revenge. Huh? What are you talking about, Sister Hermione? Ginny feigned innocence. Never mind. I'll ask Professor Ginny when I get back. It's nothing. My brother, and I don't know what that means either, Ginny responded, her gaze evasive. Harry, should we head back to the castle or wait for the train here? Hermione sighed, sensing the little girl was upset that her brother hadn't returned to celebrate the new year with her. She opted not to press further, fearing it might lead to her own frustration. Ginny still needed to undergo the sorting ceremony, and since first years traveled by boat to the castle, it was a rare opportunity during their 7 years. Harry certainly didn't want Ginny to miss out on this experience. Indeed, at that moment within the castle, Professor Ginny and his fellow educators were meeting the newly appointed Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Greetings, Professor Ginny, Gilderoy Lockhart said with an air of self-assured charm as he extended his hand. I must apologize for my previous misfortune at the bookstore. The lingering effects of a curse resurfaced, much to your amusement. Ah, Professor Lockhart, I had nearly forgotten. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ginny replied with a warm smile. Aha, I appreciate it greatly. I look forward to your guidance this year, Lockhart responded with a grin. On the Hogwarts Express, an unfortunate incident transpired during the journey. Ron, infuriated by Harry and the others missing the train, insisted that it should halt for their sake. However, he was met with derision from Draco Malfoy and his two companions as they passed by. Unconcerned with decorum, Ron and the twins resorted to fisticuffs. To the astonishment of all, the self-proclaimed refined Malfoy joined the fray, shocking everyone present. Moreover, Ron found himself embroiled in a one-sided altercation. If one were to assess the situation, Malfoy could easily earn a thunderous reprimand. The most striking change, however, was evident among the Slytherin students. Malfoy had transformed as if he were a mere pawn in a game of deception. He was no longer the same individual, in comparison to the previous academic year. When he exuded an air of intimidation and strategic prowess, the current Malfoy seemed imbued with the spirit of a youthful wizard. Alas, Ron lacked anyone nearby to share in his grievances. Harry, Hermione, and even Ginny, who had previously gotten along with him, were no longer at his side. How infuriating. Those three are enjoying such amusing antics without me, Ron lamented, banging his fist on the floor. This minor episode merely served to inject a modicum of conversation into an otherwise dull journey. Yet, upon disembarking the train and spotting the trio assisting Hagrid in directing the first-year students, Ron's resentment peaked. Silently, the three noticed Ron's palpable gloom. However, quicker than Ron's mouth could react, Hermione's hand was already in motion. You three, she exclaimed, silencing him with 4 simple words. With a woeful expression, Ron found himself alongside Harry, helping to gather the first-year students. He. You could choose to eat the candy I offer. It might lift your spirits. Ginny teased, poking him with her wand. Ron rolled his eyes, his meaning clear. He intended to keep that piece of candy as a family heirloom, and he would not entertain the notion. Once every first-year student was successfully gathered, Hermione waved to Ginny and Ginny, signaling a brief farewell. See you soon. Everything around Ginny felt foreign yet fascinating. Ginny, no longer accompanied by Harry, proved to be a chatty and astute young lady. The two engaged in lively chatter as they boarded a boat, leaving the rowing duties to the boys sharing their vessel. This air of entitlement left Arian, who had worked hard to stand out among the other young wizards, utterly speechless. He had finally seized the chance to row for the charming girls, only for them to appear oblivious to his efforts. Yet, in the interest of fostering goodwill and uncovering the truth, he endured. What? Such events transpired on the train? Qin pondered, noting the redness and swelling on Ron's face, clearly the aftermath of a scuffle. However, Ginny was far more eager to ride the panda, especially with Harry perched atop it. Hee. Next time, I'll ensure you get to join us. Qin understood Ginny's thoughts perfectly. No. I was merely curious as I have never seen a panda before. Indeed, I was referring to the panda as well. Next time, you shall come along. Wait. What were you implying? Qin tilted her head, observing Ginny's flushed visage. Ginny had spent the past month shadowing Hermione, learning how to teach her a lesson, but given that they were currently on the Black Lake, she managed to restrain herself. Arian discreetly observed Ginny, contemplating whether she had obtained the Horcrux notebook. Professor McGonagall, this year's new students. Thank you, Hagrid. Everyone follow me. The sorting ceremony for the new academic year was about to commence. Where would you like to go, my dear lady? This was the question Qin heard upon donning the sorting hat. Oh, can I choose for myself? She wondered, momentarily taken aback. Having listened to tales of the sorting ceremony for a month, she had even intended to silently chant the name of Gryffindor in a gamble, convinced that her intelligence would surely align her with Ravenclaw. Gryffindor, would that be acceptable? The sorting hat's response was perhaps its most humble yet. Very well. Qin smiled at Harry and the others. The next moment, the sorting hat boomed. Gryffindor. Hermione and Ginny breathed a sigh of relief, while Harry and Ron stood and waved for Qin to join them. Arian Walker. The sorting continued as Professor McGonagall read the next name. May I be sorted into Gryffindor. May I be sorted into Gryffindor. May I be sorted into Gryffindor. Repeating such important words thrice, he hoped it would yield favorable results. Arian approached with an air of solemnity, commanding attention with each step. However, a minor issue arose as he veered slightly off course. I have never felt this anxious before. Hey, Acna. Stop shouting. Professor Qin is watching you over there. Hush now. He noticed her as well, but the next moment, his focus shifted as the dusty sorting hat was placed upon his head by Professor McGonagall. Oh dear, little one, have you wandered into the wrong place? The sorting hat pondered uncertainly. Would you like me to contact a professor to cast a forgetting spell and send you back to the Muggle world? It seemed the hat faced a difficult and reluctant decision. Please, no. I must possess a magical foundation, don't I? Arian implored. Look at yourself. With your inadequate learning capacity, you cannot enter Ravenclaw, and Slytherin likely has no interest in your lineage. Then it must be Gryffindor. I am filled with youthful fervor. Arian clasped his hands together, pleading earnestly. Gryffindor? That does seem fitting. So be it. Hufflepuff. The sorting hat pronounced Arian's fate, a suspended sentence of 6 years. Why? Arian was utterly bewildered. Gryffindor requires courage, but Professor McGonagall has cared for me for so many years, I cannot place you with her. It would sadden her. The hat offered a reason that left Arian speechless. No. Without delving into Arian's inner turmoil, he trembled as he approached the Hufflepuff table. Raising his gaze, he was met with the warm smile of Professor Chinyo. Acna, I shall see you in the next life. With that, Arian slumped onto the table, utterly defeated. Are you unwell? Do not fret. You will soon adjust to your new environment and campus life. Upon raising his head, Arian found himself face to face with the sunlit visage of Diggory. Hello, Senior. I am Arian Walker. Since the plan had been thwarted, he resolved to devise a new strategy. During the opening feast, after filling her plate, Professor Chinyu rose from her seat, departing Arian's line of sight to join the Gryffindor table. In her absence, he quickly called out to Acna. In such a vast hall, why did you have to sit right in front of me? Acna plopped down at the table before him, directing him to fetch her preferred delicacies. You heard what that wretched hat said, Arian retorted. The fallen princess of a system and the fortunate boy shared a moment of silent camaraderie. Are you enjoying yourself? Chinyu inquired, taking a seat beside Harry and Ron, addressing Chin-Yi across the table. Absolutely. I'm even happier than when my brother is fishing, grilling, and sipping fine wine. Chinyu received an eye roll in response. Foolish sister. Thank you all for looking after her. After lightly tapping her sister on the head, Chinyu expressed her gratitude to Harry and his friends. Hey, brother, it's always Hermione bullying me. I'm really quite well-behaved. Well-behaved? Ron interjected, having caught the inappropriate descriptor. Can't even silence your mouth with fried chicken? Chin-Yi waved her hand, transferring a large platter of fried chicken from before her to Ron's plate. Wastefulness is shameful. Hermione calmly delivered another remark. It's just a dozen chicken legs. Eat them. Ron dared not interject any further and focused intently on his task. Professor, Hermione wiped her mouth and also cleaned Chini's. Then glanced at Chini with a hint of embarrassment. She wished to inquire about the learning of the binding curse. Chini shrugged her shoulders, not at all perceiving it as a failure on her part to instruct. Well, once I organize my schedule, I will provide you with a thorough explanation of some fundamental theoretical knowledge this year, and you will understand then. Chini knew that even if Hermione acquired the correct magical techniques and casting methods from her, she would still be unable to perform them. They were beyond her current capabilities. May I listen in? Ginny, having extricated herself from her position beside Harry, hastily posed her question. You may listen. But without the headmaster's permission, I cannot privately instruct you, Chini replied with an apologetic glance. It took me an entire year to grasp the basics. Chini proudly interjected. A year? Indeed, a true genius. Ron commented, having just belched. But Harry only took a few minutes? Chini regarded him with an expressionless gaze. She was referring to the original method of entry, not our current approach. Hermione placed another large platter of fried chicken legs before him. Now, be a good boy and eat. Adults are speaking. By the way, Professor, today on the train, Malfoy was particularly strange. He seems like a different person compared to last semester. Ron hesitated, contemplating whether to take a chicken leg. A different person? Yes, wasn't he always prattling on about elegance? Today, he actually tried to fight me. Ultimately, Ron indulged in a couple more pieces, as his appetite had significantly increased since he began working out. Oh. Last year, Harry even asked if you had developed an interest in that creamy little brat Malfoy. Ron was presented with another plate of chicken legs, handed over by Harry. Well, that's actually because a friend of mine is interested. I'm merely assisting her in gathering some information. Ginny shrugged, not lying. It was indeed a silly woman with the surname Sia who had requested his help. Don't cause trouble for Hermione and Ginny if you make a mistake. Be prepared for detention. After dinner, Ginny raised an eyebrow and addressed his sister. Every night, it's always me being bullied by you. These words made Hermione blush. And she hurriedly wished Ginny good night. Ginny was taken away by Hermione, who covered her mouth. Ginny shook his head, concerned that Ginny might become overly agitated and disturb others with her incessant chatter throughout the night. However, as long as they were happy, that was all that mattered. In the teacher's office, Gilderoy Lockhart was fervently scribbling something, likely responding to readers' letters. Good night. The website's latest address was M22FF. CB. Welcome, everyone, to my Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, an internationally renowned figure, author, recipient of the third-level Merlin Medal, and an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, having been awarded the Most Charming Smile Award by Witch Weekly 5 times. Lockhart leaned against the podium, donning what he considered to be a perfectly charming smile. The young wizards were filled with excitement, for it is only natural to admire the strong. I am fortunate to have received an invitation from Headmaster Dumbledore to serve as your professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Before the course commences, I would like to conduct a brief quiz. Upon hearing this, many of the originally enthusiastic young wizards began to murmur amongst themselves, the atmosphere growing somewhat chaotic, reminiscent of a school entrance exam. Do not be nervous, my dear students, it is merely a simple quiz. Lockhart distributed sheets of paper to each student. Now, please write your names on the paper. I believe half a class period should suffice. What is this? Arian, seated at the back of the classroom, stared at the paper handed out by Professor Lockhart, utterly bewildered. Why? Is this supposed to be a serious test? In the original version, it should have been filled with Lockhart's preferences, which he had tried to memorize for so long. I don't know what you're thinking. Nor do I know why you're in a daze, but you better not write your real name. At that moment, Agnes suddenly appeared and sat down on the quiz paper. Don't write your real name? Arian queried, puzzled. I simply sensed that something was amiss. Why not give it a try? Agnes shrugged and vanished before Arian's eyes. Jack Fat Tiger. Arian wrote down the name of the character he often bullied, Fat Tiger, not knowing the person's surname, so he randomly filled in one he thought was fitting. The contents of the quiz comprised general knowledge questions about Defense Against the Dark Arts, which anyone who had read the books over the summer would likely be able to answer, though Arian could not cast spells. It did not hinder his ability to read and absorb knowledge. As the latter half of the class progressed, Arian's suspicion reached its peak. Professor Lockhart was conducting the lesson normally without creating any chaos or mischief. Meanwhile, Ginny snatched the pen from Ginny, who was about to write her name. This is an insidious form of magic. If you write your real name, he will be able to uncover your information. Perhaps this is how he has successfully deceived so many fans. Chin also recognized the issue but deemed it not particularly serious, considering that some celebrities in the magical world resort to subtle tactics to maintain their fame. Thus, she interpreted Lockhart's actions as an attempt to extract information from his students. However, she was determined that her friends would not fall into his trap. The fate of others was beyond her concern. Hey, Ginny paused for a moment before writing Ron's name. You're so bad. But if it's not written by the person themselves, it won't work. So she wrote Hermione's name instead. After class, Chin rushed to inform Hermione about the matter. Thanks to Chin's reminder, Harry and his companions managed to avoid falling into the trap. Are you certain there is an issue with this paper? Ron whispered to Harry and Hermione, leaning over the table. I can't sense anything amiss, but since Chin suggested it, I suppose it is wise to heed her warning. Hermione replied, dismissively waving her hand as she inscribed Chin's name. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and wrote each other's names. Later that evening, Gilderoy Lockhart, having organized the day's questionnaires, looked disdainfully at the several papers laid out before him. Since you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, allow me to present you with my parting gift, he sneered, picking up one of the open questionnaires. Meanwhile, Arian had been seeking an opportunity since his sorting hat failure and finally coincidentally encountered the main group in the corridor that night. Bursting with excitement, he approached, eager to ingratiate himself, only to find himself confronted by an adversary. Excuse me, exclaimed a diminutive first-year student, brandishing a large camera and snapping away at Harry and his friends incessantly. His name was Colin, described by Arian as foolish, overly eager, and a secretive photographer. Are you planning to cover your dormitory walls with those photographs? Arian interjected, hands on his hips, prepared to argue. Why on earth are you monopolizing the camera when I was just about to make my entrance in this warm reunion? You've ruined the moment. Who are you? Colin exclaimed, undeterred. Harry, I'm not done yet. He continued his relentless pursuit of capturing images, oblivious to Harry's evident exasperation. You're truly bothersome. Arian seized the moment to position himself between Harry and Colin. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I'll take the pictures later. Or maybe I'll wait until we're in the common room. Colin is a Gryffindor, after all. Arian could hardly contain his frustration. How could this fellow, who so easily gained entry into Gryffindor, have cast him into Hufflepuff? As Harry and his companions observed the lively exchange between Arian and his companion, an unusual sound reached Harry's ears. Initially, it was a mere hiss, but it gradually became clearer, transforming into malicious utterances such as tear you apart and kill you. Did you hear that? Harry furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings for the source of the ominous voice. What did you hear? Children arguing? Ron yawned while leaning against the wall, gesturing towards Arian and his companion still engaged in their banter. Just some exceedingly venomous words. They are emanating from the wall. Harry felt along the wall, pressing his ear against it. Hermione, Ginny, and Chin exchanged glances, and then Chin closed her eyes, expanding her mental perception. Harry, step back. Hermione suddenly yanked him away, as at that moment, a massive poisonous serpent descended from above. Soulfire Talisman. Chin acted with remarkable swiftness, conjuring a flame talisman just as the serpent landed. The fiery talisman struck the serpent's head, resulting in a significant conflagration. Chin was perhaps the first to perceive the situation, swiftly rising to his feet and rushing over as Chin extensively employed her mental prowess. He had a deep understanding of his sister. She would never resort to such magic unless faced with insurmountable challenges or difficulties. However, another individual was even quicker. With a resounding explosion, a spell struck the serpent's head with precision, completely obliterating it before Harry and the others. Are you all right? A newcomer stepped forward, placing themselves protectively between the serpent and Harry's group. Ah, we're fine, Professor. Thank you. Harry and his companions hurriedly expressed their gratitude. No need for concern. I have encountered such serpents frequently in my travels, and they are not worthy of being chronicled in my books. After confirming the giant serpent's demise, Lockhart turned around, revealing his self-proclaimed perfect smile. At that moment, Chin arrived, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the lifeless serpent sprawled on the ground. Then turned his attention to Lockhart and Harry. What transpired? The once deceased serpent suddenly stirred, its remaining yellow eye fixated on Harry and the others. In an instant, Chin teleported to shield Harry and his companions. He beheld Lockhart's triumphant grin and the serpent's eyes, brimming with dark magic. With sheer willpower, he unleashed the Ice Soul spell, blinding the creature. Yet, the serpent's eyes were not meant to be gazed upon directly in that fleeting moment. Chin collapsed alongside the beast. No, brother. Qin was on the verge of madness, sensing her brother's life ebbing away. Upon witnessing her brother's fall, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Get away. Energy wave. Eye of death. Die. A wave of energy propelled everyone away. While a colossal eye manifested upon the serpent's head, the blinded creature, already on the brink of death, was consumed by the eye of death. Its life force devoured in a violent corrosion, leaving no trace behind. Do not leave me, brother. You promised to care for me forever if I couldn't find a husband. I cannot bear your loss. Qin poured every last drop of her star tears into Qin Yu's mouth. However, the exertion of casting 2 spells beyond her mental limits caused her vision to blur, and she fainted beside him. Miraculously, after her collapse, death was held at bay by a powerful potion, yet Qin Yu too fell into a deep slumber. What has happened? Like Fox, Dumbledore arrived too late. Witnessing only Qin Yu lying motionless in Qin Yu's embrace, and her form slumped beside him, unconscious, Loart shielded Harry and the others, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had done all he could. Hermione yearned to approach Qin Yu, but Loart firmly obstructed their path. Quickly, take them to the infirmary. Dumbledore recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. Saving lives took precedence. Qin Yu merely exhausted herself, gradually regaining consciousness after consuming the magical candy Hermione had offered. However, upon seeing her brother Qin Yu unconscious, she collapsed onto him, weeping once more. Professor Qin Yu will be fine, Hermione gently soothed the distressed Yu, who was gasping for breath. Loart continued to apologize profusely to Dumbledore and the other professors, repeatedly claiming it was his oversight that he had failed to protect the children. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron explained the events that had transpired. Hermione perceived a sense of hypocrisy in every word Loart uttered. Ah, Hermione. Qin Yu suddenly embraced Hermione, seeking warmth and comfort. I have been raised by my brother since childhood. He is the closest person to me in our family. A brother is like a father. He is the only one who truly understands and cares for me. Yes, I know he will awaken. Do you remember last year's finals? Professor Qin Yu, during a mock assessment, had to confront the general who nearly endangered our lives? I was so furious that I wanted to argue with him. Yet, he embraced us all. And I could sense his genuine concern and happiness for us. So do not worry. Good deeds are rewarded. And did not the headmaster say that your brother is not in grave danger? He merely needs time to awaken, and I will stay by your side. Hermione consoled, wiping away Yi's tears. But you cannot like him. He is my brother, Yi said, wiping her tears, her expression serious. Silly girl, what are you saying? It is merely a familial affection. Have you considered how young I am? In your country, do you intend for your brother to rot in prison? He wouldn't go to prison. He would be executed. I would see to it myself, Yi replied, smiling through her tears. Earlier, the old bat from Slytherin, as Ron had taught Yi, and Professor Sprout from Hufflepuff had also visited. They spoke of a curse from magical creatures, one that was exceedingly difficult to break. However, they were relieved that the considerable amount of star tears Yi had administered to Qin Yu had played a significant role in helping him endure the most perilous phase. Presently, Qin Yu was not in immediate danger. The state he was in was uncertain, and he might awaken in a few days, months, or even half a year. It seemed to depend on his own will to awaken. The two had gone to research the corresponding antidote, hoping to aid in rousing Qin Yu when the time came. According to Dumbledore, Qin Yu was engaged in idle chatter with the mythological figure Yin Wang from your country, who could say how long they would converse. Though Yin Wang was absent, Qin Yu indeed found himself awakening in a peculiar place, a breathtaking supermagic city. Where am I? The streets were teeming with patrolling armored warrior automatons, and magically levitating vehicles traversed the air. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before closing his eyes and beginning to release a hint of spiritual energy. However, this action caused everyone on the street to halt their tasks, turning to regard him. Their gazes conveyed a mix of disdain, suspicion, confusion, anger, and fear, an array of emotions. My apologies. Qin Yu quickly retracted his spiritual energy, offering an apology as he slowly retreated from the street. The inhabitants here were exceedingly sensitive and vigilant, perhaps even resentful, making him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Concealing himself beneath the shade of a tree, he began to analyze the situation. He wondered if Yi and the others were safe. Indeed, Loart was a problem. Yet, his primary concern was extricating himself from his own predicament. Abandoning thoughts of Yi, he commenced gathering clues within the city. The place felt strikingly familiar from the outset. The city was called Biki, the royal capital of this land's ruler. Qin Yu also beheld the grand palace at its center. He now finds himself strolling along a bustling commercial street, the vibrant scene and the array of goods on display utterly captivating him. Take a look. Ebony bracelets, snake eye rings, the perfect choice for enhancing strength. Now only 50 gold coins. The dragon ring, a rare item that allows one strike to surpass two. Now merely 10,000 gold coins. A high-quality silver snake sword. Capable of casting binding spells without charging, and essential for adventurers venturing beyond the city. Interested buyers should note the auction in a month. Ah, no wonder it feels so familiar. This is indeed the ancient magical metropolis. Chinyu chuckled, having studied these artifacts for over a decade. How could he not be well acquainted with them? However, as his understanding of the city deepened, a question arose within him. Originally, he had discovered a reasonable explanation for this issue, yet now reality dealt him a resounding blow. Why did the ancient magical metropolis face destruction? Initially, Chinyu shared the same understanding as Dumbledore. The mutual suspicion and distrust among the populace, coupled with the cunning and treachery among the elite, ultimately led to the downfall of the civilization capable of probing into the thoughts and emotions of others. Yet, he had never witnessed such dilemmas. The interactions between individuals were not dissimilar from those in his own era. Intriguing. Upon awakening, Chinyu smiled for the first time. Although he had found a new direction and motivation, he still needed to address his physiological needs. Because he felt hunger. Almost daily. Harry and others accompanied Chin-Yi to the infirmary to spend time with Chinyu. Initially, Chin-Yi was quite concerned. After all, prolonged slumber could be detrimental to one's health. Strangely, however, Chin-Yu's body remained in a normal state. He neither felt hunger nor thirst. And even Chin-Yi had hoped her brother would wet the bed, providing her with some leverage, yet nothing of the sort occurred. It was as if Chinyu had resolved all his issues in the dead of night and pretended to be asleep when they arrived. I suspect my brother is awake. He is just feigning sleep to fool me. Otherwise, why hasn't he wet the bed? Chin-Yi declared seriously to Hermione, who merely rolled her eyes in response. This little one had been attuned to Chin-Yu's presence with her mental energy, and she muttered provocative remarks to see if her brother would react. Indeed. If he remains unresponsive, I might just adopt your sister and take her home. Hermione replied with faint agreement. Oh, I didn't realize you were that kind of Hermione. So tempted by my body, Chin-Yi retorted, moving slightly away. Ha, if your brother doesn't wake up, you can test the veracity of my words, Hermione thought to herself. Understanding that engaging in banter with foolishness would only diminish her own intellect. You better not crawl into my bed tonight, Chin-Yi threatened, hands on her hips. Bouncing on her feet. If Chin-Yi were truly awake, he would likely think, your brother is still lying here. Is it really appropriate for you to be so joyful? In that case, I might as well cuddle Ginny tonight, Hermione replied, unfazed by the banter, knowing it would only inflate her ego. The next class is about to start. Ginny set aside a freshly sliced apple, signaling Hermione before pulling Chin-Yi out of the room. Harry, you can have this. It was originally for Chin-Yi. But she doesn't seem to have an appetite, Hermione stated, handing the apple to Harry without a change in expression. Share half with me, Ron chimed in. Having just finished an apple. You just had one, Hermione replied with a hint of exasperation. I don't know. I've been feeling especially hungry lately, Ron shrugged. Easily splitting the apple, Harry passed him in half. Hermione, would you like some? He asked, pausing to consider. Go ahead, enjoy, she replied. Thanks, Ron. Don't you think you've changed quite a bit recently? Hermione leaned against the bedside table, observing Ron. Have I? He responded, glancing at his muscular physique and tugging at his nearly tight school uniform, feeling no significant difference. Harry, however, twitched his lips. Ron had recently taken a liking to weightlifting. On Ron's last birthday, Chinyu had gifted him a set of dumbbells, believing him to be too skinny. Now they were all being borrowed by Ron, who munched on an apple while lifting weights. This newfound passion was evidently reflected in Ron's physique, as he now towered over Harry by nearly 2 heads. And as for Hermione, well, best not to compare. During Chinyu's slumber, the trio and Chin-Yi had considered the possibility of Lockhart being problematic. Yet, aside from his usual narcissism, his defense against the dark arts class was surprisingly effective. Within a mere month, Harry had memorized several new spells. The group now found themselves at a loss regarding what to do next. Chinyu had spent his first month in Biki City. In this era, 2 great empires had been engaged in mutual warfare for several centuries. Biki City serves as the capital of one of these realms, known as Woma. In another realm known as Juma, the capital is Fingma City. The battleground between the 2 nations has long since transformed into a desolate expanse of desert and wasteland. Within this harsh landscape lies a neutral city, Mingzhong, established by the peace-loving individuals from both countries. The reasons for their mutual animosity remain shrouded in mystery, with each side harboring its own conjectures. However, The true cause eludes comprehension, and Chinyu feels that uncovering this answer is his quest. May the heavens above bear witness. Good morning, Brother Chin. A plump matron greeted Chinyu with fervor. Good morning, dear sister. You are out early, Chinyu replied. The festival of the sovereign is approaching, and I am preparing to purchase some delicacies to entertain the neighbors. You must come over to join the festivities, she urged warmly. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic neighbor, Chinyu pondered the conversation regarding the sovereign and the festival of the sovereign. Each nation in this era worships its own deity. On the Woma side, it is the sovereign god, while on the Juma side, it is the god of heaven. These are mere customs, and Chinyu paid little mind, as every nation possesses its own beliefs. Brother Chin, the Falcon Brigade has returned to the Imperial City. Shall we go to the city gate and witness their arrival together? At that moment, a young girl of about 10 years old dashed up to Chinyu. Good morning, Siosi. What is the Falcon Brigade? Chinyu inquired, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. Ah, you don't know? They are the kingdom's elite forces, the most formidable tactical unit, tasked specifically with navigating the ancient labyrinths. Xiaoxi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief at Chinyu's ignorance. Is that so? How impressive. Let us go and see. Chinyu affirmed, commending the girl's intelligence. Are they scouts? He mused internally. The previous recognition had indeed brought a radiant smile to the girl's face as she took his hand and pointed towards the city gate, leading the way. A throng of townsfolk had gathered at the city gate, eagerly awaiting the return of their heroes. My son is a member of the Falcon Brigade. Soon you shall see his valiant form, a proud matron boasted to a nearby young woman. One might think you are seeking a matchmaker, the young woman retorted skeptically. Your son or my husband, which is it? She countered, igniting a playful argument between them. Have you two not reconciled yet? An honest man interjected. Unable to bear the bickering, Chinyu, observing the exchange, felt a sense of exasperation. It turned out they were referring to the same individual. This honest man was indeed naive, as the two women were clearly engaging in a comedic routine to showcase their man's prowess. Mind your own business. If you have the skill, send your son to join, or you can go yourself, the women united in their retort against the honest man. Enough of this bickering. They are coming. The city gate is opening. At that moment, all disputes ceased, for the moment of significance had arrived. The gate slowly creaked open. The first to enter was a valiant warrior astride a white steed, clad in battle armor that shimmered like the green of a forest. His eyes, wild with intensity, were the only visible features beneath a black iron helmet that exuded an aura of dread. Blood stained the great sword upon his back, and he bore the scars of battle. One arm and one leg were conspicuously absent, as the members of the Falcon team entered in a line. Each bore wounds and exhibited a dispirited demeanor. What could have transpired? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Oh dear. My husband. Just moments ago, two women, showcasing their prowess, simultaneously rushed towards a man lying on a stretcher, bursting into loud sobs. How tragic. The pillar of the family has been lost. Sigh. Surrounding individuals began to point and murmur. Who says I am gone? I am merely injured, resting on a stretcher. At that moment, the man on the stretcher could no longer remain silent. He rolled off the stretcher, spat out a mouthful of dark blood, and pointed at those who had claimed he was deceased, his anger rendering him speechless. You should stay lying down. The two teammates who had been carrying him lifted him back onto the stretcher. Not being dead is a blessing. Disperse, disperse. The foremost mounted warrior could no longer contain his fury and drew his sword, bellowing to scatter the onlookers. Reflecting on the significant losses of his comrades, sorrow welled within him. He gazed skyward, attempting to stifle his tears. A collective wave of sadness permeated the crowd. Just as the atmosphere thickened with grief, a voice interrupted. Excuse me? The website's latest address is M22FF. CB. Who are you? The warrior, momentarily jolted from his sorrowful reverie, glanced down at the individual addressing him. Though he had suffered the loss of an arm and a leg in this era, such injuries were not insurmountable. The healing process was simply painful. He chose to abandon his melancholic thoughts. May I ask what troubles you? Chinyu inquired, standing beside him. Shaoxi had been taken away by her mother, as the situation was unsuitable for young children to witness. Sigh, a sudden swarm of demons appeared near the altar for unknown reasons. We were dispatched to combat them, but before we could approach, we were ambushed, resulting in mission failure. The warrior gazed at Chinyu, inexplicably choosing to answer rather than dismiss him. I see. Thank you. And I wish you good fortune. Chinyu smiled, offering his blessing before returning to his rented quarters. He had subtly employed a small technique using his mental energy to slightly entice the warrior. Although this technique required minimal energy, He expended nearly tenfold to mask its magical fluctuations from being detected by others. The Woma Temple? My return to this era at this time is indeed no coincidence. Chinyu donned a black robe with a hood and stepped outside. Happy National Day. On the morning of October 1st, Hermione roused Chinyu from her slumber. National Day? Is it already October 1st? Unfortunately, Hogwarts isn't on holiday today. Chinyu stretched, accepting the small gift Hermione offered her, unwrapping it to reveal 2 exquisite hairbands. Your dark hair is perfect for pigtails, Hermione remarked, taking the hairbands and beginning to style Chinyu's hair. She had long, straight black hair that just covered her petite rear. Last semester, Hermione had been teased by Chinyu as he styled her hair into pigtails several times. This semester, it was her turn for retribution. Aha, go ahead. My brother frequently does my hair anyway, Chinyu replied, unperturbed. Good morning, Ginny. Good morning, E. Here is a gift for you. Ginny also presented her a small gift. Thank you. By the way, there is a gift under my bed for you all. Could you help me retrieve it? This is something your brother gifted last year. Hermione glanced at the silken handkerchief and placed it in her pocket. You have everything else here. I can't send anything too large, and I can't cook, so I suppose I'll just send you a book next time. Chin-Yi flicked her pigtails at Hermione. Hermione felt a twinge of regret for inadvertently empowering her. Now, Chin-Yi had gained another skill for her repertoire. Are you not hurrying for potions class today? Ginny glanced at the time, urging Chin-Yi. Indeed, I should ask how my brother's antidote is coming along. See you later. Hermione. See you later. Hermione yawned and headed downstairs to prepare for second-year classes with Harry. In the Slytherin dungeon, Professor Snape's potions class commenced. Professor, the antidote. Chin-Yi called out as she boldly approached Snape, who had entered with a fierce demeanor, ready to deduct points from Gryffindor. No, Gryffindor. Potion Master. Wasn't it supposed to take 3 to 5 days? Chin-Yi raised an eyebrow, a skill learned from Hermione. We're in class now, sit back down. Snape retorted as he hurried to the podium. Put away your wands. Today we will brew an antidote. Shortly, I will administer a non-lethal poison. And you must concoct the antidote before class ends, or you shall attend class today while poisoned. Upon finishing his instructions, Snape turned green. How dare you ignore me? He fumed. The culprit behind the poisoning was none other than Chin-Yi. Chin-Yi. Snape spat through gritted teeth. Yes, Professor, what is it? Chin-Yi replied innocently, tilting her head. You. Me? Sit down and begin brewing your potions. Snape was baffled by Chin-Yi's demeanor. She sat there, appearing dutifully attentive. Moreover, he had already been cured, leaving him without grounds to penalize her. Previously, Snape relished extending class durations to witness the despair on Gryffindor's faces, as their chances of successfully brewing a standard potion were quite slim. Yet today, he found himself wishing for time to pass swiftly. One moment he was green. The next he was cured. He wanted to punish Chin-Yi, knowing she was the likely perpetrator, but lacked evidence. Chin-Yi meticulously brewed her potion, executing the process flawlessly, leaving Snape unable to find even the slightest flaw. However, her unwavering focus on the potion, without a single glance in his direction, caused him to alternate between green and cured. The antidote would take time. Professor Sprout was already cultivating the necessary herbs based on the symptoms, so they would have to wait a while longer. Under the pretext of checking, Snape approached Chin-Yi, gritting his teeth as he uttered, truly. Thank you, Professor. Chin-Yi beamed back at him. Indeed, for the remainder of the class, Snape did not turn green again, successfully completing the lesson. You were so mischievous, E. Ginny exhaled a sigh of relief once back in the Great Hall after class. Kiki, who told him to act all aloof? Chin-Yi chuckled, linking arms with Ginny as they walked away. In another corridor, a small boy's voice echoed, Are you ready? A girl's voice responded, Are you sure you want to do this? What other choice do we have? Came the reply. But do you really want to send me out there? The girl's voice trembled with fear and anxiety. I wouldn't do this if it weren't necessary. It's for our future. Well, he is rather handsome, she conceded. Then why are we still talking? Hurry up. At that moment, Diego, chatting with friends in the corridor, suddenly heard a voice. Mortal, do you yearn for power? Do you wish to acquire knowledge? Not really. Then you. What? Apologies. That slipped out. Diego pinched the bridge of his nose. He observed that his friends did not hear the same voice, indicating that someone was covertly using magic to manipulate him. He feigned a conversation with the voice in his head, excusing himself from his friends as he left the corridor. Can you help me obtain these things? Diego conversed with the voice while walking. I chose you because you possess the potential to grow stronger. So do not question whether it is possible, with me. All possibilities are within your grasp. Can you grant me boundless magic? Or endless knowledge? Or formidable power? Diego twirled his wand in his hand, the movement exquisite. What I can teach you is the method to become stronger. Sleep. Without following the expected dialogue, Diego cast a spell in a certain direction, successfully hitting a lurking follower. You, kid? Arian felt a throbbing headache, involuntarily letting out a soft groan. Hey, Arian, wake up. Wake up. Upon noticing his response, a male voice called out beside him. That voice sounds familiar. Is it you, brother? Arian thought, but then realized, no, he cannot possibly be here. Disheartened, Arian slowly opened his eyes. I think I was struck by a sleeping curse. Sitting up in confusion, he scanned the surroundings, recognizing it as his academy dormitory. He now understood who had called him. Thus the act must continue. The room appeared to have only himself and the sunny boy beside him, meaning either the other party had not revealed themselves or held doubts. Regardless, curiosity provided an opportunity for him to exploit. You finally woke up. I apologize. I thought someone was secretly following me, which is why I am sorry. Cedric Diggory, looking remorseful, handed Arian a glass of water. Ah, brother Cedric. Arian exclaimed in surprise as he took the glass. I am? He drank a sip of water, blinking at Cedric in confusion. Arian? Are you all right? Observing Arian's seemingly dazed expression, Diggory placed his hand on Arian's forehead. No fever. I'm sorry. You were hit by my sleeping spell. It's all right, brother Cedric. It was my fault for secretly following you. You can call me brother. I will always look after you. Rest easy here. This is my dormitory. Yes, brother. I'm fine now. Don't worry about me. Go rest and don't waste your time on me. Arian sipped the water pitifully. I'll take care of some matters and bring you something to eat shortly. Diggory thought for a moment, nodded, and ruffled Arian's hair. Acna. After Diggory left, Arian snuggled back under the covers, softly calling for Acna. However, Acna did not respond. For she had been conversing with Diggory all along. Diggory was multitasking, inquiring about questions from Acna while caring for his little brother Arian. His task involved addressing the sudden emergence of a phenomenon in his mind, which referred to itself as a super auxiliary. Initially, he suspected it was a prank orchestrated by someone at school or perhaps the machinations of a cult. He even briefly entertained the idea that it might be the work of Arian. However, he has come to a clearer understanding of the situation. The function of this super auxiliary system is to replicate the magic employed by others. Upon witnessing it once, it can intricately engrave a detailed explanation within its framework, allowing its host to query and learn. Although Acna had previously utilized this capability on Arian, Arian was notoriously inept. Unable to cast standard magic even with perfect posture and pronunciation, only managing to perform adequately when wielding Acna's sword form. At this moment, Acna had finally garnered recognition from Diggory, the host, after considerable effort, while Arian was in a state of frantic anxiety. Here it comes, so bothersome. That charming young man is not easily deceived. We have only just reached an agreement. With a resounding thud, Acna materialized before Arian. The agreement is established. Our objective is to empower him as much as possible. Such a safeguard is essential. I also wish to utilize this opportunity to enhance his impression of me and foster goodwill. Arian, with utmost seriousness, began to analyze the subsequent situation for Acna. What about Cedric? Arian pondered aloud. In the future, if he approaches me or has any matters to discuss, you must inform me immediately. I sense this semester is vastly different from what I anticipated. Indeed. He is currently seeking individuals to test the capabilities of the replication auxiliary system, came the reply. Within a vacant classroom, Diggory stood before a 7th grade senior, seeking guidance on some advanced spells. Observe closely. The gestures must be precise. The pronunciation of the incantation A must be accurate, and should be soft, the senior patiently instructed, demonstrating a complex spell before him. Thank you so much, senior. Diggory applauded, expressing his admiration for her successful execution. It's no trouble at all. I'm glad to assist you. I must take my leave now. Do take the time to reflect and aim to master it this semester. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out. I appreciate earnest individuals, she said, giving Diggory's shoulder a gentle pat and winking before exiting the classroom. Sighing, Diggory mused to himself, compared to those seniors, the younger students are undeniably more endearing. Auxiliary. Diggory summoned the super auxiliary system. Recording successful. Would you like to replay for learning? Came the synthesized mechanical voice. Yes. Diggory affirmed, nodding and closing his eyes. In comparison to Arian, Diggory was indeed a prodigy, at least in Acna's eyes. A little over half an hour later, he had fully mastered the complex spell that the senior had claimed would take an entire semester. She said it would take a semester. How amusing, Agner remarked, observing with a hint of sarcasm. Another tranquil evening? No, it was anything but tranquil. After dinner, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Ginny were walking back to their dormitory when the sinister hissing voice echoed once more. Harry, ever vigilant, alerted his companions. However, this time the sound gradually faded, suggesting that the target was not their group of 5. Yet the last time we heard that voice, we were attacked. Could it be happening again? Hermione said, her brow furrowed with concern. I'm uncertain, but I can assure you I heard it clearly just now. Should we investigate? But what if it's dangerous? The professors couldn't stop it last time. As the group deliberated whether to proceed, a piercing scream erupted from a distance, abruptly cut off as if someone had covered the victim's mouth. That direction, the one the sound came from, someone is indeed under attack, Harry realized. Quickly sprinting toward the source of the scream, the 5 individuals swiftly located the site of the assault, a ladies' restroom. Upon cautiously pushing open the door, Hermione and Ginny beheld 3 girls petrified in place. They all stared at the large mirror above the wash basin, their expressions contorted in anguish. In the mirror, words were inscribed, similar yet distinct, akin yet differentiated, unique and extraordinary, feeble but not weak, sharing fears among the masses, bearing calamity as one's own, poetry illuminating peril. United we weather the storm. What does this mean? Who are they? Hermione gazed thoughtfully at the words reflected in the mirror. They are Slytherin girls. Ron instantly recognized one of them as the girl who had been clinging to Malfoy on the train. You. What transpired here? The first to arrive was the caretaker, Mr. Filch. You dare to assault fellow students? You're doomed. Filch's imagination conjured a dramatic scene. No, we came after hearing their screams. Harry shook his head, asserting their innocence. Once the professors arrive, it will be clear whether you are the culprits. Stand here and do not move. Filch commanded the 5 to stand against the wall, forbidding any movement. If we did not commit the act, why should we be punished? Ginny was unyielding, casting a binding spell that left Filch immobilized. As someone devoid of magic, Filch could not break the enchantment himself. This is a disaster. What was once insignificant has now turned into a grave matter due to your impulsiveness. Ron shrugged, feeling no guilt for Filch receiving the same treatment he had during the summer. Should we release him? Ginny, frightened, hid behind Hermione, prompting Hermione to gesture for her to hide behind Harry instead. Release him? You know he ordered us to stand here, which could lead other students to mistakenly believe we are the assailants. Even if the professors clear our names, rumors will still spread. Why should I endure such humiliation? Ginny lifted her chin defiantly, her demeanor reminiscent of Hermione's influence. That makes sense. A great conflagration. A wall of fire. Ice howling. Oh heavens above. Bless us as we conjure the essence of the Ice Spirit King, sacrificing our mental fortitude. Ice roar. Quickly, support with healing spells. What about the armor spell? Time is running out. Hurry and maintain the healing spells. I lack the mental strength. Let me take over. The half-moon has reached its limit. Where are the others? No. After several days of travel, Ginny arrived at the northernmost orc valley of Beaky City. At the valley's entrance, half-orcs and orcs were visibly present. Even further back, there were larger orc commanders surrounded by elite half-orc warriors. The kingdom's garrison faced off against the orc horde, clad in green heavy armor, wearing helmets made from orc skulls, wielding great axes or sabers. The air was filled with the glint of blades and the sounds of battle. Amidst the chaos, mages donned long robes akin to Scottish kilts, wielding delicate magical short swords, casting various area spells behind the warriors. Among these were advanced fireball spells and formidable firewalls. Numerous mages wielding wands the length of a half-adult collaborated to unleash even more potent ice howls. Behind them stood rows of sorceresses in white robes, continuously casting protective and healing spells for the frontline warriors. Eerie skeleton soldiers, summoned by sorceresses wielding silver serpent swords, charged fearlessly into battle. Sister, prepare for mass healing. We cannot keep up with the recovery. One sorceress, donning a helmet crafted from beast hide, called out to the sorceress captain wielding a staff. I will lead. The third sister will guide. The second, fourth, fifth sisters, and others will form the formation. Praise the heavens. Praise the nature spirits, grant us divine blessings. Protect my comrades, mass healing spell. A colossal light enveloped the frontline warriors, revitalizing them and encouraging them to fight with renewed vigor, as they could recover from any wound not resulting in decapitation. This was the reason the kingdom's army had managed to withstand the orc onslaught thus far. However, the soldiers of the Woma kingdom were both valiant and elite. Alas, the sheer number of orcs was overwhelming. Currently, the narrow entrance of the valley limited the battlefield's area. Yet, With each passing moment, as soldiers sustained grave injuries or were felled, a breach in the lines became a matter of time. After observing the scene, Jinyu hesitated, raising his gaze to the summit of the valley. It should be safe here. Carefully assessing the battle below, he noted that the kingdom's forces numbered fewer than 5,000. While the orcs were vast in number, if this position were breached, the next battlefield would be Biki Royal City, where Xiaoxi, the ant, and the neighbors who had warmly cared for him resided. Resolving firmly, he drew forth his magical short sword. Who would resist their sister? Jinyu, you deserve this. Memories of his childhood with his sister and Xiaoxi began to intermingle, prompting him to slap his face and reaffirm his determination. He contemplated how to intervene. Even using area spells like Ice Roar would be futile in such a large-scale battle. The narrow valley was packed with orc warriors, their numbers seemingly endless. Even a maximized Ice Roar through incantation could only eliminate dozens, perhaps 100? How many times could he cast it? Yet, witnessing the valiant resistance of the kingdom's soldiers, Jinyu gritted his teeth, making up his mind. The short sword transformed under his mental energy, morphing into an ancient, intricately designed longsword. Although referred to as a sword, its form resembled a blade, single-edged with a deep crimson hue near the hilt, faint magical runes appearing on its surface. Let me see what I can do. Observing the transformed weapon in his hand, Jinyu exhaled, calming his mind. The flames of the earth, the spirit king of the land. The prolonged incantation consumed 3 hours. However, if those below were to witness it, they would feel compelled to kneel in reverence. The summoning of the dual-element spirit king. A solo summoning? Even the most powerful mages in the realm might not achieve this alone, let alone the frontline warriors or sorcerer-level combatants. That being said, Jinyu had severely underestimated the magnitude of such powerful magic, as he had never had the opportunity to cast it in his previous life. However, a spell prepared with such time was sufficient to alter the tide of battle. As he chanted this formidable spell, he felt an inexplicable breakthrough, transcending a barrier he had never anticipated nor encountered before. However, this was not a magic meant to be wielded by a single individual, even with a temporary breakthrough. He could only muster the last vestiges of his spirit to unleash the nearly formed incantation. Meteoric Fire Rain. He gritted his teeth, uttering the final name of the spell. This magic was simply, too, had he known. Before he could complete his thought, Jinyu succumbed to unconsciousness, his energy utterly depleted. Yet it was sufficient. With words, the spell was enacted. The sky above the canyon was drenched in a blood-red hue. So vivid it appeared as though droplets of blood were poised to descend from the heavens. It was not an illusion. The orcs witnessed actual droplets of blood breaching the celestial barrier as if it were the surface of water. Flames resembling blood, intermingled with colossal boulders, surged forth. My heavens! Has a sage of magic intervened? The leader of the fierce warriors, engaged in battle with the half-orc army, gazed in terror at the spectacle above. Retreat. Flee. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he bellowed orders to his subordinates to evacuate the area. The astute soldiers had already begun to flee at the first sign of the ominous sky, while the less perceptive followed their leader's command to withdraw from the fray. Only a few warriors, encircled by half-orcs, remained within the canyon. Priscilla, Priscilla, with all your might, unleash the domain of the sacred. The valiant warrior surged back into the throng of orcs, unwilling to witness his comrades perish at the hands of the sage of magic. This time, I shall cast the spell. You shall guide it, third sister. All sorcerers, gather around. Priscilla thrust her infinite staff forward, kneeling to commence her prayer and chant. The half-orc warriors and their leader at the rear of the orc horde were the first to be struck, devoid of the will to resist or flee. They obeyed the commands of the more malevolent demons lurking within the Woma forest. The boulders, enveloped in the fiery rain, swiftly engulfed them all. Priscilla, hurry. The leader of the fierce warriors witnessed firsthand the obliteration of the orc horde that had battled his forces for so long, leaving no trace behind. The power was truly terrifying. Am I to perish here? The valiant warrior shielded the few comrades he had rescued from the orc horde, transforming all his weapons into a colossal shield to stand before them. All that remained was to leave their fates to chance. Together, these warriors and their leader closed their eyes. Preceding Jinyu's meteor shower, Priscilla and the collective domain of the sacred enveloped them. This time, all could see. Several fierce warriors were continuously melted by the fire rain, only to be restored by the collective healing magic of the sorcerers. They were repeatedly scorched, carbonized. Their limbs reduced to ash, yet the domain of the sacred granted them healing and rebirth in that fleeting moment. This was beyond the endurance of ordinary beings. Yet, the silent leader of the fierce warriors imparted a resolute belief to those behind him: survive. Yes, the leader too bore the burden, remaining utterly silent. If I can just endure, I shall survive. Qin Yu's fire rain persisted for nearly 20 seconds. They endured torment akin to a hellish trial, akin to traversing a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Yet, against all odds, they survived. Quickly, save them. Upon witnessing the cessation of the fiery rain and the skies return to its original hue, Priscilla urgently urged the remaining sorcerers to assist the injured. She herself collapsed heavily to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. The exquisite staff she wielded to command had turned to ashes before her eyes. Sister. Several female sorcerers rushed over to check on her, soon exhaling a sigh of relief. She had merely exhausted her mental energy, leading to her fainting. Is she all right? A battle-hardened warrior, who had withstood the meteor shower, approached with unsteady steps. His physical form had completely recovered, yet the psychological toll was immense. Nonetheless, for someone seasoned in combat, he understood the necessity of securing defenses before succumbing to fatigue. After ensuring all defenses were in place and not lax, he dispatched 2 groups to the peaks on either side to keep watch. Just as he allowed himself a moment of respite, he too fell at the entrance of the tent. After examining the 3 petrified Slytherin girls, Snape, with a heavy heart, spoke to Professor Dumbledore. What caused this? Professor McGonagall queried, her expression visibly troubled. Snape glanced at the headmaster and shook his head. Is there a way to reverse their petrification? Dumbledore inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. That is feasible. Professor Sprout has been cultivating mandrakes. Once they mature, an antidote can be prepared, Snape replied with confidence. Being a master of potions, shall I attempt it? I happen to know several methods to lift curses. If successful, it would be splendid. If not, there would be no loss, Gilderoy Lockhart interjected, seeking attention. At the very least, Lockhart's teaching quality surpassed that of last year's Professor Quirrell, so trying was worth considering. Others shared this sentiment, and Lockhart's failure did not lead to significant embarrassment. It seems troublesome. I rely on you, Professors Snape and Sprout, Lockhart said, somewhat awkwardly raising his hands in surrender. Regardless, Dumbledore issued several commands. Inform the families of the affected, instruct all students to return to their common room immediately, and prohibit solitary actions from that night onward. All activities must be conducted as a group, under the guidance of the prefects. After dispersing the gathered students, Lockhart suddenly spoke up, reading aloud the words inscribed on the mirror. What do these words mean? Are they referring to the assailant? He pondered aloud, drawing the attention of all present. It's uncertain. It could be a ploy to mislead us, Dumbledore remarked, frowning as he waved away the onlookers. Well, you see, I'm not well versed in the school's history or its legends, Lockhart admitted sheepishly as he followed the other professors from the girls' restroom. Although Dumbledore had effectively halted Lockhart's further speculation, the gathered young wizards overheard parts of the conversation, with some having witnessed it. What does it mean? One asked. It implies a warning of danger, suggesting that we must unite to identify the threat to ensure our safety, another replied. I concur with the headmaster. The attack on the 3 girls, coupled with such remarks, is clearly a tactic to incite distrust, a voice chimed in. But I disagree. Perhaps it is a warning from the castle's ancient defenses, another countered. Is it possible that someone is truly so malevolent? Lockhart, perhaps? Impossible. He is a renowned professor, came the retort. Don't forget, first years are also new arrivals. Someone else noted. You mean those 11-year-olds? They are either weak or not, another mused. As Harry and his companions trailed behind, they caught snippets of the preceding conversation. What's wrong? You seem downcast, Hermione remarked, glancing at the pensive Cheney. He succeeded, Cheney replied coldly. Succeeded in what? Who succeeded? Harry interjected. Everyone will become suspicious of one another. Soon there will be rumors circulating about us, Cheney explained with a cynical smile. As predicted by Cheney, the initial group of 5, including Harry, became the focal point of rumors, serving as elite gossip material. However, it wasn't that others distrusted them, according to Cheney. It was their involvement that linked them to the incident, regardless of whether similar attacks or other unforeseen events occurred in the future. They had undoubtedly become the primary target of scrutiny. Before the next strike, they resolved to uncover the truth and identify the mastermind behind it. Ron eagerly rubbed his hands together, ready for action. Subsequently, the 5 spent their free time in the library, investigating the lead concerning petrification. They had not encountered the basilisk that had attacked them earlier, for a mere glance could lead to their demise. In a state of extreme fury, Cheney struck without mercy, reducing the serpent creature to nothingness. As time passed, the initially planned National Day celebrations with her brother faded into oblivion as Cheney became engrossed in her research. It was not until the second attack occurred that they were jolted back to reality from the confines of the library. Distrust supplanted trust. The night was shrouded in terror. Vitality had fled from their lives. Safety was a distant memory from the campus. The air would reignite the chamber, and evil would ultimately be vanquished. The second message on the wall, coupled with the petrified Gryffindor wizard Colin, once again instilled panic among the students. No. Aaliyah. No. Katie. Yet no one felt despair more keenly than Wood, for Aaliyah and Katie were both seekers for Gryffindor, and they were soon to face their first match. Harry was at a loss for how to console Wood. The chamber? The air? Could this possibly be of assistance to us? Did you not notice the conditions inscribed above? If it comes to that, we might all end up as statues. This time it was Gryffindor. Next, it could be Ravenclaw. The whispers among the young wizards were rife with dread, truly alarming the Ravenclaw students. Make way. Let me through. What has happened? It was Professor Lockhart, the first faculty member to arrive at the scene. Oh, Harry, hello. Could you tell me what transpired? Lockhart greeted Harry loudly, eager to comprehend the situation, though he had also observed the petrification and the writing on the wall. As you can see, Professor, another attack, Hermione shrugged, gesturing toward the wall. The chamber? The air? If we speak of salvation, who could surpass your prowess, Harry? Professor Lockhart patted Harry on the shoulder but refrained from further conversation, proceeding directly to the three petrified individuals. Using the same disarming charm as last time, he found, to his dismay, that it yielded no results once more. Lockhart offered an awkward smile to the surrounding young wizards. But at that moment, no one mocked him or voiced their thoughts. After all, this was a matter beyond even the headmaster's capabilities. Before long, the headmaster and Professor McGonagall arrived, instructing the young witches and wizards to promptly return to their common room under the guidance of prefects, while the three were escorted to the infirmary. This is dire. I suspect there is something amiss with Lockhart, Chin-E observed from a corner, secretly scrutinizing the professor. What's wrong? Hermione grasped Chin-E's hand, offering warmth, for her small hand had been icy since her brother fell into a slumber. Do you believe me? I sense something is off about this man. His earlier words to Harry were insidious, Chin-E sneered, producing a talisman, which Hermione swiftly intercepted to prevent her from attacking the professor in plain view. Nevertheless, Chin-E continued to glare at him, her eyes narrowed. It seemed as though Lockhart sensed something and turned to look, though all he could see were the retreating figures of a few departing young wizards. Furthermore, there was unfortunate news. The Halloween feast had been abruptly cancelled. Are you all right, brother? I'm fine. Don't worry. How have you been practicing those spells I taught you last time? Brother, are you hungry? Allow me to fetch you something to eat. Come back, Diggory exclaimed, catching the anxious Arian who was attempting to sneak away. It's not that I don't understand the theory. I could even score full marks. It's just that when it comes to practical application, I seem to fail miserably. I simply don't know why, Arian lamented with a sorrowful expression. Diggory harbored a thought that perhaps Arian was merely a non-starter, yet he had never voiced this concern in front of Arian, always striving to teach him to the best of his ability. From an early stage, Arian had sensed something amiss. Fortunately, his excellent performance in the written examinations would suffice for graduation, as long as he could forego the practical assessment. He could scrape by with the bare minimum of a diploma. His elder brother was determined to find a way for him to wield magic. Diggory, with resolve, ruffled Arian's hair. Do not fret. It may simply be a matter of insufficient magical power, or perhaps your magic is just too potent, he reassured. After offering such comfort and witnessing the fear and worry dissipate from Arian's gaze, Diggory felt a wave of relief wash over him. Brother, you must focus on your studies. Do not let my concerns impede your progress. Arian understood that it was time for Diggory to practice his magic copying skills. During this period, Diggory had sought out all the upperclassmen from Hufflepuff, meticulously recording the spells they excelled in. Copying Wizard Diggory was the new title Arian had bestowed upon his brother. Though the spells were not overwhelmingly powerful, Diggory had indeed surpassed many of his peers. By the way, brother, the Quidditch match is approaching, and the first game is against Gryffindor. I shall be there to cheer for you, Arian declared, raising his fists in a pose of strength. Ha ha ha, thank you, Arian. I shall certainly triumph over Gryffindor this time. After watching Diggory depart from their dormitory, Arian flopped onto his bed. Ever since he had been knocked unconscious by Diggory, he had shamelessly moved in to reside with him. Initially, Arian had been quite apprehensive when he inquired about the possibility, but Diggory had graciously acquiesced. Even Diggory's roommates were swayed by Arian's diligent efforts and agreed to the arrangement. His daily rituals of warmth and greetings had proven remarkably effective. Unbeknownst to Arian, Diggory was the leader of this dormitory. Once he had spoken, others would not dare voice dissent. Acna, Arian mused, stroking his chin. What is it? Acna, blissfully indulging in a bag of gummy candies, suddenly appeared beside his pillow. It's time to guide Diggory, Arian mused. How should I proceed? He contemplated instilling confidence within Diggory, igniting his interest in the petrification case, and eventually leading him to join the main group, thus allowing them to engage with them as followers or younger companions. Ah, what a bother. Are you certain this will be effective? Acna replied, her expression one of disdain. Very well, I shall give it a try. Upon noticing that Arian remained silent, merely gazing at her, she resigned herself to the situation. After Acna vanished from beside his pillow, Arian appeared deep in thought. The altered world was perilously dangerous, particularly this year. To navigate through it safely, he needed to employ some strategies. Although Arian lacked a woman's intuition, he was not constrained by the mindset of an 11-year-old child. He sensed that he had been the primary target of the recent serpent attack. This realization left him in a state of unease. While isolating himself in the common room, constantly referring to Diggory as brother might help him survive the year. He pondered the potential dangers that lay ahead. Moreover, it would lead him to squander a year, drifting further away from the protagonist group. Currently, he lacks the strength to garner the respect of others. With Sirius Black's impending escape from prison next year, followed by the Triwizard Tournament the year after, it won't be long before a certain dark wizard is resurrected. By that time, devoid of power, he would be reduced to a mere caricature, crying out for help like a helpless child. This is unacceptable. Since the stakes have been set, allow me to take a gamble. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Oh heavens. Gryffindor is invincible. Wood, kneeling in the center of the Quidditch pitch, wept uncontrollably, prompting those around him to take several steps back in silent retreat. Harry and the other team members deliberated on who would fill the position of Seeker following the petrification of Aaliyah and Katie. Hermione was pulling Ginny and Ginny over to cheer for Harry. The result was that Ron, who had applied for the position, was rejected due to his sheer bulk, which made it impossible for him to coordinate with the nimble and agile Angelina. Ron, with his muscular physique, was the epitome of a large man, always carrying a dumbbell wherever he went, even using one hand to lift weights during class. Although Ginny had previously remarked that warriors did not require excessive muscle, Ron seemed to be addicted to showcasing his strength, flaunting it in front of everyone daily. After all the upperclassmen had taken their turns, Wood was nearly disheartened. It was only when Harry suggested allowing Ginny and Ginny to give it a try that Wood glanced at the petite girls and sighed, thinking that since they were here, they might as well give it a go. After all, Ginny had grown up playing with her brothers, so who knew? The twins exchanged a knowing glance, stifling their laughter. What followed was Wood's anguished cry, tears streaming down his face. Although Ginny's flying was rather mediocre and somewhat stiff, she consistently reached the designated locations and managed to coordinate with Angelina. In fact, Angelina affectionately referred to Ginny as her little bug, expressing her fondness for her. Ultimately, it was Hermione who whisked Ginny away, preventing Angelina from enacting her plan to secretly take her back to the dormitory for care. Ginny's flying skills are remarkably impressive, far surpassing those of her brother Ron. She exhibits both offensive and defensive prowess, and to our surprise, this seemingly petite girl excels in the game, rivaling her brothers. As our secret weapon, we shall undoubtedly give Hufflepuff a formidable challenge in the upcoming match this weekend. Wood is reinvigorated with determination. As a seasoned Quidditch enthusiast, Professor McGonagall could not help but smile, yet she maintained a facade of aloof authority in front of her students. With a firm hand, she stamped the application forms of the two newcomers. Confidently, Diggory faced Gryffindor, armed with two secret weapons in Harry. The weekend match loomed on the horizon. He has awakened. A young girl's voice whispered in Chinu's ear. I'll go fetch my sister and Commander Glandus. Another hurried voice chimed in. Me? Chinu slowly opened his eyes, encountering a beaming girl filled with excitement and admiration. Water. Chinu feigned ignorance, appearing as if he had just roused from slumber, and requested a glass of water. Ah, all right. The girl dashed away to fetch a glass. After Chinu drank it down in one gulp and exhaled, he remarked, I'm back to life. Hello? At that moment, the tent flap swung open, revealing a girl of about 22 or 23, her eyes closed in a serene expression, followed by a bearded warrior whose age was indiscernible. Hello. Thank you for saving me, Chinu said as he slowly sat up, grasping the hand extended towards him. I am Chinu. Today, the Quidditch Stadium was filled to capacity, brimming with anticipation for the imminent clash between the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor teams. Initially, the Ravenclaw Wizards had no intention of attending the match. However, the fans concocted a justifiable excuse for themselves. The attacks occurred approximately every 6 weeks. And just 2 weeks had passed since the last incident, marking the current period as safe. Moreover, Headmaster Dumbledore was also watching the match, so what was there to fear? Thus, they all collectively set out to witness the game. The stands of Gryffindor were a sea of orange-red flags, while Slytherin rallied support for Hufflepuff, with Malfoy even directing other young wizards to unfurl a series of banners displaying last year's score and Harry's dismal performance against Hufflepuff. As both teams entered the field, there was no doubt that Cedric Diggory would be the star player leading Hufflepuff this year, exuding an air of confidence. At that moment, Gryffindor began to make their entrance. Although we knew that Alicia and Katie had faced misfortune, you surely cannot send such lovely and petite girls onto the field. Are you attempting to overwhelm the opposition with cuteness? Lee, ever the mischievous friend, had endless quips for Wood, having already discerned the identity of the new teammates, particularly after having tried out himself. However, his prolonged inactivity left him unable to keep pace with Angelina, resulting in a rather embarrassing snub from her. Nevertheless, Lee's remarks sparked laughter and joy all around. Even Hufflepuff players watched with smiles as Ginny directed Chini on where to position herself, a true novice indeed. Everyone observing Chini, twirling in the air with her broomstick, attempting to perfectly align with Ginny's markings, shared the same thought. Ginny rolled her eyes dramatically, as the girl's act of feigning innocence was nothing new. Harry, let us engage in a duel. Diggory extended his hand on the broom. Harry clasped it firmly, holding a deep respect for such a worthy opponent. The whistle soon blew, signaling the start of the match. To everyone's astonishment, the first to seize the ball was actually Chini. Lee bellowed in excitement. How did she evade everyone? She and Angelina skillfully maneuvered through Hufflepuff's defense. With a deft flick, Hufflepuff's goalkeeper was caught off guard by an unexpected ambush from behind. Score. The first point was claimed by Chini. Lee was nearly standing on the table as he narrated the unfolding drama. Lee, get down. Professor McGonagall waved him back down as the match resumed. These two young girls should not be underestimated. Chini, Angelina, and Ginny. Another point. Just as everyone anticipated Angelina to pass for a more advantageous shot, she unexpectedly sent the ball to Ginny. Another offensive play, Chini intercepted, decisively accelerating past Hufflepuff's chasers to intercept the elusive Quaffle. Here it comes again. Angelina charged towards the goal, predictably passing to Chini, leaving Hufflepuff's goalkeeper in utter dismay. Look, Gryffindor scores. Have you noticed how charming and beautiful Chini is? Her success rate in interceptions is remarkably high. Lee finally recognized the highlight of the match. However, Hufflepuff was utterly at a loss against Chini. After all, under her keen mental perception, their intentions were painfully evident. This is cheating. Indeed, but one cannot help but forgive such adorableness. Professor McGonagall paused the match and called over the referee, who then approached Chini for a brief exchange. Ultimately, she returned to the field with a forlorn expression. They won't let me use my mental perception anymore, claiming I'm cheating. Chini whimpered, wiping her tears on Wood's cloak, feeling the need to inform the captain. It's all right. We'll manage from here, and Harry is with us. Wood reassured her with a pat on the shoulder, conveying that everything would be fine. All right, Chini feigned indifference, masking her earlier distress. The match resumed. This time, her interceptions were no longer so extraordinary. Nevertheless, being a prodigious talent, she had already developed a good synergy with Angelina and Ginny. Even without the interception prowess of Chini, the score remained substantially unchanged, with the gap having widened to nearly 100 points. Thus, the focus of the match shifted back to Harry and Diggory. At this moment, Diggory felt fortunate for having embraced the replication assistance system earlier. Remarkably, flying techniques could also be replicated. Consequently, in the days leading up to the match, Diggory had been studying various international competitions, learning numerous maneuvers that bolstered his confidence. Yet, a dilemma arose. While others rode top-tier brooms, he was on a school-issued comet. Nonetheless, Diggory's array of blocking, feinting, positioning, and scouting tactics posed a significant challenge for Harry. Diggory's speed in spotting the golden snitch rivaled Harry's, as he could detect its presence almost instantaneously within his field of vision. Golden Snitch detected 300 meters behind. Please take note, Diggory was also cheating. The task of locating the snitch was traditionally assigned to Acna, who also possessed sensory capabilities. However, if Chini were awake and watching the match, she would not dare to employ scanning perception. Yet, the young girl Chini had no such fears. Their levels were distinct, rendering her invisible to the opponent. As for Harry, Acna found amusement in the situation, even contemplating providing him with false sensory cues, leading the opponent astray. Every time Diggory spotted the golden snitch, he remained discreet, employing subtle gestures and glances to deceive Harry nearby. He would then cleverly maneuver to catch the elusive snitch. Harry, however, benefited from the remarkable performance of his broom. Once he accelerated, he swiftly darted away. Upon realizing he had been misled, he would take longer to return than Diggory. At times, Diggory would fly in the right direction, but upon noticing Harry pursuing him, he would wait until Harry zoomed past before turning, tricking Harry into believing it was yet another ruse, prompting him to turn around and chase again, all while Diggory stealthily sought to capture the snitch. Truth be told, had it not been for Harry's broom's exceptional capabilities, Diggory would have concluded the match much earlier. After an arduous struggle, Harry ultimately seized the snitch, propelled by the superior performance of his broom. The score had widened considerably, and Diggory understood that even if he caught the snitch, defeat was inevitable, compounded by the unfortunate inadequacy of his own broom. As the match concluded, the victor was declared Gryffindor. With Lee's announcement, this dazzling contest came to a close. Whether it was the enchanting display of the beautiful girls scoring or the aerial duel between Harry and the dashing Diggory, it left the other young wizards yearning for more. "Brother, towel, water," Alan exclaimed, rushing to offer refreshments as Diggory descended. "Thank you, Alan. It's a pity I couldn't win," Diggory replied, his face reflecting disappointment. "You're the best, brother. If it weren't for the broom, Harry wouldn't stand a chance against you," Alan encouraged, determined to uplift Diggory's spirits. "I know. I want to lose again next time," Diggory said, draining the water Alan handed him, revealing a radiant smile that momentarily left Alan speechless. "Brother, the website's latest address is M22FF. CB. Duel Club? Yes, Harry. Will you join?" Several Gryffindor girls buzzed around Harry, excitedly discussing the latest trend, the Duel Club. Initiated by Professor Lockhart, it was a student-driven initiative, even involving Professor Snape and Flitwick. Lockhart had mentioned that 2 attacks had recently occurred on campus, urging everyone to enhance their vigilance and readiness for unforeseen dangers. The girls gazed adoringly at the ceiling, as if they could glimpse the person in the office, tirelessly thinking of their welfare. "I understand. I'll be there too," Harry assured the girls as he left the common room. "Harry?" Ron called from behind, puzzled as he lifted weights. With Professor Snape and Flitwick participating, and with Dumbledore's approval, it should be fine. Harry felt an instinctual apprehension about attending. "What is there to fear?" "I'm here, mate," Ron said, throwing an arm around Harry's shoulder. In the eyes of the onlookers, someone in the office was racking their brains for the sake of the students, reclining against the back of their chair, peering through a magical orb at some unseen spectacle. If one listened closely, they could discern the voices of Harry conversing with someone. "Let me stoke the flames. Stand back. Repel the fire ring." With a deft motion, Shauna unleashed a repel fire ring, pushing aside several of her black-robed subordinates and the monstrous entities before her. "You all go find an escape route and mechanisms. I shall handle this alone." She tore off her black robe, revealing a splendid gown of fiery red that gradually materialized. The magical short sword in her grasp transformed into a uniquely designed long blade. "But, my lady, there are no buts. Obey the command." With a wave of her hand, a scattering of fireballs was hurled into the throng of monsters ahead. Shauna and her subordinates had been exploring this ancient ruin for nearly 3 months. Initially, there were no signs of abnormalities, and they quickly located the altar deep within the 4th underground level of the ruin. However, while scanning the surrounding murals, one of her subordinates clumsily triggered a mechanism within the ruins. From the altar, a relentless stream of ancient demonic creatures began to emerge. At first, they were merely weak monsters, scarecrows, rake cats, forest snowmen, enchanted wolves, deer, and the like. The group effortlessly repelled them. But as time passed, more formidable foes appeared: multi-hooked cat kings, rake cat kings, snowman kings, enchanted scarecrows, and even half-orcs and orc warriors. Although they were not invincible demons, the emergence of numerous half-orc warriors and orc leaders among the monsters began to overwhelm Shauna and her companions. They found themselves retreating step by step. Just as they exited the main altar hall, Shauna caught sight of unknown demons with flapping wings surging forth from the altar. "Beautiful Ice Snow Elf King. Drawing from my mental strength as a source and my magical power as a guide, I summon forth the frost of the frozen earth upon my enemies. Ice Roar." After briefly delaying the elite orc forces with a few fireballs, Shauna quickly began to chant a prayer for the massive Ice Roar spell. A colossal frost enveloped a considerable area, freezing all enemies within into ice sculptures. TCH. Is this truly futile? Despite the formidable power of her magic, the harshness of reality delivered a resounding slap to Shauna's face. The elite orcs outside the magical barrier began shattering their fallen comrades and advancing toward her over a sea of corpses and shattered ice. "My lady, this way." shouted a black-robed subordinate rushing towards her. They had discovered a new path on the other side. With no time to ponder, Shauna followed her subordinate in a hasty retreat. The new passage was exceedingly dark and spacious, with immense stone pillars rising at intervals. It was more akin to a grand hall than a mere passageway. Shauna and her team entered from one end, now compelled to traverse it toward the other, as countless elite orc forces pursued relentlessly from behind. In the pitch-black environment, everyone was compelled to employ illumination magic to guard against potential ambushes from lurking enemies. What was that? Just as Shauna and her companions had traversed halfway, one of the subordinates suddenly cried out, pointing toward a shadow. Did you discover something? My lord Shauna, when my magic illuminated behind that stone pillar, I glimpsed a fleeting dark shape. Fireball. Without hesitation, Shauna launched a fireball toward the source. The group, drawn by the brilliance of the fireball, turned their attention to the stone pillar. In the moments before the corner was illuminated, they were entirely unprepared for the impending attack from behind. A 1-meter-long spike shot forth from the darkness with relentless speed. Those who had not fortified themselves with magical shields or donned sacred armor were almost instantly pierced through, leaving them chilled to the core. Run. Fireball. Scatter. Shauna too observed the corner revealed by the fireball, where several grotesque creatures, adorned with long, sharp spines, drooled hungrily. They were devoid of eyes, having completely adapted to the dark. The spines on their backs granted them the ability to launch silent ambushes. Shauna unleashed a torrent of small fireballs, nearly illuminating the entire hall. Countless monsters recoiled from the brightness, abhorring the light. The relentless assault came to a brief halt, presenting a rare opportunity for survival. Otherwise, even a mage of Shauna's caliber, with her formidable magical and mental prowess, would be unable to withstand a barrage of attacks. The surviving subordinates uttered no further words, pursuing Shauna in a desperate dash. Upon reaching the threshold of the grand hall, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Enraged, the fire sprite, Shauna, noticing the significant reduction in her companions, furiously began to chant a powerful spell of incantation. Explosive flames. A vast eruption of flames engulfed nearly half of the hall, and the wretched cries of monsters echoed within. We must go. Shauna gritted her teeth and stamped her foot as she crossed through the grand entrance. From nearly 30 members, fewer than 20 remained. Those who had triggered the mechanism were unable to escape the altar hall and had likely perished. Moreover, this ancient relic remained shrouded in a thick mist, devoid of any visible exit or path to salvation, permeated by an aura of despair. At the heart of the relic, the central altar lies ensnared by a throng of malevolent demons. In the very center of the altar, a creature of monstrous proportions gradually emerges from the abyssal rift, far larger than its demonic counterparts. With the head of a bull and colossal bat-like wings, it is ensconced in crackling lightning. Perhaps due to the inadequacy of the rift's dimensions, it currently bellows furiously from behind the fissure. A conspicuous, gaping wound marked its chest, revealing the pulsating hue of its violet heart within its ribcage. At this moment, the uppermost chamber of the relic is vast and eerily silent, as if everything within this space, sound included, has succumbed to an eternal stillness. In the center of this layer, there stood a colossal altar, appearing devoid of any magical flow, resembling merely an ornament. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black materialized, shattering the profound silence. He coughed up a mouthful of dark blood and hastily consumed a potion he had on him. He then hurriedly approached the altar, leaving behind a fit of eerie laughter before vanishing once more. Greetings, Mr. Chinyu. I am Priscilla, the Grand Sorceress of the Kingdom. The young woman grasped Chinyu's hand in introduction. I am Grandis, a warrior of the realm. It is a pleasure to meet you. The burly man beside her also shook Chinyu's hand. The titles of Grand Sorceress and Grand Warrior denoted their ranks. Was that magic you just cast? Priscilla casually tossed a healing spell toward Chinyu before sitting on the edge of a bed. What magic are you referring to? Chinyu tilted his head, bewildered. Forgive me, but during our defense against the orc army, it seems a passing sage of magic intervened. Priscilla leaned closer to Chinyu, her excitement palpable. Can you believe it? He single-handedly unleashed a cataclysmic spell that nearly obliterated the entire orc horde. One person, one strike. She placed her hand over her heart, continuing her tale. Afterward, the soldiers we dispatched for surveillance atop the mountain discovered you unconscious, and they brought you back. Although Priscilla wore a smile, Chinyu sensed an intense admiration for strength emanating from her. He could hardly fathom that one of the leaders of this legion was such a youthful woman. The commanding, composed sorceress he had encountered during battle seemed a world away from this exuberant girl. He felt that if he were to reveal his identity, she would likely revere him as though he were a deity. Yet, it was an age filled with heroes and champions, and it was entirely natural for young women to idolize the strong. So impressive. Qin Yu feigned astonishment, adopting an expression of disbelief, as if a divine presence had descended. However, I recall something appearing in the sky before I lost consciousness. He scratched his head, pretending to recall with effort. Did you not see what he looked like? Priscilla inquired, tilting her head with a frown. Apologies, but I believe I fainted almost immediately. So I truly did not notice anyone around. Moreover, my magical energy is quite low, so my senses were. Qin Yu smiled sheepishly. Ah. If you did not cast the spell and did not see the individual, might you tell me what your purpose was atop the mountain? Although Priscilla maintained her cheerful demeanor. The atmosphere turned chilly, and Qin Yu could feel her piercing gaze even through her closed eyelids. It seemed the decisive leader had regained her strategic edge. I needed to gather medicinal herbs from the Woma forest. Qin Yu produced a note he had prepared earlier and handed it to Priscilla. Oh. I see you were seeking herbs. May I ask who requires them? She tilted her head, contemplating the list, which indeed comprised local specialties of the Woma forest. Given the recent blockade by the orcs, it was plausible that supplies in the city of Biki were dwindling, leading to scarcity and inflated prices. What are you talking about? It's obviously for profit. Do you have any idea how expensive these herbs are right now? Qin Yu clenched his fist in front of him, wearing an expression that screamed greed. Understood. Please, Mr. Qin, once you have recovered, it would be best to return to the city promptly, as this place is far too perilous for you. We cannot allow you to pass. Priscilla sighed, rising to her feet. She cast another healing spell toward Qin Yu. Speaking softly, the disappointment was palpable. After inquiring about the checkpoint, Qin Yu finally took the opportunity to scrutinize the girl known as Priscilla. She donned a perfectly fitted robe characteristic of a grand sorceress, with a delicate face, standard bangs, and waist-length chestnut hair, her eyes perpetually closed, complemented by long ears, an elf. Could the fervent admirer from before truly be the same as this aloof, frigid elven maiden? Forgive me, Mr. Qin. It is as I have said. Please return to the city and await news from the kingdom. The grand warrior, Grandis, who had remained silent thus far, reminded Qin Yu once more before departing. Did you know? I endured the cataclysmic magic Priscilla described from beginning to end. It was a harrowing experience. Yet, I am grateful to that passing sage of magic. Without him, the majority of us within this checkpoint would not have survived. Grandis flashed a hearty smile at Qin Yu before stepping outside, leaving him alone in the room. Qin Yu shrugged, indicating that it was not his doing. Since that is the case, I must take my leave. He surveyed the empty room and began gathering his belongings in preparation to depart. I believe your instincts are not unfounded. Grandis found Priscilla, who appeared somewhat displeased, by a riverbank outside the checkpoint. But what can I do if he refuses to acknowledge it? And look at the flimsy excuse he provided. Of course, it's for money. Aha. Does he think he can deceive me like a child? It infuriates me. Priscilla gesticulated animatedly, mimicking Qin Yu's earlier gestures with fury. No one thinks of you as a child. Grandis set aside his weapon and dipped his feet into the river. Such beauty surrounding you. And you choose to soak your feet. I cannot fathom what men like you are thinking. Priscilla raised her hand as if to cast a binding spell on him. But recalling his previous ordeal, she relented. Life is indeed precious. I am genuinely grateful to that sage of magic. Perhaps he has his own reasons for remaining silent. And do you not find it curious? When did the kingdom acquire such a formidable individual? We are all familiar with the renowned sages of magic who preside over the realm. Grandis reclined by the riverbank, pointing out some critical clues that Priscilla had overlooked in her anger. Could he perhaps be from another kingdom? Priscilla clenched her fists. It's possible. Though he does not resemble the inhabitants from that region. Indeed, while the Zuma kingdom is renowned for its powerful mages, could it be? It seems you have also reached the same conclusion. I believe he must be one of the sages of magic stationed in Mingzhou. Does that mean he intends to traverse the Woma forest to return to Mingzhou? Priscilla rested her chin on her hands, gazing thoughtfully at the moon. Perhaps. It could also be that he has discovered something significant. After all, those individuals often speak of bearing the mission of peace for the continent and the world. Grandis shrugged. It's not as if I would consume him. What would admitting his merits even accomplish? Am I to report him for nobility? No, this irritates me. I must confront him. Priscilla found herself in a quandary, feeling increasingly aggrieved by her own thoughts, and the more she retreated, the more her anger simmered. Did you not sense it? That fellow had already fled, claiming to be merely an ordinary person. Grandis had long detected the sudden disappearance of Qin Yu's presence from the camp. That scoundrel. Priscilla cursed the coward through gritted teeth. Observing the furious Priscilla as she returned to the checkpoint, Grandis let out a resigned sigh. Remember when you were so eager to care for the injured and unconscious Saint Mage, practically moving your bed to be by his side? Yet, when he finally awakened, You frightened him away. What an amusing turn of events. Nevertheless, this Saint Mage possesses a certain intrigue. The elven descendants on this continent are dwindling, with scarcely a few dozen remaining in the kingdom of Woma. It is indeed remarkable that he could withstand such alluring temptations. Yet, it must be said, he is truly formidable. The little schemes in Priscilla's heart were likely laid bare before him. At this moment, Xinyu had not returned to Qiqing. Instead, he utilized instantaneous movement to traverse the now desolate canyon and arrived at the entrance of the Woma forest, once a revered hunting ground for adventurers. This forest had now transformed into a realm of terror. What is this? Spider silk? Why is there spider silk in this forest? Clearly, it does not belong to the native demons of this place. Xinyu wandered through the forest for an entire day, searching for various clues as he walked. The once abundant creatures, such as the spiked cats, multi-hooked cats, and forest yetis had vanished without a trace. The orcs and half-orcs, originally roaming their territories, now patrolled like sentinels. Xinyu had previously captured an orc chieftain for sensing, but the feedback he received was merely chaos and terror. This rendered the situation even more intriguing. On the 10th day of his disorientation, he encountered a monstrous spider, its long legs towering, its deep purple body glistening, and its enormous fangs exuding a toxic green luminescence. Upon spotting Xinyu, it opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of rancid phlegm, which corroded the trees and soil it touched as if doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. Moreover, their melee prowess is formidable, with 8 elongated limbs flailing about like a multitude of spears, coupled with a voice that seems to echo the remnants of countless years. It renders one utterly defenseless. As for their vulnerabilities, they are indeed well known. A fear of fire and electricity appears to be an inherent trait of these biological monstrosities. After vanquishing the creature, Xinyu stumbled upon signs of life within the depths of the forest. Adventurers? He immediately discerned their identities. They were confined within a large cage, while smaller spiders occasionally approached to spit venom inside. The captives remained in a state of paralysis, their eyes wide open. The palpable dread and despair in their gazes reached Xinyu even from a distance. Cautiously eliminating the guarding spider creature, he pried open the prison door. Help me. No. Please, just kill me. End this. Destroy the world. There were no longer any mentally stable individuals among them. Each person, upon seeing Xinyu, harbored no desire for survival. For they were not the only ones seeking to rescue. Most of them were adventurers themselves, initially coming to save others, only to find themselves repeatedly sacrificing their lives, captured again and again, enduring brutal punishments. Thus, when faced with rescuers, their instinctive response was either to plead for death or urge them to flee, or to face their demise together. Xinyu found himself utterly at a loss. If those individuals were unwilling to leave, he could not save them. It was impossible for him to transport dozens of people instantaneously. I apologize, he uttered, a hint of remorse in his voice. After swiftly liberating the prisoners within their confines with a flash of lightning, he departed from the prison alone. Days later, Xinyu discovered he had returned to the canyon at the entrance of the Woma forest, where the kingdom's army had shifted its checkpoint from one end of the canyon to the entrance of the forest. Ah, you scoundrel. Halt right there. I wish to see how you explain yourself. It was at that moment that he caught the attention of Grandis, who was inspecting the checkpoint, and she promptly informed her companion, Priscilla. Upon hearing her shout, Xinyu recognized the voice and helplessly covered his face. Why must a charming and ethereal elf like her resort to such language, calling him a scoundrel and threatening him? Yet, he did not linger, vanishing into the canyon with a series of instantaneous movements. How infuriating! How infuriating! That scoundrel dares to flee. Priscilla fumed, stomping her feet in frustration. Ha ha. It must be your fierce demeanor that frightened him away, Grandis jested, laughing heartily. You are the fierce one. I don't understand why I feel so irked by him. I just want to confront him. Priscilla initially intended to banter with Grandis, but suddenly deflated, sitting despondently within the checkpoint. Perhaps what she truly desired was an apology from him, considering he had deceived her once. Yet, the more he refrained from speaking, the more infuriated she became. But let me tell you, if he were to apologize, it would not alleviate your anger. Indeed, I must certainly ask him where he went wrong. Upon hearing this, Priscilla perked up, hands on her hips, revitalized. I shall go on patrol. Grandis recalled the ferocity of his own mother and quietly sought an excuse to slip away. Xinyu swiftly circumvented the checkpoint and returned to Biki City. The return journey was remarkably quicker than his earlier passage, as he almost traversed the entire route through instantaneous movements. A pressing question lingered in his mind, demanding an answer. As expected, whether at the bulletin board within the city or at the mercenary tavern, he found numerous postings regarding rescue missions in the Woma Forest, all promising substantial rewards. This indicated that someone was luring individuals to their demise in the Woma Forest. Cheney suspected that there might be an internal traitor or spy within the kingdom. Moreover, had he not intervened initially, the formidable forces of Granthes and Priscia would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Orc horde for any significant duration. From the moment he departed until his return, it seemed as though the city remained blissfully unaware of the fact that the borders had nearly been breached. With a veritable tide of half-orcs poised to invade, this indicates that there were issues among the upper echelons, or those wielding real power. Cheney quietly traversed the streets. Before he could continue his investigation, trouble came knocking at his door. "Please accompany us," a squad of 20 soldiers, accompanied by 2 general-grade armored golems, blocked Cheney in a narrow street, led by 3 formidable warriors. "What crime have I committed?" Cheney furrowed his brow, realizing that there were spies lurking among Grandis and his group as well. Their stationing so close to the Woma Forest posed a significant risk. "You are accused of defying royal orders, breaching the checkpoint, injuring personnel, and damaging checkpoint facilities. You are hereby under arrest. Should you resist, we will employ force as deemed necessary," the leading warrior declared coldly, reciting Chenyu's charges. Indeed, he had disregarded the commander's orders by passing through the checkpoint. The accusation of breaching the checkpoint was accurate. As for injuring others, his magic had indeed harmed several soldiers. Damaging checkpoint facilities? That too seemed correct. With a sigh, Chenyu prepared to flee the scene when suddenly one of the armored generals unleashed a magical sealing prayer. This exceedingly rare spell was unique to the Wyrma Kingdom, and the form employed against Chenyu was the most compact and swiftest, requiring only the 2 battle armors as vessels and lasting merely a few seconds. Yet, that was sufficient. After all, Chenyu had let his guard down, and a formidable warrior stood directly in front of him, powerless to resist. He was struck in the abdomen by a punch, his hand seized as if caught in an iron vise, and before the sealing magic dissipated, he was shackled with magical restraining cuffs, devices specifically designed for capturing and detaining mages. Chenyu felt his magical and mental powers suppressed to their utmost limits. "I underestimated this era. I was careless." With a wry smile, he watched as the warrior's fist came crashing down, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint near the entrance of the Wyrma Forest, a reinforcement troop from the kingdom arrived. Mr. Grandis, Miss Priscilla, ha ha ha. A youthful man with a spirited demeanor dismounted from his horse and approached them with brisk steps. "Greetings, Third Prince." Grandis and Priscilla knelt on one knee in salute, only to be lifted by the prince. "My father and elder brother have sent me to guard this checkpoint. You are to lead the soldiers who previously participated in battle back to the city for rest. Fear not, if the beastmen wish to breach this place, they must first step over my corpse." With a beaming smile, the third prince entered the command post and straightforwardly announced his orders. Grandis and Priscilla exchanged glances, knelt once more to receive the token. "At your command." At that moment, Chenyu awakened in a pitch-black dungeon. "Have you regained consciousness, esteemed guest?" A voice, reminiscent of synthesized metal, echoed around him. "Who are you? Where is this place?" Chenyu spat out a mouthful of blood and attempted to move his limbs, only to discover that his hands were firmly bound by enchanted iron chains, and his feet were similarly restrained. "You truly hold me in high regard. Such treatment is quite extravagant." Chenyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. For a sorcerer who has not been seen for a century, this level of hospitality is hardly luxurious. "If it were possible, I would have preferred to receive you with even greater splendor." The synthesized voice responded, uttering a term that left Chenyu somewhat perplexed. "Sorcerer? Indeed. Although I have only just attained the status of a sorcerer, I am nonetheless one. Currently, this world boasts only 5 individuals of comparable strength with your presence. That makes 6. From your demeanor, it seems you are unaware of these fundamental truths." The synthesized voice conveyed a sense of inquiry. "Indeed. I was ambushed and fell into a deep slumber. I have only recently awakened. As for the realms you mention, I am quite ignorant regarding common knowledge. The world has changed profoundly. This is no longer the era I once knew." Chenyu sighed, an air of age and wisdom enveloping him. The synthetic voice was indeed probing him, and Chenyu Jiao's words, though insincere, gave it the impression of genuine sentiment. However, necessary precautions must still be taken. In fact, discussions regarding Chenyu Jiao had already taken place during his days of unconsciousness, for no nation would easily dispatch a deity-level warrior, even if they did mobilize. It would be with elite guards in tow. Given that the other party might not be an enemy, there exists the potential for alliance. "I apologize for treating you this way. After all, I am uncertain whether you are friend or foe, the synthetic voice expressed. Then actively released the magic sealing chains that bound Qin Yujiao, though the restraints on his wrists and ankles remained intact. That is quite all right, were I in your position. I would likely do the same, Qin Yuji replied honestly. If he were to encounter such a formidable presence in Huagua, he would react similarly. I am pleased you understand. I am the steward of the kingdom. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The synthetic voice introduced itself before opening the dungeon door. Greetings, steward. I am Qin Yujiao, a wandering mage, he smiled, stepping through the ajar door. A contingent of soldiers awaited him outside, prepared to escort Qin Yujiao to meet the ruler of this kingdom. The steward guided Qin Yujiao toward the great hall, engaging in extensive conversation along the way. Through their dialogue, Qin Yujiao gleaned much intelligence. Apart from himself, there existed 5 of the world's strongest individuals. The Woma kingdom boasted 2, one a celestial and the other a holy warrior. The Zuma kingdom also had 2, both sorcerers. Consequently, the kingdom's populace initially assumed Qin Yujiao hailed from Zuma, a nation with a long-standing enmity against Woma. The last of the 5 was another celestial, the leader of the alliance of Qingzhong, recognized as the strongest of this era. He is said to be stationed in an unknown location, rumored to be suppressing some foul demon. Now that Qin Yujiao has emerged, whichever faction manages to recruit him will experience a transformative shift, particularly as he is renowned for his destructive capabilities as a sorcerer. The steward indeed alleviated many of Qin Yujiao's doubts and answered numerous questions. However, Qin Yujiao did not fully place his trust in him, for it was certain that there were issues within the upper echelons of the kingdom. Meanwhile, outside the city, Glannis and Prisha, returning from their shift, first visited the military camp to disband their subordinate troops before proceeding together to the palace to meet the sovereign. Indeed, as expected. Ah, you scoundrel. This time, I shall see where you can escape. Priscilla's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination as she accelerated, rushing forward to embrace someone from behind, executing a perfect bridge throw. Glancing down at the indignant Qinyu, who lay on the ground huffing in frustration, she spoke with a tone of triumph. With a bewildered expression, lay on the ground, gazing at Grannis, unsure of what to say. Not only had her magical abilities been restrained, but she also found herself caught in the embrace of a certain elf. Grannis, equally exasperated, shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he could not control her. While Qinyu was desperately trying to reason with Priscilla, contemplating the possibility of strangling herself, none of them noticed a figure lurking around the corner. Observing Qinyu trapped in Priscilla's unyielding grip, with eyes filled with icy disdain, the scene then shifted back to Hogwarts, where Lockhart's dueling class commenced. Aha! Greetings, everyone. The rest omitted. After Lockhart's flamboyant self-introduction, he dramatically waved his flamboyant purple-red cloak and stepped onto the dueling platform. Ah, come on, Professor Snape. Don't be shy. I require your assistance. Lockhart raised an eyebrow at Snape below, flashing a dazzling smile. Allow me to introduce my dueling assistant, your esteemed potions professor. Severus Snape. He claims to have some knowledge of dueling, hence his application as my assistant. Lockhart's wording, which seemed to elevate himself by belittling others, irked Snape to no end. Although Ron was not fond of Lockhart, he thought that if Lockhart managed to defeat Snape, he would become a fan for a fleeting moment. Ron eagerly watched the 2 professors he disliked ascend the dueling platform. Perhaps it would be Snape who brought Lockhart down. Harry reflected on Snape's past performances, which seemed to include only being bitten by a creature, intimidated by centaurs, and bullied by Quirrell. As the group indulged in their musings, Lockhart proceeded to instruct them on the intricacies of dueling. Only Hermione paid close attention to the important points, while Qin leaned against her shoulder, dozing off. Alan had contemplated greeting Harry upon entering, but the crowd surrounding him, along with Colin's antics, deterred him from doing so. Instead, he focused on cheering for his older brother. Diggory, I believe my brother will undoubtedly triumph against Harry. I have faith in him. Thank you, Alan. Rest assured, without the advantage of external aids, I will not falter this time, Diggory replied, his confidence bolstered. After all, if one possessed a system aid, mastered numerous spells, and achieved high proficiency while being incessantly praised, one would also feel capable of greatness. Meanwhile, Malfoy wore a perplexed expression as he watched Lockhart, for he had just belittled the head of his own house, leaving him at a loss for words. Moreover, his disdain for Harry and his friends had become increasingly evident this semester, and his malicious glances frequently darted toward them. Everyone. Look here. Lockhart called, taking his position alongside Snape on the dueling platform. Next, Professor Snape, and I will demonstrate a true duel. Do not blink. Witness the moment of marvel. Upon seeing both parties ready, Professor Flitwick began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Disarm. Both Lockhart and Snape shouted in unison. Lockhart was forcefully propelled backward, while Snape elegantly sidestepped the attack with a flick of his cloak. Wow, impressive, Ron exclaimed, while Harry experienced a newfound admiration for Snape. Malfoy led the applause, prompting a wave of applause from the Slytherin students for their house head. Yes, this is how dueling should be. Let us demonstrate it once more. Lockhart awkwardly rose, brushed off the dust from his attire, and returned to the dueling platform. Could it be that I was mistaken? Alan mused. Surprised by how effortlessly Snape had dispatched Lockhart, for this semester's Lockhart was vastly different from the version he had envisioned. Positions. After both were prepared, Professor Flitwick commenced the countdown once more. 3, 2, 1. Disarm. I spell. This time, Lockhart's spell struck Snape first. Snape managed to evade Lockhart's errant disarming spell and retaliated with a dance charm. Snape was now utterly dismayed, as Lockhart's ice spell rendered him blind, forcing him to dance before the audience. Thus, one must not be careless, would you not agree, little ones? Lockhart maintained his cheerful demeanor while imparting knowledge on dueling. And Snape's enchantment eventually wore off. Disarm. Armor protection. Both voices resonated in harmony once more, though Lockhart employed the Iron Shield charm. Snape's intentions were entirely transparent. Harry exchanged glances with his friends, their expressions reflecting seriousness. Snape was undeniably formidable, showcasing remarkable dueling skills. In their initial exchange, Snape exhibited high levels of precision in angle and spellcasting speed and power. However, Lockhart seemed to toy with Snape effortlessly. I apologize, Professor Snape. It appears I am indeed too strong. I truly regret it. Often, my reactions are merely instinctual, making complete control quite challenging. Lockhart continued to feign humility. Snape, having had enough, swept away with his cloak, leaving the classroom. The Slytherin students exchanged glances, uncertain whether to follow their head or stay behind. However, Malfoy shot Lockhart a smile and was the first to exit the dueling club after Snape. This prompted the other Slytherins to follow suit, flocking behind Malfoy and Snape. It seemed our Professor Snape was well admired by his students. Nevertheless, I am here to teach you all how to protect yourselves, regardless of how many remain. I will dedicate myself to your instruction, Lockhart proclaimed, striking a pose and revealing a self-satisfied smile. Wow, so handsome, so impressive. A chorus of excited female voices erupted around them. Regardless, Lockhart was indeed a renowned figure. Lockhart and Professor Flitwick divided the students into pairs by year, allowing them to practice practical spells like disarm. Harry was paired with Ron, Hermione with another Ravenclaw girl, while Ginny and Chin-Yi happily formed a duo. Alan was paired with Colin. Harry felt as if he were a scholar facing a soldier, for Ron's physique had become as robust as a young bull. When Harry cast Disarm, Ron merely scratched at his muscular chest, staring in confusion at the wand that almost slipped from his grasp. Ron, on the other hand, constantly felt the urge to swing his wand forward, a habit cultivated after extensive use of the mental blade, always eager to strike first and ascertain the nature of things. Moreover, combined with his physique and strength, his speed in wielding the blade is astonishingly rapid, prompting Harry to dodge occasionally, fearful of being struck by Ron. Chin-Yi and Ginny, on the other hand, frolic like close friends, tossing spells back and forth as if they were pillows rather than magic. This playful banter draws Hermione's attention, who occasionally glances at Chin-Yi with a look that promises retribution. Hey, Hermione, are we dueling or not? Ultimately, it is the Ravenclaw girl, Hermione's opponent, who can no longer endure the lingering glances of discontent from her adversary, which seem to cling to Chin-Yi. How about I switch places with Chin-Yi? No need. Let us begin. All right. 3, 2, 1. The girl is momentarily taken aback by Hermione's grave expression. Yet they engage in their duel. In the end, Hermione swiftly knocks her opponent down. Get up. Let us have another round. Okay. The Ravenclaw girl senses something amiss. They engage in a staggering 30 duels, with Hermione delivering expressionless blows each time. You're just using me to vent your frustrations. After being knocked down for the 30th time, the Ravenclaw girl remains on the ground, weeping and accusing Hermione of emotional cruelty. Hey, I'm not angry. Do you wish to continue the duel? Hermione retracts her wand, approaches, and pulls her opponent to her feet. No, ugh. I didn't realize you were this kind of Hermione. The girl runs off in tears to seek comfort from her friends. Hee. You've made a girl cry. Just as Hermione sighs, preparing to take a moment's respite, she hears Chin-Yi's distinctive laughter from behind. Not at all, she is merely upset about losing the duel. It has nothing to do with me. Hermione raises an eyebrow and drags Chin-Yi to a corner. Ginny approaches, holding 3 bottles of drinks. Sit here, Ginny. Hermione pats the empty spot beside her, with Ginny on the other side. Ginny tilts her head, observing Ginny, who leans against Hermione's shoulder, sticking out her tongue in a display of exhaustion, and she bursts into laughter. What is so funny? Share it so we can all enjoy a laugh. Oh, it's nothing. I just find you amusing. Ginny leans against the wall, staring fixedly at Harry in the distance. Would you like to duel with Harry? Hermione asks, giving Ginny a light pat. No, please don't. What are you talking about? Ginny nearly spills her drink in fright at Hermione's sudden question. Unless you get my brother to come along first. After pondering, Ginny adds quietly, Ginny catches this and immediately considers creating an opportunity for Ginny. However, she is halted by Lockhart. All right, it seems everyone has grasped the fundamentals of dueling. Lockhart observes that most of the girls have settled against the wall, leaving only the boys in the arena, and he claps his hands, stepping into the center of the dueling stage. Let us engage in a little exhibition for relaxation. The victorious party will receive my personally signed celebrity postcard. Lockhart flashes a charming smile at the girls. Wow, this initiative elicits cheers from the girls. Is there a volunteer who would like to demonstrate? Lockhart scans the room before his gaze lands on Harry. Harry Potter, come forth. I noticed you performed excellently earlier. Showcase your dueling skills and style for everyone. Lockhart gestures for Harry to ascend from below the dueling platform. Is there anyone else willing to join as Harry's opponent? After confirming Harry as a participant, Lockhart searches for a second contender. Professor, I'd like to give it a try. Excellent, a brave young man. I believe your name is. Lockhart beams at the eager boy before him. Cedric Diggory, Professor. Splendid. Cedric, may I call you that? No problem, Professor. Both of you, please take your positions, Professor Flitwick. All right, prepared and ready. 3, 2, 1. Disarm. Silencio. Cedric S1 flew from his grasp instantaneously. However, Harry found himself unable to utter a sound due to Cedric's spell. In a moment of panic, Cedric seized Harry by the neck. You've lost, Harry, Cedric said calmly, tightening his grip. In this day and age, one who lacks close combat skills hardly deserves to be called a wizard. Resigned, Harry raised his hands in surrender. What a splendid duel. Both of you performed admirably. Professor Lockhart led the applause for the two on the platform. Yet Harry wore a look of dejection. While Cedric beamed with excitement, he had triumphed over Harry Potter. Seeing the admiration in Alien's eyes only heightened his elation. However, just as he and Harry were about to shake hands and leave the dueling stage, Ron leaped forward, drawing his wand and aiming it at Cedric. Come on. My turn next. Though Cedric was imposing in stature, he appeared diminutive next to Ron. During the previous practice duels, Cedric had observed Ron, realizing that if he couldn't use magic against him, the outcome could be far worse. Should I try that new spell I learned? Cedric suddenly chuckled. Are we continuing? Cedric? Lockhart interjected. Of course, Professor. I'm ready. Cedric took his position, raising his wand in preparation. Then, Professor Flitwick, let us see this match. On guard, 3, 2, 1. Disarm. Fearful illusion. Cedric S1 flew from his hand once more. However, Ron stood frozen in confusion, struck by Cedric's spell. No. So many legs. Stay away from me. The silence didn't last long. Ron soon erupted in fury, and the dueling platform was on the verge of destruction from his violent strikes. All eyes were on Ron's frenzied outburst. Only Cedric leaped off the dueling stage, retrieving his wand from Alien, and raised his hand to dispel the enchantment cast on Ron. Just a little spell I recently learned, not particularly powerful, merely intended to allow others to witness a glimpse of their innermost fears. Cedric shrugged and patted Ron on the shoulder. Are you all right, Weasley? Sorry, I saw a swarm of spiders crawling towards me, but I'm fine now. Ron snapped back to reality, using Cedric's hand to rise. Everyone, look here. What an impressive duel. Adapting different techniques and spells to combat various opponents. Let us applaud Cedric. Lockhart waved his wand, restoring the dueling platform that Ron had damaged, and stepped forward. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? We still have a bit of time. If no one comes forth, I shall award the prize to Cedric. Lockhart's gaze scanned the room, finally lingering on Hermione and her companions. From the east, we have a remarkable young lady. I previously heard Professor Chin mention that you were quite the genius. Might we have the pleasure of witnessing the wonders from the east? After all, the teachings of wizards differ greatly between the east and our side. Lockhart's eyes sparkled as he smiled at those around him. Oh, are you suggesting that a girl not yet 11 years old? Chin, looking bewildered, tilted her head and pointed at her own youthful face. Indeed, let us witness a miracle, Lockhart said without a hint of shame, extending his hand to invite Chin onto the stage. Magic from the east? Someone remarked. Yes, it is said to be quite different from what we learn here. It was hard to believe that such a young girl could be a genius. Surely, it was all due to Diggory's prowess. Yet, if Diggory were to lose, it would be quite the spectacle. Impossible. Diggory has already defeated Harry Potter and his entourage. The crowd began to murmur. Chin-Yi felt numerous eyes scrutinizing her. Ah. My apologies. You were right. Perhaps Professor Chin-Yi was simply jesting with me. After all, she is merely an 11-year-old wizard. Lockhart overheard the whispers and scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as he attempted to smooth things over for Chin-Yi. Can you defeat that Diggory? At that moment, Ginny looked anxiously at Harry and turned to Chin-Yi. I don't know, Chin-Yi replied, shaking her head. She had no desire to be made a fool of, especially since the opposing side had ulterior motives and was even resorting to provocation. Professor Chin-Yi? Is that the one who fainted? Yes. Despite both Lockhart and Professor being present, he was the only one to faint. It seems our Hogwarts teachings are indeed more standardized. What do you think? Headmaster Dumbledore is the world's strongest white wizard. Fortunately, I did not choose to take that ancient magic studies elective. Have you heard? Those who enrolled learned practically nothing and wasted an entire semester. The conversations around began to veer into an uncontrollable direction. Calm down, Hermione urged, gripping Chin-Yi's arm tightly to prevent her from acting impulsively, though she had been composed. Hearing disparaging remarks about her brother made it impossible for her to maintain her cool. It's fine, I understand. However, sometimes not participating may yield worse outcomes than taking part, Chin-Yi said seriously as she fixed her gaze on Hermione. Before the other party could react, she stood up and approached the dueling platform. He is not my match. Would you care to test your skills, Professor Lockhart? Chin-Yi boldly challenged Lockhart as she confidently positioned herself on the dueling stage. Lockhart laughed at the sight of the petite Chin-Yi. Our little lady from the East is quite confident, but Cedric is also eager to test her strength. Why don't we witness that first? With a flamboyant flourish of his garish purple cloak, Lockhart handed over the dueling stage to her and Diggory, not allowing Chin-Yi the chance to speak. Please, show me what you've got. Diggory raised an eyebrow, lifting his wand in a dueling stance. Humph. Chin-Yi pulled out her spirit talisman, holding it firmly as she faced Diggory. Ready. 3, 2, 1. With Flitwick's countdown, sleep now. Diggory's spell struck, hitting a green-armored magical puppet. The puppet, standing at only 5 feet tall, wielded a single-handed axe and a small round shield. However, Diggory's sleep spell merely created a dent in the armor, failing to incapacitate it. Kiki, using a sleep spell against a lady, how gentlemanly of you. Chin-Yi peered out from behind the armor, grinning mischievously at Diggory. Obstruction. Without explanation, Diggory cast an obstacle spell at Chin-Yi's summoned creature, hindering its advance. Then, before the eyes of all, Diggory turned green. Big brother! Alan shouted in horror, covering his mouth. Diggory knelt on the dueling stage, gagging. Poisoned. Diggory gritted his teeth, glaring at the small head peeking from behind the armor. All-out attack. As Diggory's spell took effect, tables, chairs, and everything movable flew toward Chin-Yi. Hermione squeezed Ginny's hand in anxiety. Energy wave. Yet Chin-Yi remained unfazed, effortlessly deflecting the incoming objects with a single move. Diggory, undeterred, pressed on. Merely bouncing off did not equate to nullifying the spell. Soul Talisman. Armor Shield. As Chin-Yi glanced at him from behind the armor, Diggory fortified himself with a defensive charm. However, to everyone's surprise, Chin-Yi's attack pierced through the protection, striking Diggory directly. Aya! He howled in agony, curling up. Unlike the physical damage from the Soul Flame Talisman, the Soul Talisman inflicted mental anguish. Its limited range and slow speed were its drawbacks, and on the dueling stage, Diggory had little room to evade. Under the effects of Chin-Yi's poison, he could only watch helplessly as her attack connected. The pain was far worse than anticipated. The torment was palpable, and the mental anguish was a new experience for Diggory. Big brother! Big brother! Alan rushed to protect Diggory as he collapsed. I apologize for going too hard. Chin-Yi raised her hand to dispel the poison effect, and the effects of the Soul Talisman had already dissipated. He was simply experiencing the aftermath of mental strain. Is he all right? Chin-Yi squatted beside Diggory and Alan, offering 2 large rabbit milk candies. Give these to your brother. They'll help. Thank you. Alan accepted the candy, and with the aid of other Hufflepuff wizards, they carried the groaning Diggory away. Big brother, are you okay? Alan placed one of Chin-Yi's candies into Diggory's mouth. I'm feeling much better. I should not have underestimated my opponent. I was too careless. After consuming the candy, Diggory relaxed his brow and exhaled. You've defeated so many today, including Harry Potter. You're truly impressive. Alan beamed at Diggory, handing him a glass of water. Ultimately, a frog at the bottom of a well, Diggory shook his head. While Alan went to fetch water, he had a moment to converse with the internal Acna assistant system. The system could replicate the spells used by Cheney, but he was unable to cast them, as his mental fortitude was still untrained, much like a muggle attempting to learn magic. What a futile endeavor this has been. Meanwhile, on the stage, Cheney turned her gaze toward Lockhart. Professor, would you care to join me? She arched an eyebrow, gesturing toward him with her chin. Now, the pressure of murmurs fell upon Lockhart. Haha. Seeing our clever and brave little lady from the east, I cannot dampen the enthusiasm of my students. Lockhart arrived at the position previously occupied by Diggory. Miss, prepare yourself. To be honest, Professor Cheney has showcased his ancient magic to me before, and I have longed to experience it firsthand. I hope you will not hold back. With that, Lockhart assumed a duel stance. Indeed, should you fall victim to my magic, you will experience it as intended. If you do not, it would mean I am unable to best you with my full strength. Cheney maintained a calm demeanor, lightly waving her hand. And there is the matter of my brother's revenge. The talisman transformed into the shape of a greatsword, its blade adorned with intricate golden dragon engravings. Cheney, hailing from the Huan Nation, age 10, I seek your guidance. Only Hermione perceived the transformation in Cheney, as if she had become an entirely different person. Perhaps this was the true essence of Cheney. Hermione's fist at her sides clenched tighter. Prepare. 3, 2, 1. The countdown by Flitwick concluded. The sunlight blazed. Warrior summon. Initiating with a meat shield is a fundamental tactic for sorceresses, as they lack the magical shields of wizards or the barbaric charges of warriors. However, Cheney was instantly blinded by a powerful light spell from Lockhart. Limitless True Energy. Activate. As Cheney's magic unfolded, not only did a weapon materialize, but a faint white Taoist robe also appeared around her, sinking into the mire. Lockhart's second spell was a broad restraining technique. Sacrifice the warrior, arise, moon spirit summon. Unperturbed by her opponent's actions, Cheney summoned one of her mightiest servants, the King of Moon Spirits. Alas! Thunderous explosion. Lockhart noted the disappearance of the relaxed expression on the moon spirit's face and began unleashing high-powered destructive spells. Professor. Upon witnessing Lockhart's aggression, all the young wizards gasped in shock. Professor Lockhart, how can you cast such spells against a little girl? Flitwick immediately sought to halt the duel. Harry, Hermione, and the others swiftly drew their wands, one hand holding the talisman aimed at Lockhart. Watch closely. That is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Lockhart frantically exchanged various spells with the moon spirit. The moon spirit, a floating green fairy, remained stationary, continuously channeling nature magic directed at Lockhart. Lockhart, seemingly explaining to the onlookers, overlooked a magical projectile from the moon spirit. This time, everyone gained insight. The magic projectile struck the tables and chairs behind Lockhart, causing frost to spread from the explosion site, enveloping a vast area. Except for Harry and a few others, all gazes turned towards Cheney filled with trepidation. So tiresome. Is it not over yet? Then let us try this, death. Suddenly, Cheney coughed up blood, and the failed spell dissipated into the air. In that moment, while all attention was focused on Cheney, only Arian, or rather, Acna, noticed that Lockhart's eyes brightened the moment he saw Cheney raise her hand to cast a spell, as if he were waiting for that instant. While fending off the moon spirit's attack, he threw something towards Cheney, leading to her sudden ailment. Her eyes lost their luster. The Taoist robe and the dragon-patterned sword talisman vanished, and Cheney began to collapse towards the dueling platform. Cheney! Ron rushed in just in time to catch her, swiftly moving her aside. Hermione assessed Cheney's condition while calling her name. Meanwhile, Ginny hurriedly fetched a candy to restore her mental strength. However, Cheney's lips remained tightly sealed, rendering the attempt futile. It was a situation they had never encountered before. As all attention shifted to Cheney, Lockhart subtly raised the corner of his mouth, silently retrieving something from his feet. It's impossible to feed her. Hermione felt a surge of anxiety, closed her eyes, and placed the candy in her mouth. But the website's latest address is M22FF. CB, regardless of whether she pried or pushed, Hermione failed. Hey, is she petrified? Arian, hiding behind the now-recovered Diggory, whispered a reminder. Petrified? Hermione felt warmth and a heartbeat from the girl she held, yet her body was rigid. Indeed. Petrified. Hermione instructed Ron to carry Cheney back to the common room, recalling that she possessed a treasured vial of star tears, a parting gift from Cheney. I believe it is best to wait for the headmaster. However, Professor Lockhart obstructed the classroom door. Step aside. Hermione brandished her wand at Lockhart. There can be no such unexpected occurrences without cause. Before she fell into this petrified state, she was preparing to cast some spell. What was it? Death something? What if this was a backlash from a failed spell? Of course, I do not doubt her, but it is best to have a professional examine the situation. Would you not agree? Lockhart shrugged, feigning innocence, claiming he was merely acting for everyone's benefit. You. Upon hearing this, Hermione instinctively aimed to punch him, but Harry restrained her. Hermione, we know Cheney. Let's wait for the headmaster to validate our claims. Harry's gaze remained fixed on Lockhart, his anger simmering just below the surface. However, now was not the time for rash actions. The other young wizards huddled behind Professor Flitwick, observing the unfolding drama. Then I suppose you cannot stop me if I leave? Hermione thought, reasoning that if you wouldn't allow her to carry E for treatment, she could go retrieve the star tears herself. I'm afraid, due to the close relationship you share with her, to prevent you from destroying anything upon your return, and for your own innocence, we must wait for the headmaster. Lockhart continued to smile, shaking his head. You scoundrel. If anything happens to Cheney, I will ensure you pay 100-fold. Hermione's spell grazed Lockhart's head and struck the wall. That is not a wise course of action, Miss Granger. Lockhart chuckled, smoothing his hair where the spell had passed. Before long, the headmaster arrived, accompanied by several professors. What has transpired? Good day, Professor Dumbledore. The situation is as follows. Lockhart recounted the events without embellishment, omitting Acna's observations. However, to the ears of others, it appeared Lockhart sincerely sought to prove the innocence of Hermione and her companions, as he did not mention any defamation or fabricated accusations. He even offered brief explanations to Cheney and Hermione regarding things they would not comprehend, asserting they could not possibly. At least in the eyes of most, Lockhart seemed a responsible professor, and his writings were based on personal experience. He was likely adept at uncovering clues and resolving cases. As for the situation, that could wait. First, injured students must be taken to the infirmary. The headmaster frowned at the petrified Cheney. Harry, you and the others come with me. The play concluded, and everyone departed, brimming with curiosity and excitement. Indeed, they left with a wealth of gossip and dubious facts. In the end, Hermione utilized the star tears under the watchful eyes of the headmaster and others to free Cheney from her petrified state. Although the professors remained silent, the seeds of doubt had been sown, and once such suspicion takes root, it is not easily remedied, especially in the absence of substantial evidence. Hermione wept for a long time while embracing Cheney, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. I'm fine. I merely used the star tears you gave me. I'll get you another bottle later. Cheney returned the hug, patting Hermione's back in reassurance. But why did you suddenly petrify? Harry paced back and forth at the bedside, pondering the events that had transpired. I felt as if something bit me. And then I lost all memory. Cheney could recall only that much. I understand. You should rest. We will search for clues. Hermione, what about you? Harry nodded, preparing to leave the infirmary, glancing at Hermione, who still clung to Cheney. I'll stay with her for a while. You all go ahead. Hermione wiped her tears, wishing to ask Cheney some questions. All right, let us meet in the Great Hall for dinner. After bidding farewell to Harry and the others, Hermione turned to Cheney. Hermione? Fool. Hermione silently sat at the edge of Cheney's bed, grasping her hand. What is the reason behind your icy demeanor? To be honest, I could probably guess even if you didn't say anything. Yes, I was always subjected to specialized education, with no one smiling at me or playing with me. And gradually I developed that habit. But the upside is that it keeps my mind quite calm. That would be my brother, who always smiles at me and insists that I smile back. Humph. Suddenly, Cheney leapt onto the adjacent bed of Cheney, pulling out a marker from nowhere and began doodling on his face. The professor will scold you for this. Hermione covered her face, realizing she had unnecessarily worried about her. This ungrateful child. As anticipated, under the fermenting conspiracy theories, Cheney's name spread throughout the school. Some believed she was the perpetrator, meticulously comparing the words from the mirror during the first attack, asserting that Cheney matched perfectly. Others argued it was impossible, claiming she was merely an 11-year-old girl, and pointed out that on the day of the incident, Cheney had been with them and had not left their company, providing both witnesses and an alibi. The last group consisted of the paranoid faction, who were eager to see if another attack would occur. If no further incidents were reported while Cheney was under surveillance, it would speak volumes. Conversely, if attacks resumed, that too would be telling. By the time Christmas arrived, the situation had escalated. Since no one had been attacked, many unfavorable circumstances pointed towards Cheney. Perhaps that is his intention. Ginny mused while enjoying the breakfast Hermione had brought her, yawning as she spoke. She was unconcerned. After all, she was not here merely to obtain a diploma. What could he possibly want? I don't know, but it feels as if he is concealing something with his actions. Having finished her meal, Ginny sprawled lazily across Hermione's lap. In the Hufflepuff dormitory, Diggory was tirelessly seeking ways to strengthen his mental fortitude. Ever since witnessing Ginny's ancient magic, he had been restless with curiosity. The auxiliary system has meticulously prepared all the educational materials, yet he finds himself at a loss to comprehend them. Recently, an unusual trend has emerged within the campus, as some female students have spontaneously regarded Diggory as the chosen successor. After all, he is the man who dared to duel with Ginny and emerge victorious against Harry. This has placed an immense burden on Diggory. He is uncertain how to articulate his feelings or respond to the gazes of those around him. At this moment, only Alan can truly understand his plight. Every time Diggory gazed upon Alan, he seemed on the verge of expressing something yet held back, revealing his profound inner turmoil. Witnessing Diggory's sigh as he departed from the dormitory pierced Alan's heart with an ache. Previously mentioned, Acna's abilities were universally applicable to both Alan and Diggory. Alan's mind recalled the magical teachings from that fateful duel with Ginny, even the incomplete incantation she had attempted, the Eye of Death. The magical effects inscribed were far beyond mere petrification. The mere thought sent chills down Alan's spine. Had Ginny unleashed it, the Lohartians would have been utterly obliterated. A potent corrosion. It was nothing akin to trivial petrification. Moreover, there was intelligence regarding Acna, leading Alan to believe that Diggory was undoubtedly aware of the truth of the matter. The current dilemma for the latter was his inability to explain how he had acquired such information, which hindered his progress. Thus, Alan took a bold step. One evening during dinner, he approached Harry and the others, and spoke loudly to Ginny, "I believe you are not the perpetrator of the attack on our classmates. Please do not be disheartened." Almost half of the hall heard Alan's words, and since no one had been attacked, most began to suspect or even conclude that Ginny was indeed the culprit. Even the world's most powerful white wizard, Headmaster Dumbledore, believes in you. "I have no reason to doubt," Alan exclaimed before covering his face and hastily returning to his seat beside him. Diggory looked on in astonishment at the timid boy who usually trailed behind him. This declaration caused an uproar among the other students in the hall. Many found merit in Alan's argument. After all, if Ginny were such a malicious criminal, the headmaster would certainly not allow her presence. Others questioned, "If Ginny is not the murderer, will we still be in danger?" Some insisted, "It cannot be. The culprit must be Ginny, especially since there have been no attacks for over 2 months. Yet, as Diggory patted Alan's head, he seemed to come to a realization. "I believe what you say." With a grin, Alan returned the smile. Alan was indeed taking a considerable risk. Regardless, Lockhart was now watching him with great interest, increasing the likelihood of him becoming a target for an attack, though it could also diminish. Most troubling was the unnerving feeling of being scrutinized by the peculiar Lockhart. However, the rewards were substantial. He had managed to break the stalemate between his brother and Harry, laying the groundwork for future guidance, and had left a favorable impression on Harry's group. Not a loss, indeed. Harry recalled that the boy was none other than Diggory's small companion. Was he perhaps arranged by Diggory? Regardless, upon noticing Diggory looking his way, Harry nodded slightly in gratitude, to which Diggory waved and smiled in return. "Isn't that the boy from the bookstore?" Ginny pondered with her head tilted. "Ah, the bookstore clerk from our first meeting," Hermione exclaimed. "No wonder he always came over to say hello." Ron waved to Diggory and the others as well. It seemed all was in order. The next step was to inform his brother about the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets, but a good reason needed to be devised. Alan felt he was exhausting his efforts for this group. In the underground second level of a certain ruin, Lady Shauna, "We still cannot find the exit. We have discovered a new fork in the path after wandering for approximately half an hour. TSK, have the others not returned yet?" Shauna bit her finger while standing at a T-junction, having led her remaining subordinates back from the underground third level of the ruin nearly a month ago. They had encountered only sporadic demons and monsters along the way, the most notable being the dark creatures faced in the third level's hall. Additionally, there were the formidable minotaurs and the winged goat-headed demons. The minotaurs engaged in straightforward melee combat, wielding their chain maces with remarkable speed. The goat-headed demons lurked above in the labyrinth, occasionally appearing to unleash magical flames from above. As Shauna contemplated the next direction to proceed, sounds of running echoed from the adjacent passage. "Lady Shauna, help me." Upon hearing the cry for help, all the resting team members sprang into combat readiness. Fireball. Shauna hurled a fireball into the fray. Illuminated by the flames, they beheld a multitude of minotaurs and flaming goat-headed demons pursuing the distressed subordinate. As the crowd prepared to take action, the throng of demons behind that individual suddenly parted to create a passage. A much larger demon, its entire form a deep shade of reddish-brown, emerged wielding twin blades. With just 2 swift strikes, it cleaved the fleeing subordinate before it into 3 pieces. After the kill, whether spurred by the sin of blood or some other fervor, it roared and raised its dual blades, ready to unleash a binding spell. I shall buy us some time. Without hesitation, Shauna unleashed a barrage of firewalls. All the warriors under her command manifested their weapons, realizing that direct confrontation was not an option. Now was not the time for restraint. Shauna directed her warriors to gradually retreat, employing her long-range assassination sword techniques to eliminate foes as they crossed the fiery abyss and entered her attack range. She sensed that, without any preparation, should that dual-wielding demon break through the ranks, all would be lost. Surprisingly, however, the adversary had no intention of advancing. It stood resolutely before the inferno, fixated on Shauna. Meanwhile, the other demons launched their assaults. The winged goat-headed demons were the first to surge through the fiery expanse. Shauna commanded her companions to hold their ground and not retreat, while she herself retreated, conjuring a wall of flames to create a barrier between her allies and the demons. Lady Shauna, we are prepared. The large binding spell required a coalition of multiple sorcerers to unleash. The stronger the opponent, the greater the chance of failure. Now, at the precise moment the wall of fire dissipated, Shauna signaled the sorcerers to cast the spell. A brilliant array of light enveloped the passage, ensnaring any demon that dared to enter its confines. Upon witnessing the successful casting of the spell, Shauna led several mages in chanting a vast area spell. She noticed that among the opposing demons, the dual-wielding demon showed no signs of retreat. Without hesitation, it unleashed a chilling roar, striking with ferocity. The mages, with their prowess, quickly cleared the passage, leaving only the dual-wielding demon standing. With a mere flick of its great blade, the demon shattered the thin layer of ice encasing it. Just as the onlookers sighed in relief at its solitary presence, the demon crouched low. In the blink of an eye, it lunged forward like a crimson bullet, breaking through the binding spell's formation and plunging into the crowd. Scatter! Shauna sensed impending doom as the demon crouched. To her shock, the collective effort to bind it was easily dismantled. Then, there was nothing more. Shauna felt as though she had been struck head-on by a truck, hurtling through the air. The first target of the dual-wielding demon's assault was none other than her. Had it not been for her profound magical and mental fortitude, and her magical shield's superior resilience compared to her companions, that strike would have cleaved her in 2. Meanwhile, the others scattered in panic. Originally, this was a T-shaped intersection, and the dual-bladed demon fixed its gaze on one fleeing direction, pursuing with determined strides, fortunately not choosing the path that Shauna had taken to escape. At this moment, Shauna was rescued by several of her subordinates, hastily advancing through the corridor in search of a concealed refuge. Lady Shauna has awakened. Lower your voices. Understood. Understood. My head aches terribly. Where am I? Shauna felt pain coursing through her body, recalling only that she had been struck at the center of her magical shield by the dual-bladed demon, after which she was flung away. Lady Shauna, there are fewer demons nearby, so we chose this place to rest for a while, replied a sorceress assigned to care for her. What shall we do now? We cannot exit, and our numbers have dwindled significantly, the sorceress said, her voice tinged with frustration. Shauna gently patted the sorceress's head, offering her a few words of comfort. Do not worry. When my family sent me here, I was fully prepared. If there is no message returned within a month, they will surely dispatch a rescue team. Our primary concern now is that wretched demon. It is likely the guardian of this level. If we can defeat it, our safety will greatly increase, and we can hold out until help arrives. Shauna recalled the events of the previous battle. But how can we fight such a formidable demon? A nearby warrior crouched, voicing his concern. I will think it over. Though I am uncertain, that creature seems to fear fire, Shauna replied hesitantly. When my firewall burned, it did not dare to approach. Perhaps it is merely waiting for the right moment? Another subordinate suggested. If we encounter it, we might give it a try. Shauna's intuition has always been reliable. I have returned. At that moment, a warrior subordinate suddenly appeared from around a corner, plopping down onto the ground and grabbing a nearby water container to quench his thirst. Ah, you are awake, my lady. I have discovered the exit, the warrior exclaimed, bringing good news. But the dual-bladed demon guards it, he added, delivering less favorable tidings. Please, elaborate, Shauna urged. It is the corridor where the dual-bladed demon appeared. We had previously eliminated a considerable number of demons, so I took advantage of the reduced threat to sneak over and investigate. The exit is not far, it leads upward. But that demon is stationed there. Evidently, to escape, a confrontation with it was inevitable. Shauna struck her palm with her fist, relishing the opportunity for vengeance. After resting for a day to regain their energy and vitality, the group, led by the scouting warrior, made their way toward the exit. Within the labyrinthine underground maze, the exit was situated in a grand hall. Once teeming with monsters, it now held only a solitary dual-bladed demon. According to the plan, I will test the waters first. You all hide well, Shauna instructed. Once everyone had concealed themselves, she ventured forth alone. With a casual flourish, she unleashed her firewall. The demon immediately detected her presence, however. Shauna maneuvered around a stone pillar, enveloping herself in flames. Now, the question remained, did the demon truly fear fire? Indeed, confronted by the inferno, the dual-bladed demon remained stationary, fixated on Shauna. Little fireballs, Shauna declared, launching a barrage of small fireballs toward her adversary. The dual-bladed demon swiftly wielded its blades, dispersing the incoming projectiles. At this point, Shauna was nearly certain it must indeed fear flames, though a lingering doubt remained. Perhaps it merely harbored a disdain for fire, and under pressure, it could break free of its constraints. Thus, Shauna took her position in the corner, maintaining her firewall around her as she began summoning storm clouds overhead. Time ticked away. Shauna struck the demon with countless bolts of lightning, yet the dual-bladed demon remained outside the firewall, though it had transitioned from a state of stillness to pacing anxiously about the perimeter. Could it be immune to all elements save for fire? Suddenly, an idea struck Shauna. What if she enveloped it entirely in the firewall? What would be the outcome of a direct hit from fire magic? Gradually, she used the sea of flames to restrict its movement, driving it toward a corner. As Shauna beheld the demon cornered by flames, a thrill of vengeance surged within her. Next, she conjured a multitude of small fireballs, merging them into one colossal fireball. Compared to Harry's large fireball, Shauna's creation resembled a miniature sun. Perish, wretched one, she cried, sending the blazing orb hurtling toward the dual-bladed demon. With a deafening roar, the flames ignited upon contact, engulfing the demon in a conflagration. Its once reddish-brown muscular form was now consumed by fire, and the anguished cries resonated painfully for all to hear. However, after being devoured by the flames, the demon succumbed to a complete frenzy. Realizing the danger, Shauna swiftly retreated from the scene. The demon behind her fixated on her, relentlessly pursuing her with frenzied strikes, leaving a trail of flames in its wake that gradually constricted Shauna's avenues of escape. As the space for her evasive maneuvers diminished, Shauna prompted the others to begin their preparations. At this moment, the demon's dual blades were ensnared in flames, rendering the originally blood-red blades even more menacing. When they struck the ground, it was akin to the earth itself fracturing. The binding spell. The onlookers, who had been lurking in concealment, were not idle. Under the leadership of a sorcerer, they collaboratively cast a grand binding magic circle. Upon witnessing this, Shauna led her companions to breach the magical formation. Previously, the demon had utilized its agility to shatter the circle. However, this time it was devoid of such flamboyance. The binding spell manifested its efficacy. Although it did not fully restrain the foe, it afforded Shauna ample time to create distance. The warriors were spearheaded by the mightiest among them. Most of the warriors directed their mental energy into the demon's form. The blade of judgment, wielded by the most formidable being, began to shimmer with flames. With the strike, Lady Shauna, bind the demon spell. The warrior swiftly dashed behind the pillar adjacent to the binding spell. Shauna comprehended the intentions of her adversary, circling around as she led the demon once again through the enchanted prison. Perish, taste my blazing fire. Severed in twain. The warrior suddenly emerged from behind the stone pillar as the foe passed by, brandishing her weapon in a sweeping motion. Flames entwined around her blade, forming a magnificent spectral edge of fire. With such a formidable strike, she cleaved the dual-bladed demon in half. Have we won? Indeed, we have triumphed. We have emerged victorious. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers as they beheld the demon slowly disintegrating into ash. Shauna, shedding her leaderly composure, sank down onto the ground, a faint smile gracing her face. Hope surged within everyone as they envisioned a chance to escape alive. After all, based on their observations, the monsters grew weaker the higher they ascended. Yet, would their escape truly unfold as smoothly? On the grand altar of the third underground level, the towering demon with a fissured back was bellowing in furious rage. There, 10 more of the dual-bladed demons awaited the weary adventurers. Before the rift, a demonic figure gradually emerged. This avatar, merely a third of the size of the original entity within the rift, was already larger than the dual-wielding demon. Moreover, in contrast to the dual-bladed demon, it is further entwined with several bolts of lightning. Go, Retrieve the souls of those humans for me," commanded the doppelganger to the 10 demons kneeling before him. Oblivious to this, Shauna and her companions continued their search for an exit within the labyrinth's first layer. "Your Majesty." The Crown Prince, Grandis, and Priscilla knelt before the throne, reporting the latest intelligence from the Woma Forest to the kingdom's supreme ruler. Cheney waited outside the grand hall for the summons. Soon after, the Crown Prince emerged, accompanied by Priscilla and Grandis. As the foremost heir to the kingdom, the Crown Prince wore a benevolent smile. He first nodded at Cheney and then, under his gaze, gallantly took Priscilla's hand. "We agreed that upon your return, I would take you to explore the auction," he remarked, placing a bouquet of flowers, sent by the guards, into Priscilla's hands. "Oh, wait, I believe we did discuss that. But it seems I have some matters to attend to." Priscilla suddenly paused, furrowing her brow in contemplation, as if recalling the arrangement. Perhaps she did not wish to put the Crown Prince in an awkward position. Grandis then approached Cheney, stating, "The king requests your presence for a discussion." "Hey, come find us here once you're done," Priscilla said, handing Cheney a note before being led away by the Crown Prince. The note contained the details of their collective dormitory for military personnel, with instructions to inform the gatekeeper to seek out Grandis and her. "Are you quite intrigued by Sir Cheney?" the Crown Prince inquired, observing Priscilla's actions without any notable reaction. "Isn't the Crown Prince curious about an unexpectedly formidable figure?" Priscilla retorted without answering directly. "You are indeed correct. He is quite an intriguing individual," the Crown Prince replied with a smile, leading Priscilla and Grandis away from the palace. At this moment, Cheney was in the presence of His Majesty the King. "I have heard from the steward about certain matters concerning you. Might you indulge me with a conversation?" the king inquired. "Well, there isn't much to recount, but if you wish to listen," Cheney replied, shrugging his shoulders as he settled into the chair that had been brought for him by the king's attendants. "It was a long, long time ago, indeed, ages past, that I, along with some acquaintances, well, friends, I suppose, though they were merely unfamiliar scientists from the expedition team, ventured to excavate a suddenly appeared relic. After we had compiled our findings, I was ambushed by a colleague. Loart, indeed, was a colleague, and then fell into a deep slumber, only awakening in the past month or two." Cheney slightly altered the facts, weaving a plausible narrative while remaining largely truthful. He sensed that ever since his entrance, 2 audacious presences had been scrutinizing his situation. Fortunately, the story he had crafted appeared to bear fruit. "I sincerely apologize for the treatment you have received, Lord Cheney," the king said, gesturing for his attendants to come forth and unshackle the chains from Cheney's feet, though those on his hands remained intact. "I hope you can understand our actions." At that moment, 2 figures emerged behind the king. One was a warrior clad in dark armor emblazoned with a colossal demonic visage upon his chest. Cheney had heard descriptions from the steward and recognized it as the celestial demon armor, a garb reserved for the holy warriors. It was said that the demonic skull depicted on the armor belonged to a tyrant from ages past, who had proclaimed himself a celestial demon. He was accompanied by 4 formidable holy warriors, yet his nature was one of brutality and bloodlust, ultimately inciting rebellion among the populace, with even some of the leading generals defecting from his ranks. In light of such circumstances, the tyrant demon exhibited no semblance of remorse. Ultimately, dozens of formidable warriors on the brink of ascension to the sacred level, under the leadership of a holy warrior, a divine mage, and a celestial sovereign, vanquished this tyrant along with his 4 great warriors. The celestial armor, crafted from the skull of a tyrant, was seized by the holy warrior, becoming the treasured relic of the present-day Wyrma Kingdom. This very armor is donned by that formidable champion, even though some smaller nations later gave rise to equally brutal monarchs. None have succeeded in forging a warrior's armor more powerful than this one. Meanwhile, another figure stands as the esteemed deity of the Wyrma Kingdom, clad in a robe of white and green, adorned with a purple breastplate, and playfully wielding a folding fan. This celestial being exudes an aura of grace. The white attire is as refreshing as the dawn's first light, the purple accent evokes the essence of lilacs, and the green embellishments imbue each day with hope. It is said that only those who have comprehended the principles of yin and yang, as well as life and death, can draw forth clouds and radiant mists to forge such a divine robe. This garment symbolizes both power and status, and its inherent connection to potent natural forces allows the deity to wield their mystical arts with unparalleled finesse. Upon the arrival of these 2 individuals, a formidable sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere. Cheney furrowed his brow, for he was still bound by 2 demon-sealing bracelets, rendering him incapable of resistance. Just as Cheney was on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, both figures simultaneously retracted their imposing aura. The Holy War nodded subtly at Chinyu before departing the Grand Hall without a backward glance. The Celestial Master whispered something into the king's ear, then smiled as he elegantly flicked open his folding fan and walked past Chinyu. Release the magic restraint bracelet from Lord Chinyu. Upon hearing the Celestial Master's words, the king also smiled and promptly ordered his attendants to lift Chinyu's bindings, although the specifics of their conversation remained unclear. The restoration of the flow of magical energy within him was undoubtedly a positive development. A week from now, I shall host a small banquet in your honor. And I hope you will grace us with your presence, the king declared. Is there anything I need to do? Chinyu understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. There is nothing required of you, my lord. Simply accept the official position and title I shall bestow upon you, came the king's reply. To win over a divine mage is undoubtedly a shrewd move. You have 3 days to contemplate this. I trust you will not decline. I expect an answer in 3 days. The rulers of great nations possess their own authority and do not bow before the strong. Subsequently, under the guidance of the guards, Chinyu proceeded to his side hall to rest. The guards did not intend to restrict his movements with the king's token in hand. He could roam freely within the palace. Fortunately, he aimed to investigate certain matters here, and thus prepared to seek out Grandis for insights on interpersonal relations. Hey, I believe I only asked for you to come? Chinyu remarked as he walked alongside Grandis, with a small shadow, Priscilla, trailing behind. I can hear you, came Priscilla's retort, her sharp elven ears picking up every word. Those long ears of yours are certainly not for naught. By the way, did the Crown Prince not invite you to the auction? Chinyu scratched his head in resignation, attempting to shift the topic. What's my keen hearing got to do with your ears? Priscilla replied, her face flushed as she covered her ears. Am I so neurotic that I would follow others to shop right after returning? Shouldn't I be resting instead? Then why are you following us? We're off to have a drink, Chinyu said as he entered a bar he frequently visited with Grandis. I just want to eat something and unwind. Are you looking for trouble? Priscilla was on the verge of a meltdown. You're so quiet when you're not speaking. What did you say? The latest website address is M22FF. CB. So, Mr. Chinyu, what did you wish to inquire about? Grandis interjected, interrupting their playful banter. Ah, well, the king wants me to. And there are so many things I still do not know, so I would like you to enlighten me on related matters. Chinyu recounted some of his conversations with the king earlier that day and sought information regarding the kingdom's higher-ups. After finishing a glass of beer, Priscilla burped. Huh? Do I even need to ask? Are you really that foolish? The kingdom currently boasts 3 war saints, 2 mage saints, and 1 Dao saint. In addition to the 2 you met today. Slightly tipsy, she rambled on, punctuating her words with jibes. That has the military strength. Additionally, there are 5 major legions, one of which is led by Grandis and me, which you've seen. There are also 4 others with similar setups. This infuriates me. Speaking of which, it reminds me of how you tricked me. And you say it's all for money. Priscilla's left hand pounded on Chinyu's shoulder repeatedly. Her cheeks flushed and swaying slightly, while her right hand occasionally took another sip of beer. Cough, cough. What about the Crown Prince? Chinyu could not forget the Crown Prince's gaze. Seizing the opportunity while Priscilla was inebriated, he decided to inquire further. That softy? Hick. He just stays in the royal city, too afraid to step outside. Hick. He is even less courageous than the 3rd prince, that brash fool. I can't believe I used to call him brother when we were young, thinking he would inherit the holy war. Priscilla slumped back on the sofa, her mind hazy from the 3rd drink. Forgive me, Mr. Chinyu. The king has only 2 princes. The 2nd princess left on a journey alone years ago and has yet to return. As for the Crown Prince, to put it bluntly, we all know he has liked Priscilla for quite some time. However, he treats her like a sister, which has led her to harbor resentment towards him. Devoid of any romantic feelings. Please do not take her words to heart. At his core, the Crown Prince is a benevolent ruler who cares deeply for his people. Although he has never left the city of Biki, he has traversed every street, even the slums, providing support to many orphans and soldiers who can no longer fight due to injuries. Compared to Priscilla, Grandis's portrayal was devoid of bias. The 3rd prince harbors a deep disdain for evil, yet his impulsive nature often leads him to inadvertently offend others while trying to do good. However, unlike the Crown Prince, the 3rd prince prefers to patrol the borders rather than linger in the city. That explains it. I thought the Crown Prince's gaze towards me was peculiar today. It seems he was jealous. Indeed, as you can see, Priscilla is an utterly reliable companion in battle, yet in private, she remains an immature girl. I hope you will not hold her childishness against her. Is Priscilla an elf? Chinyu inquired, glancing at the sleepy, sweet-faced elf sprawled on the sofa between them. Regardless of their race, women are most adorable when they are asleep, he mused, recalling the times he had soothed his younger sister to sleep. Chini has always been a mischievous spirit. Cold and aloof, she often caused trouble. If I hadn't been stern with her, she would have been even more unruly today. Indeed, as you can see, she is one of the last remaining elves in this world. Currently, there are probably fewer than 100 of her kind left in the kingdom of Woma. Her attachment to you likely stems from a desire to find a protector for her dwindling kin, Grandis explained with a resigned shrug. Chinyu nodded silently and proceeded to inquire about some of the kingdom's ministers. Grandis provided a response. This evening, Chinyu experienced considerable gains, however. He could sense that Grandis's reply was excessively formal, likely concealing many matters unknown to him. The Crown Prince, Kira, is merely 24 years of age this year. Ahem. The third prince, Fanyao, is 18 years old. His Majesty the King is simply referred to as His Majesty, and his name is not to be discussed. The Holy Wars Isli stands as the most formidable among the 3 holy warriors of the previous generation, yet his years are still few. The name of the Celestial Sovereign remains a mystery, for the original Celestial Sovereign accompanied the Holy War King on his conquests even before the founding of the nation. Thereafter, each succeeding Celestial Sovereign has been designated by the predecessor. Curiously, every individual who inherits the title of Celestial Sovereign discards their original name. And it seems as though those in the know, be it family, lovers, or close friends, fall under a collective amnesia. As no one recalls the deeds of the individual prior to their ascension as Celestial Sovereign, only the exploits attributed to the Celestial Sovereign endure in memory. The heavenly demonic armor, revered as a national treasure, symbolizes the founding of the nation. It was during the Holy War of the Woma Kingdom that the divine sorcerer of the Zuma Kingdom, alongside a mysterious and formidable celestial being, brought an end to the tyrannical reign of the demonic overlord, thus dividing the continent into 2 great realms. He placed his hand upon Priscilla's head, and a surge of white light enveloped her, gradually rousing the inebriated little sprite from her slumber. Although she possessed undeniable beauty, it was marred by the drool at the corner of her mouth and the imprint of the sofa etched upon half her face. Yet, Chinyu observed that despite this, the young girl had yet to open her eyes. The secrets of this place remained elusive. After escorting the 2 back to the military quarters, Chinyu silently turned away as he watched Priscilla sway unsteadily while following Grandis into the compound. This enigmatic era was becoming increasingly intriguing to him. At this moment, a figure cloaked in a full-length mantle traversed a gorge teeming with venomous serpents. Occasionally, massive carnivorous plants emerged from the earth as if sensing an intruder, while numerous hairy, poisonous spiders loomed larger than some species of snakes. Undeterred by the ominous surroundings, the cloaked individual produced a vial of an unknown potion and sprayed it liberally over their body before charging toward the monstrous entities. As the figure passed, the serpents seemed to recoil in aversion, parting to clear a path, while the carnivorous plants could not keep pace with such speed. Binding spell. A young girl's voice emanated from beneath the cloak. She ensnared several spiders attempting to approach her with a diminutive binding incantation, swiftly darting past them. Moments later, the spell dissipated, leaving the spiders bewildered as they resumed their patrol of the territory. As the night unfolded, she ultimately arrived at a colossal checkpoint, the boundary between the Kingdom of Wurma and the realm of Mingjong, known as the Venomous Serpent Outpost. Adventurers frequently entered and exited the outpost, while a multitude of street vendors hawked their wares on either side of the gate. Walk on by, take a look. Fresh serpent gallbladders, a coveted herbal remedy of Jichi City. Carnivorous plant fruits and foliage, come by. The sorcerer's favorite, absolutely fresh and in high demand. Spider fangs, only 10 available. First come first served. Warlord oil, maintain your beloved blade and enhance its sharpness. Mystery boxes of trinkets, come and see. It's a risk-free purchase. All sought-after items from the royal city, many of which can elevate your prowess. This place remains unchanged, the girl mused with a sigh. She paused, contemplating, before kneeling to smear some earth from the ground onto her cheeks, transforming into a quintessential adventurer. After all, the oppressive heat rendered daily bathing a luxury few could afford in such a dilapidated outpost. Nearly all adventurers bore the marks of dirt and sweat from their sun-baked endeavors. What price for the fruits and leaves of the carnivorous plants? She inquired, glancing at the nearby city gate without rushing to enter. Instead, she crouched before a vendor's stall, engaging in a spirited negotiation. Not expensive, all fresh. 1 fruit and 1 leaf for a set, 10 sets for just 1 gold coin. The vendor replied with a sycophantic grin upon hearing the girl's voice. Ah, the goods are commendable. How about a silver coin for 10 sets? The girl countered, refusing to be deceived. She hailed from Mingzhong, where haggling and trickery were commonplace, and few at this checkpoint could match her wits. Fine, take it, take it. The vendor, recognizing her discernment, begrudgingly accepted the silver coin. Vendors of such goods were ever present in this locale, and once they sold out, they would swiftly seek out returning adventurers to replenish their stock, eking out a living from the price differences. Engaging in negotiations with someone knowledgeable was ill-advised. Next, the girl approached a stall boasting mystery boxes of jewelry, an item with which she was unfamiliar, having never encountered it before. How much for this? She inquired. Eyeing the assortment of trinkets displayed, which included some exquisite pieces such as yellow crystal rings and devilish necklaces, alongside numerous glass rings, cow horn rings, and commonplace bangles. Before the vendor, an assortment of exquisite goods lay on display: serpentine rings, black crystal rings, golden rings, and even a charm ring for banishing evil spirits. The young girl, clearly knowledgeable about such treasures, noted that for merely one silver coin, one could draw from the blind box, each item within possessing a certain probability of being obtained. Shall we try for a tenfold draw? The vendor suggested, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile as he catered to his customer. Just as the girl hesitated, a young mage approached. Boss, I refuse to believe it. Here is another silver coin. This time, I must succeed. The mage tossed a coin into a small box set aside by the vendor, then began rummaging through a large bag belonging to the vendor. Through the opening, the girl glimpsed numerous tightly wrapped small boxes, their contents obscured. This one feels right. I have a good feeling about it. She heard the mage declare as he selected a particularly appealing box. His voice was loud enough to attract a crowd of adventurers who paused to observe. This lad has played so many times these past few days, it's all rubbish, he lacks the luck, one scoffed. I disagree. One cannot be perpetually unlucky. I believe he might actually have a chance this time, another countered. Just then, before the conversation could continue, a bystander was silenced and dragged away. As the atmosphere grew tense, the girl stifled a yawn while the mage carefully tore a small opening at the top of the box. A wave of magical energy wafted into the air. Incredible, it's truly a treasure. Hold on. I'll offer 5 silver coins, one eager mage exclaimed, hastily producing 5 coins in an attempt to seize the box from the young mage's hands. Not a chance. I've already spent nearly 50 silver coins during this time. Just inhale the energy. If you wish to partake, you'll need to offer me 200 silver coins, the young mage retorted, swatting the hand of the would-be trader and letting the coins clatter to the ground. 200 silver coins could purchase an entire lantern necklace. Who would gamble on an unknown item? The slighted mage, seething with indignation, picked up his fallen coins, muttering sarcastically under his breath. This magical aura suggests it's worth at least a Taoist bracelet or a black sandalwood bracelet, perhaps even a serpentine ring or a charm ring. 5 silver coins? What a naive thought. Come on, hurry up and reveal it. Let us witness the spectacle. The young mage urged, fully committed to unveiling the contents of the blind box. Prepare to have your eyes opened. Without further hesitation, he revealed the box. My goodness, it's truly a charm ring. The crowd gasped as they beheld the silver ring in the young mage's hand, adorned with a glimmering red gemstone. At last, fortune has smiled upon me, he proclaimed, lifting the ring high in triumph and showcasing it to the onlookers. The young girl had already arrived at the entrance, waiting in line, completely oblivious to the commotion behind her, which was clearly a mere ruse. After paying the entrance fee, she opted for a relatively clean inn. Intending to rest for a while, hoping it was not too late, she took out a small box, gently caressing its surface. Chinyu followed helplessly behind Priscilla. In the front, the crown prince walked alongside Priscilla, the two of them engaged in cheerful conversation. Why must I be included? Nevertheless, Chinyu witnessed firsthand the immense affection the crown prince garnered from the citizens of Biki City, as he was greeted warmly wherever he went. The crown prince exhibited no pretentiousness and interacted with others in a remarkably natural manner. However, each time he gazed at others, his eyes brimmed with provocation and scrutiny. When Mr. Chinyu ventured out to procure food, the crown prince approached him. Please, call me Kira when we are not in formal settings. What is your opinion of Priscilla? I am merely a wandering mage, lacking any profound insights. I prefer to roam rather than settle in one location, Chinyu responded, surprising the crown prince. The lucrative offers from the king failed to sway him. After all, he was a deity of magic. This revelation alleviated the crown prince's initial desire to probe Chinyu's character, leading him to relax. You seem to share a similar disposition with my younger sister. It is unfortunate that I do not know her whereabouts. If she returns, I would gladly introduce you. You both would surely find common ground, the crown prince remarked, a look of helplessness crossing his face as he spoke of his sister. Chinyu smiled in response, mindful that royal family matters are best left unspoken. If circumstances permit, I would be keen to explore the Woma forest, as I am deeply intrigued by its altar. As you may know, my background is in archaeology. He gestured dismissively, redirecting the conversation. If you aspire to investigate, I shall certainly assist you, the Crown Prince replied, his countenance brightening as his previous frown dissipated. By the way, I have noticed numerous notices regarding rescue efforts in the Woma forest. Has no one succeeded in bringing back anyone for quite some time? Chinyu squinted thoughtfully, stroking his chin while avoiding direct eye contact with the Crown Prince. Is the Woma forest truly that perilous now? The Crown Princess' response caught Chinyu off guard. Are you unaware, Your Highness? This matter falls under the jurisdiction of the Lord of the Holy War. I am not the king, and thus lack the authority to inquire further, the Crown Prince shrugged. Responsible for the Holy War, you say? Chinyu pondered this information just as Priscilla returned with food. As for the Quidditch Cup, if last year's Dark Horse teams were Slytherin and Gryffindor, this year's surprise team without a doubt is Hufflepuff. Slytherin suffered a defeat against Hufflepuff this past weekend. Congratulations, Diggory. Harry and others in the Great Hall cheered for the newly victorious Diggory. Thank you, everyone. However, we still have a long way to go. This time, Malfoy didn't even play, and we were almost defeated by our opponents, Diggory replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After spending time with Harry and the others, Diggory sought to learn more about mental prowess. Additionally, Arian had been subtly guiding him with various hints. By the way, Arian mentioned he found some clues. Diggory whispered to Harry, drawing closer. Clues? What kind? Harry and the others turned their attention to Arian. Hey, have you all been so engrossed in Quidditch that you've forgotten the main storyline? It has been nearly 2 months since the last attack, and Christmas is approaching. Arian interjected, critiquing their lack of focus. During our first encounter with the attack, I have been reading and found some leads about that snake, which you may not recall. Arian opened a book before Harry. A basilisk. Harry blinked in surprise, glancing at Hermione. Yes, a basilisk. Look here. Any creature that meets its gaze will perish instantly. Indeed, my brother likely met his demise by staring directly at the snake. Chinyu exclaimed, instinctively retreating from the book. Any being that makes direct eye contact with it will perish immediately, while those who see it indirectly, such as through a mirror, will be petrified, Chinyu pointed out, indicating another passage. How did Colin, Katie, and Elias see it? Harry pondered, recalling that there had been no water or glass nearby at the time of the incident. Could it be that the perpetrator cleared away the evidence? Arian suggested, as if struck by a sudden realization. That is a possibility. But who could be suspected of such a thing? And why would they go to such lengths? Don't look at Chinyu. If it's not her, then I am certainly innocent, Hermione remarked, contemplating Arian's observations of Chinyu and promptly scolding him for his unwarranted thoughts. I had no such motives, Arian replied, rubbing his forehead, as he had actually been observing Ginny behind Chinyu, considering whether he could glean any insights from her expression. Your thoughts should be more pure at your age. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, causing even Diggory to feel a bit awkward for his younger companion. This commotion led Arian to realize that the narrative had indeed shifted. It appeared Ginny had not acquired the Horcrux's diary. Without knowledge of the adversary's identity, recklessly venturing into the Chamber of Secrets would be unwise. Harry had also not revealed his ability to speak Parseltongue during this academic year. Perhaps I should attempt to probe Lockhart, as he has been quite peculiar this semester. At that moment, the Great Hall's doors were suddenly flung open with great force. A terrified student rushed in, heading towards the professor's table. Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. An attack has occurred again, he announced, delivering alarming news that sent shockwaves through the hall. Similar to the chaos during the Halloween feast of the first term, pandemonium erupted. Silence. Heads of houses, escort your students back to the common rooms. No one is permitted to wander the school until the situation is clarified, the headmaster instructed, pulling the shaken student aside. Where did this happen? Right near the professor's office. The latest victim is Professor Lockhart. At the rear, Arian was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. He had assumed that the perpetrator was the one to petrify others. Yet it appeared that Lockhart himself had also fallen prey to the same fate. Who else could it be? Unbeknownst to anyone, a new accomplice had emerged beside Malfoy, who had long since vacated the auditorium. Another professor has succumbed to an assault. This is no trivial matter. Headmaster Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he gazed at the statue before him. It was indeed Lockhart, his flamboyant demeanor unmistakable, even in petrification. Lockhart had seen his reflection in the large floor mirror he had ostentatiously placed in his office, for he was exceedingly vain. Headmaster, we must first escort Professor Lockhart to the infirmary. Professor Sprout, how much longer until the mandrake is ready? It will take at least 2 to 3 months before it can be used for medicinal purposes. I understand. The headmaster's voice bore the weight of age. He had likely believed Lockhart was under his watchful eye. Who could have foreseen this? Meanwhile, in a Slytherin dormitory, Malfoy lay soundly asleep. In the dim corners of the room, the voices of 2 individuals engaged in conversation could be heard. Everything seemed to be guided by fate. As a participant in the unfolding events, how much could he truly alter? Your words carry hidden meanings. What of it? Would it not be prudent to eliminate that imp named Yalian? He has been quite loquacious of late. Does it truly matter? Not particularly, as I am nearing the completion of the altar preparations on my end. But what of you? Ensure that woman does not turn the tables on you. Just take care of your own affairs. However, is that Chinyu truly so formidable? She even utilized my painstakingly cultivated little darling. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to sustain such a creature? The rewards far outweigh the costs. As for his sister, I recommend employing her to complete the ritual. Humph. Mind your own business. The dialogue ceased, leaving the dormitory filled solely with the rhythmic sound of Malfoy's gentle breathing in his slumber, as if the previous conversation had never transpired. The following day, Harry and his companions convened once again with Yalian. I heard that Professor Lockhart was attacked. Yalian divulged the information, eager to see if anyone had insights to share. So, the only one acting strangely now is Malfoy, Ron remarked while lifting weights, recalling his earlier altercation with Malfoy on the train. Now, having honed his physique, he yearned for a rematch. Malfoy? Yalian pondered, confused by this individual's peculiarities. Unfamiliar with the first semester, Yalian was unaware that the genteel Malfoy he envisioned was a stark contrast to the person he currently knew. Indeed, during the first semester, Malfoy was. Diggory began explaining to his underlings, and upon hearing about the first semester's Malfoy, Yalian was taken aback. That was not the Malfoy of his recollections. Had something possessed Malfoy previously, or was the current Malfoy the one under influence? The timelines had become convoluted, leaving him unable to draw conclusions. Can Chin's mental magic detect another's mental state? Yalian suddenly inquired of Hermione, who was temporarily overseeing Chin. Detect? Such as appearing fine outwardly, yet having a fragile or dazed mind. Yalian simultaneously posed the same question to Acna in his mind. Can he do that? Hermione grasped his intent and turned to inquire. What constitutes normal? If Malfoy appears mentally sound but is merely a fade, what then? Chin asked, her head tilted, raising a question uncharacteristic of a lady. Indeed. She received a gentle reprimand from Hermione for her audacity. I can give it a try, Acna replied without hesitation. I can give it a try, Chin echoed, rubbing her temples as she spoke to Harry. Nevertheless, Professor Chin had mentioned that Malfoy possessed extraordinary talents and mental strength, and it seemed he also had a magical artifact to prevent prying. Harry nodded at Chin, wishing to avoid any potential complications. Hiki. Rest assured, Chin suddenly chuckled, as if struck by an idea. Do not cause trouble. Let us focus on the task at hand. Hermione understood that the girl had concocted yet another scheme. Later, Diggory discussed the knowledge of mental magic with Harry and Ron, who demonstrated some of their skills, yet Diggory could not grasp the essence of mental power. However, while Acna practiced in secret, holding a sword, she could sense the mental magic of the 3 professions, but none could be properly unleashed, as casting such spells required one's own magical essence as guidance. During lunch in the hall, Chin, with a mischievous smile, launched an attack on Malfoy. Initially, she intended to impart some mischievous sensations to Malfoy, aiming to embarrass him publicly. However, upon slight contact, Chin froze. Avoid. This individual's mental realm was utterly vacant. There was no resistance to her intrusion, nor was there any counterattack. Yet, just as she was about to withdraw in confusion after a fruitless search, a colossal wave of mental power surged back, overpowering her own. Brutality? Not merely that. Coldness? Insufficient? Chaos? Still lacking. A world permeated by the essence of death. Following utter destruction, Chin found herself ensnared within this realm, unable to escape. No matter which direction she pursued, it remained the same, an endless, deathly silence. Chin. Hermione immediately sensed something amiss, but no amount of shaking or calling could rouse her. However, her mental fortitude, along with that of Harry and Ron, is indeed insufficient to partake in such a level of conflict. Presently, Professor Chin remains in a state of unconsciousness. As Hermione and her companions found themselves in a state of bewilderment, Chin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, she weakly collapsed onto Hermione, losing consciousness. Hermione hurriedly retrieved a piece of candy and and fed it to her. That is not human. When Qin regained consciousness, she found herself once again lying in the infirmary, with her familiar brother occupying the adjacent bed. She lay in a position she recognized well, having been in that very spot several times this semester. It can only be said that Qin was fortunate. While trapped in the deathly realm conjured by her adversary, an unforeseen external force forcibly opened a breach. Without hesitation, she seized the opportunity and escaped through it. At this moment, Arian was also in the dormitory, listening to Akna's feedback. That being was no longer human. Much like Qin, the very gap that saved her was opened by Akna herself. However, her mental fortitude surpassed that of Qin, allowing her to extricate herself through her own abilities. Although she suffered no harm, she inadvertently exposed herself. You cannot fathom the turmoil within that individual's mind, filled with destruction and death, embodying the very essence of a malevolent deity. I have never encountered such a presence. Akna's voice trailed off, suddenly lost in thought. I feel as though I have met them before, yet the memory eludes me. Tears began to stream down Akna's face for reasons unknown. Akna, are you all right? Arian asked, concern etched on his face as he searched for tissues. I don't know. I just feel a profound sadness, as though I have lost something, yet simultaneously I feel joy. Am I being ridiculous? Akna wiped her tears, managing a silly smile. You are the most beautiful in the world, just a bit foolish. Don't think about it too much. Arian sighed. Akna was already shrouded in mystery, and he sensed that probing deeper would entangle him in a web of great secrets, matters beyond his current contemplation. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger hovering above him. All he could do was watch Akna, lost and flitting about in confusion. Upon awakening, Qin underwent an examination by Madame Pomfrey, after which she accompanied Hermione out of the hospital. Now, she lay in her dormitory bed, fearfully nestled in Hermione's embrace. She expressed to Hermione, who originally intended to return her to her own bed, that the events of the day had inflicted significant psychological trauma upon her. Although she relished the closeness with Hermione, her words held truth. Destruction, terror, solitude, death. She had never before encountered such a convergence of negativity. Hermione mused that Malfoy must indeed have some issues, and the mere thought of him sent shivers down Qin's spine. Not to dwell on it, she decided to get a good night's sleep. Believing she would regain her spirits by morning, Hermione gently patted Qin's back, soothing the young girl into slumber. In the corner of Malfoy's dormitory that night, a conversation unfolded. I found something remarkable for you. Oh, what is it? I risked exposure today and discovered something you've long coveted. You mean Priscilla? I believe that is her name. Where is she? At school, though I'm unsure who she is. Did you harm her? Do you think that is possible? I've barely begun to learn this wretched magic. If I were as formidable as you suggest, could I truly injure her? True. Then what of Malfoy? Nothing to be done. Exposure is exposure. You are remarkably indifferent. It's not as if you were pleading with me just now. Fine, fine. I will do my utmost to protect him. You must. Otherwise, the deal is void. Understood, but you'll have to handle the mental defenses yourself. Didn't I give you the seeds? Such intriguing seeds, I wouldn't waste them on this endeavor. Besides, you've already squandered one of my little darlings, this time. It's your turn. I see. The dialogue concluded, yet this time, Shadow stood at both the head and foot of Malfoy's bed, silently gazing down at him. Alan felt as though everything had returned to its original trajectory. Hermione was in the girls' restroom brewing the potion, while Harry, Ron, and Diggory engaged in a discussion about how to acquire strands of hair from Malfoy's acquaintances. Indeed, their collective analysis concluded that Malfoy was undoubtedly entangled in something dubious. He might possess crucial insights. Thus, they planned to confront Malfoy directly regarding the situation. Aren't you going home for Christmas, Hermione? Ron inquired, munching on the protein bars Qin had procured for him from Huagua. Indeed, with so much happening this year, time is of the essence. As she spoke, Hermione cast a glance at Qin. The young girl was imparting the fundamentals of mental prowess to Diggory, Ginny, and Alan. Hermione had mentioned that as long as it was Professor Qinu's teachings, there shouldn't be any harm in learning it, which filled the trio with hope. Excluding Alan, both Ginny and Diggory were indeed quick learners. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Qin only possessed basic skills. She lacked the rapid methods akin to planting seeds that Professor Qinu employed. Nonetheless, the mere act of learning the fundamentals brought immense joy to Diggory and Ginny. Meanwhile, Alan was engaged in a mental dialogue with Akna. Do you possess the method of sowing seeds to expedite learning that Qin spoke of? Alan inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. To his surprise, the response was not a simple refusal but rather an enigmatic affirmation. You wish to learn? Acna's unexpected reply left Alan momentarily stunned. However, you must consider that the one who sows the seeds holds an almost absolute dominance over those who have been planted. Acna unveiled a notion that rendered Alan speechless, prompting him to glance at Harry and his companions, lost in thought. After traversing the treacherous Serpent Valley, the girl finally arrived at the royal city. Nostalgia washed over her as she sighed, promptly paying the entrance fee. The streets remained familiar, unchanged over the years. Shaking her head, she proceeded along the main thoroughfare until she found a tavern with a decent view near the palace. The first 2 floors catered to the general public, while the 3rd and 4th floors housed private rooms. She ascended directly to a window-side seat on the 4th floor, ordering a variety of her favorite dishes and snacks. The next step was to wait. Despite the passage of time, the city, much like herself, had remained relatively unchanged. The individuals she awaited had not altered their habits either. As she was nearly finished with her meal, a group emerged from the palace. Leading the procession was Priscilla, whom she recognized. The second was an unfamiliar face. And the third was the very individual she wished to meet, the Crown Prince, Raki, her own brother. The fourth, Grandis, was overlooked. He had always been reticent, resulting in minimal interaction. She placed a few gold coins on the table, donned her hood, and discreetly followed the 4 individuals, maintaining a distance. She could hear snippets of their conversation. Priscilla exhibited her customary indifference towards her brother, oblivious to the fact that he remained unaware of her disinterest. The taciturn Grandis said nothing, yet it seemed he had noticed her presence. Cautiously, she directed a subtle wave of energy towards the Crown Prince. And as Grandis turned to investigate, she swiftly slipped into a nearby alley. "I'll go take a look. Please, Mr. Chinyu, safeguard His Royal Highness." The group sensed the unmistakable surge of unmasked energy. However, having followed for so long and daring to release such a signal openly suggested there was a purpose behind it. Grandis contemplated a feigned trap to draw her out, fully aware that nearly everyone in the city recognized Chinyu as a formidable mage. With him around, safety was assured. Accompanied by a mage of such caliber, even traversing the fortified royal city was a trivial endeavor. Unfortunately, the anticipated ambush did not materialize, and Grandis too vanished without a trace. Was this a strategy to take them down one by one? The Crown Prince furrowed his brow as he noticed the reappearance of the cloaked figure. "Shall we proceed together?" Chinyu took the lead, and upon seeing the remaining 3 approach, the figure swiftly retreated into another alley. She indeed intended to employ the same tactic, confident in her abilities. Grandis had been ensnared by her modified binding spell. Unlike a standard binding charm that merely restricted movement, the enhanced version her mentor taught her could create illusions within the spell array, leading the target to believe they had escaped when, in fact, they remained ensnared. Currently, Grandis was in that very alley, sweating profusely as he paced before a wall. Alas, such tactics proved ineffectual against someone of significantly greater power. With a mere icy roar, Chinyu encased him in frost. This level of magic, if cast instantly without incantation or with minimal incantation, lacked lethal force but was sufficient for immobilization. Just as the frost began to dissipate, Priscilla's sleep-inducing powder descended upon him. "Brother, you truly are devious," were his final thoughts before succumbing to slumber. He had never anticipated that this individual would bring a saintly mage along for a casual outing. "A girl?" Chinyu mused, checking if the figure had truly lost consciousness before addressing the Crown Prince behind him. "Of course, this is a girl. She is my sister," the Crown Prince exclaimed, swatting Chinyu's hand away as he cradled her in his arms. "Priscilla, can you awaken her?" he whispered, concerned about disturbing his long-lost sister. "Sleep-inducing powder? Just give her a couple of slaps," Priscilla replied, her expression twitching slightly upon realizing this was the same person she had grown up bickering with. Nevertheless, she casually cast a healing spell over her. Thus, while everyone momentarily forgot about Grandis, the Crown Prince carried her to an inn. The Crown Prince was no fool. Beyond his emotional ties, he was quite astute. He understood that his sister, having sought him out after so many years, undoubtedly had significant matters to discuss, preferring to do so without drawing attention from others. Returning to her residence or the palace did not seem to be a prudent choice. Under the imploring gaze of the Crown Prince, as perceived by Priscilla, she teasingly held a mysterious plant beneath his nose, successfully rousing him from his stupor. Cough, cough. What a wretched stench. Ugh. The second princess bent over the edge of the bed, retching incessantly. The Crown Prince gently approached, patting her back in a gesture of consolation. Yet, the second princess seemed to have little time to savor this poignant moment of sibling reunion. Swiftly, she retrieved a box from her bosom, extracting a peculiar item and directing it towards the Crown Prince's eyes, just as Chinyu intended to intervene. The second princess uttered a statement that compelled him to remain a mere spectator. I must ascertain whether he has been tainted. Her retching was no mere pretense. Priscilla's plant truly emitted an abominable odor. What the second princess produced was a ring of pale green, reminiscent of jade, adorned with intricate patterns crafted from delicate strands of gold. Upon beholding this ring, the crown prince's eyes lost their luster. Yet the radiance of the ring was steadily intensifying. This was the radiant ring, lent to me by my mentor to ascertain whether my brother and his companions were under the malevolent influence of demons. As the second princess elucidated, the radiant ring gradually returned to its tranquil state, transforming back into an ordinary ring. As the first prince began to emit faint wisps of black smoke, it was not long before he regained consciousness. With a sudden retch, he expelled a pool of black blood. The second princess sighed in relief upon witnessing this, and after carefully stowing away her ring, she proceeded to pat her brother's back. Sister, after playing outside for so many years without returning home, is this how we greet each other? The first prince, grasping a nearby cup, began fervently rinsing his mouth. The stench of the black blood was indeed repugnant. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lux, the princess of the kingdom. However, I currently reside in Mingzhong, studying under my master. Ignoring her brother, Lux turned her gaze towards the only unfamiliar face present, Qinyu. Qinyu, the wandering mage. Qinyu smiled and offered a brief introduction in return. Wandering? More like a nuisance. Priscilla raised an eyebrow and playfully kicked Qinyu. Priscilla, you really should learn to keep your mouth shut, Lux interjected, swiftly restraining her rather insipid friend. Having personally experienced the might of Qinyu's magic, she knew that her enhanced spells were not easily countered by ordinary instantaneous spells, not to mention that she herself had been ensnared as well. She feared her plastic friend might provoke an unfavorable reaction. Indeed, if you had not fled leaving merely a note, we would not have been so anxious. The first prince and the third prince had nearly scoured every border in search of her. Priscilla, well aware of Qinyu's nature, was unperturbed, and upon hearing this, she became rather displeased. When you stealthily left home, you certainly caused them much distress, and yet you arrive here uninvited. Huh, you jest. I have only a brother and a younger sibling. Who else would you have me scold? My brother would likely welcome it. Go to hell. Dare you lay a hand on me? Observing the two ladies exchanging playful kicks, Qinyu exchanged a glance with the first prince and quietly retreated to the nearby window. How do you feel? Qinyu offered the first prince a bottle of fruit wine. I am uncertain. I perceive no discernible changes. The first prince closed his eyes and contemplated his condition, shaking his head in confusion. My brother is fine. It is natural for anyone to harbor some dark thoughts or inner turmoil. If he were truly under control, the black smoke would not merely be wisps but would form a significant cloud. Lux, while tickling Priscilla, recalled the pressing matters at hand. She smacked Priscilla's backside, already worn down from their playful banter, and approached the two at the window, brandishing a luminous ring towards Qinyu, confirming the emergence of black smoke from him. Indeed, it seemed to be accumulating, spiraling out of control. Qinyu, feeling the light illuminate him, sensed that some long-buried thoughts within him were now laid bare. Yet he remained composed unlike the first prince. The three exchanged awkward glances at the tiny cloud of darkness hovering above Qinyu, chuckling nervously. Ordinary individuals tend to harbor similar thoughts. My brother's limited experiences have perhaps left him somewhat naive. Lux was not entirely incorrect. Most individuals in Mingzhong exhibited more black smoke than Qinyu, and few were genuinely malevolent. Humph. After all these years, brother, you remain as ineffectual as ever. What is so special about this capricious self? Lux shrugged, tilting her head at her elder brother, eager to steer the conversation elsewhere. You know nothing of love. Go away. You are the one who knows, having been single for so many years. Regardless, I have returned because my master informed me of an ancient demon emerging in the Worma Forest, and he mentioned a shroud of black mist enveloping the kingdom. Therefore, I borrowed the ring to protect you all and investigate the situation in the Worma Forest. It seems similar ominous signs have also arisen in the Zuma kingdom. Her master had implied that these occurrences might be part of a grand conspiracy. Sister, why have you become so coarse? The first prince felt a pang of disappointment at being told to go away by his own sister. My apologies. The people in Mingzhong speak far more bluntly. I am merely exhibiting restraint, Lux replied with a sidelong glance. Tomorrow, brother, you must take me to the palace. I wish to secretly see our father. Will others be present? Unlikely. My master stated that only our bloodline can summon and control the demon's descent, while the blood of ordinary people would result in their demise. Lux shook her head. What if His Majesty has fallen under control? Priscilla, now regaining her composure, had been listening intently. We can only persuade the Holy War and the Celestial Lord to intervene with the truth. After all, if they were to witness the remnants of a demon upon Father, they would surely realize the gravity of the situation. Lux contemplated allowing the first prince to act only in the presence of the two guardian spirits of the kingdom. Forgotten by the multitude, Grandis sat in the alley, gazing at the stars above, his face a portrait of solitude. After a considerable wait, it was only then that others recalled him, prompted by Lux's memory of the binding spell left behind, which could trouble an ordinary person. Meanwhile, within the palace, night had descended, and only a few wall sconces cast a dim light, rendering the surroundings exceedingly somber. A figure cloaked in black stood before the throne of the king. Having sensed the moment Lux unveiled the radiant ring of light, the old man's ring was indeed remarkable. However, his thoughts were far too simplistic. The black-robed individual shook his head and let out a cold chuckle. Those who underestimate him have never met a favorable end. Consider this a word of caution. As the figure cloaked in black scoffed with disdain, a voice emerged from the throne, the voice of the king. The following day, the crown prince entered the palace to meet with his father, feigning discussions with the king regarding the banquet scheduled for a few days hence. Lax and Priscilla, having become loyal attendants, stood side by side behind Chinyu and Grandis, secretly directing their rings towards their father, the king. To their astonishment, billowing clouds of white smoke arose without any demonic shadows appearing. The king was not possessed. This was indeed a positive outcome. However, the absence of even a trace of black smoke around the king left Lax bewildered. It seemed impossible. Even her master would exude black smoke when wearing such a ring. For the slightest hint of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, or lust would be detected by the ring. If the lofty celestial beings who pursued the natural way could not escape such scrutiny, how could a king of a nation steeped in vice be exempt? Who are you? Lax exclaimed, lifting her hood and confronting her father. Lax, you little girl, you're back. What do you mean by that? After running away for so many years, you no longer recognize your own father? The king gazed at the unexpected visitor with a benevolent smile. Who are you really? Lax retorted. Even my master, a celestial being, could not be so pure under the light of this ring, devoid of any vice. Lax, a rebellious young woman, was not inclined to heed her father's words, especially now that she was convinced of his dubious nature. What are you saying? For the sake of your return, I shall overlook this. But come here at once so that I may have a good look at you. The king rose from his throne with a firm clap. Where is the celestial being of the court? Lax observed her faux father, who showed no signs of explanation or retreat, standing resolute. Yet, she had a second course of action. Is the second princess coming down? Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind one of the pillars in the hall. It was the celestial being whom Chinyu had encountered previously. As a celestial being, you must recognize this ring and understand its purpose. Please, subdue my father and ascertain whether he possesses any abnormalities, Lax implored, rushing towards the celestial being. He nodded, accepting the radiant ring from Lax's hand. Only Chinyu, with his considerable strength, noticed the fleeting glint of greed in the celestial being's eyes. At the same time, small wisps of black smoke began to emanate from the celestial being's head, indicating that the ring was functioning as intended. The celestial being approached the king slowly. Do you know the tale of the past? He inquired as he stood at the foot of the throne. Who has time for stories now? Lax interrupted, her gaze fixed intently on her father. Patience, your highness. It seems your time away has made you rather impatient. The celestial being waved dismissively, disregarding Lax's interruption. Long ago, in the ancient era of this continent, when humanity was at the bottom of the food chain, a divine war erupted. The celestial being, holding the radiant ring, began recounting the tale without regard for Lax's impatience. In that age of strength and dominance, two gods suddenly appeared, clashing in a cataclysmic battle that shattered the earth. Their conflict obliterated many of the powerful races that existed at the time. He sighed, glancing at Priscilla. Their struggle raged on for an eternity. And at the height of their ferocity, the continent began to fracture, oceans boiled, and countless lives perished. The entire world was steeped in the sin of death. Among all the races, the most powerful, the elves, sought to intervene, aware that if the battle continued, all life would be extinguished. Tragically, nearly 100 elven magi, warriors, and celestial beings were slain in their failed attempts to broker peace. Upon hearing this, Priscilla pressed her hand tightly against her chest, her face turning pale. However, the two gods were ultimately wounded by the combined might of the strong, forcing them to agree to a ceasefire and fall into slumber. Seizing this opportunity, humanity, bolstered by their sheer numbers, began to rise. With the aid of the remaining elves, they produced dozens of elite warriors within a few years. The celestial being cast a silent glance at Priscilla, continuing, "Yet, humanity betrayed the elves. Everyone, including Lax, was left stunned, while only Chinyu sighed." Recalling the historical records he had encountered during his explorations of ancient magical ruins, all eyes turned towards Priscilla. The elves, known for their longevity, were far outliving humans. But their reproductive capabilities were notably limited. Most elves could reach near saint-level strength upon maturity, yet only a few could surpass their innate limitations to ascend to greater heights. The celestial being paid little heed to the crowd's reactions, casting a detached glance at Priscilla as he resumed his tale. No one wishes to be overshadowed, particularly not by the rapidly ascending humans. Ultimately, only a small fraction of the elves survived, sheltered by a handful of humans. And those surviving elves? Priscilla mused, realizing she was part of that lineage, divided into two major groups, those residing in the kingdom of Woma and the kingdom of Zuma. The next part of the story promised to be intriguing. The celestial being waved his folding fan, partially obscuring his face. Saint Warrior Isley emerged from behind the throne. Standing beside the king, the first emperor of humanity, the tyrant demon lord, established the demon kingdom, with its capital on the continent of Norma. Chinyu was hearing the name of Norma for the first time, as were the others. The tyrant demon lord was a well-known antagonist in legendary tales, yet they had never realized that his capital was located in a place called Norma. Yes, it is a realm accessible only through spatial magic. Saint Warrior Isley nodded at Chinyu, continuing, "You should be familiar with the contents of the stories. However, the founders of Woma and Zuma were merely among the many warriors and mages. The uprising was initially led by a single celestial being. At that time, the majority of the surviving elves had lost their trust in humanity and chose not to assist them. Instead, they retreated to a water city beyond the Isle of Tsangyue, a place that could not be found without a guiding pointer. Only a handful of elves remained behind. Priscilla, evidently descended from the remnants of that elven group, had always believed her kin numbered fewer than 100, unaware that other hidden relatives existed in the world. Just as the uprising forces were being defeated by the tyrant demon lord, the rulers of Woma and Zuma received divine inspiration. Gods, could it be? Chinyu's eyes sparkled with recognition, recalling inscriptions he had seen on a monument in later years. The gods granted strength to the two rulers. In their devotion, they established the Woma temple and the Zuma temple. The sovereign of heaven and the god of the azure sky? The eldest prince furrowed his brow. Indeed, within those temples, the gods set trials, and the rulers of the two nations overcame these trials to gain immense power. In the eyes of the holy war, an extreme fervor emerged. Nevertheless, one must admit that breaking through to the level of the holy war was not something the opposition could contend with. Chinyu gazed unwaveringly at the king beside the holy war. Do you believe that the strong are limited to the ranks of the holy war? The power of the divine is beyond your imagination. The tyrant, the demon of heaven, had already one foot in the realm of the war god. And during the great battle, he had employed some unknown method to forcefully breach his bottleneck. How could the mere holy war possibly compete? Isolai of the holy war scoffed disdainfully. The war god? A few exchanged glances, astonished by what they discerned in one another's eyes. Higher realms than the holy war include the law god and the celestial sovereign, the war god, the holy demon, and the true soul. Isolai rolled his eyes. His face flushed. But do such powerful beings still exist in this world? What exactly do you wish to convey? Compared to these trivialities, I am far more eager to learn of my father's condition. Lux recalled her initial purpose. Your master barely qualifies as a being with one foot in the true soul realm. Yet that is where his journey ends. It is a level only the divine can transcend. Isolai exhaled, casting a cold smirk at Lux. So, you imply that the recent upheaval in the Woma forest is a trial bestowed by the divine? Chinyu ventured a hypothesis. No. The king directly addressed Chinyu's inquiry. This is the divine's resurrection feast. The celestial sovereign and the holy war spoke in unison. At that moment, the doors of the grand hall were forcefully swung open, and a battle saint, clad in tattered garb and severely damaged armor, rushed in. He cast down the remaining fragment of the judgment staff and knelt before the throne. Your Majesty, the checkpoint of the Woma forest has been breached. Hundreds of thousands of beastmen have invaded our territory, and the third prince is unaccounted for. Please, urgently dispatch the holy war and the celestial sovereign for rescue. All present, including the ministers, were left dumbfounded. Save for the king and the celestial sovereign of the holy war. The border has fallen? Indeed, my lord chancellor. An army of hundreds of thousands of half-beastmen and beastmen cannot be stopped. The battle saint bowed his head repeatedly in shame before the king. Rise. Isolai of the holy war approached the reporting battle saint. Holy war. The warrior's eyes brimmed with tears. Yet in the next moment, he was pierced through the chest by Isolai's blade. Why? He died with unclouded eyes. Because all of this is a sacrifice for the divine. Isolai casually discarded the blood-stained dagger on the ground. The celestial sovereign donned the radiant ring belonging to Lux's master. A horde of armored golems surged in, surrounding everyone. If this is insufficient, then let us proceed. The king slowly rose, gazing at his hands, murmuring to himself. Let it begin. He issued his final command. Die, die, die. Let your flesh and blood forge a path for us to the divine. Ha. Isolai wielded his famed blade, the blade of the sovereign, indiscriminately slaughtering among the ministers. With a mere flick of his folding fan, the celestial sovereign sacrificed numerous armored golems, summoning forth 3 fire-breathing divine beasts, their forms akin to blazing flames. The towering columns of fire, nearly 10 meters in length, emanated an intense white heat, reducing anyone they touched to mere ash in an instant. Qingyu was the first to respond, unleashing a series of localized ice howls. While a battle attire began to manifest upon him, a robe of deep violet adorned with golden armor, complemented by a flowing purple cape billowing behind him. In his grasp, the demon sword gradually materialized. Clad in this combat ensemble, Qinyu's magical prowess surged, allowing him to single-handedly contend against both Eilis and the celestial sovereign. Impossible! How can a newly ascended archmage like you suppress one blessed by the gods? Eilis exclaimed, his reaction the most fervent, drawing the attention of the king with his thunderous shout. Upon witnessing the equipment adorning Qinyu, the king was genuinely astonished. He reached out into the void, and a broad-bladed dragon-carved greatsword materialized in his grasp. How is it possible for you to possess the heavenly suppression and phoenix heaven demon armor? Who exactly are you? The king conjured a colossal heaven-splitting slash and struck down upon Qinyu. The sudden assault sent Qinyu hurtling through the air, shattering his magical shield in the process. Although he promptly conjured another shield, the king's earlier strike had indeed drained a significant portion of his mental and magical energy. Nevertheless, the ice roar that had previously enveloped the entire hall had now amassed sufficient icy power, prompting him to unleash his next-tier skill, Frost Snow Rain. Fine hailstones descended like a torrential downpour, covering most of the hall's expanse. The armored magic puppets surrounding him were left battered and broken. Merely an illusion. The king scoffed, showing no concern for the assault, as he too donned a battle attire identical to Qinyu's, albeit appearing far more tangible. However, the celestial sovereign and the holy war Eisley were not so fortunate. They could only rely on their own strength to withstand the onslaught. Useless. The king cast a glance at the two, refraining from personally confronting Qinyu. With the remaining individuals hindered by the relentless hailstorm, they found themselves unable to pursue. As Qinyu observed that his magic had successfully bought enough time, he ceased to engage in a futile struggle against his adversary. Instead, he deftly lifted the nearby Priscilla and Lux, urging the crown prince and grandest to make their escape, due to the influx of those returning from the front line seeking aid. The news of the border defeat had already permeated through the city, and chaos began to unfold within its walls. The orc army is on the verge of breaching the final defense of Wormagorge. At that moment, the only barrier remaining between the orcs and Bika City will be the modest garrison of Ginkgo City. My father would never act in such a manner. He has instilled in me the principle that the people come first since my childhood. He would not. Qinyu, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the dwelling he had first rented. The crown prince had been murmuring softly throughout the journey. The king's transformation has dealt him the heaviest blow. Oh, foolish brother. Can't you see? Father must have been manipulated. Otherwise, he would not have committed such acts. Lux seized the opportunity and delivered a sharp slap to rouse him. But what of your master's ring? That despicable heavenly sovereign dares to take my master's ring. There is no explanation. It is simply that the adversary must possess strength surpassing that of my master, rendering detection impossible. Indeed, without such formidable power, one could hardly control a nation's sovereign. Lux plopped down beside Priscilla. However, Priscilla has yet to regain her composure. As a descendant of the clan leader, her remarkable prowess, having advanced to the realm of a Dao saint at such a tender age, positions her as the sole individual within the clan with the potential to transcend innate limitations. Even the elder clan leader has been unable to break through to this level of power for over a century, seemingly destined to never attain the status of a lost saint. Yet, her time of birth was relatively recent, perhaps in an effort to safeguard her. Many of the clan's secrets were withheld from her, raised under the strict protection of her clan, and nurtured by the former king and queen as their own child within the human city. She had never contemplated the tales woven within stories. She naively believed that the diminishing population of her race was merely a consequence of their low reproductive capacity. Initially, Priscilla's interaction with Chinyu stemmed from her desire to secure a formidable protector for her clan, believing she ought to contribute to her people. Priscilla? The gentle call from Lux interrupted her reverie. "Ah, I'm fine. It's just that hearing all this suddenly leaves me uncertain about what to do next." Priscilla was at a loss regarding whom to harbor resentment towards, and the once attainable goal of strengthening her clan now seemed utterly out of reach. "The critical matter lies with you all, not me." Taking a deep breath, Priscilla acknowledged that regardless of whether humans deserved hatred, the Crown Prince, Lux, the Third Prince, and Grandis had always been her steadfast friends. When friends are in peril, she could not bear to turn a blind eye. The city gates were locked, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. The streets were teeming with living capturing magical puppets. Just then, Grandis returned from gathering intelligence. The vast majority of the human army is outside the city, with only officers and generals residing within. He continued, if we could devise a means to escape the city, there might still be a chance to rally those forces. Yet, mere numbers would not suffice to withstand the onslaught of the hundreds of thousands of orc warriors. The Crown Prince, tugging at his hair in a fit of frustration, lamented, field combat? With barely 70 to 80,000 human warriors, it would be impossible to withstand a single charge from the enemy. Then let us lead them to the garrison at Ginkgo City, Priscilla suggested, her eyes lighting up. I recall that Ginkgo City has around 10,000 defenders. Considering the time, we should still make it. The Crown Prince, having dealt with numerous edicts over the years, also remembered the city. Although it was not as fortified as the city of Biki, it was certainly preferable to open combat. Very well, let us prepare for action. Observing their strategic discussion, Chinyu distributed several black cloaks to the group. I cannot leave. The Crown Prince declined the garments offered by Chinyu. Brother? Surely you are not still afraid to venture beyond the city? After all, you have never left it since childhood, Lux remarked, patting the Crown Prince's head in disbelief. Have you heard of barriers? What is that? A barrier? A magical formation? Close, but with a larger range, greater power, and an almost permanent duration. However, it requires a focal point. Ah, brother, you don't mean to say that you're the focal point, do you? But the Crown Prince remained silent, gently caressing his sister's hair. Hey, if you stay behind, you'll perish as well. Priscilla frowned, realizing that the Crown Prince's reluctance to leave the city was due to the barrier. As long as I remain within this city, it can withstand magical attacks of saintly caliber or higher. You must have witnessed the power of Lord Chinyu's magic. Priscilla was rendered speechless. If that meteor shower of flames had been chanted outside the city, a few instances would suffice to obliterate it single-handedly. Therefore, I cannot leave. However, I will not perish easily. I have nearly memorized the vast majority of the inhabitants of this city over the years. They're my friends. And capturing me will not be a simple task. The Crown Prince confidently ushered everyone out, instructing Chinyu and Grandis to look after Lux and Priscilla. Outside the door, a gathering of citizens had formed. After the Crown Prince finished speaking, he noticed Chinyu departing with several companions, and he too led the crowd down a narrow path to leave. Due to the existence of the barrier, he had never witnessed the outside world since childhood, fostering a deep envy for his younger siblings. If given the chance, he longed to hear them recount their adventures in detail. Your Highness, this way. You may call me Kira. Here, there is no prince of the nation. Among Chinyu's group, only he possessed the ability to teleport, and he was unable to transport others with him. Consequently, the group stealthily ascended the city walls, utilizing ropes to escape the city of Biki under the cover of night. Grandis and Priscilla's original troops followed the duo with relative ease. However, the remaining stationed forces proved to be far less accommodating. Some commanders, tasked with managing daily affairs at the camp, even contemplated capturing the four. Faced with no other option, Chinyu resorted to utilizing the forbidden magic known as the Temptation Light, forcefully subduing the officers and leading the troops away. This powerful spell allowed those ensnared by temptation to surpass their own limits in strength during combat and over time, capable of achieving up to 7 breakthroughs, while also granting immunity to all magical damage from the controller. If such a puppet were to infiltrate the enemy ranks, the controller would not need to worry about area spells harming their own forces. To this day, no one knows whether a puppet, lured into temptation, would transcend 7 times to reach the realms of the Holy War or the Supreme Deity. Although immensely powerful, it remains a profound taboo. The cost of such sorcery is exorbitant. The individual under control is destined to perish shortly, and before their demise, there exists a probability of backlash against the controller. Should this backlash occur, it could transcend the initial fatal limitations, transforming the individual into a mindless, soulless slaughtering machine, fueled solely by their own vitality, relentlessly immersed in carnage until every living being in their sight is annihilated. No one desires to manipulate an ordinary warrior only to confront a being of saintly or even holy war caliber in the event of a backlash. However, the limitations are substantial. Direct employment of such power is almost devoid of success unless one possesses overwhelming strength compared to the adversary. To enhance the odds, one must resort to torture and torment to wear down the opponent's resolve. It is only on the precipice of death, in a state of delirium, that success may be attainable. Fortunately, the remaining officers are merely of warrior-level prowess. For Chinyu, a surprise attack from behind inflicted grievous injuries. And with the allure of seductive light, control was nearly absolute. Upon seizing control of the army, Chinyu shrugged under the peculiar gazes of Priscilla and Lux, instructing Grandis to execute the former generals. Mr. Chinyu, you? Priscilla inquired. This magic is known to nearly all individuals at the saint level of magic. It is quite natural for Mr. Chinyu to wield it proficiently. However, why do you employ it so adeptly against humans? Lux pulled Priscilla behind her, both standing before Grandis, awaiting an explanation from Chinyu. Chinyu offered no explanation, for this magic was a skill he had painstakingly honed over a considerable period. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Magic itself is devoid of moral categorization. Chinyu merely shook his head and smiled. What does it signify? He gestured to the two individuals and swiftly vanished from their midst. After all, some matters are beyond elucidation. Yet the absence of explanation does not imply that they can simply fade away after a night's slumber. It would be rather imprudent to openly declare that he had conducted experiments on death row inmates to master the art of manipulation. This form of magic is not without its scholars. Throughout every dynasty, there have been clandestine practitioners, and even a nation's sovereign might be involved. Thus, for the upper echelons of a country, this is considered common knowledge. The distinction between employing such magic on humans and on monsters or demons is profound. Mastery of this craft is unattainable without regular practice on human subjects. Lying in a world that can perceive one's thoughts only serves to exacerbate misunderstandings. Fortunately, he was already aware of the unfolding events, and to address the root of the issue, only the Woma Temple remained. Initially, he intended to escort several individuals and troops to Ginkgo City, after which he would venture forth alone. Now, he had merely been granted an early departure, and crucially, command of the troops had already been transferred to Grandis. Hence, why did you flee, you scoundrel? Is it too much to ask? Lux stomped her foot in frustration. Her persistent habit of digging deeper into matters had resurfaced. It was this very tendency that had led her to leave home in a fit of anger after quarreling with her brother for so many years. Moreover, in Mingjung, the Na'vi had long been duped to the bone, and she had developed this unfortunate trait. Even the god of law could not restrain this flaw. Priscilla, ever the sarcastic friend, remarked upon her plastic companion. I've always said, with your charm, why must you open your mouth? But it was you who spoke first. Lux, already fuming, found Priscilla to be the perfect outlet for her ire, especially since Priscilla was currently incapable of retaliating. She turned and pinched Priscilla's face, tugging insistently. I merely wish to inquire if that scoundrel is tired and needs a rest. How could I know what you think? Let me go. Are you implying it's all my fault? I told you to refrain from speaking of me. Grandis, strike her. Priscilla pleaded for assistance from Grandis nearby. Yet all he offered was a sigh. He still believed that dealing with the soldiers was far simpler than intervening in a quarrel between two women. However, he also recognized that exercising caution with people was not unwarranted. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chinyu would take flight. In truth, both he and Lux had long been prepared to hear lies, even accepting it if Chinyu said something like I forgot or it seems I just happened to. People invariably reside within the process of persuading others or convincing themselves. Nevertheless, pressing matters required immediate attention. Thus, under Priscilla's impassioned speech, nearly 100,000 human troops roared in unison, eager to combat the orcs, protect their families, defend their nation, and fight for the Saintess. What, pray tell, is a Saintess? With a serious and sanctified expression, Priscilla, coupled with Lux's healing magic, was venerated by the soldiers as the Saintess. Humph, shouldn't I, as a princess, be the true Saintess? You should consider your own words, always coughing this and that. With a nonchalant demeanor, you hardly exude sanctity. Priscilla strutted before Lux, hands on her hips, flaunting her achievements. Sir, when will reinforcements arrive? Brothers, we can hardly hold on. On the walls of Ginkgo City, an officer valiantly fought beside a general, dispatching the orcs and half-orcs that had climbed the walls, regardless of when reinforcements would arrive. Your sole focus must be on slaying the enemy. Your families are behind you. The general cleaved through a line of half-orcs with a single stroke. Orcs possess no humanity. With bloodied visage, the general charged once more into another area of the wall that had fallen. The vanguard of the orc army had besieged the city for several days. Unfortunately, these orcs lacked siege equipment. They merely rushed through a hail of arrows and climbed the walls through the gaps. Otherwise, the city would have already fallen. Even so, the defending forces had dwindled from a full complement of 10,000 to fewer than 7,000. The corpses of orcs and half-orcs piled beneath the walls had formed a slope equal in height to the ramparts, allowing subsequent troops to ascend the walls with ease. All soldiers stationed on the walls understood that perhaps next time, or the time after, the enemy's renewed assault would coincide with the city's demise. It was not as if mages had refrained from casting fire spells to clear the bodies. However, even the most proficient pyromancers could not incinerate a vast number of corpses in one go. The advancing orcs merely needed to run across, relying on their numbers to extinguish the flames beneath their feet. The colossal power and extensive range of the explosive flames necessitate the presence of at least one master-level individual to consolidate the collective magical and mental energies of the group, alongside another master to guide the process for a successful casting. Setting aside the fact that there is only one individual serving as the mage leader, it is important to note that mages are primarily ranged combatants. Consequently, a spell of such magnitude would render those mages, whose magical and mental energies have been siphoned, incapable of further combat. This is essentially tantamount to courting death. At that moment, an anomaly appeared in the sky. A crimson magical circle enveloped the air above the advancing orc army outside the city. What is this? The general was the first to notice it. After swiftly dispatching the remaining orcs around him, he gazed upwards in awe at the spectacle above. A deity of magic. Our nation does not possess such formidable mages. The leader of the city's magicians, panting, approached the general. Could it be? Unthinkable. They would only use the magical array to obliterate the orcs along with us, never to provide assistance. The mage leader shook his head. Perhaps it is the holy mage of the kingdom leading a band of wizards. It is quite possible. The chief mage paused momentarily, nodded, and fell silent. The fluctuations emanating from the magic. Wait, a holy mage? He himself was on the cusp of becoming a top-tier wizard, and he was acquainted with the kingdom's holy mage. How could he not know that this mage could unleash such terrifying magic in collaboration? Meanwhile, in the woods adjacent to the city, Chinyu meticulously controlled the range and potency of the meteor shower spell. The last time in the canyon, due to it being his first attempt, he had maximized both range and power to ensure the annihilation of the enemy. This time, however, Chinyu was seasoned. In dealing with these orcs and half-orcs, overwhelming force was unnecessary. The area covered need not be as expansive as that which enveloped the entire canyon before. Therefore, he cast a meteor shower. A streamlined version of the spell, with significantly reduced preparation time, was hurled forth by Chinyu. A wave of weakness washed over him. Yet he remained firmly perched atop the treetop, observing the devastation wrought by his magic in the distance. It truly resembled a hellscape. Shaking his head, Chinyu executed a swift teleportation, departing from the site. He was now bound for the Woma Forest, seeking the legendary Woma Temple. After all, the Woma Forest spanned an area comparable to half that of the current Woma Kingdom. The precise location of the concealed temple remains known solely to each reigning king, who, of course, would never divulge such information. Thus, one must embark on a gradual quest for discovery. Lux, what is this Woma Temple that the king mentioned? Do you know? Indeed, it lies beneath a cliff in the northwest of that desolate forest. In my youth, I ventured there with Fania, and it was quite eerie, empty, and haunting. After leading an army of nearly 100,000 men to Ginkgo, Grandis and his companions were met only with a desolate expanse of scorched earth. The soldiers guarding the city were scouring the land for any surviving enemies to finish off. After all, Chinyu had controlled the power, and some of the more formidable orcs had managed to survive. However, even though they lived, they were severely weakened, and the soldiers effortlessly beheaded these foes one by one. Whenever a living orc was discovered, the soldiers would rush forward with exuberance, venting their pent-up fury. What is happening here? Lux raised a handful of scorched earth that had been ravaged by magic. She had never witnessed the scene of Chinyu casting a meteor shower in the canyon. Is this the magic of Lord Chinyu? Glandis regarded Priscilla with a serious expression. Yes, it is indeed his meteor shower, Priscilla confirmed with a nod. Meteor shower? Lux was bewildered. This magic was beyond her comprehension, as her master was a celestial being, and she had never had a first-hand experience of the destructive power of a god of magic. Your Excellencies, it is wonderful news. Reinforcements have finally arrived. At that moment, the commander guarding the city rushed over, having noticed the incoming troops. Why are the 4 armies stationed at the royal city here? He wondered aloud. As he drew closer, he realized that the troops behind him were the regular forces that seldom left the vicinity of the royal city, tasked with its defense. Something had transpired in the royal city, though it was not yet clear what, but resisting the orc assault was the priority. Glannis waved his hand, interrupting the commander. In the relatively small Ginkgo city, there were nearly 110,000 soldiers stationed. What of the one who cast the magic? Where has he gone? Lux and Priscilla began to question the commander once they entered the city. Wasn't he at the magic of the sage you brought? The commander replied, taken aback. First, answer my question. Where is he? People? We have not seen anyone. I thought it was a rescue sent from the royal city. The commander began to understand the situation. The two were somewhat disheartened upon hearing this. One had a sharp tongue, the other a caustic one, and in their eagerness, they let slip the chance to meet someone who had single-handedly saved the city's inhabitants. If they had arrived today, they would have had to mount a fresh assault to reclaim the captured city. After several days of rest, the group, originally waiting for an orc attack, found themselves still without an enemy. Priscilla and Lux sought out Glannis. Our scouts have just returned. The remaining troops of Fania have gathered at the canyon checkpoint near the royal city, blocking the advancing orcs. Priscilla reported the intelligence to Glannis. Moreover, it was said that just a few days prior, he had cast a spell in the canyon, and if we hurry there now, we can trap the remaining orcs within. By dividing our forces to eliminate the orcs that have already infiltrated, we can thwart this invasion. Lux sighed, reluctantly continuing Priscilla's explanation. The intelligence they had handed to Glannis actually recorded that the third prince was still alive. He had gathered the surviving subordinates after breaching the defenses and, while evading the orc pursuit in the Woma forest, had rescued several captured mercenaries. Compared to Chinyu, the title of the third prince clearly held more prestige than that of an unknown figure. He had led his followers along the ridges of the canyon to ambush and seize control of the checkpoint closer to the kingdom. Utilizing the advantages of the city walls and the canyon terrain, he had managed to slightly impede the orc's subsequent assault. Though the rescued mercenaries and adventurers lacked the discipline of a military force, their strength was considerable, with many possessing the prowess of seasoned warriors. Following this, Chinyu, needing to go to the Woma forest, had inadvertently unleashed a scaled-down version of the meteor shower, decimating a significant portion of the orcs in the canyon. Currently, the remaining orcs had yet to reach the checkpoint where the third prince was located. Most of those that had invaded the kingdom had been annihilated at the base of Ginkgo City. Lux now felt the urge to vanish, regretting her impulsive inquiries. Very well. We shall set forth to the canyon checkpoint. Glantis, being a true soldier, was devoid of the whimsical thoughts that occupied the minds of the two young girls. He promptly decided on the next course of action. It was not that no one had been sent to seek aid at the checkpoint, but they were unaware of the events in the royal city. Those who sought help had perished within the palace. Had it not been for Glannis and his scouts discovering the situation here, they would have been unable to withstand the onslaught. After reinforcements arrived at the checkpoint, the orc forces advanced over their fallen comrades to reach the site. Unlike the orc's fodder troops, this time it was a serious engagement. With a horde of demons and minotaurs. Flame Woma? Woma warriors? Why are they here? The third prince was more shocked by the appearance of the demons than by the sight of his sister. The Flame Woma were winged, goat-headed demons that spewed fire from the air, while the Woma warriors resembled the minotaurs that Shauna had encountered. Weren't these monsters supposed to exist only within temples? The third prince struck down a Flame Woma with his sword, still incredulous. What are you hesitating for? It's all right in front of you, Lux shouted, tossing a handful of soul fire talismans at the Woma warriors below. A massive flame erupted. Historical texts had recorded that these two types of demons were trials of the gods during the coronation of kings. They could only exist within the temples by relying on divine power. It was impossible for them to venture beyond. As the third prince fought valiantly, he took a moment to explain to Lux and the others. What do you mean by that? Priscilla was taken aback, recalling what the king had said in the royal city about the resurrection feast of the gods. The gods are most likely not in the temple. The third prince asserted gravely. Wait, the resurrection of the gods? Priscilla and Lux exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Resurrection? What of our father? Did he not send the celestial in the holy war? The third prince had not yet had the chance to inquire about the situation within the city when the demon army launched their assault. Even the sudden appearance of his long-lost sister left him bewildered. He likely did not. Our father seems to have been controlled by something. He allied with the Celestial in the Holy War to slay the ministers in the city. We barely managed to escape. Lux recalled her father, tears streaming down her face. Having left home for many years, her first encounter with her father was under such dire circumstances. It seemed as though they were killing in preparation for the resurrection of the gods. Priscilla managed to fend off a wave of flame Woma, supplementing the third prince with intelligence. My elder brother, he should not be able to come out. The third prince began to ask, but he sighed instead. You know? What is there not to know? Anyone with a claim to the throne is aware. Our father once asked me if I could endure it. It was my elder brother who gave up his freedom. The third prince spoke little more, merely raising his judgment staff to crush a flame Woma attempting to ambush him. At that moment, Shinyu was not directly traversing the canyon to the Woma forest. He was concealed within the grass atop a cliff, observing the movements below. The canyon was now teeming with the demonic army, with orcs and half-orcs entirely vanished from sight, replaced by elite forces of at least orc commander caliber. Compared to the orcs and half-orcs, these foes had clearly elevated their strength to an entirely new level. Moreover, he discerned the presence of certain spider-like monstrosities among the demons. These creatures did not advance alongside the demonic forces. Rather, they trailed the army like vigilant overseers. He had contemplated unleashing a rain of fire to vanquish the demons. Yet these aberrations were far beyond what the Orcish might could contend with. Their power was insufficient to slay them, and should he wield a stronger force, he would find himself weakened in the aftermath. The airborne fiery Woma would not grant him a moment to recuperate. Nevertheless, allowing them to pass unscathed was not in Chinyu's nature. Although Lax's distrustful gaze indeed pierced him, and Prisia incessantly referred to him as a scoundrel and a villain, he had nonetheless pledged to the Crown Prince to safeguard both of them. Having made a promise, he was determined to uphold it. The Phoenix Sky Demon armor and the heaven-subduing sword manifested once more. It was not that Shinyu was reluctant to don these artifacts for every encounter. Yet, his prowess was indeed insufficient to unleash their full potential. Artifacts of such caliber had reached a level capable of astonishing even kings. However, Shinyu remained unaware of the specific tier, harboring only vague conjectures within. Utilizing a powerful magical apparatus beyond one's own capabilities imposes significant burdens upon the wielder. Shinyu himself experienced this, as his previous use within the royal palace had diminished the upper limit of his mental capacity. It was not a reduction in quantity, but rather a decline in potential. Nevertheless, he cast aside such concerns for the moment and began to chant the incantation of an ancient spell once more. Compared to the last time, the duration was reduced by nearly fivefold, and the consumption of magical and mental energy was significantly lessened. The complete version of Meteor Shower. With a flourish of the Jin Tian, as the incantation resonated, doom once again enveloped the canyon. At this moment, Shinyu distinctly perceives that if he were to employ such a formidable magic once more, he would inevitably succumb to what is referred to as the realm of the divine mage. This sensation is remarkably peculiar, for the barrier he faces seems to exhibit signs of regeneration. The first to sense the impending doom is a massive demon wielding dual blades from the demonic army. This creature is larger and more powerful than the one defeated by Shana and her companions. It is a Woma Guardian, a formidable demon transformed by the infernal flames of hell, once a battle saint beside the leader of the Woma divine sect, possessing strength nearing that of a holy war. It could instantly ascend to such a level in a state of rage. Regrettably, it is driven only by instinct, making it susceptible to revealing weaknesses in battle. Its strength diminished tenfold, yet it remains immune to all other elemental magic. Nevertheless, even this colossal demon, in the face of the complete version of meteoric fire rain, crumbles as if made of paper. The scene here was similarly noticed by the crowd at the other end of the distant canyon. Chinyu, Lux exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the blood-red sky. This disturbance is him. Grandis. However, Priscilla did not display any signs of joy. I am aware. Grandis had assembled a formidable team, 10 warriors, 5 sorcerers, and 2 great magi. It's in your hands. I understand. Priscilla grabbed Lux and led the group along the ridge towards the direction of the meteor shower. Hey, what is happening? Lux asked, her face a picture of confusion. The last time Chinyu unleashed a spell of this magnitude, he was unconscious for several days. This spell's scale is far beyond the last one. Priscilla solemnly explained to Lux. Won't he perish on the spot? Lux gasped in alarm. Help me. Cast the binding spell. Priscilla drove her dragon-patterned sword into the ground before her and knelt down to begin her incantation. Receiving Priscilla's magical and mental energy, Lux wasted no time, brandishing her own dragon-patterned sword, as a massive formation gradually took shape before the approaching flameworms. Binding spell. With a fierce cry, the collective effort of the group ensnared the sky, causing the controlled flame worms to plummet, crashing down upon the ranks of the worm warriors below. Seizing this opportunity, the two led the group towards the other side of the canyon. Qin Yu's spell had succeeded, and he was astonished by the sheer power of the complete meteor shower. However, he was somewhat bemused by the price he had paid. This sustained casting of magic was continuously diminishing both his magical and mental limits. He had now fallen from the realm of a mage god, becoming a mage saint. Yet, compared to other mage saints, he could distinctly feel the new bottleneck he had encountered, almost as if he could break through with just a bit more effort. This doesn't feel right, Qin Yu realized. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a slight change in his magical and mental energies. This change was something only someone of modern sensibilities like him could perceive. It was beyond the comprehension of those from ancient times. So that's it. Qin Yu suddenly wore a look of astonishment and couldn't help but burst into laughter. What an unexpected delight. After the meteor shower had concluded, he glanced at the now barren canyon, realizing that the next wave of demonic assaults would not reach the canyon checkpoint for at least another month. During this time, he needed to ascertain the situation and resolve the issue at its roots. Without further delay, he instantaneously transported himself into the worm forest. In less than a day's time, Priscilla and Lux, leading the rescue team for Qin Yu, arrived at the location. This magical disturbance seems to have originated from that esteemed individual. One of the sorcerers and the team reported after conducting an investigation. Where is he? The two had already witnessed the scene along the way. Even upon seeing it a second time, Priscilla was utterly astonished. Lux possessed a more intuitive understanding. Her master had once taken her to the kingdom of Zuma to meet a sorcerer. This sorcerer could also cast wide-ranging and powerful spells, yet lacked any tangible reference, rendering his magic less comprehensible. The magical traces before her shattered her previous notions. Was this the distinction between fire and fire? Lux stood at the precipice, gazing at the unfolding scene, softly murmuring to herself. Fire and fire? What does that mean? Priscilla happened to overhear her mutterings. Do you know the origins of Qin Yu? Lux inquired, her gaze drifting toward the horizon. He claimed that he and his master were scholars of ancient magic, later ambushed by enemies and left in slumber for a long time before awakening. That's all I know. Priscilla felt discontent at this mention, as it seemed clearly like a ruse, yet neither she nor the citizens of the royal city could discern the truth from falsehood. Do you realize that upon becoming a sage, one can summon ancient fire beasts? Didn't he, the celestial sovereign, summon one in the Great Hall? What do you mean? The flames of such divine beasts manifest a searing white hue, their temperature and power incomparable to ordinary fire magic. Lux turned her head, her eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. What is this? A qualitative difference. I suspect Qin Yu's magic differs from the magic you and I comprehend. He must possess his own secrets. Lux wished she could slap herself. I don't believe he is the vengeful type. I call him a scoundrel daily. Yet he never retaliates. I sense he is not a petty person. Priscilla's reasoning for Lux felt more like self-persuasion. What should we do now? He ought to be at the temple in the Worm Forest. Shall we seek him there? Priscilla pointed toward the distance. Indeed. Thus, the small party set forth once more, unaware that Qin Yu did not know the coordinates of the temple. He was currently wandering through the forest, pursued by a horde of monsters and demons. Explosive flames. In an unusual attire of Phoenix Sky demon armor, Qin Yu wielded the celestial stabilizer, continually casting spells. As anticipated, his magical and mental limits were persistently declining. Even after so many days, he was on the verge of falling from the rank of sorcerer, yet he remained steadfast, not truly descending into the realm of an apprentice. Indeed, it was not my magical and mental powers that were diminishing, but rather they were being compressed. Qin Yu's eyes began to shine with increasing brilliance. The magical and mental energies he had refined were gradually transforming into high-quality essence. Compared to his initial entry into the forest, the energies he had cultivated were now of exceptional quality. He sensed that a transformation was imminent, one that would allow him to break through the bottleneck of the sorcerer. At that moment, he would likely be able to confront the king without fear. The king, in Qin Yu's mind, was incredibly formidable, capable of dispatching him with but 2 strikes. Having felt the power of the opponent's heavenly slash firsthand, he was acutely aware of their disparity. During his prolonged stay in the Worm Forest, he had yet to encounter a living adventurer. Most likely, it was due to the fact that the third prince had rescued some last time, leaving the remaining survivors to be slaughtered by monsters. Corpses were a common sight. In contrast, Lux and Priscilla encountered little resistance from monsters along their journey, facilitated by Qin Yu's diversion of their wrath. And they arrived seamlessly at the temple's entrance. What if he doesn't show up? Lux had been hiding near the temple entrance for 2 days, yet still had not seen Qin Yu. He should be fine. I have faith that he will arrive. Priscilla, meanwhile, polished her weapon. Exuding an aura of tranquility akin to that of a refined lady, her serene demeanor complemented by her angelic beauty, which left Lux utterly captivated. Why are you staring at me? I admire your beauty. What else could I be looking at? Lux nestled closer to Priscilla. How long has it been since I leaned on you like this? That's because you secretly ran away from home, abandoning us for so many years. Without a thought to return or even send a letter, Priscilla pouted, expressing her grievances. I apologize, at the time. I had just met my master and was wholly focused on mastering advanced magic. Lux was aware that her actions were unkind. However, the pursuit of magic indeed knows no bounds. She felt as though she had barely begun her studies, only to be informed that over half a year had passed since she learned a new spell. Each time she intended to send a letter upon completing her research, she would forget by the time she emerged. Following her master, she even journeyed to the kingdom of Zuma, and upon returning, discovered that 2 to 3 years had elapsed. Had it not been for her master foreseeing significant events in the Worma kingdom, insisting she come in person, she would have regretted missing the opportunity. Yet, it was fortuitous that she encountered an intriguing individual, one who shared her master's scholarly pursuits. Once this is over, I shall introduce him to my master. They should find much common ground. Breathing in the fragrance emanating from Priscilla, Lux allowed her thoughts to drift, succumbing to slumber. I also wish to take him to the Elven Kingdom. Priscilla caught wind of her silly friend's mumbled thoughts, internally rolling her eyes. Crescent Moon Island? A city upon the water? I truly wish to see it. Retrieving her polished weapon, she leaned against the stone wall, gazing at the sky. The countless stars remained beautiful, indifferent to the tumult of the mortal world. In the city of Biki, anxiety reigned. No one dared to wander the streets carelessly. The once protective armored automatons now felt like harbingers of nightmares, transforming this once thriving city into a desolate shadow of itself. Prince Laki, please eat something. In a subterranean refuge, the Crown Prince Laki was hiding with some citizens. This was a secret construction he had initiated without the king's knowledge, intended to surprise his father upon completion. This refuge spanned nearly the entire city, designed to provide shelter in the event of a devastating magical assault. He had his own selfish motives. He wished for himself and Priscilla's future children to not be trapped within this barrier, living as caged birds for eternity, though the notion of children with Priscilla remained a mere fantasy. Nevertheless, it was not entirely misguided. After all, as a man, one must harbor dreams and aspirations. Thus, he constructed this refuge. Although no one had bombarded Biki City with magic, the refuge had successfully fulfilled its purpose. The surviving citizens were relocated here under his care. The remaining individuals on the ground were all vanquished by the armored golems. Thank you, my dear uncle. But I am well. Please prioritize the children, Laki replied, shaking his head. After all, he was a formidable warrior of the highest caliber, able to withstand far more than the average person. The Orc army had yet to launch an assault, suggesting that Lux and her companions had successfully thwarted the enemy's advance. However, the current state of affairs outside remained shrouded in uncertainty. The Crown Prince sighed. Presently, the sanctuary was in a state of complete lockdown to prevent magical detection. Yet this very measure left them equally oblivious to the circumstances beyond their walls. The king, whom he deeply concerns, is currently hurrying towards the Woma temple alongside the holy warrior Isli and the celestial master. As the trio traverses the canyon checkpoint, Isli lingers behind. To become a sacrificial offering for the divine is indeed a privilege bestowed upon you. Watching the king and the celestial master proceed towards the temple, he incessantly echoes this sentiment. With a wave of his hand, 2 Woma guards leap from the precipice into the depths of the checkpoint, struggle, and ultimately transform into the steps that allow us to follow in the divine's footsteps. The deranged Isli grins wickedly as he observes the clash unfolding below. Without the presence of a holy guardian, it is exceedingly challenging to withstand the onslaught of the malevolent Woma guards, especially with 2 of them. Virtually no one can endure the dual strikes from the adversary. Each of their assaults invariably manifests as a dual strike. However, this occasion stands as an exception, for among them is one who comprehends the situation. The master has ensnared them within a wall of flames. The third prince, remaining composed amidst the initial shock of the ambush, swiftly recognized the 2 creatures before him. Several valiant warriors maneuvered through the inferno created by the firewall, ultimately managing to immobilize their adversaries. Do not engage them. All mages, unleash your most potent fireballs, ensuring a single, decisive blow to the one on the left. Upon witnessing the cessation of their opponent's movements, the third prince hastily commanded the mage battalion to stand down. Under his command, A barrage of fiery projectiles successfully eliminated one of the beasts. After replicating the strategy with the remaining creature, the crowd erupted in cheers. The power of this weapon was evident. Even the mightiest warriors could not withstand a single onslaught, let alone sorcerers and mages. It was essentially a swift demise for each adversary. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Isley gazed down in disbelief as the two formidable demons were swiftly vanquished. His expression darkened at the unexpected sight. "I did not anticipate your survival, Third Prince." Without a moment's hesitation, he took a decisive step forward and plunged rapidly from the precipice. Just as the onlookers heard the sound of something descending, Isley's dark celestial armor materialized before the Third Prince. Flames erupted. Not only did the familiar battle armor appear, but also a colossal blade forged from fire descended with lethal intent. There was scarcely a moment to react. Yet, just as the Third Prince was on the brink of perishing beneath that deadly strike, Grandis intervened, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Third Prince soaring away. His leg was severed by a fierce blaze, the point of amputation consumed entirely by the scorching flames. Nevertheless, the onlookers swiftly reacted. An array of spells, both grand and minor, rained down, regardless of their potential to inflict harm. Isley smacked his lips and materialized behind a sorcerer. With two swift strikes, he shattered the opponent's magical shield. The third blow cleaved the adversary in two. He then hurled two blades at another group of mages, followed by a savage charge that placed him behind a formidable warrior. Another strike of flame descended upon his foe, succeeded by two more lethal blows. In scarcely 1 or 2 seconds, he dispatched a mighty warrior. His fiery abilities were constrained to approximately 1 minute, as were his savage assaults. "Mind the time and evade," the Third Prince shouted, urging his companions, while he rolled to the side, evading his original position. As expected, the barbaric Isley reappeared at his previous position, unleashing a fierce strike that was deftly evaded by the Third Prince, who had anticipated his movement. With a swift arc of his blade, Isley swiftly dispatched two sorcerers who had been attempting to rescue the Third Prince. "Pathetic insects, mere insects," Isley bellowed, sending a tremor of fear through those who were near him. His command over the battlefield, akin to a lion's roar, forced those of lesser strength into a state of bewilderment. After ruthlessly slaying another formidable warrior, Isley plunged into a group of mages, commencing a massacre of these lower-tier spellcasters. The mages attempted to cast fire-resistant spells, but to high-ranking warriors, such efforts were futile. However, the spells inadvertently pushed their comrades away, dispersing the once concentrated crowd. Isley's efficiency began to wane, but this was not a viable solution. With the aid of several grand sorcerers, Grandis rejuvenated his severed limbs. He seized the Third Prince and began to flee. "I cannot escape," protested the prince. "This is not a retreat," Grandis asserted, guiding the prince into Isley's blind spot. "There, dozens of elite warriors awaited. We have set a trap that requires your assistance." Grandis remained as terse as ever, gesturing for a few warriors to infuse their magical and mental energies into the Third Prince. By merging these energies, he would gain 2 opportunities to cast the fiery sword technique. "I shall serve as the bait. It will be more effective," the Third Prince declared resolutely, clutching the staff of judgment. "No, I shall take the lead," Grandis insisted, grasping his own staff of judgment and charging forth. The plan was to use himself as bait, enticing the enemy into a collision that would ensnare both Isley and his pursuers. Thus, he would not allow the Third Prince to become the decoy. "Insects, come forth," Isley cried, as waves of low-tier mages and warriors fell before him, consumed by his growing rage. Just as he cleaved another sorcerer in two, a well-aimed strike from a warrior's assassination technique struck against his demon armor. At that moment, the formidable power of this treasured relic was evident. The assassin's blow merely left a white mark on the obsidian armor, inflicting no harm upon Isley himself. However, the desired effect was achieved, successfully diverting the enemy's attention. Without a second thought, Grandis fled, calculating the duration of the enemy's berserk state. His own berserk spell lasted a full 10 minutes, a stark contrast to the enemy's mere one. Thus, if he wished to survive, he had but one chance. After leading the enemy in circles, he finally stepped into the final trap. After being toyed with by him several times, Isley was indeed consumed by rage. "Insects, perish," Isley bellowed as he charged forth with reckless abandon. Grandis turned and braced himself against the incoming strike, wagering that his adversary's initial attack would merely be a straightforward slash. Fortune favored him. Even Isley's unadorned blow lacked the potency to fell a seasoned warrior. However, he soon discerned that the opponent's second strike was engulfed in fierce flames. Without a moment's hesitation, Grandis executed a ferocious charge, propelling himself out of the perilous zone. As Isley swung his blade, it struck the ground with a resounding force. A deluge of assaults ensued: poison, fire runes, celestial thunder, raging flames, and frost. An elite squadron, comprised of numerous skilled warriors, unleashed a relentless barrage that nearly penetrated Isley completely. Even the celestial demon armor could not fully shield him from the onslaught. The excruciating pain caused him to lose a fragment of his sanity. At that moment, the waiting battle regiment surged forth. Isley, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, let out a mighty roar. And the eye sockets of the celestial demon's skull upon his chest ignited with a crimson glow. Die. Earth-shattering blade. Isley cleaved the ground with his sword. In the wake of his magic, the earth erupted with countless spikes, impaling and annihilating all the attacking warriors, masters, and grand sorcerers in the vicinity. After unleashing his ultimate attack, Isley stood panting heavily, rooted in place. The third prince, ensnared by Grand Tiz, narrowly avoided following in the footsteps of his unfortunate subordinates. However, upon witnessing the gruesome demise of his loyal companions, a surge of fury ignited within him. The expression on Phania's face shifted from rage to a gradual calmness, as if he sensed the breaking of some unseen barrier. With an impassive demeanor, he suddenly lunged forward, confronting Isley. Flames erupted. A fiery strike ascended, crashing into Isley's blade. The Dominator, which he had raised in defense. Although the attack was parried, it successfully disrupted Isley's stance, yet Phania's onslaught did not conclude there. Harnessing the force of his opponent's defense, the third prince maneuvered to Isley's side and delivered a vicious thrust, severing one of Isley's arms in a single stroke. "Ah, bastard!" Isley shouted, wielding his sword with one hand, unleashing a torrent of lethal energy towards the third prince. In a fierce display, the impassive Phania shattered the confines of his own magical limits, before Isley could retract his weapon after the attack. Phania seized the moment and appeared beside him in an instant. No. I am destined to follow the Divine Lord to greater heights. I refuse to perish here." At that moment, Isley's gaze, once filled with contempt for the insignificant, was now overtaken by sheer terror, amplified by the excruciating pain from his severed limb. He had no time to defend himself, especially as Phania targeted the side of his dismembered arm. Faced with the emotionless countenance of the third prince, Isley experienced an unfamiliar sensation, the fear of death. In the Grand Kingdom's Holy War, there were originally only 5 known supreme beings in this world. And then, a head soared into the heavens. The third prince, Phania, has transcended his limits. However, there were no cheers for him, nor did anyone display any semblance of joy. A holy war had inflicted tremendous casualties upon them, surpassing even the losses sustained during the previous onslaught of the demon army. Yet, the third prince, Phania, left an indelible mark in the hearts of the people. "Is everything all right?" Only Grandis approached, patting the prince on the shoulder. This gesture seemed to pull him back from a state of reverie. A spark of light returned to the prince's eyes, and he opened his mouth to expel the turmoil within. Previously, he possessed the ability to wield 2 blades of fervent fire. He had used one to dismantle Isley's defensive stance, seizing the opportunity to sever one of his arms. With the second blade, he forcefully unleashed a series of savage charges, exploiting the momentary lapse as his opponent swung his blade with a single arm. Under the overwhelming amplification of the demon god armor, Isley unleashed a magic far beyond the limits of his own strength. His attributes diminished significantly, and the demon god armor, bereft of the deity's protection, failed to shield its master from the final, fatal blow. However, this victory rightly belonged to the valiant warriors who had recklessly sacrificed themselves to exhaust Isley. Without their sacrifices, even the third prince, in his moment of explosive power, would have been no match for his adversary. Yet, in the wake of such triumph, the third prince surveyed the surrounding corpses and fought back the tears that brimmed at the corners of his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he had transcended the bottleneck of the battle saint, and even in that dire state, he found himself on the cusp of touching the threshold of the holy war. The multitude must prepare for the impending onslaught of the demon army, casting aside their sorrow. He commanded a grand burial for all fallen comrades. Grant has returned the celestial armor and the blade of sovereignty, which belonged to the kingdom's honor, to the third prince. "You are worthy to don it," he proclaimed, kneeling before the prince in a warrior's salute before departing the chamber. The third prince remained, silently gazing at the weapons and armor before him. Isley was dead. The king suddenly halted, glancing back at the location of the checkpoint, remarking, "I have observed that checkpoint. It lacks even a single saint-level warrior. How could it have slain Isley?" The celestial master, intrigued by this revelation, unfurled his fan and regarded the king. "There is no need for that. Reaching the altar is of greater importance now," the king asserted, shaking his head to dissuade the celestial master's thoughts. The two continued their journey toward the temple. At this moment, after several days of wandering, Chinyu finally arrived at a precipice, gazing dreamily at the towering cliff that pierced the clouds. He could now follow the cliff's edge in search of the temple's entrance. Originally, those waiting near the temple for Chinyu were instead greeted by the king and the celestial master. The onlookers had concealed themselves quite well. Yet they could not evade the king's keen perception. With just a glance towards their hiding place, he entered the temple unperturbed. Meanwhile, the celestial sovereign erupted into laughter. With a mere wave of his hand, a confining magic array materialized at the location of the gathered crowd. Fortuitously, Priscilla noticed the king casting a glance in their direction, sensing the impending danger, and led everyone to relocate. Otherwise, they would have faced complete annihilation by now. Waves of fire talismans were hurled from the carefree fan held by the celestial sovereign, with the sound of explosions reverberating incessantly. Lux, with her fiery temperament, had indeed contemplated retaliation. However, her magic was insufficient to reach her adversary, and approaching recklessly would only result in being ensnared or subjected to a toxic powder. Thus, the group had no choice but to utilize the cover of the trees, engaging their opponent in a game of hide-and-seek within the forest. Previously, Chinyu had succeeded in driving away the surrounding magical creatures, thereby alleviating a considerable threat to them. Otherwise, they would have been faced with an overwhelming multitude of monsters, which would have spelled certain doom. The celestial sovereign continuously detonated fire talismans within the forest before summoning a legion of skeletal warriors. Subsequently, a significant number of these skeletal soldiers were sacrificed to conjure a fire-devouring divine beast. "Go forth and incinerate everything," commanded the celestial sovereign, partially obscuring their face with a fan while directing the divine beast in battle. Observing such ferocity in the enemy's assault, Lux retaliated by casting a binding spell not far ahead before swiftly retreating. Thus, one side persistently laid traps while the other recklessly stepped into them, resorting to brute force to resolve all matters. "Little ones, playing the same game repeatedly grows tiresome," mused the celestial sovereign, summoning yet another divine beast to pursue the adversaries. Meanwhile, taking advantage of their opponent's distraction, a spirit talisman was stealthily cast overhead, rendering their presence concealed. On the other side, Priscilla cast a mental revelation upon the head of the divine beast. Her form exhibited nearly no flaws, devoid of any apparent weaknesses. "Impossible!" Lux was the first to exclaim, realizing that their vulnerabilities lay within. Priscilla swiftly raised